Every ancient carries a mark, a trait not chosen but inevitable. It's not a symbol of pride, but a tether to memory, to self. Time erodes everything, names, desires, fears. Only that singular obsession, that desperate need, endures. It defines them as surely as it consumes them. For Ophelia, that obsession is control. To command others, comrades, enemies, fate itself, is the only way she remembers who she is. Her immortality has not been measured in years, but in the lives she's bent to her will. And yet, despite all her calculated victories, she has never truly felt in control. Until now, or so she believed. Staggering from Thor's thunderous blow, Ophelia tastes a bitter revelation. This adversary, this force, is unlike any before. In him, all the trials of her existence converge. And for the first time in ages, she feels something terrifying, resistance. She cannot retreat. There is no dignity in surrender. She has spent centuries avoiding confrontation, perfecting her body, molding it into the ultimate vessel of power. This is her final form. There is nowhere left to evolve. No future but this battle. A scream tears from her, raw and inhuman. Her body unfurls into its true shape, towering, sinewy, unnatural. Hoofed legs support her marble-smooth form, pale and flawless, save for the grotesque beauty of the tendrils flowing from her face. Her mouth distorts into a gaping maw, her voice rippling through the air like a sonic wave. The wind answers. It rises not as a breeze, but a surge. Clouds twist and blacken above her. From the vortex of her rage forms a living funnel of death, a monstrous, spiraling tempest shaped like a shadowed serpent, writhing skyward. A pitch-black tornado is born. Thor, still recovering from impact, is the first to be claimed. His red cloak is a streak of color in the gray chaos as he vanishes into the storm's core. Vehicles, debris, even a grounded jet spiral into the cyclone like helpless toys. "Get down!" Ivan shouts, diving behind a slab of concrete. Around him, the others scramble for shelter, gripping anything grounded, anything real. "Die! Just die!" Ophelia shrieks. Her voice is not merely rage, it's desperation, the shrill panic of a god facing irrelevance. "You are nothing. Obey me." The storm rages at her command. Metal crumples like paper, steel beams twist and snap. Concrete is vaporized in a choking gray mist. Her power is cataclysmic. This is why mortals once knelt and built temples in her name. She is the storm. She is the god. And yet it stops. Not ends, but halts, unnaturally, impossibly. The storm reaches outward and is held. Something invisible grips it, like a hand around a throat. The tornado no longer expands. It seethes in place, feral but caged. "What the hell?" someone whispers. Even Ophelia falters. Her storm resists her. "No," she mutters, voice cracking. "No, no, no, obey me." She reaches deep into the raw well of her being to pour every ounce of energy into reasserting dominance. But the storm slips further from her grasp, wild and untamed, spinning away like a beast that's found a new master. And then she sees him at the storm's heart. Thor, Mjolnir in hand, rotating with godly precision. With each spin, the wind bends, not to Ophelia but to him. He conducts the vortex like an orchestra, synchronizing gust and current to the rhythm of his will. Ophelia screams and retaliates. She hurls cars, razor-edged debris, trees torn from the roots. But none reach him. All are devoured by the hammer's gravitational pull, shredded mid-flight. Then the world tilts. Ophelia, this towering goddess of war, is lifted, dragged upward by her own creation. The tornado makes her its prisoner. She flails mid-air, suspended, helpless, and the sky answers. Lightning crashes down in blinding arcs, again and again. Each bolt tears into her, electric claws raking across her flesh. Her perfect form writhes, burns, cracks. She is not struck by Thor's might. She is punished by her own storm. The winds howl louder. The lightning intensifies. Her strength fragments, piece by piece, carved by the very elements she sought to command. And then it happens. The storm contracts. All its fury, all its energy spirals inward, drawn not by chaos, but by purpose. Lightning arcs converge upon Mjolnir. The hammer glows, white-hot, humming with the storm's heart. Thor roars. He thrusts the hammer skyward, merging with the storm's fury, becoming a bolt of divine judgment. The air splits. Energy explodes outward. The blow is apocalyptic. A wave of light and force tears through Ophelia's body. It shatters her bones, flesh, essence, dissolving into dust. Her scream ends not with a cry, but a silence. She is no more. The storm vanishes. Thor stands amidst clearing skies. Clouds peel away like curtains before the sun, revealing a blue, unmarred sky. The wind stills. Debris falls to the earth like fading memories. The god of thunder remains, unshaken, undefeated, hammer in hand, eyes fierce with silent triumph. And the battlefield, once drowned in chaos, now lies quiet. The storm is over. Felix stood frozen, his mouth agape in a perfect O, eyes wide and unfocused. His brain struggled to catch up, unable to form words. Every sentence he tried to summon got caught somewhere between disbelief and sheer awe. He wasn't alone. Seconds ago, the sky had boiled with black thunderclouds. A tornado, monstrous and apocalyptic, had torn across the battlefield like the end of days itself. And then, just like that, Thor had struck. One divine hammer swing, one bolt of lightning that split the heavens. And the storm was gone. The air was clear. The world was still. Sure, they'd seen impossible things before. People flying, gods walking the earth, science defied on a daily basis. But this felt like something else entirely. Felix couldn't stop staring at the man who did it. Blonde hair tousled by the wind, armor glinting like it had stepped out of an ancient myth, and a hammer that pulsed with raw, elemental power. It didn't just look legendary, it was a god. That was the only explanation. Boss. A whisper echoed in his head. Shadow, his ever-reliable mental companion. Felix tore his eyes from the vanishing storm, forcing a breath into his dry throat. Yeah, let's agree never to piss that guy off. Felix's voice was hollow, stunned. For once we're in total agreement. Around him, the rest of the team was just as stunned. Especially Layla, the last of the ancients. Her expression didn't just show disbelief, it showed something deeper. Dread, fear, recognition. Even she hadn't expected Ophelia to fall so swiftly. But Felix knew better. It hadn't been a clean, singular blow. Thor hadn't ended it in one swing. He had broken her, slowly, methodically, through an unrelenting cascade of godlike fury. Ophelia had resisted with everything she had, unleashing her perfected form and her deadliest storm. And it hadn't mattered. Thor had turned her own power against her. He hadn't just survived the storm. He tamed it, reshaped it, used it as a weapon against its creator. In the end, it was less a duel and more a symphony of divine dominance, with Thor as the conductor. What Felix couldn't stop thinking about was how effortless it all looked. Thor didn't even seem winded. Charlie had a feeling this moment. The way the hammer shone, the storm spiraled, and the lightning struck would burn itself into every memory on that battlefield. To everyone else, it hadn't been just strength. It had been authority, divinity. As Thor descended, cloaked in sunlight and victory, the world seemed to hold its breath. Layla had already reverted into her smaller, more vulnerable form, no longer the looming threat they'd once feared. She sat still, barely breathing, her wide eyes locked on the figure approaching. Every muscle in her body radiated one emotion. Regret. Waking from stasis had been a mistake. A terrible one. This world wasn't weaker than the one they left behind. It was more terrifying than she could have imagined. Someone had brought the ancients back and cursed them in doing so. Thor's voice rang out, bold and joyful. A magnificent battle. Let us rejoice, comrades. Victory is ours. There was a moment of confused silence. Then, slowly, every member of the group exchanged incredulous glances. Comrades, victory is ours. We didn't do anything. You did all the work. Charlie chuckled internally. Thor's personality had shifted a bit since Ragnarok. Still mighty, still noble, but now with a flair for theatrical speeches and awkward celebrations. Sparing everyone further embarrassment, Charlie waved a hand. Thor's hammer spun, kicking up wind and dust, and within seconds the thunder god soared back into the sky, vanishing with a boom and a streak of light. For a moment, all was still. Then, all eyes turned, slowly, predictably, to Larry Wade, their team's electricity expert. Larry threw up his hands. Oh, come on. Don't look at me like that. I'm not even in the same postal code as that level of power. And just like that, it was over. The threat of the ancients, extinct. Leidos was defeated. Ophelia's forces, broken. Their resurrection, short-lived. Whatever remained was scattered, dissolving into dust. But it wasn't entirely over. Somewhere beneath the battlefield, a fragment of the shattered Tith shield sank into the soil. It slipped unnoticed into the underground piping, drifting through the water system like any other piece of forgotten waste. Its power was silent now, dormant, until it reached the river. There, carried by the current, it floated, aimless, almost lifeless, until something shifted. Molecules stirred. Particles pulled together. An eye opened. Deep in the murky depths, a single eye blinked against the darkness. A hand reached up, wet and trembling, grasping the riverbank. A figure crawled out of the water, broken and half-formed. It collapsed at the edge, gasping, limbs shaking as water streamed from its ravaged body. It was Yusak. He should have been dead. His essence had been absorbed by Ophelia, given freely to empower her final form. His energy was supposed to be gone, consumed, forgotten, and yet he lived. Somewhere in her twisted ambition, Ophelia had spared a fragment of him, a flicker of consciousness, perhaps as a fail-safe. Or maybe, somewhere in her perfection, she'd known it wouldn't be enough. Maybe she'd hoped someone would survive. Whatever her reason, Yusak had endured. He was the last of the ancients besides Layla. He lay on his back, breathing shallowly, trying to understand the mercy he'd been given. The world had changed. The cycle was broken. For the first time in memory, he was free. With effort, Yusak opened his eyes. Slowly, he rose unsteady on his feet. He cast one last look at the river that had given him rebirth. Then he turned and disappeared into the wilderness, into shadows, into silence, into a future he could no longer predict.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The Starry Sky Technical Committee seemed to appear overnight, as if out of thin air. Within days, they were everywhere, plastering their name and mission across every media platform, drumming up interest with relentless publicity. Customize the future. That was their bold tagline, flanked by slogans that promised innovation and change. Their logo popped up on nearly every website homepage, newspapers, giant LED screens in shopping plazas, and even the ads at bus stops. At first, the public didn't know what to make of them. Speculation spread like wildfire. Rumor had it they were some kind of high-tech research group, and the gossip only grew as whispers of their technological breakthroughs surfaced. Skeptics in the science community were quick to scoff. What do they think research and development is? Flipping pancakes, quipped one critic online. Just breakthroughs whenever they want? Why not put up a slogan saying innovating is as easy as breathing? They had a point. This organization, unheard of until a few days ago, now claimed it was on the verge of world-changing discoveries. It was enough to make any reasonable person raise an eyebrow and maybe suggest the committee members get their heads checked. But 2 days later, things took an unexpected turn. The committee launched an official website, and a curious public flocked to it. As soon as they clicked on the homepage, the screen filled with a list of impressive names and photos. One user, a notorious keyboard warrior, sneered and typed out, "Oh look, another so-called expert. Nowadays any random clown calls themselves an expert." His comment was immediately hit with replies. Ever heard of Dr. Hines? Seriously, educate yourself. Indeed, the committee's chairman was none other than Dr. Hines, a scientist of almost mythical reputation. Known for his brilliance and quirks, Dr. Hines held a top position in the 9th Special Service Division and was revered for his work across multiple fields. People scrolled through the list of members, and jaws dropped. They were greeted with a lineup of elite experts, renowned leaders in fields as varied as biology, medicine, energy, and engineering. It felt like an all-star team, as if they'd compiled a dream roster of the brightest minds on the planet. As the days went by, the committee's publicity only grew bolder, and curiosity turned to awe. People realized this wasn't just a publicity stunt, it felt like the dawn of something historic. For anyone still doubting, however, the evening press conference made it all painfully clear. Broadcast live across all major platforms, the whole world tuned in to watch Dr. Hines take the stage. After a brief introduction, he quickly moved on to the main event. Two individuals, each disabled by a life-altering accident, were introduced. The first was Jones Murphy, once an electrician, who had lost his right arm in an accident and struggled to adjust to life on his own. The second was Steve, a decorated war hero and friend of Commander Ross, who had lost a leg in combat. They were both there to test a new kind of mechanical prosthetic. Under the world's gaze, Jones stepped forward, visibly moved, and picked up a mechanical arm with his left hand. Without anyone's help, he connected it to his shoulder, where his arm had been amputated. With a small click, it attached. In a few tentative movements, Jones began to flex the new arm, watching in awe as the joints, palm, and fingers obeyed him with perfect coordination, as if it were his own limb responding to his thoughts. Tears filled his eyes. Even though he'd already tested the arm before the event, the experience felt almost surreal. Since his accident, he'd struggled with depression, haunted not just by physical pain but by an overwhelming sense of loss. The hardest memory, the one that haunted him most, was the day his 10-year-old daughter had sat on his lap, looked at him with her wide, innocent eyes, and said, "It's okay, Dad. I'll make lots of money to take care of you." He'd held back his tears then, feeling the weight of being unable to even give her a proper hug. Now, it was like a prayer had been answered. The gift he was receiving today would soon be available to thousands like him. Fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, countless people could now dream of holding their loved ones close with both arms again. And the world watching was just as moved. "No way, is that a neural link?" someone commented in disbelief. "This can't be real. This is black magic." As comments flooded in, Jones moved to a nearby drum filled with small yellow balls. To everyone's shock, he scooped some up and began to juggle them with his new right hand and his original left, the balls dancing back and forth between his fingers. Then it was Steve's turn. He rolled his wheelchair forward, picked up a mechanical leg, and attached it to his knee. There was a mechanical whir as the prosthetic locked into place, and then Steve pushed himself up. The world watched, holding its breath, as he let go of the wheelchair's arms, took a few steps and then, grinning boldly, he leaped into a backflip, landing smoothly on his feet. Tears glistened in his eyes too. Steve had learned to accept his disability, had come to terms with his limitations, and made peace with his injuries. This moment was nothing short of a miracle he hadn't dared to hope for. He hadn't just regained a leg, he'd gained a new, improved one. The world was in shock. "Take my money. Is this alien tech?" But the committee wasn't done. As if determined to keep blowing people's minds, they announced 5 more breakthrough projects, each a leap forward in its field. Each demonstration sent shockwaves through the audience, breaking boundaries and surpassing the limits of existing technology. By the end of the conference, the world was watching in stunned silence. Any doubts had evaporated. Nearly every person on the planet had tuned in, and people were now looking at this committee with a reverence reserved for legends. Customize the future. That was the committee's slogan, and after tonight, no one dared to question it. They clearly had the resources and knowledge to back it up. Just as the crowd thought the event was over, Dr. Hines took the stage once more, ready to push things to a final, unforgettable climax. "I know you have high hopes for us," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "And I'd love to take the credit, I really would. Every researcher dreams of recognition." He paused, letting the suspense build, and then continued. "You're all wondering who we are, what we do. Yes, we develop cutting-edge technology, but that's not our main goal. Our real purpose is to regulate these advances and make sure they benefit every single person on this planet. But make no mistake, we're not the ones who created all of this. We're just the speakers, the representatives. The real credit doesn't belong to us." The audience sat in breathless anticipation, trying to make sense of what he was saying. Yes, the committee's technology felt magical, almost beyond belief, but they represented the highest echelons of science. If not them, then who? "Ladies and gentlemen," Dr. Hines announced, "allow me to introduce the person responsible for our future." In a flash, a figure descended from the sky, leaving a blazing trail behind. The red and gold armor landed with a powerful impact, standing tall on the stage, instantly becoming the world's focus. "Iron Man. I alone will bring about world peace. You're welcome. Tony Stark." Iron Man, future man or alien. Who is Tony Stark? Iron Man. Tony Stark. The names Tony Stark and Iron Man began to flood the internet. Within hours, they were trending worldwide, reaching every corner of the globe. This mysterious superhero and scientist from another realm had become an instant sensation. Then, in one bold move, he removed his armor in front of millions, revealing a face that captivated viewers instantly. Tony Stark, with his charm, quick wit, and a magnetism that seemed to pull people toward him effortlessly. He was powerful, confident, yet disarmingly funny, a figure who seemed to make the impossible look easy. The man who brought the future. The man who brought miracles. The world memorized his name, and soon, his alias Iron Man was on everyone's lips. Curiosity about the man behind the mask turned into an obsession, yet no one could find anything concrete about him. Tony Stark was a mystery. He had appeared suddenly, as if from another dimension, with no background, no identity. It was as though he had materialized out of thin air. But how could someone who wielded such advanced technology, someone with this kind of power, have no traceable history? Speculation went wild. Some thought he was an alien, others a time traveler. There were whispers that he belonged to some powerful secret organization capable of erasing any trace of its members' existence. Maybe all these new heroes were part of such a group. But beyond the mystery, the real impact Stark had was even more profound. If superheroes until now had focused on fighting crime, inspiring people, and transforming the social landscape, then Iron Man was something different. He wasn't just saving lives, he was reshaping daily life itself. The Starry Sky Technical Committee's initial technology launch had been just a glimpse into what was coming, a prelude to transformations that could touch every part of society. Voices began rising online and in the streets. Many of these voices belonged to those who had lost faith, people who had felt abandoned by society. Now, they were looking to the sky, catching glimpses of Iron Man soaring overhead, and for the first time, they felt the faint glimmer of hope returning. "My daughter, please save my daughter. I'll do anything you ask." This plea from the mother of a terminally ill girl spread across the internet like wildfire. Her video received hundreds of thousands of shares, resonating with millions who felt similar desperation. And hers was only one of many such cries. "I just want her to love me again, no matter what it takes. I've tried so hard. Please, I just need a chance." For many, Iron Man symbolized the kind of miracle they had stopped hoping for. At the same time, corporate magnates and industry leaders, the people who sensed the world shifting before most others, were scrambling to get in touch with Tony Stark. They understood the stakes. Stark's technology would completely reshape industries, and they were desperate to get in on the action. But all their attempts led to nothing. For the first time, instead of turning to prayer, people were calling upon Stark himself. Naturally, dissenting voices emerged too. Some skeptics voiced suspicions, saying that Iron Man's arrival might be part of some darker scheme. Conspiracy theories suggested that, with his powers, Stark could silence any dissenting voice he wished, online or offline. But Stark remained silent on the matter. There were no tweets, no official statements, no reactions to the negativity. He simply didn't care. Like the sun, he continued his work, unaffected by what anyone thought. Whether people praised the sun or cursed it for being too hot, it would rise again the next day. So when Stark sat down with the Starry Sky Technical Committee the following morning to discuss future projects, and a committee member cautiously asked if he wanted to respond to some of the negative feedback, Stark barely even acknowledged the question. Instead, he dropped the day's bombshell announcement. "New energy vehicles," he said, casually swirling his wine glass. "This is just the first step in exploring energy applications." He spoke with relaxed confidence, gesturing with his glass in one hand, while his other hand swiped in the air, producing a floating, transparent 3D hologram. The projection system was so advanced that it caught even the tech-savvy committee members off guard. Yet, what he displayed next seized everyone's attention even more. In Stark's hologram, a new type of car appeared, broken down to reveal its internal components. Beneath the hood was a circular device, a mechanical core, glowing with an intense blue light, like a miniature sun radiating energy from the model. 100% clean energy. Affordable, efficient, Stark explained. This vehicle tech is just a first step. Over time, we'll expand its use across other sectors. Imagine holding the sun's power in your hands, enough energy to lift everyone out of poverty. This was technology Stark had already perfected in his own world. In Marvel's universe, Stark technology had led the way in clean energy for years. Arc reactors powered everything from cars to buildings. Stark Tower itself ran independently, a beacon of self-sustaining power in the heart of New York. Yet this technology came with strict controls. He wanted it accessible to the public, but regulated. Stark had promised to never allow his inventions to become weapons. This is controlled nuclear fusion, one committee member stammered, wide-eyed and in shock. In recent years, most people had become familiar with the term. Unlike other sci-fi-sounding technologies, nuclear fusion was something even non-experts could understand. The idea of clean, unlimited energy had always been humanity's greatest goal in energy research. The scientists in the room were transfixed. This was something they had only dreamed of seeing, a concept they thought was generations away. Yet, here it was, right before their eyes. And even those with little knowledge of energy science could grasp the implications. Energy is the bedrock of every other technological advancement. Just as a warrior's strength depends on their stamina, the advancement of civilization rests on the energy it can produce and control. Controlled nuclear fusion was like the ultimate skill, a discovery that could propel humanity into an era of limitless power. This technology, stammered one energy specialist, his throat dry with wonder. "Don't get too excited," Stark said with a smirk. "As I mentioned before, even if I hand over the designs, we're still not ready," the scientist finished, realization sinking in. The truth was clear: nuclear fusion, as Stark had developed it, was beyond them. The technology might look simple in model form, but it contained layer upon layer of advanced engineering and intellectual property. Stark was making this clean energy available, but the technology behind it was something else entirely. Just as people could use smartphones without understanding their internal processes, they would have access to this energy without fully grasping it. Even in Marvel's world, no one had managed to replicate Stark's arc reactor, not the military, not Hydra, not even the world's most brilliant minds. Dr. Hines reached out with a trembling hand, touching the circular core in the hologram to view its intricate details. For a moment, his expression was frozen in awe, then it shifted, turning almost comically bewildered. Cold nuclear fusion, he whispered, unable to fully comprehend it. Others who knew the field exchanged looks of shock. Controllable nuclear fusion was the holy grail of energy research, but cold nuclear fusion? That was practically sorcery. Cold fusion had been discussed years ago, but had long since been dismissed, relegated to science fiction. It had been a theoretical concept, with no one able to prove it was possible. Now, here it was, not only real but ready for mass use. A technology so advanced it could outmode every traditional energy source. But then, something else dawned on them. All eyes slowly turned to the Iron Man suit standing to the side, its red and gold shell gleaming, the circular arc reactor glowing faintly at its chest. They had guessed before that this might be the energy source for the suit, but they'd never been close enough to examine it. The lack of detected heat or other traditional nuclear signatures had misled them. The truth was, no one had considered that Stark had been carrying a miniaturized nuclear reactor on his chest all along. Now, looking at the small, powerful core embedded in Iron Man's armor, a palpable silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. A miniature, controlled cold fusion reactor, no larger than the palm of a hand, was keeping Iron Man powered and ready. The committee members stared at Iron Man's armor with a mixture of awe, fascination, and disbelief. Their eyes shone with the kind of fervor usually reserved for religious revelations, and it was clear that none of them could quite grasp what they were seeing. Cold nuclear fusion itself seemed almost mythical, but a reactor the size of a palm? It had to be magic, right? Well, Tony said with a smirk, casually pouring himself another glass of wine, it's not exactly the cold fusion theory you're used to. But, if you need a familiar term to wrap your heads around, I guess you can call it that. The arc reactor was a marvel with no equivalent in real life, but if it had to be compared to any real-world tech, cold nuclear fusion was as close as it got. Its very existence was a miracle, and miniaturizing it to the size of a palm? That was a miracle stacked on another miracle. This was Stark's true genius on display. Even in Marvel's advanced world of futuristic science, the arc reactor remained his unique, personal breakthrough. He'd created the first miniature arc reactor while being held hostage in a cave, using nothing but scraps. Years later, his uncle, Obadiah Stannett, had assembled a team of Stark Industries' best scientists, sparing no expense on resources or equipment, to try to replicate Tony's work. And yet, when they were presented with an actual working reactor and told to just shrink it, they all failed spectacularly. Furious, Obadiah had yelled at the scientists, "Tony Stark built this in a cave, with a box of scraps." One of the lead scientists had looked at him helplessly, muttering, "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not Tony Stark." It was a moment that had become legendary even within the Marvel Universe. The arc reactor was a symbol of Stark's ingenuity, unmatched and impossible to duplicate, even with the finest minds and resources at hand. And here, in this world, its impact was even more mind-blowing. Dr. Hines, who was the most seasoned member of the committee, took a deep breath, finally collecting himself. "Mr. Stark," he said, choosing his words carefully, "just tell us what resources you need. We'll make it happen." "Of course." Tony gave him a knowing smile. "I knew you'd understand. My assistant has already sent over a list." He raised his glass in a light-hearted toast. "See? Like I said, a smooth partnership. If the committee could replace the current energy systems with the arc reactor, the effects would be revolutionary for the entire planet. It would be a shift that ordinary people would feel in their daily lives." But Tony's ambitions didn't stop at a new energy system. The arc reactor would power much more than a single suit. Tony had plans to build an entire Iron Army. This wasn't going to be just an airstrike force. He envisioned Iron Man units across land, sea, and air, equipped for anything from rescues to construction to emergency evacuations. He intended to integrate arc reactor tech across a range of devices and machinery, but for that, he needed substantial resources more than the committee could even imagine. So, his plan was simple: ask for as much as possible. The committee would receive their 30% share of the benefits, while the remaining 70% would go straight to his projects. Tony's profits wouldn't stop at materials and equipment, though. "Friday, how's the progress been these past few days?" Charlie asked. The recent introduction of new technology modules meant that research was now a critical part of upgrading. And in this area, Tony Stark's expertise made him a natural. Since the Starry Sky Technology Conference, his popularity had skyrocketed, and the committee's efficient supply chain kept his work moving forward smoothly. Not only was he able to develop new gear at record speed, but the steady advancements also boosted his experience along the way. "Things are moving along," Friday replied in her steady tone. "But we're still a bit off from the next upgrade. Additionally, sir, it appears that account level now impacts the probability of receiving high-ranking heroes and equipment from the A-level pool. Explain that for me." "As your account level increases, the odds of drawing A-level heroes may rise accordingly," Friday said. "How much of a boost are we talking about? And what's the current rate?" Charlie asked, intrigued. Unfortunately, I don't have that information, Friday admitted. Charlie sighed, reminded of countless mobile games with mystery drop rates for rare characters. They often boasted about increasing chances, but since the actual probability was hidden, players could never know for sure. If this were any other game, he would have been right there with players raging about unfair odds. But given his situation, he didn't have much choice but to play along. Alright, let's see what luck has in store. Currently, you have 12 single draw tickets for the C-level pool, plus 1,200 hero points. That gives you 24 draws for the B or C-level pools and 2 attempts at the A-level pool. Perfect, let's get started. The A-level pool was pricey, but it guaranteed higher quality draws. Unlike the B-level pool, where the prizes could range widely in quality, the A-level pool promised at least a B-level hero. It wasn't a foolproof guarantee, but it was far better than a blind draw. The first pool began, with colorful, extravagant animations filling his view. Then, out of the virtual ether, it appeared, a new element Mark II arc reactor. This couldn't have come at a better time. Tony was currently in the process of designing his Iron Bat armor, a suit that combined tech from various systems. The new reactor would solve its biggest limitation, power. This upgrade would boost its performance and allow him to pack in far more features. Then came the second poll. He knew the odds were slim, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of disappointment when it didn't yield an A-level hero. Still, this draw was far from a loss. His new recruit wasn't just another B-level addition. This was a hero unlike any other, a character known for his eccentric wit, uncanny regenerative abilities, and a total disregard for convention. A mercenary with a wisecracking mouth, an anti-hero with a fourth wall-breaking perspective, and one of the most beloved and infamous figures in Marvel's universe. Deadpool. Fantasy worlds have given rise to countless legendary stories, many of which come from vastly different systems, each with heroes and villains threatening to end the world in spectacular ways. But amid all this high-stakes chaos, a peculiar subgenre has emerged, bringing together characters from various realms to participate in wild cross-dimensional battles. These shows have become an after-dinner staple for viewers, especially those who support the anarchic spirit of these mixed-universe matchups. Oddly enough, the characters who rise to the top in these ridiculous tournaments aren't the ones capable of vaporizing mountains with a flick of the wrist. Instead, it's the oddball heroes, those who rely on absurd logic and a heavy dose of luck, who find themselves practically invincible. They're the unexpected victors who outwit fate and often leave spectators scratching their heads in amusement. Take, for example, the Marvel Universe's ultimate comedic powerhouse, Squirrel Girl. Despite her humble appearance, she's taken down cosmic giants like Thanos and Doctor Doom with her unique brand of nonsensical charm and impossible luck. She's humorously nicknamed the combat ceiling of Marvel, a title that pokes fun at her paradoxical ability to come out on top against the odds. And yet, if Marvel had to name the king of irreverence, the one character who injects absurdity into its otherwise serious universe, Deadpool would be the undisputed choice. Deadpool's defining trait and practically a requirement for any true comedy powerhouse is his self-healing factor. Unlike Wolverine, whose regenerative abilities are laced with tragedy, Deadpool's is a near caricature of immortality. He can survive the most outrageous injuries, including decapitation, dismemberment, and other indignities. He's even been known to reattach limbs with the ease of a Looney Tunes character. His resilience is practically conceptual, defying logic as he bounces back from any wound or ailment. But Deadpool isn't just a walking joke. In addition to his healing, he's one of Marvel's top experts in both weaponry and hand-to-hand combat. What sets him apart from other heroes churned out of Marvel's metaphorical assembly line is his unorthodox fighting style. Deadpool fights like no one else, blending martial prowess with wild unpredictability, much like the martial arts philosophy that no technique is better than technique. This chaotic approach makes him the perfect foil for fighters like Taskmaster, whose strength lies in mimicking his opponent's every move. Taskmaster can take down heroes like Captain America or Black Widow by replicating their precise techniques, but Deadpool's sheer unpredictability leaves Taskmaster bewildered and, often, quickly defeated. Deadpool's proficiency with firearms and his ever-evolving arsenal also add to his chaotic nature. Among his tools, one stands out as his signature, his teleportation belt. In the comics, this device provides him with short-range teleportation, though it's notoriously unreliable. Sometimes it gets him closer to his target, sometimes it leaves him missing a limb. It's a hit-or-miss gadget that has been adapted to suit his unique brand of luck. The teleportation belt was adapted as a mutant ability in X-Men Origins, Wolverine, but in the comics, it's a piece of tech that complements his already formidable yet inconsistent skill set. With or without it, Deadpool's absurd resilience means he can walk away from a failed teleportation attempt unscathed, an advantage most heroes would kill for. Despite Deadpool's quirks, he ranks as a B-level hero in the Marvel roster. He may lack the raw destructive power of a hero like Tony Stark, but his mix of humor, unpredictability, and indestructibility has made him a fan favorite. His teleportation, though limited, is effective when combined with his absurd endurance, cementing his place in the Marvel universe as a force to be reckoned with. Next, Charlie unlocked C-level hero Hawkeye, an elite SHIELD agent, Avenger, and arguably Earth's greatest archer. Yet, despite his skills, Hawkeye's role in the Avengers films left him somewhat overshadowed by his superhuman teammates. He's often the overlooked member, without the flashy powers or dramatic backstory. Unlike Black Widow, whose charisma and allure are an undeniable draw, Hawkeye remains a somewhat underappreciated figure. Even Ant-Man has somehow managed to surpass him in popularity. It's a frustration that Hawkeye has learned to live with, though it's not hard to imagine his envy at times. Hawkeye's skills, however, are consistently underestimated. His strategic mind and quick reflexes often position him as a backup planner in case his superpowered teammates falter. He fills a role that's somewhat akin to DC's Batman, devising secondary plans and strategic saves. Yet, unlike Batman, he's never quite been elevated to the same level of reverence. When Deadpool received his teleportation belt, it sparked curiosity in Charlie Cooper, the mastermind behind the mysterious organization called Black Sun. With the belt's abilities untested, Charlie found himself itching to put it and Deadpool's other assets to good use. While reviewing the hero's stats and equipment, Charlie's assistant, Friday, stepped in with some timely news. "Sir, a group of outsiders arrived in Riverton today. I thought you'd want to know," she said, pulling up a screen with a list of the newcomers. Charlie glanced at the report and arched a brow. Assassins. This group wasn't from the usual Black Sun, an organization that Charlie technically ran himself under the alias of Death Knell. Over time, he'd managed to reform most of Black Sun, steering its members toward a more ethical stance, targeting those who posed a genuine threat to society, rather than simply taking out anyone with a price on their head. While not all members embraced this shift, Charlie's unwavering influence ensured that those who resisted no longer posed a problem. With Riverton as his stronghold, Charlie's influence reached every corner of the city. Surveillance networks, local law enforcement channels, and alerts from Riverton's 9th Special Service Division kept him informed of nearly every development. It wasn't long before Friday located the newcomers. "They're stationed at the port, in an old warehouse," she reported. "Perfect. Let's go pay them a visit," Charlie replied, bringing Deadpool along for the mission. He selected Batman as his primary operative to transport Deadpool to the target zone efficiently. Thanks to Batman's advanced cloak and thruster systems, he covered the urban expanse quickly, arriving at the rooftop of the target warehouse in a matter of moments. Switching to detective mode, he scanned the area, identifying 4 assassins along with a crew of 13 armed thugs. Under normal circumstances, Batman would have taken a meticulous approach, picking off the targets one by one. But this mission was about Deadpool, and testing his new teleportation belt. After pressing a switch, Charlie watched as Deadpool, clad in his iconic red and black suit and dual katanas, landed beside him with a smirk. "Finally," Deadpool exclaimed, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "Time to shine, baby." He turned, seemingly addressing an invisible audience. "Hey, player. I know it's tough for you to even get close to my level of handsomeness, but try to keep up, all right?" Charlie narrowed his eyes, half amused, as Deadpool prepared to dive into the fray, his sense of reality-warping humor fully intact. He seemed ready to cause as much mayhem as possible. Breaking the fourth wall was just a bonus. "Friday, is he talking to me?" "I believe so, sir." Charlie furrowed his brow. This was different. Some heroes had triggered special phrases in certain scenarios, but this was the first time one had directly addressed him. Wait. He should have seen this coming. Charlie had played the old Deadpool game back in 2013, a solid action-adventure, though not exactly memorable. Over the years, the game had faded in his mind, but Deadpool's habit of breaking the fourth wall was legendary, going back to the comics. Apparently, after a cosmic being had once teleported Deadpool to the center of reality, Deadpool became aware of his fictional nature. In true Deadpool fashion, he'd turned that into an unhinged party trick, breaking the fourth wall to speak with fans or players directly. This reality perception had become a trademark of Deadpool's, though it was more for laughs than anything practical. Unlike other heroes with self-contained dialogues, Deadpool's lines now seemed aimed right at Charlie, adding a surreal twist to his usual nonsense. Charlie had Deadpool drop from the skylight, landing stealthily on the roof beams. As soon as he touched down, Deadpool started yammering. "I don't think this is a good idea," he said in a hushed tone. "If I were you, I'd take the vent in the northwest corner. You know, like Spider-Man or Batman. Real pros climb through vents." Deadpool paused. "Seriously, can you imagine Batman crawling around in dusty air ducts, exposed chin and all? That guy must have the lungs of a janitor by now. Poor Bat." Charlie sighed. Ignoring Deadpool, Charlie moved him along the beam, edging toward a better vantage point. "Hey, stop dragging me. No, not there. There? No. Oh, you missed it. Fine, go on," Deadpool grumbled, practically buzzing with impatience. Charlie took a deep breath. "Friday, can we turn off this voice module? This constant chatter is exhausting." "That's Mr. Inner Monologue, sir. Only you can hear it," Friday replied smoothly. Charlie's emotions churned. Part of him was relieved. Thankfully, this commentary was internal, so Deadpool wouldn't blow any covers. But another part of him found it strange to be the only one subjected to this unique form of torture. "Of course, you can select block character voice in the game settings," Friday suggested. "That should do the trick." Charlie's eyes lit up. "Friday, why didn't you say that sooner?" With zero hesitation, Charlie opened the settings and found the mute option. Deadpool's eyes widened in horror. "Wait, player. Sir? Buddy? Just a second, I'll be as quiet as a turtle. Don't." Charlie clicked the button before he could finish, plunging himself into blissful silence. Deadpool, at #%NA. The voice block didn't mute Deadpool entirely, just on Charlie's end. Deadpool could keep chattering, but Charlie was spared his running commentary. Friday still monitored his voice, so if anything truly important came up, she'd inform Charlie. All right, Charlie muttered. Let's see what this walking disaster can do. With renewed focus, Charlie maneuvered Deadpool to drop from the beam. Despite the silence, Deadpool was clearly yelling, "No superhero landing! No superhero landing!" Ah! The red-suited mercenary plummeted down and landed with a thundering impact that reverberated through the warehouse. Every thug spun around, their weapons snapping up at the bizarre sight. Deadpool struck a sprawling, unheroic pose on the concrete, head down and rear end up in the air. The mercenaries, momentarily stunned, exchanged glances. What the hell kind of landing was that? Seems that height was a bit ambitious for the hero in question, Friday remarked. Charlie let out a reluctant chuckle. She was right, after all. Although Deadpool had enhanced physical abilities, he wasn't Spider-Man. He lacked the natural balance or the fancy tech like Batman's gliding cape, which softened those high-altitude landings. Deadpool's approach to drops seemed to rely more on his sheer inability to stay dead, regardless of how clumsy the landing looked. Deadpool got up with a shake of his head, muttering inaudibly, his usual cocky grin flashing even with half his suit torn from the fall. Charlie immediately set Deadpool into action. The mercenary cracked his knuckles, raised a micro-Uzi in one hand, and brandished a long katana in the other, ready to wreak havoc. "Open fire," someone shouted, and a torrent of bullets erupted, filling the air with blinding flashes and the smell of gunpowder. Blood sprayed as Deadpool's body absorbed round after round, pooling beneath him as he moved forward. Charlie remained unfazed, letting Deadpool take the damage. In return, Deadpool unleashed a burst of his own, peppering two gangsters who crumpled to the ground. The walls erupted in sparks as bullets whizzed and ricocheted wildly. Deadpool lunged into a somersault, landing near three more thugs. With a deft twist of his wrist, he brought the sword down, slicing two men's hands clean off at the wrist. They clutched their stumps, screaming as blood spurted out. "Ah, don't cry," Deadpool cooed, offering a mocking smile. "Uncle Deadpool can fix it." Without a second thought, he swung the blade again. Two heads rolled across the floor, and the bodies slumped in silence. "See? All better. Uncle Deadpool never lies." He turned just as a shotgun's barrel was shoved in his face, barely inches away. The blast was deafening, ripping half of Deadpool's head off, brain matter spraying across the floor. The thug lowered his weapon, taking a breath of relief until he noticed Deadpool still standing, what was left of his face squinting up at him. Did you just blow up my head?" Deadpool asked, his remaining eye glaring. The thug froze, the shotgun trembling in his hands. The air seemed to thicken as he stammered, Sorry. I didn't mean to." "Yeah, well, you should be sorry," Deadpool snapped, slicing through the thug's neck with a swift stroke of his blade. "If I didn't need my IQ intact, I'd be asking you to give me back the brain cells I just lost dealing with you." The remaining killers and mercenaries stood frozen, staring in horror at the bloody, half-headed man, who was now muttering and flicking blood off his katana. They'd never seen anything like it, half his head gone, his brain practically in pieces, and yet he was still moving, cracking jokes, and cursing. Zombie? No, they thought, even zombies stopped moving after a headshot. Whatever this thing was, it was beyond anything they'd ever signed up for. From Charlie's perspective, this whole fight was turning into a twisted sort of power trip. Here he was, directing an unkillable hero who brushed off bullets and leaped into action like a blender set to puree. But for the guys on the other end, this was nothing short of a horror game come to life. Picture it, a lunatic crashes down from the ceiling, soaked with blood that should be draining him dry but just keeps pouring like he's got a pool's worth to spare. Any normal person would have bled out by now, but this guy? He's still standing, still charging. Worse than that, he's running his mouth, spewing nonsense with an endless stream of one-liners, as though he isn't already half-turned into minced meat. Around him, the ground was strewn with chunks of his flesh, some torn free by large-caliber rounds that had shredded muscle and skin. He didn't have any fancy adamantium skeleton to protect him either. It was just raw human bone, but every time he was blasted back, he simply stood up and kept going. More than one of the shooters swore they'd drilled him through the heart, but seeing him jump around without missing a beat, they were starting to doubt reality itself. And then, when someone blasted away half his head with a shotgun, well, that shattered whatever shred of sanity they'd managed to hold onto. Imagine staring down a man, drenched in his own blood, riddled with bullet holes, half his skull gone, yet still swearing at you as he cuts through your teammates. That's the sort of thing that sears itself into your brain, twisting your gut with primal terror. Those watching began to unravel, their faces warped in horror as if they were staring into the eyes of something beyond human understanding. After slicing through three of them, Deadpool leapt down from the metal walkway, landing on the ground with a bounce. The moment he touched down, the men around him practically caved in fear. Some were trembling so hard they couldn't even hold their guns, a few sliding down onto the floor in defeat. "Whoa, what's with the long faces?" Deadpool said with a wide grin, walking forward. "Come on, I don't eat people." And then, with a suddenness that shocked everyone, a massive shadow streaked through the air, hitting Deadpool square in the chest with the force of a speeding truck. He hadn't seen it coming, and it sent him flying backward. A hulking piece of machinery, some reinforced, metal-plated brute of a weapon, had been hurled across the room, colliding with Deadpool and slamming him into the wall with a resounding crash. Deadpool slid down the wall, his body visibly crushed, leaving a trail of red behind. Cough, cough, hey, no worries. I'm fine. He sputtered, coughing up a fresh spurt of blood before staggering to his feet. One of the gangsters nearby looked about ready to wet himself. That hit, if it had been any regular human, they'd be dead several times over. Broken bones, shattered organs, no chance at all. And yet, this psycho, still standing. Charlie noticed something odd. Deadpool hadn't reacted to the ambush. If he'd been Spider-Man, there would have been a tingle of Spidey sense. With Batman, a Counter-Strike alert would have popped up on the screen. But Deadpool? No prompt, no reaction. Charlie figured it must be because Deadpool's nerves were as thick-skinned as the rest of him. His pain threshold was so high that he barely registered hits until they stopped him cold. It wasn't that Deadpool didn't have the reflexes, it was more like his body was simply numb to damage. To Charlie, it made his response time seem delayed, with counterattacks triggering a beat too slow. Cheap shot, what a disgrace. Deadpool muttered, rolling his neck. It cracked with a sound that echoed through the warehouse, and he winced as he adjusted it back into place. One of the mercenaries let out a strangled gasp. No one here could believe this thing was human. Whatever he was the scariest sight any of them had ever seen. But their leader had just entered the room, the one who'd thrown the machine at Deadpool in the first place. As he stepped into view, several of the men visibly relaxed. He wasn't even supposed to be in the warehouse, but apparently, he'd come back just in time. His presence alone seemed to calm his men, restoring some of their confidence. If he was here, they had a shot. Their leader didn't look all that extraordinary, just a solidly built man with an air of command. But given how he'd hurled that giant machine, it was clear there was more to him than met the eye. Infected. Charlie muttered, watching closely. More likely a phantom, sir, Friday replied smoothly. A phantom, here in Riverton? Charlie had seen the data from the 9th Division. The phantom phenomenon was spiking worldwide. Some believed this was a warning, that cosmic forces were stirring. Facial recognition confirms ID, Friday continued. Dante, a high-level assassin. It seems we're up against a phantom killer. Doesn't change a thing. Charlie flicked through the options and selected Deadpool's pistol, aiming it right at Dante. He squeezed the trigger, the muzzle flashing, but the bullet stopped a foot from Dante's face, flattening against an invisible wall before crumpling to the ground with a soft clink. Hey, that's cheating. Deadpool yelled, instantly swapping the pistol for his sword and charging forward. He dodged left, then right, moving with an unpredictable rhythm, but every strike glanced off the same invisible wall, sparks spitting as each blow met its match. Some sort of defensive shield, probably an energy field, Friday reported, analyzing the data as it streamed in, rapidly constructing a 3D model of the shield. On Charlie's screen, the model showed Dante surrounded by a nearly invisible force field, like a transparent eggshell, keeping Deadpool's bullets and sword swings from getting close. Everyone's got a trick up their sleeve these days, Charlie muttered. Standard ammo and blades can't penetrate, but there may be a limit, Friday continued. Consider switching to Batman. He has at least 3 ways to counter this ability. No, today's all about testing the new hero, Charlie said with a grin. It's just a force field. Deadpool hasn't even started. Meanwhile, Dante watched Deadpool's flurry of attacks with a calm smirk. Pointless, he said smoothly. Save your energy. You can't touch me. Deadpool tossed the empty pistol aside with a grunt, his blade flashing back into position. He didn't need to reload here. In-game, the equipment would refresh on its own. Snarling, Deadpool gripped his sword with both hands, hacking away at the shield with a fury that sent sparks flying in every direction, each swing punctuated by a curse. You filthy #%, Deadpool growled. I swear on my grandma's grave, when I break this bubble, I'm going to plant my boot so far up your... Without a word, Charlie activated the teleportation belt. In an instant, Deadpool vanished in a ripple of blue energy, his form dissolving. The next second, he reappeared, materializing inside the shield. Ripples of light shimmered as his form solidified inches from Dante's face, sword poised mid-swing. Tayan's eyes widened, and his face blanched in shock. But he had no time to react. Surprise. Deadpool grinned. I'm in. With a swift, clean swing, Deadpool brought his sword down, slicing straight through Dante's neck. The head rolled across the floor, the body collapsing in a heap. The remaining mercenaries who'd only moments ago looked to their leader as their savior now stood frozen in horror, expressions twisted in disbelief. What just happened? Deadpool's sword cut clean through Dante's neck, and his head launched from his body, trailing blood as it arced away in the direction of the blade's swing. For an instant, Dante remained conscious. Perhaps it was because he was a phantom, but he could still see, still feel as his head spun through the air, his eyes widening with horror. In those final moments, he glimpsed his own decapitated body falling away, and shock flooded his face as his thoughts echoed one final, panicked question. How is this happening? Since his powers awakened, he'd thought of himself as invincible, certain that nothing could hurt him. But now his head was detached from his body. What had gone wrong? But he'd never find out. Only a few rare phantoms with exceptionally strong vitality could survive decapitation. For most, death was immediate, and Dante's consciousness quickly faded, pain dissolving with it. The last image he registered was his own head spinning, falling before a red-gloved hand reached out and caught it midair. Deadpool inspected Dante's head, holding it up as if he were pondering a peculiar piece of art. He turned it this way and that, his expression thoughtful, then muttered, "You know, some people just weren't meant to be seen whole. Some look ugly with their heads on their bodies, but seeing the head on its own." He squinted, as if examining some grotesque detail, and sighed. "Yeah, somehow it's even uglier. If Dante's head could still bleed, he probably would have spat blood at that." His face, even in death, seemed to twitch with rage as if protesting his gruesome fate. "What's the matter?" Deadpool asked, feigning sympathy. "Pissed off? Guess you can't all be as cute and charming as me." With a shrug, he tossed Dante's head aside, sending it rolling across the warehouse floor toward the remaining killers. They shrank back, watching the head bounce and roll before coming to a halt, and their eyes darted to Deadpool, wide with sheer terror. Unlike Dante, who hadn't even had time to process his own demise, they'd seen everything. They'd always thought their boss was untouchable, able to shrug off bullets and blunt force impacts as if his skin was steel. That belief had given them courage, even enough to take jobs in Riverton, a city notorious among criminals for its unspoken rule, never accept jobs here. Because Riverton was Batman's city. But now their leader, the invincible boss they thought would protect them, had been felled in seconds by a teleporting psycho who laughed off headshots and treated them like some kind of twisted game. Fear crept into every corner of their minds, weighing them down, freezing them in place. Escape or retaliation was unthinkable. They could do nothing but tremble. Watching from his screen, Charlie smiled. This test of Deadpool's teleportation belt was going better than he'd expected. The teleportation was smoother than he remembered from the Deadpool game he'd played back in 2013. In that game, Deadpool's moves were similarly divided between sword attacks and gunplay, with an auto-aiming feature for firearms that made Deadpool a decent shot, though not as precise as pros like Deadshot. The teleportation belt, too, had been both a mobility tool and a defensive mechanism in the game. In moments of danger, Deadpool could teleport to dodge attacks, similar to Batman's counterattacks or Spider-Man's Spy-Day sense. Charlie found the setup familiar and fell into a rhythm of dodging and striking. Of course, things weren't quite the same. After executing his flashy teleportation move and decapitating Dante, Deadpool struck a triumphant pose, letting his sword rest casually at his side. He turned slowly to the remaining killers, casting them a solemn look. "By the way," he said, "has anyone seen my arm?" The killers blinked, confusion dawning as they noticed Deadpool was missing an arm. Yes, the teleportation belt looked flashy and powerful, but it was famously glitchy. Sometimes it dropped him in unintended places, other times it only teleported part of him. And judging by the slight scowl on Deadpool's face, the belt had chosen the latter this time, leaving his arm somewhere else. Curious, Charlie reactivated Deadpool's voice to hear his commentary. Deadpool was grumbling to himself, "Stupid belt, just had to drop my arm off somewhere." The killers exchanged nervous glances, and finally, a stocky man with a deep voice and bulging muscles raised a shaky hand. Sir? I think your arm is over there." Charlie's screen marked the position of Deadpool's missing arm, indicating he could retrieve it if he wanted. But he also noticed a prompt to interact with the thug who had spoken up. It felt like one of those dialogue choices where you could influence the story's direction. Intrigued, Charlie had Deadpool approach the thug and activate the interaction. Deadpool looked at the man with a grin. "All right, you, what's your name?" "Bob," the man stammered. "Good, Bob. Do me a favor and grab that arm for me, would ya?" Bob's face drained of color, but he swallowed, nodded, and trudged over to pick up the severed limb, bringing it back with a look of pure terror. "Thanks, Bob. You're a real team player," Deadpool said, patting him on the shoulder as he took back his arm. Without a second thought, he pulled out a tube of glue from his belt, squeezed a thick glob onto the severed end, and slapped it back onto his shoulder. The arm stuck instantly. He flexed it experimentally. Little crooked, but whatever, it'll straighten out later. The killers gaped, jaws slack with horror. One even dropped to his knees, too shocked to process what he was seeing. "He can reattach his limbs? Now, I know what you're thinking," Deadpool said, seemingly addressing Charlie. "Why not just grow a new one?" "Well, you don't get it, me and this arm? We've been through a lot together. I can't just replace it, you know." Then, abruptly, he went silent. The killers stood frozen, uncertain and on edge as Deadpool rambled, only to stop mid-sentence as if he'd just run out of words. The silence felt oddly disconcerting, and they found themselves longing for his chatter to return, unsettling as it was. Charlie smirked, realizing he'd found a way to make Deadpool quiet, by activating the mic function. Somehow, it seemed to prompt Deadpool to shut up automatically. With Deadpool silent, Charlie directed him toward the remaining thugs, who were too terrified to resist. Within minutes, they'd disarmed and even tied each other up, tripping over themselves to promise they'd change their ways. But Deadpool wasn't done with them yet. Without warning, he drew his sword again, resting the blade lightly against Bob's neck. Bob went pale, hands raised in surrender. Please, please don't." Charlie's voice came through Deadpool, cold and steady. "What are you doing here? You didn't come to Riverton without a reason. You know whose city this is, so there must have been a very tempting reward. What's your target?" Bob's face crumpled in terror, and he began to babble. I'll tell you, it's Stark. Tony Stark." Charlie's eyebrows rose in surprise. "What? We were hired a huge sum to assassinate Tony Stark." Hearing what Bob had just said, Charlie blinked, momentarily speechless. Did he say, "Tony Stark? They're here to kill Tony Stark?" He let go of the microphone button, allowing Deadpool to resume his own endless commentary. Charlie had set his microphone to push to talk, so as soon as he released it, Deadpool was free to talk as much as he wanted. And talk Deadpool did, jumping in with his usual, unfiltered energy. Whoa there, buddy. Did I hear you right? Kill Tony Stark? Ha 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 ha. Let me guess, the plan is to scrape at his armor and bore him to death. Charlie couldn't help but recall Stark's bodyguard, Happy, in Iron Man 3. Whenever Happy told people he was Iron Man's bodyguard, they'd laugh, as if it were some kind of inside joke. Stark had even eventually moved him to head of security to spare him the embarrassment. Well, that's what we thought at first, too, Bob admitted, nodding. We were like, assassinate Iron Man? You're kidding, right? But our contact insisted, said Iron Man's unbeatable, sure, but Tony Stark? Not so much. He said that Stark himself told the world he's just flesh and blood under all that metal, that all it takes is one bullet at the right time. Bob cast a wary glance at Deadpool, looking like he was afraid to set him off. And, the pay was good. Real good. Charlie considered this. In fairness, their analysis wasn't completely wrong. Plenty of people in Stark's world had noticed his Achilles heel, that he was vulnerable without his suit. Iron Man was a living tank, but Tony Stark? Just a man. And more than one Marvel villain had tried to exploit that exact vulnerability. But the problem here was that these killers hadn't grasped one essential fact: the Tony Stark they were after wasn't a real person. Stark existed in Charlie's hero pool, a digital construct, brought into reality only when summoned. There wasn't a killer alive who could reach him, let alone hurt him. Even if one of them got lucky and somehow managed to shoot Stark, it would be nothing more than a temporary setback. Stark would respawn in Charlie's roster, ready to be reactivated at any time. Now that's true invincibility, a virtual character immune to permanent death. As Charlie pondered this, Deadpool launched into another tirade. You know where your boss went wrong? He asked, leaning in close to Bob, whose wide-eyed expression suggested he was too terrified to answer. Deadpool answered for him, raising his voice dramatically. He picked the wrong guy to do it, that's what. Bob, already trembling, jumped at Deadpool's sudden shout, looking as though he might pass out. That idiot with the big bucks spends a fortune to kill Stark and doesn't even hire the only guy who could do it right, Deadpool said with a gleeful sneer, gesturing to himself. Me. He threw his hands up in mock exasperation. Imagine all those lovely, crisp bills, wasted on hiring a bunch of third-rate nobodies who probably can't even fly a plane. Deadpool was, in his own way, a special kind of mercenary. Sometimes he saved the day, other times, he'd take on a job if the price was right. He followed no one's rules but his own and was just as motivated by money and excitement as he was by the idea of doing something good. Deadpool's dreams weren't lofty or noble, he wanted cash, chaos, and beautiful women. Bob, caught off guard by Deadpool's strange reaction, blinked. His first assumption had been that this guy was some kind of superhero. He'd arrived like a storm, a strange man in a red costume, unhinged and relentless, cutting down the team like they were nothing. But now, Deadpool sounded less like a hero and more like, well, a fellow assassin. Seeing a possible way out, Bob spoke up. Sir? Look, considering our boss is, not with us anymore, it's clear we're not continuing this mission. But if you're interested, maybe I can introduce you. Got a contact? Charlie's voice came through Deadpool, sharp and direct. Bob shook his head. No, the client was, really careful. We don't even know who they are. They used disposable phones for every call. There's no set contact method. Bob trailed off as he caught sight of Deadpool's dark look, and he hurried to add, but I can take you to the meeting place. We're supposed to check in at a specific time, and there'll be someone there to give us the next instructions. Now, that sounded like a promising lead. Fine, Deadpool growled, letting a glint of malice show through. But if you're lying, I swear, I wouldn't dare. Charlie was satisfied with the new development. He wasn't worried about Stark, but his curiosity about this employer had definitely been piqued. There was always a risk that Stark's advancements, despite their benefits, might threaten certain powerful interests. Technological progress was a double-edged sword, after all, and Stark's world-changing inventions had upset more than a few companies along the way. For some, Stark's tech represented the future, but for others, it spelled the end of their control, maybe even their livelihoods. Charlie recalled Stark had always dealt with this tension, having created as many enemies as allies. His good intentions for humanity's future often bred resentment, and sometimes, his enemies weren't just criminals but former allies or competing companies who felt left behind. Bob and his gang had come from a city called Wendelani, where the employer was likely based. Looked like Charlie would be making a trip. For this mission, he decided on a team-up with Batman and Deadpool, a classic DC Marvel crossover. Though Batman and Deadpool didn't typically cross paths, Batman was at least familiar with Deadpool's cousin, Deathstroke. Fans often compared the two, and now, this unlikely partnership had a certain symmetry to it. Thanks to the Watchtower's teleportation array, getting there wouldn't be a hassle. The portal allowed heroes to instantly travel anywhere, sparing them the time and effort of flying cross-country. After they arrived at the Watchtower, Deadpool went uncharacteristically quiet. But after a pause, he turned to face the screen, breaking the fourth wall once again. Hey, player, don't get all hot-headed. Don't mute me just yet, I've got a genius idea. Charlie raised an eyebrow, slightly amused. He decided to let Deadpool speak. All that cash sitting there, waiting for us, and we're gonna let it go to waste. Deadpool scoffed, shaking his head. Here's what I'm thinking, we kill Stark, just once, take the money. He doesn't really die, right? Charlie, Wendelani, late at night. A new city, same unstoppable me, Deadpool announced, grinning under his mask as he surveyed the unfamiliar streets below. I've got a feeling we're gonna raise some hell here. His grin turned mischievous. Oh, I just had a great idea, Batman and Wonder Boy. Deadpool. How does that sound? Tell me that isn't the coolest team-up name ever. Deadpool glanced over at Batman, nudging his arm. Hey, Bat, I heard rumors you and that big blue Boy Scout had a thing? Is that true? I can't get that mental image out of my head, man. But as always, Batman didn't react. He was as silent as a gargoyle, barely acknowledging Deadpool's antics. They'd arrived in Wendelani, bringing Bob along for voluntary cooperation. Poor Bob had been blindfolded and parachuted through the Watchtower's teleportation system. When he opened his eyes, he found himself transported to an entirely new city in a matter of seconds. His mind hadn't quite caught up with his body. Charlie had ignored Deadpool's earlier idea to kill Stark for fun and profit. Deadpool was unpredictable, always quick to jump at the chance for mayhem, especially when money was involved. His dialogue was often a mix of nonsense and absurdity. Charlie didn't need to take it all seriously. And really, Charlie was well past needing extra cash. He already had access to more wealth than he could ever spend, funding his covert operations with ease. Every day, the Watchtower's research lab alone burned through astronomical amounts of money, and yet, thanks to Stark's work, he had an ever-replenishing account to cover it. Friday's advanced systems could ensure his transactions remained untraceable, letting him manage vast funds while staying off the radar. Not that Charlie had time to think about spending it. His missions kept him busy enough that there was rarely a chance to splurge, and his modest wages covered everything he needed, from a good meal to the occasional gadget upgrade. Charlie's computer screen showed Bob now at the rendezvous point the employer had designated. Without direct contact, Bob's mystery client sent out an agent every 2 days to get status updates from the hired killers. Batman and Deadpool had set up tracking devices on Bob, watching him from a high vantage point. After his recent upgrades, Charlie found he could easily manage Batman and Deadpool's controls at the same time. It took effort, but handling 2 heroes of this caliber was within his reach for a full night if needed. According to Bob, the contact should have arrived half an hour ago, but the street was still empty. Bob checked his watch every few minutes, shifting nervously as he waited in the shadows. Every so often, he'd glance around, visibly tense, as though expecting the red-suited lunatic would show up to teach him a lesson in punctuality. Deadpool, meanwhile, was bored. He pulled out a crayon and a pair of white boxers, which he'd apparently stashed somewhere inside his suit. Charlie couldn't help but shake his head as Deadpool began to scrawl a crude masterpiece across the fabric. The sketch featured 2 stick figures. One was Batman, complete with pointy ears, a lopsided cape, and a frown. Next to him was Deadpool, wielding 2 knives, standing triumphantly as Batman looked up at him in awe. "See? Told you we'd make a legendary team," Deadpool announced, waving his creation in Batman's direction. Batman didn't so much as glance at him. Without a word, he leapt from the rooftop, cape unfurling as his jet propellers deployed, sending him soaring across the night sky. "Hey," Deadpool shouted, still holding up his artwork. "I'm not even in the car yet." Charlie was now focused on Batman's view. Batman's detective mode had flagged a suspicious car parked in the shadows. The vehicle had been sitting there all along, positioned to watch Bob's rendezvous point without being noticed. Seeing the hostile marker flash on his screen, Charlie no longer had any doubt. Whoever was in that car was connected to Bob's target. "I'll track them from above, keep to the shadows," Batman murmured, his voice low and steady. "Too close, and they'll spot us. Too far, and we lose them." Charlie recognized Batman's thought cue, hints meant to guide him. It reminded him of a level from Arkham Knight, where Batman had shadowed Penguin's goons from above to track down their hideout. Back then, he'd only had a grappling hook and glider to stay hidden. Now, with a full flight system, keeping a tail on the car felt effortless. The car finally started to move, and Batman kept pace, gliding silently through the shadows. It led them to an underground parking garage below a large building. Batman landed on the roof of the building, scanning the area with thermal imaging. From the layout, it looked like a nightclub. Inside, people filled the space, some dancing, some drinking, others lounging on plush sofas. But this wasn't any ordinary club. Charlie noticed the number of armed guards, stationed at almost every entrance and exit, way beyond what a typical nightclub would require. "This place is fortified," he thought, recalling Gotham's notorious Iceberg Lounge, run by Penguin. That club served as a front for the underworld, famous for its vaults, where crime lords stashed their fortunes. It was also a place Batman seemed to crash regularly. Friday's voice crackled through the comms. "Identified 6 potential entry routes, sir. With Batman's skill set, I estimate there are at least 3 paths to reach the manager's office without alerting any guards." "Great idea, but tonight we're going with a different approach," Charlie replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Let's try a new tactic." He shifted control to Deadpool, who immediately leapt up, drawing his swords and grinning with anticipation. "Aha, see, I knew you'd pick me," Deadpool crowed. Batman and Wonder Boy Deadpool, ready to rock. He struck a dramatic pose, clearly reveling in the moment. What he didn't realize was that Charlie's new tactic might not be exactly what he'd bargained for. Wendelani, late at night. With a crisp snap, the lights went out, plunging the entire nightclub into darkness. On the dance floor, patrons froze mid-step, their carefree expressions quickly turning to confusion. Someone in the crowd let out a frustrated groan, muttering about the high prices and low-quality service. Back in Riverton, people might have instinctively tensed, aware that darkness often signaled something far more sinister. But this was Wendelani. Here, most of the club's guests were blissfully unaware of the fear that Batman's presence could instill. To them, it was just a power outage, a minor inconvenience, nothing more. It wasn't until a few minutes later that someone noticed the real problem. This nightclub was owned by Ken, a name that commanded respect and fear in Wendelani. Ken had run this place for over a decade, and not once had the club's operations faltered. Backup generators should have kicked in immediately, yet the club remained eerily silent, not a single light flickering to life. The door creaked open. The guards at the entrance squinted into the dim outline of a figure standing just outside, a figure dressed in red, masked, and holding, was that a sword? One guard stepped forward, blocking the entry. "Private club, sir," he said firmly, trying to get a good look at the intruder's face. "Please show your invitation and remove the mask." The stranger tilted his head slightly. "Oh, sorry, did you say something?" In a flash, the guard saw a glint of steel, felt a sharp pain, and crumpled to the floor without a sound. "Whoops, missed that over all the noise," Deadpool said, flicking the blood off his blade with a dramatic flourish. "Enemy attack!" Another guard yelled, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. More guards surged toward the entrance, guns drawn. But Deadpool was faster. 3 quick shots echoed through the club, and the guards dropped, clutching wounds and groaning in pain. Around them, chaos erupted. Guests scrambled, trying to push through one another in a frenzy. A hostess screamed, ducking behind a table. "Relax, people. No killing tonight." Deadpool shouted over the panic, sounding more amused than alarmed. "Bats rules for Wonder Boy here." As if on cue, another guard took aim from behind and fired a single shot. The bullet hit with perfect accuracy, tearing through Deadpool's head, leaving a gruesome exit wound and splattering blood against the wall behind him. Deadpool barely flinched. He turned slowly, pulling his pistol and firing with an almost bored expression. The guard dropped instantly, clutching his shoulder in agony. "Better call an ambulance for that," Deadpool advised, reloading as he strolled forward, hardly bothering to dodge the incoming fire. "Just don't say I didn't warn you if you end up, bleeding out or something." Unfazed by the mounting chaos, Deadpool charged forward, gun in one hand and sword in the other, moving effortlessly as he swatted bullets aside or absorbed them with a shrug. He slashed with his sword, dropping guards left and right, each one clutching wounds and collapsing without a fatal hit. "Come on, guys," Deadpool called out, exasperated. "I've got one shot at impressing Batman here, and I'd rather not mess it up. How about you all just act scared, pretend to surrender, and we can save each other a lot of trouble." But the guards were far from cooperative. Their shouts filled the air as they continued firing, desperate to bring down the lunatic who seemed immune to bullets. A new wave of guards poured in, guns blazing. "Figures," Deadpool muttered, barely acknowledging the fresh bullet holes peppering his suit. "No one ever takes my advice seriously." Meanwhile, patrons and hostesses cowered in terror, caught between disbelief and horror. These were ordinary civilians. Most had never even seen a gun fired up close, let alone watched a man take multiple bullets and keep going, all while casually making jokes. Throughout the club, security had mobilized, guards from every floor descending toward the entrance. Radios crackled as teams reported their positions. Team 3 coming down from the 3rd floor, over. But just as they reached the stairwell, a shadow peeled away from the ceiling's corner, striking with precision. Batman moved silently, grabbing the last guard in the line, pressing a gloved hand over his mouth, and slamming his head against the railing. The guard slumped without a sound. At the front, Deadpool was in the thick of it, a flurry of gunfire and shrieks filling the air. The deafening noise masked Batman's stealthy takedowns, his every move calculated to avoid detection. A single, fluid motion sent Batman into the next guard, landing a swift, bone-crunching roundhouse kick. The man went down instantly, his vision going black. It was only then that the remaining guards realized they weren't alone. But by the time they'd turned, Batman had already struck again, dispatching them one by one in a series of efficient, brutal blows. From Charlie's screen, Batman's ambush looked like a seamless flow of controlled violence. One guard stumbled back, barely registering the kick that had sent him flying. Another went down with a crack as Batman's elbow collided with his cheekbone. A third was sent tumbling over the stairwell's edge, his fall broken mid-air by a thin, near-invisible cord. Batman, ever methodical, didn't leave a trace. With the stairway cleared, Charlie guided Batman forward, gliding from the railing to close in on a second team hurrying to reinforce the lobby. Batman struck, leading with a flying kick that sent the first guard crashing into the wall. The others turned, eyes widening, but Batman was faster, weaving through them like a shadow. A well-aimed batarang flew from his hand, lodging into the shoulder of a guard who had barely begun to aim, pinning him against the wall. The man let out a strangled scream, cut short as Batman delivered a final, bone-jarring kick, knocking him into unconscious silence. The plan was working perfectly. Deadpool, the loud, bullet-sponge distraction, kept every guard's focus on him, while Batman moved through the shadows, picking them off with surgical precision. Deadpool, however, was growing impatient. Holding a guard by the collar, he delivered a quick slash with his sword and fired a shot at another, grumbling under his breath. This hardly seems fair, he muttered, glaring at Batman across the room. I take all the bullets, and he takes all the glory? I'm getting seriously ripped off here. It was true. Though Deadpool shrugged off bullets like raindrops, he was forced to move more slowly than Batman, giving his partner the opportunity to swoop in and clear out most of the guards. Charlie noticed a strange pattern on the screen. Every time Deadpool squared off with a guard, their accuracy seemed to improve drastically, every shot hitting with uncanny precision. It was as though Deadpool had some inexplicable magnetism for gunfire, drawing bullets to himself. Deadpool, of course, was aware of this too, and he continued his monologue as he fought, dodging and deflecting blows. Seriously, why do these guys have sniper-level accuracy the moment I walk in? He complained, cutting down another guard with a deft swipe of his sword. But then, Deadpool's combat AI locked onto a new target, a guard with an air of authority, moving with a fluid grace that marked him as something more than a grunt. This one sidestepped Deadpool's attack, grabbing his sword arm with lightning speed and slamming a powerful palm strike into his forearm. Boom! The impact was massive. Deadpool staggered, his arm all but shattered by the strike, the force of it enough to throw him back across the floor. He rolled twice before coming to a halt, groaning as he pushed himself up. His arm hung limply, almost severed, with flesh and bone barely holding it together. It was a gruesome sight. But Deadpool just grinned beneath his mask, his eyes widening with a manic delight. Oh, come on. I just got this arm back. Dude, you owe me an arm. Deadpool yelled, lifting his remaining good arm and thrusting forward with his sword, undeterred by the blood dripping from his shoulder. The scene was intense. Deadpool charged toward his severed limb, barely fazed by the blood loss. The crowd watching was horrified, some even fainted, while others stared in shock. It was like a twisted horror flick, the kind that sticks in your mind long after you walk out of the theater. Who was this freak? Couldn't he be killed? Did he not feel pain? Stand still, little dude. Deadpool taunted, grinning beneath his mask. Watch me throw ash in your eyes, best tip I ever got from a buddy. He jabbed and slashed, 3 wild attacks in quick succession. But with the AI autopilot guiding him, his movements lacked the instinct and precision of a real fighter. The shadowy figure he was fighting moved with effortless grace, dodging each attack. As Deadpool swung for a third time, his opponent struck, tapping the blunt side of his blade with a perfectly timed flick. There was a loud bang, as if the air itself had burst, and Deadpool's blade shattered, splintering into 2 pieces. In the original comics, Deadpool sometimes pulled out rare adamantium blades or custom-made weapons for special missions. But typically, his dual swords were just high-grade alloys, not indestructible, not mystical, just sharp, reliable steel. Through his mask, Deadpool's eyes scrunched into a dramatic expression of shock and rage. Dude, you broke my sword. Oh, it's on now. It's personal. Suddenly, Batman dropped from the rafters, silent as a shadow, his boots aimed squarely at Deadpool's opponent. Meanwhile, Charlie, nearby, had just finished dispatching the remaining threats flagged in detective mode. Catching sight of Deadpool in trouble, he swooped in. The figure, still engaged with Deadpool, didn't notice Batman's approach until he heard the rush of air and the faint flutter of a cape. Instinctively, he turned, crossing his arms in front of him just as Batman struck, the force sending him reeling backward. Batman straightened, adjusting his stance. He raised his grapple gun and fired, the claw latching onto the figure midair. With a swift tug, Batman pulled him back down to earth. The figure twisted, trying to counterattack, but Batman anticipated it, deflecting the blow with precise timing before delivering a brutal elbow to the face. The shadowy opponent flew back, crashing into a nearby table that splintered under him. The onlookers shrieked, pressing themselves against the walls to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Batman, someone gasped from the crowd. Activating detective mode, Charlie could now see clearly in the dark his opponent was Felix, or rather, a projection of Felix. Felix, looking out of place in a sleek evening suit, was staring at Deadpool and Batman with pure bewilderment. So, this freak in red tights, is he infected? Felix asked, wide-eyed. Wait, is he with you guys? Have you ever seen an infected guy this charming? Deadpool retorted, tossing his broken sword pieces to the ground with a theatrical huff. Felix hesitated, eyes darting from Deadpool's costume to his recently severed, rapidly regrowing limb. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. With the wild outfit, the nonsensical taunts, and a healing factor that defied logic, Deadpool was understandably mistaken for some kind of infected super soldier. Finally realizing Deadpool was an ally, Felix's eyes darted back to the stump where Deadpool's arm had been. The bloody tissue was already stitching itself back together, regenerating at an unnatural pace. You owe me an arm, Deadpool said, unfazed. Oh, and my sword, that thing wasn't cheap, you know. Sorry, I had no idea. Felix mumbled, visibly uncomfortable. I'll make it up to you. Forget it. He'll be fine, Batman said coolly. What are you doing here, anyway? Felix nodded, focusing. I'm investigating something. Personal business, not related to the 9th Special Service. Followed a lead here. While Felix spoke, his projection dissolved, but he still glanced nervously at Deadpool's arm, now almost fully regrown. At this rate, Deadpool would be back in action before the paramedics even arrived. We'll catch up later, Batman said. For now, we've got work to do. Charlie hadn't forgotten their mission. The nightclub was now cleared of marked targets. It was time to track down the manager. The tension in the hall was palpable. People steered clear of the trio, not wanting to be involved. Deadpool, of course, took the opportunity to give a passing wave to a couple of bunny girls, who shrieked in shock. In his office, Ken, the club manager, sat at his desk, a slight, bald man with gold-rimmed glasses. His bodyguard had gone out to face the gunfire, leaving him alone. The handgun he kept in his desk drawer remained untouched. He knew better than to play hero now. When the door shattered open, Ken straightened, trying to look calm. "Welcome," he said, forcing a smile. "What brings someone like Batman to a small place like mine?" Batman's response was a silent glare. Ken swallowed, quickly adding, "I'm sure we can discuss this like civilized men." Batman grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the ground. Ken groaned, dazed as Batman leaned over him. "Someone's targeting Tony Stark." Batman's voice was low and cold. "I need a name." Ken spluttered. I don't know. We're just middlemen, Batman. You know the business. Some clients value their privacy, and we don't ask questions." Batman's glare hardened as he snapped one of Ken's fingers. Ken screamed, his face pale as sweat beaded on his brow. Still writhing in pain, Ken forced a strained smile. "I know your code, Batman. You don't kill. But if I talk, I'll be dead anyway. So whatever you do, I won't talk." Batman paused, expression unreadable, then took a step back. "You're right. I don't kill," he said icily. "But he does." Deadpool's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Finally, it's my time to shine." With a flourish, he drew his other sword, the silver blade catching the light, casting a gleam across the room. "Oh no, wait, Ken's scream tore through the air as pain shot from his hand. He stared, horrified, at his left pinky finger lying severed on the ground, a dark pool of blood spreading around it. At that moment, Charlie's view snapped over to Deadpool's perspective. "Come on, man, quit your whining," Deadpool said, waving his mangled arm stump at him. "Look, I got my whole hand chopped off back there, and you don't see me making a fuss about it." He paused, glancing around, as if considering. "Okay, maybe a little, but I had to put on a show, didn't I?" Deadpool looked gruesome. Blood streaked his face and torso, fresh cuts leaking as he moved. His arm or what was left of it was regenerating in a bizarre, almost alien way, tendons and muscles knitting back together in a grotesque mass. For anyone watching, it was like a horror show that couldn't be unseen. Ken's face went pale. He was looking at a man, if you could even call him that, who was more than willing to chop himself up and come right back for more. And he wouldn't hesitate to do worse to his enemies. All right, I'll talk." Ken gasped, the pain and terror overwhelming him. "It's Daedalus Reed," he spat out, his voice shaking. Friday, already prepared, logged the name instantly. Charlie glanced at her findings on his interface and frowned. "Daedalus Reed," he muttered. "You mean, the mayor?" The confirmation flashed back. "Yes, the mayor of Wendolani." "That's right," Ken said, breathing heavily, each word coming out with difficulty. "But he's not just a politician. Not even close. Nearly everyone here knows there's more to him, but nobody's stupid enough to say it out loud. This is his city, top to bottom." Ken paused, his face twisted in a mix of pain and anger. "So you're saying the mayor's a psychopath who hires hitmen?" Felix asked, eyebrows drawn together. Ken managed a bitter chuckle through the agony. "Yeah, he's not just running the city, he owns the whole underworld here. If you've got a finger in any kind of shady business in Wendolani, you report to him. And those who don't play along, well, let's just say people learn to keep their mouths shut." Felix shook his head, struggling to take it in. "But going after Stark? Why him?" Ken's laugh was dark. "You think the mayor just cares about keeping things running smoothly here? Daedalus has money tied up in everything tech, energy, electronics. And Stark's new sustainable future ideas? They're ripping his investments to pieces. Stark's been threatening to reshape entire industries, which means Daedalus and his kind stand to lose everything. So, he's fighting back. Simple as that?" Felix's jaw tightened. "But Stark's helping people. He's actually trying to do something good." Ken's expression turned grim. "Guys like Daedalus don't care about good or progress. All they see is their bottom line. Stark is stealing his empire right out from under him. And Daedalus Reed doesn't let anyone steal from him." The pain in Ken's hand was dulling now, settling into a steady, manageable ache. He took a shaky breath. "There. You know everything I do. Now get out of here." Charlie's perspective snapped back to Batman, who loomed over Ken, eyes like ice. "Emergency services are on their way," Batman said, his voice low and cold. "You'll survive this. But if we find out there's more you didn't tell us..." His voice dropped even further, sending a shiver down Ken's spine. "You'll wish you hadn't." Ken held his breath as the trio turned and left, and he only let it out when they were gone. Within minutes, the sheriff's department and emergency medics had swarmed the club. Outside, Batman glanced over at Felix once they were clear of the scene. "You said you're on a case." Felix sighed, nodding. "Yeah, it's complicated." He hesitated, looking away. "It's about my family, actually. Turns out my family's business has some connections to, well, people like Ken." He kept the explanation short. "I came across some records linking Grove Group to the underworld here. It threw me for a loop." He'd tried asking his uncle about it, but that had gone about as well as he'd expected. "Just business, Felix," his uncle had said, almost dismissively. We deal with whoever suits our needs. That's how we got to where we are. It's all legal, nothing more. Felix had been shocked. But these are criminals. You're supposed to know what they do. His uncle's response had been chillingly cold. We do know, but we have bigger priorities. Grove Group operates on a different level, Felix. Don't let petty crime distract you. Felix let out a frustrated sigh, still grappling with the weight of that conversation. That's why I'm here, Felix said, looking at Batman. I needed to see it for myself. He took a breath, steadying himself. Looks like the next step is a talk with Daedalus Reed. Across town, at the mayor's residence. Rain pounded against the large windows as Daedalus stood, watching the downpour. Lightning flashed, illuminating the room for a brief second as the rain traced eerie lines down the glass, obscuring his reflection. His phone rang, and Daedalus listened quietly, a frown forming on his face. The nightclub, Ken's place. He took in the informant's report, face hardening. Batman, in Wendelani? Interesting. All right, keep things as they are. He'll find his way here eventually. Ending the call, Daedalus remained at the window, staring into the storm. He knew things were about to escalate. They're faster than I gave them credit for, he murmured, as if to himself. His gaze sharpened. Looks like we'll need to move up the schedule. Lightning flashed again, lighting the room in a blinding burst. And in that instant, a shadow detached itself from the corner, standing tall and silent. Batman was there, hidden in the darkness, eyes hard as steel. Now, came Batman's cold voice from the shadows, tell me your plan. Batman. Daedalus's eyes slid to the shadowed figure standing in the corner, his voice laced with an edge of surprise. I'll admit, you're the last person I expected to see here. I thought Riverton City was your playground. You should have thought about that when you set your sights on my territory, Batman replied, his tone colder than the night air outside. You're trying to kill Tony Stark. Ah, one of your people, then, Daedalus said, his words stiffening with contempt. There's your problem, he continued, his voice gaining a bitter, almost mocking edge. You people with your masks, capes, and gadgets, you think you're above everyone else. You swing in, making your big hero statements. But tell me, who do you think you really are? Jesus? Prometheus? Daedalus sneered, stepping forward so that half of his face caught the faint light. You're nothing but a disease. Invaders. Predators. Batman's gaze sharpened. So, we're your target. Daedalus smirked. Step 1, he replied, the faintest glint of menace in his eyes. But it's only the beginning. I have influence that most people can't even imagine, yet it's still not enough. This world is on the verge of a new age, and only those who can seize control will have a place in it. Batman's response was a low, menacing murmur. I had a feeling. Charlie, monitoring from his setup, let out a quiet laugh, now controlling Deadpool. With a flick, he initiated Deadpool's teleportation. A flicker of light blue energy rippled to life behind Daedalus, and Deadpool materialized midair, sword swinging toward the unsuspecting mayor, blade glinting in the dim light. Deadpool's teleportation belt had worked perfectly this time. He was already halfway through his swing when he emerged. Guess who won the free decapitation package today? Spoiler alert, it's not that senior sorority sister, But the words were barely out of his mouth when something struck him hard. A tentacle shot out, piercing Deadpool's chest clean through. Daedalus hadn't even turned around as he lifted Deadpool effortlessly, then flung him across the room like a rag doll. Deadpool crashed into the mayor's desk, scattering papers and knocking the monitor to the floor. He groaned but rolled back to his feet, watching in morbid fascination as the hole in his chest began to close, flesh regenerating at a grotesque pace. Charlie's brow furrowed in surprise. Friday, wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary guy? No intel suggested otherwise, sir. Charlie's fingers flew across the keyboard, switching back to Batman's perspective as he sprinted toward Daedalus. But before Batman could land a strike, Daedalus swung his fist downward. A resounding crack echoed as the floor split open under the force of Daedalus's blow, tiles fracturing and buckling. Fragments exploded outward in a deadly cyclone of stone and dust, rushing toward Batman with relentless force. Batman reacted instantly, his cape flaring as the propellers on his suit ignited, lifting him above the storm of debris. He glided backward, landing lightly as the dust settled. Well, he's not exactly ordinary, Batman muttered. I've got him, a voice called. Above, Shadow clung to the ceiling, a dark silhouette against the dim lighting. Daedalus's powerful punch had exposed an opening, and Shadow dropped from above, aiming for Daedalus's head. Right there with ya, Deadpool shouted, fully healed and charging forward with his sword raised. His AI-driven character lunged at Daedalus, and together, Shadow and Deadpool struck in tandem from opposite sides. But something was wrong. As they both attacked, it was as though Daedalus was in two places at once, each figure moving with uncanny synchronicity. Shadow's hand came down hard on Daedalus's head only for his palm to slice through empty air, detonating with a forceful bang that sent him skidding backward. What just happened? Deadpool's sword met the same fate, swinging through Daedalus's form as if he were a mirage. The blade struck the floor, sparks flying as it embedded in the fractured tiles. The real Daedalus retaliated swiftly. Shadow crashed into a heavy cabinet against the wall, while Deadpool was hurled into an enormous vase, which shattered around him. Oh, man. That thing looked like it belonged in a museum, Deadpool groaned. Think I can pawn what's left of it? Batman, still in detective mode, saw Daedalus reposition behind him and hit the counterattack button. He whirled, slamming his fist into Daedalus with unerring precision. Daedalus barely flinched, shrugging off the blow. He reached for Batman, but Batman sidestepped, fluid and controlled, avoiding the grab as if reading his every move. Daedalus tried to lunge forward, but he paused, realizing something was off. Glancing down, he saw the blinking light of a bat bomb attached to his chest. The next second, it exploded in a blinding flash, hurling him backward. Batman shielded himself with his cape as Daedalus rolled across the floor. He rose again, but Charlie noticed something odd. Daedalus's movements weren't smooth or natural. He didn't spring up like a skilled fighter but seemed to be jerked to his feet, as if pulled by invisible strings. It was even stranger. For all the explosive power of the bat bomb, Daedalus stood with barely a scratch. Zooming in, Charlie spotted a strange, rubbery substance covering parts of Daedalus's body, twisting and shifting as it repaired itself. Friday, you seeing this? Clear as day, sir, Friday replied. Your suspicions are correct. You're saying, yes, it's the Tiz shield material. Any idea about the illusions he's using? It seems he's using some form of holographic projection to create decoys, designed to disorient his opponents. Just like someone we thought was long gone, Charlie murmured. As he spoke, a thick cloud of the Tiz shield substance began oozing from Daedalus's body. It molded itself into a grotesque shape, connected to his shoulders and twisting into a crude, unfinished face, as though Daedalus were growing a second head. Batman, Deadpool, and Shadow stared, recognizing the face taking shape in horrified silence. It was Yuzak, the Elder. Yuzak the Elder. Felix's voice was incredulous, his gaze fixed on the twisted face of the ancient spirit now sharing Daedalus's body. Wasn't this guy supposed to have been absorbed by Ophelia? Yes, it's me, Yuzak's face said, lips twisting into a strange, almost smug smile as he glanced toward Daedalus's head beside him. Though this is unexpected. He seemed almost amused, examining the new form he and Daedalus now shared. This feels strange, Yuzak admitted, his tone curious and cautious. Sharing a body with a human wasn't something I ever imagined. But here I am, living through him, experiencing his thoughts. Charlie watched with a mix of curiosity and unease. The ancient merging with a human, this was something new, something no one, not even the researchers, had considered possible. My mission was supposed to be over, Yuzak continued, a hint of regret in his voice. I gave everything to Lady Ophelia, and that should have been the end of my path. But here I am, alone. Ophelia is gone, yet I remain. At first, his expression showed confusion, as though he couldn't understand why he was left behind. Then a look of fierce determination crossed his face. But now I understand. My purpose isn't complete. There's one last task I must fulfill. His voice became a low, almost reverent whisper. I will bring her back. No matter the cost. That's impossible, Felix said firmly from behind the group. Ophelia's not in stasis, waiting for some revival. She's gone, completely gone. There's no coming back. The ancients are immortal. Yuzak's voice rose, defiant and unyielding. I may not know how yet, but I will find a way. I'll bring her back, even if it means I have to become more like you humans. Watch it, old man, Daedalus interrupted, sounding irritated. He raised his hand, and from each of his fingers, 3 tendrils shot out, lashing at the group. Batman dodged to one side, Felix and Shadow pulled back, and Deadpool hacked through the nearest tendrils with a quick slash of his blade. What are you, wearing the same pair of pants? Deadpool called out, his voice thick with mock horror. I mean, seriously, this is getting weird. It's a pact. Daedalus shouted, his voice booming with confidence. I gain his power, and in return, I give him what he desires. I've never felt anything like this. Charlie watched as Daedalus's entire arm began to transform, shifting and hardening into the Tiz shield substance before taking the shape of an enormous iron hammer. He brought it down with a crash, the weight of it fracturing the floor beneath them. The ground groaned under the strain before shattering, sending everyone plummeting to the level below. As they fell, the walls and ceiling of the room blurred and shifted, morphing from the industrial space of the building into an expansive palace. They landed on gleaming marble floors in a hall so grand it felt like it could swallow them whole. Massive pillars lined the space, their gold trim glinting in the light from a domed ceiling covered in intricate carvings. The vast room seemed almost surreal. Dust motes, glowing with an ethereal light, floated in the air, mingling with delicate petals that drifted down from an unseen source. Together, they filled the hall with a soft, golden glow, giving the impression of standing inside a waking dream. But Charlie's instincts told him this was an illusion. No teleportation had happened, they were still in the building, likely in a larger room on a lower level. Daedalus, or rather Yuzak, was manipulating their senses, drawing them into a fabricated world. At the far end of the room, a tall golden curtain hung, with the silhouette of a graceful figure standing behind it, bathed in a warm light. Charlie knew who it was supposed to be: Ophelia, or rather an image of her, like a princess from some ancient fable. Batman turned sharply, reacting to a faint noise, and without hesitation, hurled a batarang into what appeared to be empty air. A shimmer distorted the space, and Daedalus's form appeared as if stepping out from behind an invisible wall. Moving quickly, he caught the batarang between his fingers, his expression smug. Boom! The batarang exploded, but Daedalus's skin absorbed the blast, half of his face momentarily warping into a Tiz shield-like material before reforming seamlessly. So, you can see me, Batman. Daedalus's lips curled into a smirk. Seems your senses are as sharp as they say. Yuzak's face remained visible beside Daedalus's, intense and unwavering. For an ancient, this was uncharted territory. No ancient had ever merged with a human in such a way, their bodies melding together, their powers intertwined. But Charlie noticed something strange about Yuzak's presence. Yuzak seemed weakened, like he was operating far below his normal strength. And yet, merged with Daedalus, he could achieve feats that went far beyond what either of them could have managed alone. Still, it came at a price. Yuzak had relinquished much of his control. He could lend Daedalus his power, but what Daedalus chose to do with it was no longer his decision. This alliance was a trade. Yuzak provided Daedalus with strength beyond mortal limits, and in return, Daedalus became Yuzak's agent, a tool to accomplish his ultimate goal. For any other ancient, this would have been unthinkable. The ancients held a deep pride, a disdain for humanity that ran so deep they'd rather perish than share their existence with mortals. But Yuzak had surrendered his pride willingly, abandoning even the dignity his people had clung to for ages. Because, to him, everything he did was for one purpose, Ophelia. He'd given up his life for her once. If it meant bringing her back, he'd give it up again. Daedalus roared, the combined voices of both beings echoing through the vast hall. His arms shifted, and from them, more tendrils erupted, morphing into different shapes. Some stretched like spears, others twisted into blades, and a few thickened into massive hammers, swinging down on the group in a powerful wave of destruction. Friday, Charlie muttered as he maneuvered Deadpool to avoid the crushing blows, "We're going to need something extra." "You haven't brought in any stronger heroes, sir," Friday noted. "You could withdraw now and switch, perhaps bring in Iron Man or Thor." No, let's keep the big guns on standby," Charlie said, a grin forming on his face. "We've got something new, don't we?" "You're referring to the Steel Bat project?" "Yes, it's ready, but it's untested in combat conditions." "Perfect timing, then." Charlie's grin widened. "Send it down from the watchtower. Let's see what Stark's new toy can do." Charlie gave the command, and Friday activated the protocol in an instant. Up in orbit around Earth, the observation tower responded with precision, releasing a sleek black flight pod from its containment bay. The pod shot forward, descending like a missile through the atmosphere, leaving a fiery trail in its wake as it locked onto the Wendelani building below. Within seconds, it had reached its destination. The flight pod smashed through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a deafening crash, sending shards scattering as it barreled into the scene. To the fighters within the illusion, the palace hall still loomed around them in all its grandeur, a fabricated world of marble and gold. The pod seemed to tear through this virtual space, shattering their perception as it ripped into the hall, a black bolt from nowhere, its approach sending ripples through the environment. Even as it entered, the pod was already shifting. Inspired by the Mark 7 suit used by Iron Man, this version functioned as both a transport pod and a high-speed combat unit. As it moved, its sides unfolded, mechanical arms extending outward, thrusters rotating to form legs, and a black, bat-eared helmet snapping forward from the front. The steel bat armor. Custom built for Charlie, it was a suit that could operate either manned or unmanned, allowing Charlie to join a battle without putting himself directly in harm's way. The armor incorporated the same unmanned technology as Tony Stark's Iron Legion, complete with AI-driven movements. Friday could control it with precision, much like Jarvis had managed the Mark suits. The suit also utilized remote control technology inspired by the Mark 42 armor, which allowed Charlie to operate the suit with a headset that mimicked the suit's interface. This feature, used so skillfully by Stark in Iron Man 3, was so immersive that the audience hadn't realized Tony wasn't in the armor until it was revealed. Charlie had, of course, opted to include this module in the Steel Bat suit's core functions, making this the first time he was experiencing combat firsthand through Stark's remote headset. Apart from the lack of direct physical feedback, it felt remarkably real, giving him the sensation of being fully present in the suit. Both Batman and Deadpool were currently under AI control, but with the Steel Bat in action, Charlie doubted they'd be needed. Daedalus, meanwhile, was still locked in combat with Deadpool when he felt the sudden, ominous presence in the room. He turned just as the Steel Bat completed its transformation, its armored fist already winding up. Before Daedalus could react, the sonic boom of the punch filled the air, and the fist connected squarely with his jaw, sending him flying back. Daedalus smashed through multiple floors, each impact tearing apart walls and ceilings. The Steel Bat hovered for a second, thrusters stabilizing it as it leveled in midair. Felix and Shadow looked on in stunned silence, barely processing what had just happened. The suit itself was jet black, accented with subtle shades of gray and hints of gold. The design was unmistakably a mix of Iron Man's tech and Batman's aesthetics. The bat-shaped arc reactor glowed ominously in the center of its chest, and the helmet's pointed ears gave it a distinctly menacing look. To those still trapped within the illusion, the suit appeared to have emerged from the void, like a mythical beast stepping out of the shadows, carrying with it a thunderous presence. Charlie was more than satisfied with the punch's effect. The impact had been powerful, though he knew the suit's full strength couldn't be fully realized remotely. The Steel Bat's power system was designed with Spider-Man's enhanced strength in mind, and used solo, it was slightly less powerful than a traditional Iron Man suit. But even at this level, Daedalus's expression shifted, his overconfidence quickly replaced by shock and confusion. "Iron Man," Daedalus muttered, looking to Yuzak, bewildered. "Didn't you say I'd be invincible with this power? What is that armor?" Though Daedalus had heard stories of Iron Man's tech, he hadn't understood the full extent of it until now. Yuzak had promised him near omnipotence, and Daedalus, hungry for power, had quickly embraced his newfound strength. But, like so many before him, he'd become arrogant, confident that his abilities would make him untouchable. Daedalus's shock was hardly unique. In a world filled with heroes, it wasn't uncommon for those who gained powers to assume they could conquer the world, only to find themselves humbled by seasoned heroes. Daedalus had succumbed to that same fallacy, only now realizing that his perception of invincibility was dangerously flawed. Use an illusion. Yuzak snapped. We'll deal with the rest later, just move, he's closing in. Daedalus's expression hardened, and without another word, he summoned the illusion. But in mere seconds, the steel bat had already closed in, smashing through debris and walls to reach Daedalus's new location. Daedalus lay sprawled on the floor, dust settling around him as he scrambled to his feet. He summoned a spike from his shoulder, aiming it directly at the suit. Remarkably, the fusion between Daedalus and Yuzak had created a chemical reaction that amplified Yuzak's natural strength. The Tizshield's spike might not be able to pierce the gold titanium alloy shell, but it packed enough force to be a legitimate threat. Yet Charlie barely acknowledged the spike. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he lifted the suit's right arm, aiming it at what appeared to be an empty spot across the room. A low hum emanated from the suit as energy pulsed from the bat-shaped arc reactor, channeling into the palm. A blast of energy erupted, shattering through the air as it struck the seemingly vacant space. The blast hit its target, revealing Daedalus's form as he was thrown backward, his illusion dissolving as he collided with the wall. Impossible. Yuzak's voice echoed in Daedalus's mind, disbelief etched across his face. How had he been found so quickly? Yes, his illusions had been seen through before, but never with this kind of immediacy. Typically, breaking an illusion required a perception system or detective mode scan, a brief moment to distinguish reality from the projection. But this time, it hadn't even taken half a second. Yuzak was reeling. Could it be that this armor somehow pierced his illusions instantly? What Yuzak didn't realize was that the force he was facing wasn't a mere technological detection, it was a natural instinct, beyond anything he'd anticipated. It wasn't a sensor, nor an advanced piece of equipment in the armor. It was a perfect, built-in counter to his illusions, something that saw through his tricks before they could even take form. It was something known as spider sense. Charlie's spider sense skill, inspired by Spider-Man, was now fully equipped, allowing him to detect threats in advance or feel out malicious intentions from people around him. Yet the ability wasn't straightforward. It didn't specify the nature of the danger, the direction it was coming from, or how soon it would hit, just a quiet warning urging him to stay alert. Alongside this instinctive skill, Charlie's reaction speed surged, almost like his reflexes were on permanent overdrive. In the game world, Spider-Man's heightened reflexes allowed him to dodge bullets with ease, and equipped with the same spider sense, Charlie could do the same. This wasn't a skill he had to consciously activate, it simply responded when danger was imminent. When the sense flared up, the world around him would slow, every hostile movement highlighted in near-freeze frame, giving Charlie the chance to react before any attack could reach him. Charlie was thrilled to see that this skill also applied to his remotely controlled armor. Unlike the other skills that functioned only with his personal characters in the game, this sense extended through the armor itself, creating an incredible synergy with his piloted suit. It was nearly a cheat mode, and with his latest test, Charlie could confirm that the ability worked flawlessly with his steel bat armor. Recently, he'd upgraded the armor's arc reactor to a new model, with better energy efficiency and even higher power output, bringing an ancient weapon to a modern tech fight. A roar jolted Charlie out of his thoughts. Daedalus launched himself into the fray, his legs coiled like springs, propelling him toward Charlie with impressive speed. In a flash, Daedalus's right hand morphed into a blade aimed straight for Charlie's neck. People expected Iron Man-style armor to be a high-tech ranged weapon, practically a human-shaped battleship. It's designed for overwhelming firepower, advanced tech support, and exceptional agility, not close combat. In fact, anyone with experience would think of it as a high-tech mage, lethal at a distance but vulnerable up close. Daedalus, using his blade to press the attack, believed he'd found the armor's weakness. But this steel bat wasn't a typical ranged weapon. After too many hand-to-hand defeats in earlier iterations, Stark had made substantial improvements to the Iron Man models. By suit number 46, he'd developed a dedicated combat module and trained Friday's AI with thousands of fighting techniques that no single human could master in a lifetime. The suit's AI could now analyze enemy moves, predict attacks, and counter them in real time. Even Marvel's top hand-to-hand fighters found themselves at a disadvantage against Iron Man's AI-assisted fighting capabilities. Charlie didn't have suit number 46 yet, but he did have Friday, the AI. As Daedalus swung his blade, Charlie instinctively read the move halfway through. Rather than backing down, the steel bat sidestepped, parrying the attack with his left hand and sending a brutal right hook into Daedalus's face. When Daedalus aimed another attack, transforming his blade arm into a vicious spike, Charlie's spider sense lit up in warning. The moment stretched, giving him just enough time to dodge the move, the spike barely missing his armor and embedding into the wall behind him. In a follow-up move, Charlie struck Daedalus's chin with a powerful left uppercut. As Daedalus reeled back, Charlie turned his right hand, firing up the thrusters for a propulsion-boosted punch that smashed into Daedalus's face, nearly flattening his head. For the first time, Daedalus felt completely outmatched, questioning his strategy. "Hold still, or I'll blow this entire block sky high." Daedalus snarled, staggering to his feet, his voice a mixture of desperation and anger. Charlie raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Yuzak quickly realized another unexpected benefit of merging with a human. Through Daedalus, he could now experience human perspective directly, absorbing modern knowledge and understanding their tools, strategies, and vulnerabilities. It was a kind of twisted symbiosis, but in that moment, it gave Yuzak an edge he hadn't considered. He took full advantage. Stay where you are, hero, Yuzak's head said, emerging again from Daedalus's shoulder, his voice carrying a sinister calm. This human and I are fully merged. The only way to separate us now would be to stop his heart. Daedalus, his face bruised and distorted from the earlier blows, managed a twisted grin despite the agony lacing through his body. His stance wavered as his altered flesh strained to heal itself, giving him the appearance of a barely restrained monster. We've prepared for this, Daedalus rasped, drawing strength from his final gambit. 5 kilometers from here, we've set enough explosives to level an entire block. And the trigger? Sink directly to my heart. The second it stops beating. He paused, letting the threat sink in. It'll blow immediately, Charlie said from inside the steel bat armor, his voice steady. This was a classic play, desperate villains relying on hostages or traps to force a hero's hand, hoping their conscience would make them hesitate. But it was also painfully predictable. Villains like Daedalus, no stranger to underhanded tactics, didn't realize the full scope of what they were dealing with. Daedalus might have believed he'd thought of everything, that the steel bat would now be forced to back down or negotiate. But what he didn't know was how often heroes like the Avengers or the Justice League had faced exactly this kind of ultimatum. Bomb threats and hostage situations were standard fare. Most seasoned heroes had several methods prepared just for these scenarios. 4 options available, sir, Friday's voice intoned smoothly in Charlie's headset. Would you like me to list them, or just pick one? Charlie replied. He trusted Friday's instincts. Yuzak's gaze narrowed, studying the expressionless face of the steel bat's helmet. His voice was laced with mockery as he said, even we ancients can appreciate the complexity of human minds if only sometimes. Charlie tilted his head slightly. This isn't complex, it's basic. If you think you're clever, it's just because you don't know enough yet. Daedalus grinned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he sensed his perceived advantage. This is my city, hero. I don't want to see innocents hurt, so why don't we play nice and call this off? Just back off and... Before he could finish, the steel bat's arm shot up. A powerful recoil beam, fully charged and primed in the last few seconds, blasted from the suit's palm with pinpoint accuracy, slamming directly into Daedalus's chest. The energy pulse hit him like a sledgehammer, bypassing his outward defenses and driving straight to his heart. Friday had already analyzed Daedalus's altered physiology. Despite Yuzak's modifications, Daedalus's vital organs, including his heart, were still in place. Using the T-shield's integrity and AI-driven calculations, Friday had calibrated the exact force required to momentarily stop his heart without causing catastrophic damage to the building or the surrounding area. The entire calculation, from scan to output, took a fraction of a second, and the beam fired the instant it was ready. Daedalus's heart stopped with brutal precision. His eyes went wide with shock, a look of disbelief frozen on his face as his consciousness began to fade. Impossible, he thought, staring at the figure before him. Aren't heroes supposed to protect everyone? How could he? The realization hit him too late, and with that final thought, Daedalus's body went limp, crumpling as his strength faded. Felix, who had been watching the fight from a cautious distance, was completely blindsided by the sudden turn of events. When Daedalus had mentioned the bomb, Felix's mind had instantly jumped to scenarios involving frantic negotiations and calculated moves to defuse the situation. This direct, calculated shot to the heart had left him reeling. In his mind, he could already picture the explosion, envision flames and debris tearing through the streets. He imagined the damage and the lives lost as buildings were ripped apart. But that reality never came. The bomb didn't go off. Daedalus's body slumped to the ground, and from his shoulder, the Tiz shield separated, slowly detaching as Yuzak's semi-corporeal form realized its host was dead. Panicked, Yuzak began to withdraw, desperate to escape the trap he just witnessed. But the steel bat was already one step ahead. The armor's missile pod deployed, and with a soft whir, a freezing round shot out, detonating just as Yuzak tried to flee. The missile exploded, releasing a blast of supercooled ice crystals that immediately coated Yuzak's body in a thick layer of frost. He froze mid-motion, his strange form encased in ice, his face a contorted mix of anger and desperation as he stared out, trapped within his crystalline prison. Charlie's voice cut through the silence, calm and matter-of-fact. Sorry, but you're not getting away again. Without even glancing at Yuzak, Charlie turned his attention back to Daedalus's still form. Before Daedalus's head could even hit the ground, the steel bat's gauntlet pressed firmly against his chest. The arc reactor emitted a low hum, its energy surging through the armor and channeling into Daedalus's body. In a controlled pulse, the energy converted into a jolt, restoring his heart's rhythm. Daedalus's body convulsed as his heart restarted, his eyes snapping open as he gasped for breath. The bomb remained silent, its trigger held back by the heartbeat's steady return. Behind him, Felix gaped in utter disbelief. Did that just happen? This technique one Tony Stark had pioneered in his encounters with petty criminals was both practical and bold, allowing him to stop and restart a target's heart without risking an explosion. It was an advanced but calculated method for dealing with villains who relied on crude hostage tactics. Felix felt a pang of realization as he watched. His respect for the steel bat and his own awareness of his inexperience grew immensely. The difference between him and a true hero was suddenly clearer than ever, and it went far beyond mere gadgets or powers. It was about instinct, training, and understanding the unpredictable nature of real battle. In just a few seconds, an impossible situation had been turned on its head. Not only had the enemy been defeated, but Yuzak had been separated from Daedalus and frozen in place. Felix felt the words stick in his throat. After everything he'd seen, his admiration for the steel bat distilled into a single, reverent thought: too strong. Charlie turned back to where Yuzak's frozen form was suspended in the ice, raising his right arm as his gauntlet's heating mechanism powered up, casting a red glow over the ancient's entombed shape. From within the ice, Yuzak struggled weakly, his voice a faint, desperate whisper. "Lady Ophelia," he murmured, the fear palpable in his tone. Charlie didn't hesitate. A focused beam flared from the back of the steel bat's hand, slicing through the ice and vaporizing Yuzak's form. Within moments, the ancient being was reduced to ashes, his final echoes lost in the stillness. Charlie lowered his hand. "I can't let you slip away again, Yuzak," he said calmly, as though it were a mere formality. Problem solved. Charlie Cooper scanned the scene again, the HUD on his visor confirming that Yuzak, the last of the ancient threats, had been completely incinerated under the focused heat beam. Satisfied, he disengaged from the steel bat armor, taking off the headset with a long breath. "Friday, you're in charge," he said, slipping back into his chair. "Set the return path and get the armor back to the watchtower." "On it, sir," Friday replied seamlessly. To Felix, who had been watching everything from a corner, the whole operation had seemed surreal. He saw the armored figure take down an enemy who was nearly incomprehensible in his eyes. Then, as if on cue, the steel bat's propulsion system flared up, launching it out of the broken window and into the night, disappearing as quickly as it had arrived. He stared after the retreating figure, dazed by the speed and ease with which the ancient threat had been dismantled. For a brief moment, he was completely lost in thought. "Hey, time to wrap it up." Felix turned to see Deadpool still in the room, looking as nonchalant as ever. He realized Batman had already disappeared into the shadows, leaving only the odd red-suited mercenary. "Guess the rest is up to you," Deadpool said, with an exaggerated wink beneath his mask. "Clean up the scene, smooth over the details about why your dear old mayor had such a, tragic accident tonight, all that PR magic you guys handle so well." Right," Felix managed, snapping back to reality. But he still seemed distracted, almost disturbed. Watching from the watchtower, Charlie noticed Felix's unsettled expression. Turning the mic back on, he spoke with a bit more softness in his tone. "Something on your mind?" Felix looked around the wrecked room, his eyes drifting over the broken furniture and shattered glass. "Yeah, I guess you could say that. I've just been thinking," he admitted slowly, his voice almost uncertain. "You know, even before tonight, I never felt fully connected to my family's business. I always felt like my life was custom built. But it wasn't my blueprint. My schools, the friends I made, the routines, I didn't get to choose any of it. Even joining the 9th Division, that was supposed to be my own choice, something real that I could call my own." He hesitated, swallowing. "But now I'm not so sure. Tonight, it's like I realized there's so much about my family I don't know, and maybe I've never really known them at all." Charlie's voice came through the speaker, cutting through the silence. "So, then, do you think the work you do at the 9th Division is meaningful?" Felix looked up, surprised at the simplicity of the question. Yeah, it is," he said, his voice steady with conviction. "Then that's all that matters," Charlie replied. Deadpool stepped forward, adding his own perspective with a playful slap on Felix's back. "Here's how I see it," he said, grinning. "Life's like a messed up comic sometimes. You gotta roll with it, take action, and maybe flip a page or two. As for your family, maybe don't think so hard about it. Just live." Deadpool paused, tapping his chin. "Although, maybe don't take me as an example. Or anything I say, really." Felix looked at the bizarre figure in red, a strange feeling settling over him. Despite Deadpool's manic energy, he could see a strange wisdom in his words. What did it matter if his path had been arranged or stumbled upon? Every criminal he stopped, every life he saved, it was all real. He had been the one to step up, to make the call, and to see it through. Maybe that's what being a hero really was, he thought. Just doing what mattered, regardless of where you started. As Felix was processing all this, Deadpool had already strolled over to the broken window. "Gotta admit, it was a blast working with you guys," he called over his shoulder with a wave. "Oh, and remember, a new sword would be nice next time we meet." With a gleeful salute, he launched himself through the window. Felix ran over, peering outside, but there was no trace of him. He stared at the empty street below, his mind still turning over everything that had happened, trying to make sense of it all. The voice of the shadow cut in from somewhere nearby. "Bet we'll be dreaming of a red-suited freak for at least a month." Felix sighed, but a faint smile crept onto his face. "Yeah, you're probably right." Meanwhile, high above, the steel bat armor streaked back to the watchtower, leaving a trail of propulsion behind as it sped toward its docking bay. As it neared, the armor reconfigured itself mid-flight, shifting smoothly back into its compact flight capsule form. With a slight hum, it glided into the storage bay, guided by a robotic arm that pulled it precisely into place. "Looks like you're pleased with the armor's performance, sir," Friday remarked with a hint of amusement. Charlie leaned back, still caught in the afterglow of the fight. More than I expected, he admitted, a satisfied grin creeping across his face. The first-person combat design was astonishing. The fluidity, the responsiveness, it was like nothing else he'd ever experienced. Stark had outdone himself with this system. If it were a game, he thought, it'd be the most immersive, perfectly controlled simulation he could imagine. And the best part? No physical fatigue. While traditional gaming left him exhausted, here he could fight on, the suit's arc reactor supplying endless energy. As long as it was charged, he was unstoppable. I could do this all day, he muttered, half to himself. Friday's tone grew mischievous. Speaking of all day, sir, I should remind you that the semester's about to end. Finals are coming up, in case that slipped your mind. Charlie blinked in surprise, momentarily thrown off balance. Wait, we're that close to finals. Friday, sir, Friday quipped, her tone light. Just like me. Right, thanks for the heads up, he replied, shaking his head at how completely he'd lost track of time. Lately, with everything he had going on, school felt almost secondary. Speaking of projects, he said, shifting topics, how's the progress on Alpha D? We're in the testing phase, Friday confirmed, bringing up a live feed of the Watchtower lab where Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy were working side by side, bent over a cluster of circuits and microprocessors. Gwen, I think that's your error, Peter was saying, his tone somewhere between patient and exasperated. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Last I checked, I was valedictorian. That's only in your dimension, Peter retorted, giving her a sideways grin. In mine, I'm the top student. Oh, sure, totally, Gwen replied, playfully rolling her eyes, but the two of them continued working, bantering as they went. Charlie watched them work, feeling a certain pride in their progress. The project was nearing completion, and the display on his screen showed the progress bar creeping toward 100%. They were creating a cutting-edge drone, its gleaming white shell and compact design hiding a formidable array of capabilities. Friday continued, the design's nearly finalized. We should be ready to start production soon. Good, Charlie replied, rubbing his hands together. Once we're ready, I want a citywide test. Let's see if this tech can cover the ground it's built for. Testing. Friday, how are the drones holding up? Flawlessly, sir, Friday's calm voice answered. The first batch of 108 drones is fully operational and responding as expected. Charlie couldn't help but smile. The drones, streamlined from Stark's original design, had been meticulously modified for mass production. While Stark's drones in the movies could mimic an entire army and were equipped with advanced holographic capabilities, these drones had been customized to serve a different purpose. Gone were the elaborate illusions and complex weaponry. Charlie had focused on enhancing their stealth, agility, and surveillance functions instead. The flashy elements didn't interest him. He didn't need drones that could project illusions of giant monsters or conjure fantastical holograms like Mysterio's tech had done. No, Charlie's design was about precision and invisible presence, silent watchers that could blend seamlessly into any environment. How's the app coming along? He asked, pulling up the map of Wendolani on his screen. All programming is complete, thanks to Miss Gwen Stacy, Friday confirmed. Perfect. Let's put them to work, then. With the tap of a button, the Watchtower's systems whirred to life. Mechanical doors slid open, and drones launched from their holds, each leaving a faint streak of propulsion flames before activating their stealth modules. Within moments, the 108 drones appeared to vanish into thin air, their optical camouflage rendering them almost invisible to the human eye. The energy field surrounding each drone warped the light, creating an eerie effect as they disappeared, one by one, into the night. The drones were practically undetectable. Their small size and anti-radar coating shielded them from any conventional detection systems, making them akin to ghosts. Only Charlie could see each one on the app Gwen had developed, which displayed the location of each drone as they moved throughout Wendolani. Once deployed, the drones spread across the city, each covering a designated zone. They soared above rooftops, slipped through alleyways, and circled high-traffic areas, patrolling every corner of their assigned sectors. These drones were his eyes and ears across the city, monitoring everything from potential crimes to everyday accidents. The moment they detected a fire, a car accident, or any sign of suspicious activity, an alert would ping Charlie's app, allowing him to dispatch the nearest hero or call for emergency services if needed. In this test phase, Charlie had assigned just 2 heroes to patrol Wendolani. But he hadn't chosen lightly. He had sent in Hawkeye and Green Arrow, the most accurate archers in their respective worlds. Watching them team up was almost surreal, as they'd activated a special team buff called the strongest archer in history. Despite being from different universes, these two moved as if they were born to fight together. Within an hour of deployment, one of the drones pinged an alert. A hidden assassin's den had been uncovered inside an unassuming laundromat, likely run by a local gang. In seconds, the archers had moved into position, approaching quietly before smashing through the windows in a shower of glass. Hawkeye's first arrow flew true, hitting the wall and activating a miniature EMP that plunged the room into darkness, cutting off all power. The assassins, now stranded in the pitch-black room, scrambled for their bearings. Unseen in the shadows, the archers readied their positions. Green Arrow moved to the high ground on the left while Hawkeye took the opposite side. Both fired in quick succession, their arrows whistling through the air as the killers below stumbled and fell, unable to spot their assailants. "They're up there," one of the gang members shouted, finally spotting a trail from one of the arrows. Guns were lifted, aimed upwards, but by then, the archers had already moved, disappearing and repositioning themselves like ghosts in the rafters. Hawkeye now hung upside down from a ceiling beam, his next arrow primed and ready. With a swift release, he launched an arrow across the room, where it hit the ground and exploded in a cloud of purple gas. Within moments, several assassins collapsed, their lungs filled with the potent knockout fumes. At the same time, Green Arrow struck from his position, aiming directly at a thug's chest. The arrow struck with a satisfying thud, and blue sparks of electricity burst from the point of impact, electrocuting the target and catching several others in the shockwave. The archers descended, donning respirators as they waded into the chaos, arrows knocked and bows held like clubs. Hawkeye struck with the blunt side of his bow, swinging it in wide arcs as he incapacitated several thugs with rapid, calculated strikes. Green Arrow, meanwhile, wove his way through the crowd, using his bow in one hand and firing precise shots with the other. The two worked together seamlessly, knocking down enemies as they moved in perfect synchronization. Charlie watched, entranced, as his view toggled between the two archers. The scene on his screen was nothing short of cinematic, each move delivering a visual punch. Their arrows flew with lethal precision, their every movement choreographed, each exchange building on the last. Charlie found himself grinning. There was something oddly satisfying about seeing archers go full melee, bringing down enemies with their fists and bows in a wild, fluid dance of combat. "Sir, I have another situation to report." Friday's voice cut through the scene. Charlie blinked, jolting back to the present. "What's up?" "One of the drones has detected a fire on 9th Avenue, Friday reported smoothly. "Just a standard fire." "Yes, sir." "Then notify the fire department," he replied, turning his attention back to the archers. This was exactly how he'd designed the system to work. With only 2 heroes assigned to Wendelani for the trial phase, not every alert could be handled by them. Lower priority cases, such as fires or routine car accidents, were best left to the appropriate city departments. By handling the division of labor efficiently, Charlie's system allowed heroes to focus on higher risk threats without being bogged down by minor incidents. The real brilliance of this setup lay in its ability to preemptively identify and respond to threats before they escalated. With real-time surveillance, Charlie's network could pick up on potential crimes as they were happening, alerting him immediately and allowing for a rapid response. It wasn't just about heroics, it was a holistic approach to safety that integrated existing departments, enhancing their capabilities and creating a seamless alliance between city services and superheroes. This test run in Wendelani was just the beginning. As he watched his drones and heroes respond to every signal, Charlie felt a swell of pride. Soon, this system would reach beyond Wendelani, expanding across the entire planet. A network of invisible watchers, an unfaltering force for good, a protective web spanning the world. Thunder City, Tixon Prison. This isn't any ordinary prison cell. It's a suite isolated from all other cells, no cellmate, no contact with other inmates, and strictly separated from the main prison block. In here, every whim of the inmate is granted. From extravagant meals to books and even the rare privilege of visits, almost any reasonable request is met by the prison guards with a quiet compliance. At first glance, it seems more like a VIP holding room than a cell for the most dangerous inmates. But ask anyone, and they'll tell you, this is a cage, one wrapped in silk to disguise the fact that it's reserved for the doomed. No one wants to end up in this room, where every request is simply an eerie luxury extended to those with nothing left to lose. It's reserved for death row prisoners alone. It's been years since anyone was placed here. The last inmate to occupy this room was executed 3 years ago until now. Now, the room belongs to Aslan Khalifa. A month ago, he was sentenced to die for crimes so violent, so indiscriminate, they shook even those accustomed to the dark dealings of Thunder City. Since his conviction, inmates and guards alike have kept their distance. Inmates, even those with long rap sheets, knew better than to cross someone with less than a day to live, and the guards gave him a wide berth for much the same reason. After all, when a man has nothing left to lose, there's no predicting what he might do. And when that man is Aslan Khalifa, well, people whisper that it's best to leave him alone. Mad, unstable, vicious, those were the words people used to describe Aslan. As if he was born for violence, his very nature as cold-blooded as his reputation. From a young age, he was known for his savage temperament, making his mark with gang violence and leaving a trail of bruised faces and broken bones in his wake. Eventually, he joined a small-time local gang, rough enough to be respected but not powerful enough to hold any sway. Then, everything changed. One night, following a dispute with his own gang, Aslan turned on them. Every single person in the room ended up dead. The bodies were found mutilated beyond recognition, a bloodbath that left the city's underworld in a state of shock. From that point on, he became infamous, his record a growing list of innocent lives and fallen officers alike. As he evaded the law, the number of bodies grew. In the end, he was apprehended in a police raid that ended only after half a dozen officers went down. To say the trial was a mere formality would be an understatement. The death sentence was handed down with barely a question asked. Aslan didn't seem to care. With only a day left until his scheduled execution, he is alone in his cell, his expression detached, fists slamming repeatedly into the reinforced walls. The sickening thud of flesh on metal fills the air. Each blow splashes fresh blood onto the walls, his knuckles splitting and tearing with each hit, yet he doesn't stop. His body's pain is a mere echo, barely registering. It's hard to say if he's really trying to break free, if he's testing the strength of his body against the unyielding metal, or if he's simply losing himself to his violent impulses in these final hours. The walls, of course, remain as unyielding as ever, while Aslan's blood-stained fists grow weaker, the broken bones within turning his movements sluggish. The Thunder City Herald once described Aslan as a wild animal in human skin, a mind ruled by muscle. He wasn't someone who killed with plans or schemes. He was simply destruction incarnate. But tomorrow, the world would be rid of him. At least, that's what they thought. Heh. Look at you, a voice broke the silence, low and mocking. Aslan paused, mid-swing, his gaze flicking toward the room. His eyes narrowed, searching the shadows. There was no one there. You've got so much raw power, the voice purred, dripping with contempt, and they're just throwing it away. They've decided your story is over, haven't they? Putting an end to you as if they've got the final word. The voice chuckled, a dark, echoing sound that seemed to seep from every corner of the cell. But you don't have to die tomorrow, it continued, voice smooth and full of twisted amusement. What if tomorrow was just the beginning of something much bigger? Aslan's eyes shifted, his body tense, scanning every inch of the tiny cell. His knuckles dripped blood, yet he didn't flinch. Who the hell are you? He growled. The voice gave another mocking laugh. Me? Oh, I'm just you. Dash. Elsewhere in the prison, the guards were tense. Keep your guard up, everyone, the warden barked, his hand resting on his holstered weapon as he walked down the corridor. Eyes peeled. The second he crosses any line, you shoot. If he so much as breathes the wrong way, you pull that trigger. The guard captain, walking beside him, seemed to falter. Sir, with all due respect, I think we might be overprepared. The guy's unarmed and alone. We're heavily armed and ready. The warden glared at him, face set with grim determination. You haven't seen what I've seen, he said quietly. This man is the most dangerous individual I've ever come across. Treat him like you would a bomb that could go off at any moment. Reaching the door to Aslan's cell, the warden took a step back, motioning to the captain. Now, open the door, he ordered, his voice hushed. But be ready. He might try something. The captain nodded, unlocking the door with a practiced precision. With a deep breath, he pulled it open. The cell was empty. Impossible, he shouted, a look of horror crossing his face. This cell is sealed. How did he? Level 1 alert, the warden snapped, spinning around. We have a high-risk death row. But his voice caught as he turned. There, standing in line among the guards, was someone he recognized with a gut-wrenching sense of horror. One of the guards wore a familiar face. Beneath the helmet, grinning with a sadistic glee, was none other than Aslan Khalifa. The warden's blood ran cold as he realized that somehow, Aslan had escaped his cell. He must have overpowered a guard, stolen his uniform, and slipped into the escort party, following them like a shadow, a silent taunt of his captors. It's him, the warden managed to choke out, but it was too late. Aslan raised his stolen weapon. The air filled with deafening gunfire. Guards fell in a haze of blood and bullets, their bodies hitting the floor with sickening finality. Aslan stripped off the helmet, revealing a face twisted with cruel satisfaction. The warden's face blanched, his voice trembling as he tried to form the words. You, how did you? But before he could finish, a shape moved in the shadows, something grotesque, humanoid yet twisted. Its skin was a sickly green, its eyes burning with an unholy red. The phantom loomed over the fallen guards, its long, clawed fingers twitching with a terrifying energy. Aslan had gained something in his final hours, something that bound itself to his very being. The creature was the manifestation of his malice, a being Aslan named with quiet reverence. Say hello to my new friend, Aslan sneered, looking down at the trembling warden. I call him Destruction. The phantom reached out, claws closing around one of the guards who had survived the initial onslaught, hoisting him off the ground as if he were weightless. The man's bloodied, terrified face turned toward Aslan. Please, he choked, gasping for breath. I have a family. Aslan's smile widened, cold and remorseless. Good, he said, his voice as sharp as a knife. They'll have something to remember you by. With a vicious twist, Destruction tore the guard's head clean from his body, spine still attached, a grotesque trophy dripping in blood. The warden stumbled back, slipping in the pool of blood, hands shaking uncontrollably. He could barely breathe as he tried to hold on to some shred of control. I can get you out of here, he stammered. The doors have fingerprint locks. You'll need my access to. Aslan's laugh cut him off. He bent down, picking up a knife from one of the fallen guards, his gaze dark. No, he said, voice laced with cruel amusement. I just need your hand. Gentlemen. The early morning light pierced through the thin curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed where Charlie Cooper lay, tangled in the comforter, his face half buried in the pillow. He squinted, blinking against the brightness, and groaned as he saw the familiar holographic face of Friday hovering nearby with her usual faint smile. Friday, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes. What time is it? 7:30 sharp, she replied, her voice crisp yet cheerful. Charlie pushed himself up, yawning as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. And, remind me how late did I crash last night? 4 a.m., sir. 3.5 hours of sleep, she answered, a playful glint in her eyes. As per your request. Charlie chuckled, still groggy but faintly amused. He had nearly forgotten that he'd asked her to track his sleeping patterns down to the minute, hoping to shave off time to use elsewhere. After months of intense training, He'd pushed his body to the point where he could function on just a few hours of sleep, and Friday knew just how to gauge his limits. Her calculations gave him just the right amount of time to recharge, leaving him ready to go with little more than a few hours of rest. By now, sleeping 3 or 4 hours a night felt surprisingly normal. The conditioning he'd undergone made sure his body adapted quickly to the short bursts of recovery, something he never would have believed possible a year ago. He grinned slightly, thinking of the nights he'd spent gaming until dawn, only to wake up groggy and exhausted. Now, even the thought of a full 8 hours seemed like a luxury. With a quick shower and a change of clothes, he headed into the kitchen, where Friday had already pulled up his morning updates. Every morning, during his brief breakfast break, she would run him through the latest news, letting him sift through the carefully curated priorities. With his workload and responsibilities growing, he'd created a system with Friday's help to make sure only the most pressing issues demanded his immediate attention. Today's updates were, as always, a mixed bag. He scrolled past a few humorous texts from his college group chat, the usual jokes about his mysterious absence, with Walter Freeman leading the charge in suggesting he'd run off with a wealthy benefactor. Then there were reports from the Hero Network, details on the previous night's successful patrols, a couple of drone scans from Venderani's surveillance network, and strangely enough a promotion notice from his supervisor, Tara Lane. Charlie paused, reading over the message twice. Somehow, he was up for a promotion. He hadn't actively pursued anything within the 9th Special Service Division, figuring that his background work was far from glamorous or noteworthy. But evidently, his meticulous documentation and efficiency had caught the attention of his supervisors. Curious and slightly skeptical, Charlie dialed Tara's number. She picked up on the first ring, clearly amused. Charlie Cooper, the rising star himself, she greeted, her voice laced with humor. Congratulations? I told you hard work doesn't go unnoticed. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Thanks, but this feels a bit sudden. I mean, I'm only just getting started. I wouldn't want to take on a role I'm not ready for. She laughed, clearly taken aback by his hesitance. You're really going to turn this down? Look, promotions like this don't just appear out of thin air. It's a chance to grow, and if you pass it up now, it might not come around again. Charlie thought it over, his mind racing. A part of him had to admit it was an impressive opportunity. But deep down, he felt a pull to stay focused on his own journey, building his skills independently. The idea of stepping into an official role, with its expectations and demands, seemed like it might steer him off course. I appreciate it, but I think I still have a lot to learn, he said finally. I want to make sure I'm fully prepared before I take on anything that big. There was a pause, and he could almost picture her shaking her head in disbelief. You're one of a kind, Charlie. Just remember, you're turning down more than just a title. Opportunities like this don't always come back. They ended the call with Tara still sounding amused but accepting his decision. Charlie stared at the screen for a moment, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. He didn't need the added prestige. His goals felt more important than climbing a ladder. Friday, he said thoughtfully. Let's lower the standards on our report submissions, just a bit. Oh, and if there are deadlines, let's leave things closer to the wire. Understood, sir, Friday replied, sounding vaguely amused. As he continued with breakfast, Friday chimed in with the day's most urgent update, a high-priority message for Batman. Thunder City, Tixon Prison. The sound of footsteps echoed through the high-security corridor as Detective Ivan Petrov led a group of tense guards, all of them armed and wary. Ivan, with a cigarette hanging from his lips, kept a calm demeanor, even as the guards exchanged glances and tightened their grips on their weapons. It wasn't every day that they had to deal with an escaped death row prisoner, much less one as notorious as Aslan Khalifa. A shadow detached itself from the wall nearby. The guards barely had time to react before realizing it was Batman, who had somehow entered without so much as a sound. Batman? But, how? The head guard stared, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and awe. It's all right, Ivan said, waving them down. I called him in myself. Trust me, he's exactly who we need right now. The guard's eyes darted between Ivan and Batman. But, I thought Batman only operated in Riverton. This feels surreal. Batman's expression didn't change. He looked at Ivan with a calm intensity, waiting for an explanation. Glad you came, Ivan said, pulling out a tablet and handing it to Batman. I know it's a bit out of your usual territory, but we've got a situation on our hands. A real bad one. Batman glanced at the tablet, watching as grainy surveillance footage played out. A man with wild eyes and a deranged smile, his face covered in blood, moved through a hallway littered with bodies. He recognized the signature darkness clinging to the man, the unmistakable aura of a phantom. This man, Aslan Khalifa, was supposed to be executed today. He's a total psychopath, and now he's got one of those things, a phantom. 19 people are dead, including our warden and the guard captain. The guard next to Ivan nodded. Khalifa didn't just kill them. He mutilated them, ripped the captain's spine clean out. It's something I'll never forget. Batman's jaw tightened slightly. He looked back at the footage, his eyes narrowing. Any leads? He asked, his voice low. Ivan shook his head. Not yet. All we know is he's out there, and he's as dangerous as ever. The Phantom, it's like something is stirring up the worst of the worst, bringing these creatures into our world to cause chaos. Batman straightened, his presence a still, unshakable force among the shaken guards. Then he'll be stopped. I'll handle this. Ivan nodded, feeling a strange comfort in Batman's resolve. Aslan Khalifa picked up his warm sandwich, eyeing it critically as he took a bite. His teeth left clear marks on the whole wheat bread, thick with peanut butter, gravy, and butter, the flavors rich and savory on his tongue. He chewed twice, brow furrowing slightly, and then raised his gaze. Around him, the entire restaurant seemed to hold its breath. People quickly lowered their heads, their eyes averted, hoping to escape his notice. Aslan ignored the diners, his focus shifting instead to the trembling waiter behind the counter. "I specifically asked for Thunder brand peanut butter," he said, his voice low but dangerous. "This isn't it." "I'm so sorry, sir," the waiter stammered, close to tears. We sold out of Thunder brand today. Is that right?" Aslan shook his head slowly, feigning regret. "Too bad, that also means your luck just ran out." Without another word, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A stream of bullets tore through the waiter, who fell backward, his body riddled with holes. Aslan didn't stop there. He turned his aim on the rest of the restaurant, the gunfire shattering glass and splintering wood. Windows exploded into shards, tables broke apart, and the air filled with screams until, one by one, they were silenced. In mere seconds, the room was a blood-soaked ruin. When his gun clicked empty, Aslan let it fall from his hand, casually reaching for his drink. He took a slow sip, savoring the flavor, before glancing around the restaurant now devoid of any life. Unbothered, he continued eating his sandwich, seated calmly among the corpses and destruction as if nothing unusual had happened. "You could have saved ammo." The voice came from nearby, almost too close. Aslan barely reacted as a figure materialized beside him, standing casually in a pool of blood. It was the phantom he called Destruction, a being that seemed to emerge from nowhere, watching the scene with a detached, almost clinical interest. "I could handle all this for you," the phantom continued, its voice low and cool. "You don't need to lift a finger." Aslan shrugged, taking another bite of his sandwich. "I know. I just prefer doing it myself. There's something satisfying about the feel of bullets ripping through flesh, the sight of the blood spray. You wouldn't understand. Only because you haven't fully adapted," Destruction replied. "We're a single entity now, maybe." Aslan let out a snort, finishing his sandwich and licking the juice from his fingers. Destruction gave him a brief, knowing look. "You've drawn quite a bit of attention. Someone might show up soon." "Good. I'd welcome it," Aslan said, though he rose to his feet and began walking toward the door. He wasn't in the mood for a direct confrontation here, not in some forgettable little place. He wanted an audience, wanted his work to be noticed and admired. Picking a fight here felt trivial, and beneath him, something inside him had shifted recently, a change he was still learning to navigate. He could feel it, a strange new connection to destruction, an urge to explore and hone this power. There was potential here, he knew, but he wasn't quite ready to wield it fully. Not yet. But for the first time, he felt truly alive. As if he'd finally shed an old skin, waking to a new purpose. Ideas and plans flickered through his mind, half-formed but tantalizing. He had a chance to be something more, to carve out a legacy that no one could ignore. He'd make his mark on the city and the world, creating his ultimate masterpiece. Outside, Aslan's eyes immediately fell on a sleek black car idling on the curb. Through the open window, a man in a well-tailored suit smiled and waved him over. "Mr. Khalifa," the man greeted as Aslan approached. "I saw you were enjoying a meal, so I didn't want to disturb. But if you could spare a moment, I believe we could have a very mutually beneficial discussion." "Oh." Aslan paused, his interest piqued. "You want to talk? With me?" Could be a trap, Destruction murmured in his mind. Even better, Aslan thought with a grin, though he didn't bother to hide his amusement as he climbed into the car. The door closed, and the car pulled smoothly into traffic. "My name is Naya Iwanaga," the man said, extending a hand. "We haven't met, but I've followed your work for a long time. I know who you are. CEO of Doubleday Technology." Aslan dismissed his hand with a nod. "I keep up with the news." Naya chuckled, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "That does make things simpler. I'm here with a proposal." Aslan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'm sure you've got plenty of other options besides me. For this, no one else comes close," Naya replied, his tone serious. "I've reviewed your work. It's impressive, your taste for destruction, your need for visibility. I want to pay you to do what you do best, and in return, I'll make sure it's worth your while. You'll make more than you ever have, and I'll take care of the logistics, escape routes, transportation, even a new identity." Naya leaned in, lowering his voice. "It's an ideal arrangement for a man like you. I've studied your methods, and I know you make a point of standing out. But planning the perfect getaway isn't exactly your specialty, is it? I'll handle that part." He searched Aslan's face, looking for any sign of reaction. But Aslan's eyes remained empty, unreadable. "So, what's the catch?" Aslan asked, his voice flat. "Only one requirement," Naya said smoothly. "You'll use our equipment." With a quick nod, Naya gestured to his assistant in the front seat, who passed back a small box. Naya opened it to reveal a sleek, customized pistol. Aslan picked it up, examining it closely, and noticed the engraved name Stark on the back. "Stark, one of your rivals, I take it." Aslan raised an eyebrow. Naya laughed. "You've been busy if you missed him. The man's name is plastered everywhere, hard to miss." Aslan leaned back, his voice casual. "Yeah, I've been tied up. The death sentence and all, not much time to keep up with the headlines." "So, who's this guy?" Naya's eyes darkened. A problem. He's more than a competitor, he's a madman. Stark's disrupting the game, squeezing us all out. But if he thinks we're helpless, he's sorely mistaken. We're ready to fan the flames, but you're the spark. I see. Aslan let a slow grin spread across his face. You want to buy an explosive PR disaster, he said, savoring the irony. A rather targeted campaign, Naya replied, his gaze steady. So, what do you say? Deal, Aslan replied, twirling the custom pistol in his hand. As long as the money's there. After Batman left the prison, Charlie logged off the game and checked in on his latest project, the tech module. Friday, what's the status on the second batch of drones? He asked, scrolling through his monitors. They're still in development, Friday replied. So far, 32 drones are complete. The first stage of testing is underway, but debugging may still be required. Also, some materials for this batch have run out. We'll need to wait for the next shipment to finish production. Charlie frowned, thinking. Thunder City wasn't even on his radar initially. A small, quiet town far from Riverton City, it didn't seem relevant. He hadn't planned on sending any heroes there soon, at least not according to the original strategy. But the massacre at Tixon Prison had changed things. A killer with phantom abilities posed a clear and present danger, and every moment of delay could mean more lives lost. Charlie saw a chance to test his drone network for real. If the drones worked as intended, they'd be able to find a target like this quickly. Even if, as Friday mentioned, the Starry Sky Technical Committee was still gathering materials, the shipment would be here in 2 days. But they didn't need to wait for that. Deploy the 32 finished drones to Thunder City, he ordered. And reassign some drones from Wendelani's formation to extend the coverage. Understood, sir. As they spoke, the orbital watchtower above Earth opened its hatch once more. Over 30 drones dropped down in formation, breaking through the atmosphere and heading toward Thunder City. Meanwhile, some drones patrolling Wendelani peeled off, turning to speed across the horizon toward Thunder City. Those left in Wendelani's skies adjusted their routes, filling any gaps in the coverage network. Of course, all of this happened without anyone knowing. Every drone stayed cloaked, invisible to the public, the authorities, and the underworld alike. To the rest of the world, the electronic eyes watching from above didn't exist. And the facial recognition program I mentioned? Charlie asked, keeping an eye on the monitors. It was completed just 10 minutes ago, courtesy of Mr. Stark, Friday replied. We've used the most advanced facial recognition algorithm available. Its accuracy and efficiency are light years ahead of any current global tech. Good. Upload it to the central server, and have each drone download it. Let's see what it can do. Yes, sir. The transfer took mere seconds. As soon as it was done, the system registered Aslan Khalifa's facial data, marking him as the highest priority search target across all drones. Thunder City was small, and within minutes, the drones had full surveillance coverage. Gliding through streets, alleys, and high-rises, their scanners swept the city like an invisible net, capturing every corner. The test exceeded even Charlie's expectations. Within 10 minutes of deployment, an alert sounded. One of the drones had spotted Aslan Khalifa, his face partially obscured, the image blurred by distance, but still unmistakable. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, oversized sunglasses, and a high collar pulled up, but Stark's software saw through the disguise instantly. I think we've found him, sir, Friday announced. Excellent. Arm the drone, but keep it low profile, no need to alert him. Just follow him, make sure he stays in range. Charlie was already logging back in, pulling up the hero selection interface. Though the drones he used weren't quite as advanced as those in the movies, they had some firepower. Still, Aslan's phantom abilities made him unpredictable. Charging in without backup could spook him and risk collateral damage. Besides, Charlie preferred to use the drones primarily for surveillance. They were meant to observe, undetected. If a drone got spotted, it could ruin the system's secrecy and undermine the entire project. The drone's true value was in staying hidden. They saw everything, but no one ever saw them. Send Agent Yvonne a message. He'll want to be on this, Charlie added. Yes, sir. Thunder City Central Plaza. It was the city's main landmark, one of the few places that actually felt metropolitan. At the plaza's center was a circular flower bed, surrounded by bright neon lights and enormous electronic billboards flashing images of famous movie stars. Even at this hour, the streets buzzed with people. Aslan Khalifa, concealed under a long trench coat, headed toward the largest shopping mall in the plaza. This was the meeting spot Naya Iwanaga had picked, central, visible, and sure to draw attention. It was the kind of place where headlines would be made. Go in, handle what you need, and leave right away, Naya had instructed, handing him a file through an assistant. My people have an escape route planned for you, Naya had continued. You'll have 15 minutes before the sheriff's department or anyone else shows up. Just follow the plan, and you'll. I don't need that, Aslan had scoffed, cutting him off. I admire the confidence, Naya had replied, giving a slight smile. But in my experience, it's always good to have a backup plan. Aslan had hesitated but eventually accepted the file, though he doubted he'd need it. Since gaining his new abilities, he felt untouchable, more powerful than ever before. As Aslan approached the mall entrance, a security guard stepped forward, blocking his path. Sir, the guard said, please remove your hat and sunglasses. We're under high alert, so we have to take extra precautions. Oh, high alert. Aslan tilted his head, his tone mocking. Well, I guess I'd qualify as a special case. He raised his head, a mocking smile on his face, and raised his gun. In a flash, the security guard's hand shot out, twisting Aslan's wrist with surprising strength, forcing him to drop the weapon. Pain shot up Aslan's arm, and he looked up, stunned. Blue ripples shimmered over the guard's uniform, and in a second, the guard's true form emerged, a towering, armored figure, a bat-shaped emblem on his chest. "Well," Batman said coldly, "I guess I'm your special case." Batman. Shock flashed across Aslan's face. How was this possible? He had only just arrived, barely had time to breathe, let alone cause any mayhem, and yet, here Batman stood. But his amazement quickly faded, replaced by a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, a challenge worth his while. "I've been looking for a real opponent, someone with a high enough threat level," Aslan sneered, his tone dripping with menace. "Looks like I just hit the jackpot." As he taunted, a shadow began to form behind Batman, materializing from the empty air like something conjured from a nightmare. The shadow solidified, moving with silent intent, claws raised and ready to strike. Destruction, his phantom. It existed solely for annihilation, its sharp claws and deadly aura primed to tear anything apart. But before it could make a move, a streak of red and gold dropped down from above, trailing webs in graceful arcs. Iron Spider-Man swooped in with a gliding kick that sent the phantom flying backward, its ambush foiled in a split second. Spider-Man used the momentum to flip back and land with style, throwing a casual salute to the stunned onlookers. "Relax, everyone. Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, doing a little spring cleaning." He glanced around at the crowd, who had frozen in shock, then shot out a stream of webbing from his spinneret, pinning Destruction to the wall before it could recover. Although Thunder City wasn't exactly a hotbed for superhero activity, the citizens recognized them immediately. "Oh my god, is that really Batman? Batman's got backup? And in Thunder City, of all places. This can't be real, right?" Their disbelief quickly turned to excitement as they raised their phones, capturing every moment of the fight instead of fleeing for safety. It was as if they couldn't believe their luck at witnessing such a showdown in their own city. Spider-Man rolled his eyes beneath the mask. "Backup? Really? I mean, actually, you know what? Never mind." But then something strange happened. Destruction, bound to the wall by the thick webbing, began to shimmer and blur, like an image losing focus. Within seconds, the phantom slipped through the webbing, reforming as though it had simply walked out of an illusion. "Well, that's new," Spider-Man muttered, eyes narrowing as his suit's scanner processed the data. The display confirmed what he had just witnessed. Destruction's physical form had momentarily turned intangible, allowing it to escape. Meanwhile, Batman still had his grip on Aslan's wrist, but even that dissolved as Aslan's arm phased out of his grasp, slipping free as if it weren't even solid. "Let's see if you're as tough as they say, Batman." Aslan taunted, twisting his wrist free and lunging forward with a vicious punch aimed straight at Batman's face. Aslan was a natural fighter, a product of countless street brawls and underground skirmishes. He'd learned to take on multiple opponents at once and knew every trick in the book. But now, with this newfound power, he felt unstoppable. Stronger, faster, and filled with a dark, primal urge to destroy. He felt like he could punch through a wall or a man's skull with ease. But Batman didn't flinch. Calmly, he blocked the punch with a swift motion of his left arm, then twisted his stance and countered with a punishing blow straight to Aslan's face. There was a sickening crunch as the punch landed, breaking Aslan's nose instantly. Blood poured down his face, and a sharp, blinding pain shot through his skull. Stars swam in his vision, and he reeled back, barely able to process the speed and precision of Batman's counter. How had he managed to land that hit? Aslan hadn't even seen it coming. It was as if every move he made had been anticipated before he even thought of it. Despite his enhanced strength and confidence, Batman was simply on another level. The reality of the skill gap was clear in that instant, and any ordinary fighter might have backed down. But Aslan was no ordinary man, he was a madman. The blood, the pain, it only spurred him on, fueling his rage and excitement. A gleam of madness burned in his eyes as he let out a guttural growl and charged forward again, fists swinging wildly. Meanwhile, Destruction had rejoined the fight with renewed fury, darting towards Spider-Man with incredible speed in a zigzag pattern, making it hard to predict his movements. Spider-Man stayed light on his feet, firing his recoil light cannon with his right hand while keeping his left ready with the web shooter. He shot 2 high-tech web bombs, strategically aiming them to detonate in Destruction's path. The web bombs exploded upon impact, releasing thick webs that blanketed the area in an instant. These weren't ordinary webs, they were advanced, designed to immobilize targets instantly, spreading out like a net to snare anything caught within range. But Destruction moved through the webs as if they weren't there, passing through them like a ghost. It was unsettling to watch. No matter how many webs were thrown in his path, they simply flowed over him, unable to hold him. But as he closed in, his claws raised for an attack, Spider-Man's sensors blared with a warning. This time, Destruction was solid, and the danger was very real. "Seems like some kind of phase-shifting ability," Charlie muttered, directing Spider-Man to dodge and analyze Destruction's movements. "Correct, sir," Friday responded in his earpiece. "The target appears capable of shifting between a solid and intangible state almost instantaneously. Works on both him and his phantom, tricky, but not impossible. The spider sense can still track him." Charlie's focus sharpened. When controlling certain heroes, he could access a fraction of their abilities, and for Spider-Man, this included the subtle slowdown of time that came with Spider Sense alerts, allowing him to react with near-perfect precision. Destruction lunged again, and as Spider-Man's sensors flared, Charlie acted in an instant, activating a countermeasure. Spider-Man spread his fingers, intercepting the Phantom's punch with his own steel-reinforced palm. At that moment, the recoil cannon in his palm discharged, sending a blast of arc reactor energy straight through Destruction's arm. The shockwave tore through the Phantom's limb, disintegrating it up to the shoulder and leaving only a charred, smoking stump. "Thanks for the upgrade, Mr. Stark," Spider-Man quipped, following up with a powerful kick to Destruction's chin. The force lifted the Phantom off the ground, sending him crashing down with a satisfying thud. Across the room, the crowd gasped and cheered, marveling at the spectacle. But Aslan had no time to pay attention. He was struggling to keep up with Batman, who was dismantling his every move with cold, calculated precision. Years of experience had given Aslan confidence, maybe even arrogance, but against Batman, every instinct, every street-taught trick felt useless. Batman wasn't just matching him in strength and speed, he was far surpassing him. The only advantage Aslan had left was his new phase-shifting ability, which allowed him to dodge attacks by going intangible for a fraction of a second. It was like holding a trump card that he could use to slip past any incoming blow. Batman's next punch came in fast. Seeing no way to block or evade, Aslan grinned, ready to activate his power again, allowing the punch to pass harmlessly through him. Or so he thought. The punch connected solidly, crashing into his cheek with brutal force. Aslan's face contorted under the blow, his jaw cracking as his vision exploded in a haze of light and pain. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. How had Batman hit him while he was in his intangible state? He blinked through the pain, trying to process what had just happened. For Aslan Khalifa, taking a beating wasn't anything new. From a young age, he'd been punched, kicked, even shot at. Pain was an old friend. But tonight was different. The sense of shock he felt went deeper than any punch. He'd awakened a new power, something he thought was a gift, no, a blessing from the devil himself. Just hours before his execution, he'd found himself able to phase through solid matter. Walls and doors no longer held him back, they might as well have been air. It was this ability that had allowed him to stroll right out of his cell like he was taking a casual walk. In truth, he hadn't even needed the warden's fingerprint to open the cell door. He'd done that only as a cover, a ploy to make people think he'd escaped through more traditional means. He'd wanted them to underestimate him, to keep his power hidden and give himself the upper hand. But here he was, face to face with a man in a bat suit, and his invincible power was suddenly useless. No, that couldn't be right. This had to be a fluke. Maybe he hadn't activated his ability properly. Maybe he was still too new to this power to fully control it. Yes, that must be it. But before he could think it over, Batman was on him again, moving with unnerving speed and precision. Reflexively, Aslan lashed out with a quick 1-2 punch, but Batman intercepted his wrist mid-swing, twisted it sharply, and followed up with a swift grab that immobilized Aslan in an instant. The way Batman moved defied reason. It was as if he could see every attack coming before Aslan even threw it. No matter what opening Aslan tried to exploit, Batman was already there, blocking, countering, shutting him down with a cold efficiency that felt inhuman. Aslan had never faced an opponent like this. Desperation took hold, and he activated his phasing ability again, hoping to slip through Batman's grip and land a blow of his own. But Batman paid no attention, ignoring the phasing as he delivered a crushing punch straight to Aslan's jaw. The impact was brutal. Blood and spit sprayed from Aslan's mouth as 2 teeth went flying. His jaw felt like it had been smashed to pieces. But even as pain pulsed through his face, the shock overpowered everything else. Because this time, he was sure his ability had activated. He'd been in his intangible form he knew he had, and yet Batman's punch had landed squarely. How was this possible? A sick feeling gnawed at his gut as he looked up at Batman. Fear flickered in his eyes. Could this bat also be some kind of phantom? No, he realized. Batman wasn't some ghostly figure. But this wasn't an ordinary suit he was wearing. Batman had the resources to tap into advanced tech and, more importantly, the expertise to borrow powers from some very powerful allies. The heart of this particular batsuit was the Allen system, a high-tech module designed to replicate the Flash's famous phase-shifting ability. Although it couldn't match the true power of the Flash, it allowed Batman to manipulate atomic vibrations, neutralizing phase-based abilities like Aslan's with ruthless efficiency. The Allen system had another trick up its sleeve. It could detect and analyze Aslan's unique energy signature, then adjust its frequency to match it. Batman had set it up so that, after the initial scan, it would automatically lock onto Aslan's phasing frequency, effectively making his intangibility useless. Aslan stumbled back, his mind reeling. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his Phantom, Destruction, pinned against the wall by Iron Spider-Man's webbing and relentless attacks. The Phantom was a battered mess, struggling to break free but getting nowhere. Panic seized him. He'd been beaten before, but never like this. Never with his life so clearly in the balance. No, he couldn't keep fighting like this. This wasn't just a man he was facing. Batman was something beyond that, a relentless force, a dark presence that seemed more like a spirit of vengeance than a mere mortal. Stay away from me, Aslan screamed, stumbling back as he reached into his coat and dropped a concussion bomb at his feet. The device detonated with a blinding flash, filling the air with thick smoke and tear gas. He had Naya Iwanaga to thank for the bomb. Without that man's resources, Aslan wouldn't have had a chance of obtaining such advanced equipment. The smoke might only give him a few seconds, but it was all he needed. He triggered his phasing ability again, intending to sink through the floor and escape to the level below. But the moment he tried to phase downward, an intense shock tore through his body, like 1,000 volts of electricity firing through every nerve. The pain was blinding, nearly knocking him out on the spot. Aslan gritted his teeth, barely staying conscious as his heart pounded in terror. What had just happened? Unknown to him, Batman had prepared for this exact scenario. 4 stealth drones, hidden around the building, had activated a containment field in the basement. The field was specifically calibrated to counter phasing abilities, creating a barrier that prevented anyone from using atomic oscillation or similar powers to escape. Batman had experience dealing with heroes like the Flash and Martian Manhunter, both of whom had similar phase-shifting abilities. His countermeasures were tailor-made for such powers. If you wanted to take on the Bat, you'd better hope your powers didn't resemble those of his Justice League allies. TL note, whatever happened to trust? Aslan's heart hammered as he fought through the pain, his mind racing for an escape. He'd mocked Iwanaga's escape plan, thought it was unnecessary, but now it was his only chance. The ventilation duct. If he could just reach it, he might still make it out. According to Iwanaga, a getaway vehicle was waiting for him at the end of the duct. All he had to do was get there. Desperation surged through him as he stumbled toward the duct, but as he reached out to climb inside, he jerked his hand back with a strangled scream. His right hand had been severed at the wrist, the wound charred black as if sliced by a blade heated to 1,000 degrees. High-intensity lasers crisscrossed the inside of the duct, invisible but perfectly positioned to slice through anything that touched them. Another trap. Batman had turned his only escape route into a deadly maze. Clutching his mangled arm, Aslan's gaze snapped back to the smoke-filled room, where Batman emerged, his dark figure silhouetted against the haze. The sight of him, his mask, the piercing glare that seemed to look right through Aslan, the cold determination in his every step made Aslan's blood run cold. He wasn't looking at a man. He was looking at death itself. At that moment, Aslan understood the terrible truth. Batman had known everything. His powers, his plan, every escape route. Batman had anticipated it all. Aslan's mouth went dry, his voice a bare whisper. You. But Batman's fist silenced him. The punch landed squarely, and Aslan crumpled to the ground, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. In the last flicker of thought before darkness overtook him, one thought lingered. I never had a chance. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. The middle-aged man practically shouted into the TV camera, his face flushed with excitement. As more witnesses appeared on screen, each seemed eager to share their own version of what they'd seen. Batman? That was definitely him, and I'm telling you, he's 10 times cooler than anything you read about online, one young man gushed. He came out of nowhere and took down that psycho, like bam, another added, still wide-eyed with disbelief. What? Nobody's talking about that armored spider guy? Look, I got it all on video, someone else chimed in, holding up his phone. That armor? Unreal. The guy's strength alone, did you see him kick that monster across the floor? And those energy blasts from his palms? Do you even get what that means? Energy weapons. The incident in Thunder City's central business district had set the city abuzz, with word spreading about Batman's unexpected arrival. Reporters were rushing to the scene, piecing together the details of what could only be described as miraculous. An armed lunatic had stormed the city's largest shopping mall, equipped with an arsenal of high-powered weaponry. Under any other circumstances, the day could have ended in unimaginable tragedy, a massacre that would mark one of the darkest days in Thunder City's history. But all of that had been prevented by 2 figures. Before the maniac could even fire his first shot, Batman had him subdued. Witnesses said the takedown was so swift, they could hardly register what had happened. In less than a minute, the killer's weapons, his bizarre powers, all his threats neutralized. No casualties. No damage. Batman and Spider-Man had made the impossible happen. I was just walking to the exit when it happened, a young woman said in a shaky voice. I could have died. No way the sheriff's department could have stopped that guy. This city owes Batman, owes them both, another witness murmured, voice full of gratitude. Batman killed the guy, asked a reporter, a note of curiosity in her voice. The witness shook his head. No, Batman didn't kill him. Sure, the guy's dead, but that wasn't Batman's doing. Then who did? The witness shrugged. How would I know? As the police continued to secure the scene, Detective Ivan Petrov slipped away from the crowd, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it as he stepped into a quieter area. You fired the shot. The voice was low, familiar, and seemingly from nowhere. Ivan looked up and saw Batman perched on a ledge above him. Chaos, you know? Hard to say who pulled the trigger in that mess, Ivan replied casually, exhaling smoke. But they both knew he'd been the one who ended Aslan Khalifa's life. He knew the guy was a death row inmate and probably would have been resentenced soon enough. Killing him might have been unnecessary, something that would require paperwork and maybe a slap on the wrist if he was unlucky. But that didn't matter to Ivan. Sometimes, taking out the trash brought its own satisfaction. Anyway, that's not why I called you over here. I've got something you'll want to see, Ivan said, pulling a small evidence bag from his coat. Batman appeared beside him in an instant, taking the bag from his hand. Inside was a bullet. Batman's detective mode immediately registered the marking on it. Stark. One of the rounds used by our friend, Ivan said, nodding toward the bag. All the gear he was packing? Same label. He smirked, glancing at Batman. Of course, I know it's bogus. That Stark guy, he's a pal of yours, right? You gotta admit, this whole let's pin it on Stark strategy is creative. Dumb, but creative. The weapons might have been state-of-the-art, but anyone who knew Stark's work would recognize the difference. Stark Industries was known for high-tech, futuristic gear. These firearms, while advanced, didn't hold a candle to Stark's usual inventions. Ivan paused, considering. Actually, scratch that. Now that I think about it, there are probably plenty of people gullible enough to fall for it. After all, the 9th Special Service Division had long experience in intelligence control and manipulating public opinion. He knew that a surprising number of people were willing to believe almost anything if it was dressed up the right way. Still, he added, tell your friend not to worry. We'll handle this quietly. Our real problem is whoever supplied that maniac with the gear. When he turned back, Batman was gone. Figures, Ivan muttered, lighting another cigarette. Doubleday Technology. Naya Iwanaga stood before a massive screen in his office, watching the news coverage of the Lachin incident unfold with a tight-lipped scowl. Ridiculous, he muttered. No one's even mentioned the weapons. How the hell was Batman there? And no injuries. His frustration was evident. That lunatic talked a big game but delivered nothing. Consider it a failed investment. His assistant, standing by his side, cleared his throat. Does that mean we're calling off the plan? No. Keep it going, Naya said coldly. We'll continue pushing the narrative about Stark's so-called weapons. It's not the impact we hoped for, but it's something. This is just the beginning. Wait until the next. His words cut off abruptly as the screen flickered, and new footage appeared. Naya glanced at his assistant, frowning. Who changed the channel? No one, sir, the assistant stammered. I didn't touch anything. Naya turned back to the screen, and his blood ran cold. The video displayed a black car, his car, driving through Lachin. The camera was so sharp, so focused, it was as though it had been recording from right inside the vehicle. His heart dropped further as he recognized his own voice. He and Aslan Khalifa were clearly visible, their conversation audible. I know you're here for the thrill, for the chaos. You want people to know it's you, that it's your work. All I need is for you to do what you do best, and you'll be paid handsomely. A chill gripped Naya as he realized the severity of the situation. If this footage got out, if the world heard that conversation, he was done. How had anyone recorded it? Naya Iwanaga. The voice was icy, cutting through the room like a blade. Naya turned, heart hammering, and froze. In the corner, half hidden in the shadows, stood Batman. The vigilante seemed to materialize out of thin air, his presence radiating an eerie, silent threat. Batman. Naya stammered, his voice trembling. No, wait, you don't understand. I can explain. I've already traced the transactions, Batman interrupted, his voice deadly calm. You tried to cover it up, hidden accounts, secret fund transfers to Aslan Khalifa. You thought no one would find out. My people did. The room felt like it was closing in on Naya. His breathing quickened as the realization sank in. Batman knew everything. Desperation took over. Security, he shouted, backing up as he looked frantically around. Get in here? Remove him. But his command fell flat. Batman was already inside the most secure room in the building. Outside, Naya's security guards were lying unconscious on the floor. They're sleeping, Batman said, taking a slow step forward. Every step felt like a countdown to Naya's fate. And now, it's your turn. No, stay back, Naya whispered, his voice cracking as he backed up against the wall, nowhere left to go. Moments later, the president of Doubleday Technology was hanging from the ceiling by his wrists, battered, bruised, and barely conscious. His tailored suit was torn, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his face a mask of pain and terror. Batman stood before him, coldly assessing the broken figure. Consider this a warning to every piece of scum on this planet. Without another word, Batman turned, stepping onto the windowsill. His black cape unfurled, catching the pale light of the moon as he vanished into the night. I'm watching all of you. Wendelani, Building of Tomorrow. The Building of Tomorrow stood as a gleaming beacon of power and wealth in the heart of Wendelani, headquarters of the Tomorrow Group. This landmark tower loomed over the city, a testament to the power wielded by Brooke Morse, or so it appeared. For those who truly understood, however, Brooke was no more than a figurehead. The real power behind Tomorrow Group, and much of the city, had always been Mayor Daedalus Reed. Brooke and his board of directors? Puppets, dangling on strings pulled by Reed, following orders with no more autonomy than guard dogs on a leash. But today, those strings had been severed. Just over a week ago, Wendelani witnessed the downfall of an empire. Daedalus Reed, once unassailable, had been ousted and dragged from his throne, his reign shattered overnight. The city's underworld, held in place by his iron grip, now found itself unbound. The power vacuum ignited a frenzy. The city's criminals smelled blood in the water, each one scrambling for a chance at the throne. On every corner, every backstreet, local thugs suddenly saw themselves as contenders, dreamers who believed they could rise to fill Reed's shoes. Some news channels were already calling it a catastrophe in the making. The empire's end, they said, is just the beginning of chaos. Warnings were issued on every platform, with experts predicting a city held hostage by crime, its citizens cowering indoors for nights to come. But they were wrong. The chaos lasted barely a week. Today, the 7th day, would mark the end of this turbulent chapter. And it would all begin here, with the fall of the Tomorrow Group. By 7 o'clock, the Wendelani Police Department had surrounded the building. SWAT teams in full gear had the entire perimeter locked down, but breaching the building was another story. From every window, gunfire rained down as heavily armed guards unleashed bullets from within. Every entrance had been booby-trapped with mines, and demolition teams inched forward, working carefully under the cover of the riot squad's shields. Everyone on both sides knew this was a siege, a final stand. It was only a matter of time before the building would fall. For those trapped inside, though, fighting until the end was their only choice. Earlier that day, the sheriff's department had received an incriminating file from the masked vigilante known as Arrow. The dossier meticulously detailed every crime and corrupt dealing orchestrated by the Tomorrow Group's board, enough to guarantee prison sentences for each one. Inside his office, Brooke paced furiously, his face twisted with rage. Compromised? How? His gaze burned into his subordinate, who barely held his ground under the glare. Yes, sir, the man replied, beads of sweat on his forehead. Our piping system, the secret exit, it's been blocked by the sheriff's men. Damn it. Brooke slammed his fist against his desk, cracking the screen of his computer in a fit of rage. It's that green-hooded lunatic. Of course, it's him. You swore this was airtight, that no one would find us. And yet, here he is always a step ahead. How does he know everything? For an entire week, Brooke and his organization had been on the defensive, with every plan and every move thwarted by that green hat maniac. Arrow seemed to appear out of nowhere at the worst times, with an uncanny awareness of Tomorrow Group's every step. Their major deals disrupted, safe houses raided, and now, their final stronghold besieged. They were cornered, trapped in their own fortress. As Brooke finished shouting, the lights in his office went out, casting the room into an ominous darkness. No, throughout Wendelani's criminal circles, everyone knew what the blackout meant. The power shutting down was no simple electrical failure, it was a signal, a harbinger of death. A soft ding broke the silence as the elevator door slid open. Brooke knew the building's lockdown procedures, the elevators were sealed off. No one should have been able to use them. There was only one possibility. Open fire. Brooke shouted, desperation clear in his voice. This floor was the most fortified area in the entire building. His guards needed no encouragement. Immediately, the air filled with the deafening roar of gunfire as they riddled the elevator doors with bullets. The metal turned into a twisted, perforated mess, slashed by a relentless barrage that punched countless holes through it. Cold, sterile light filtered through, casting the entire scene in an eerie, ghostly glow. But when the doors finally slid open, there was no one inside. Suddenly, the ceiling burst apart with a crash. Rubble and dust rained down, and from the opening, a figure dropped down, green hood glinting in the shadows. Green Arrow's bow was raised the instant he landed, loosing an arrow with precise, deadly aim. The arrow struck a guard, exploding in a blast of thick resin that spread quickly, trapping several others in its sticky grip. Green Arrow didn't stop. He slid across the floor, firing 2 more arrows in rapid succession. One hit a cluster of guards, knocking them back with a concussive blast, while the other embedded itself in the wall, triggering an explosion that scattered the last few. For a moment, Green Arrow couldn't believe how smoothly his plan had worked. The hacked elevator had served as a perfect decoy, drawing every gun toward it while he entered from above. Seriously, he thought with a smirk, since when do heroes just stroll in through the front door? He took down the last of the central guards with swift, calculated moves, then charged toward Brooke, crossing the room in a flash. The remaining guards scrambled, lifting their weapons, but they were too slow. Each was hit by an arrow that seemed to come from nowhere, dropping them before they could even aim. In a corner, the air vent had been kicked open, and from within, Hawkeye crouched, firing with flawless precision, covering Green Arrow as he closed in. Take him down. Brooke screamed, panic threading through his voice. His last 2 bodyguards, the final barrier between him and his capture, rushed forward. Both were seasoned mercenaries, feared throughout the underworld. The woman was deceptively small, but her strength was legendary. It was said she'd taken down 10 men unarmed. Together, they were a formidable pair, trained by the same master. They moved as one, each instinctively complementing the other's attacks. TL note, they took down 10 unarmed men, impressive, or were they the one unarmed? You maniacs can't just leave us in peace, can you? Brooke's voice was rising, his fury boiling over. You're the disease in this city? Things were perfect before you came along, everything ran just the way it should. But no, you had to interfere. Why? Why can't you just let us be? The 2 bodyguards closed in, one wielding a short blade and the other a dagger. They struck from opposite sides, aiming for Green Arrow's vital points with precise, practiced skill. But Green Arrow was faster. He swung his bow horizontally, using the length of the composite bow to deflect both weapons. In one fluid movement, he twisted, trapping the dagger's blade against the bowstring before wrenching it free. With a swift, upward strike, he slammed the bow into the woman's jaw, sending her sprawling backward. So much for her legendary strength. With his bodyguards dispatched, Brooke felt every trace of courage drain from him as Green Arrow's cold gaze locked onto him. All around, his remaining men lay scattered, unconscious or convulsing from the electric shocks of the arrows. He could feel his chest tighten, the remnants of his bravado crumbling under Green Arrow's stare. Why, he repeated, his voice shaking as he stumbled back, pressing against his desk. Green Arrow advanced slowly, stepping over the fallen bodies of the guards. In one swift motion, he kicked Brooke's legs out from under him, planting a boot firmly on his chest and aiming his bow squarely at his face. "Why," he said, his voice calm, deadly. "Because you failed this city. Thanks, Archer." On the ground floor of the building of Tomorrow, a squad of security officers escorted a handcuffed Brooke to a waiting patrol car. Director Ivan Petrov, head of the team, stepped forward, nodding his gratitude to the bow-wielding duo. "Just doing what I can, Chief," Green Arrow replied, watching as Brooke was shoved into the car, still shouting defiantly. Nearby, Hawkeye leaned against a railing with a bored expression, arms crossed, as a reporter snapped photos from behind the police line. Since the day Tony Stark pulled off his helmet and announced, "I am Iron Man," superheroes had transformed from ghostly, unknown vigilantes into public figures, integrated into the lives of everyday people. Nowhere was this shift more visible than in Riverdale, where the city had installed bat signals in multiple districts, funded by the government. The signals served both as an emergency contact for Batman and as a powerful reminder of the city's trust in its elusive protector. It was a symbol of mutual respect between Guardian and city. But if Batman inspired awe and a touch of fear, Spider-Man, who appeared on the scene later, had grown to feel like an old friend to the people. Where Batman embodied strength and command, Spider-Man represented something closer to home, the friendly neighborhood hero. He was the guy you could imagine sharing a laugh with or spotting on a late-night patrol. Now, Wendelani had its own heroes. Within just a week, Green Arrow and Hawkeye had become the city's most popular figures, even surpassing prominent local celebrities. Their arrival had sparked a newfound enthusiasm for archery, with every club in the city now fully booked. A sport that had once felt almost antiquated was now all the rage, with residents young and old inspired by the elegance and skill of their new icons. "Cigarette?" Director Petrov asked, offering a pack to Green Arrow. Green Arrow shook his head politely, so Petrov lit one for himself, inhaling deeply before blowing out a steady plume of smoke. "You two are something else," he said, his admiration obvious. "I've been in law enforcement over 20 years, but this past week it's been like something out of science fiction. 1 week to clean up the city, shut down 4 crime families, and you handed over airtight evidence for all of it? Incredible." This sentiment had rippled across the Wendelani Police Department and beyond. Green Arrow and Hawkeye, or the team behind their intelligence, operated with an efficiency that had taken even seasoned officers by surprise. Following Daedalus Reed's fall, analysts had predicted a long, chaotic period, with factions scrambling for control and crime rates soaring. On talk shows, experts had warned that Wendelani was looking at months, maybe years, of strife. Instead, the anticipated gang wars had fizzled before they could ignite, thanks to 2 vigilantes armed with bows and arrows. A recent poll on a popular city website showed that over 90% of residents believed Wendelani was moving in the right direction. People were once again comfortable walking the streets at night, and for the first time in years, they felt hopeful about the future. "Oh, did you catch the new mayoral candidate's speech last night?" Petrov asked with a grin. "He said he wants to put up a statue of a bow and arrow right in the city center as a new symbol. You know what that means." "It's an honor, Director," Green Arrow said, but this was a team effort. This wasn't just empty politeness. With Wendelani now blanketed by drones, Charlie Cooper had been able to set up a comprehensive support system, linking heroes directly with various city departments. In his mind, a hero's role was to be a symbol, something that gave people hope and courage. A city didn't need a one-man police force, it needed a protector to handle what the usual channels couldn't, minimizing risk and casualties without overstepping. "So, that just leaves Mackenzie, right?" Petrov asked, rubbing his chin. "Last we heard, he went into hiding, probably trying to lay low until things settle down. But he's a small fry compared to the ones we've taken down. Could have already skipped town for all we know." "No, he's still here," Green Arrow replied. "He's just well hidden. But we've already picked up his trail." Petrov's eyes widened. "Already? You just took down Brooke. You guys don't waste any time." Despite having seen their efficiency firsthand, Petrov couldn't help but feel impressed. "You mean you were tracking Mackenzie while you were dealing with Brooke?" "We're good at multitasking," Green Arrow said, pausing as if gathering his thoughts. In reality, Charlie had muted his mic and turned away from the screen. "Friday, what's our schedule?" "Wednesday at 3 p.m., Friday replied in her usual calm tone. "Wednesday? That's just the day after tomorrow." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "And tomorrow's booked up already?" "Correct," Friday confirmed. "Tomorrow, Mr. Stark has a meeting with the Starry Sky Technical Committee, and Miss Cassandra has arranged with Director Linton to move on the local blood gang in Grey City, including their high-level backers. Remember?" "Ah, right." Friday continued, displaying Charlie's packed schedule for the day. "Since Mackenzie's a low-level target, I figured he could wait an extra day without any issues. I moved him to Wednesday. Just a half hour ago, a drone patrol over the Uxar Desert flagged a high-priority target, a militant group's base. Per your instructions, I've upgraded it on the priority list." "Exactly. Bigger targets, more weapons, that means more hero points and experience in one go. Better than just rounding up street-level criminals." Charlie nodded, unmuting his mic and turning back to the game. "Sorry for the distraction. Our schedule's a bit tight right now, but we're looking at Wednesday 3 p.m. Get your team prepped, evacuate the area if needed, and be ready. I'll have my team send over the coordinates and the action plan beforehand so we can coordinate like we did today." "You got it, Archer," Petrov replied with a smile. By this point, Hawkeye had already fired his grappling hook and swung up onto a nearby building. Green Arrow followed, shooting a grappling arrow high into the air to make his own exit. Hold up. Green Arrow paused, glancing back at Petrov. Thank you, Petrov said sincerely. On behalf of the whole city. Once Green Arrow had vanished into the skyline, Charlie logged off, returning to the hero selection interface. After a quick switch, he logged back in, greeted by a familiar flash of blue light as the screen activated. Within seconds, the display transformed, and he reappeared as Tony Stark, the invincible Iron Man. In the virtual lab, the Mark 43 armor stood ready, assembling around Tony piece by piece as it came to life. Sir, our drones have picked up 4 locations of the militant group known as Religion in a mountainous area of the desert, Friday reported. I've marked all 4 coordinates on your display. So, Iron Man's leading today? Friday asked. Not just Iron Man. If I recall, the first Army Corps was completed, right? Yes, sir. Perfect. Deploy the entire Corps under Iron Man's command, Charlie said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Time for a field test. Understood, sir. The silos opened, and pairs of ice blue lights illuminated the darkness. A legion of unmanned Iron Man suits, each bearing the Avengers emblem, rose silently into the air, ready to carry out their mission. The desert, barren land. If there's a single place on Earth where hell feels real, it's here, in the desolate stretches of the Yusha Desert. It isn't merely the poverty, economic struggle alone doesn't explain the way this place has been abandoned. It's the long history of neglect, the decades of lawlessness that have turned this region into a forgotten corner of the world. Here, even the gods seem to have turned their backs. This neglect has made it the perfect breeding ground for the desperate and the lawless, and in the shadows of its cracked rock formations and dunes, criminal organizations thrive. The most infamous of all, the Religious Order, has buried its roots deep here. Known for its ruthless attacks and unwavering control over its members, this organization has become synonymous with terror, feared even by hardened criminals. Today, a group of soldiers from the Order marches into a small desert town. Their presence alone is enough to empty the streets. No one dares to be seen by these men. The locals lock their doors and peer through narrow cracks, praying they go unnoticed. A small group of soldiers, guns slung across their backs and laughter spilling from their mouths, drag a woman from her house. She's a rare beauty in this barren world, usually covered in layers of scarves whenever she goes outside. But even her attempts at blending in aren't enough. She's always known her time would come, and now, after years of hiding, she's been found. Her husband stumbles out of their small, weather-beaten house, fear and desperation in his eyes as he grabs hold of his wife. A soldier steps forward and sends him sprawling to the ground with a swift, brutal punch. The woman cries out, struggling against the soldier's iron grip. Her husband, blood trickling down his chin, pulls himself up and lunges at them again. This time, one of the soldiers raises his rifle and strikes him square in the jaw. He collapses, spitting blood, 3 front teeth landing in the sand at his feet. One of the soldiers lets out a cruel laugh and pins the man down, shoving the barrel of his gun against his head. From the ground, the woman turns, her tear-filled eyes catching a glimpse of a small, frightened face peeking through the cracked door of her home. Their 6-year-old son stands frozen, wide-eyed, watching his father about to be executed. The rest of the town looks on in silence, watching through slits in their doors and windows, paralyzed by fear. No one dares to make a sound. The only noises filling the air are the soldiers' jeers, the woman's sobs, and the ominous click as the soldier cocks his gun. This is a place so forgotten that no prayer would ever be heard here. But today, things would be different. A sudden, powerful roar cuts through the silence, filling the air with a deafening hum. In an instant, a streak of red and gold plummets from the sky, descending like a falling star. A cyclone of dust and sand explodes as it lands, sending the soldiers sprawling to the ground. Every gaze locks onto the scene unfolding in the center of the street. Behind their curtains, the townspeople stare, hardly daring to breathe as hope flickers to life in their weary hearts. Iron Man stands tall in the clearing, his suit gleaming under the harsh desert sun, casting a red and gold glow across the soldiers. With a precise flick of his arm, he raises his palm, and in a burst of white-hot energy, the repulsor fires. The soldier pinning the husband down takes the full impact, his body flung backward like a rag doll, smoldering as it flies through the air. Without hesitation, Iron Man steps forward. His movements are fluid, mechanical yet human, as he punches one soldier and drives his elbow into another. A crack echoes through the air as one soldier slams into a wall, leaving a bloody smear, while the other rockets into the sky, disappearing as he's launched out of sight. The townspeople look on, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. News doesn't reach them often, most here spend their entire lives in this tiny, isolated town. They don't know who Iron Man is, or what he represents. To them, he's a vision, a deity, an answer to every unheard prayer. Some of them stumble from their homes, falling to their knees, hands clasped in reverence as they whisper their thanks. The soldiers, however, know exactly who they're up against. The last remaining soldier turns, stumbling as he tries to make a run for it. Gripping his radio, he shouts, "It's Iron Man. Can anyone hear me? Iron Man's here, he's..." Before he can finish, another repulsor blast hits him square in the back. A charred hole appears in his chest as he drops, lifeless, to the ground. Iron Man strides over to the fallen radio, grinding it into the dirt under his boot. It's not Iron Man coming. His voice is calm, with a chilling edge. It's your end. But if these soldiers think they're unlucky, their comrades back at base are about to discover what true devastation feels like. Just moments ago, the Iron Legion descended on the base. A line of Iron Man suits streaks across the sky, a wave of fire cutting through the heavens. The soldiers stationed there are caught completely off guard. Their radar shows nothing, and by the time they notice the deafening roar overhead, it's already too late. The first explosion rocks the base, tearing through the perimeter as flames leap into the air. Steel and concrete crumble like sand, tanks rupture as they're blasted apart, and alarms scream as chaos takes hold. Militants scatter, shouting orders, grabbing their weapons, but it's hopeless. They're overrun before they even realize they're under attack. The Iron Legion divides into teams, each unit carrying out its specific mission. One team systematically obliterates anti-aircraft defenses, while another clears out the base's ground forces. A third team pushes deeper into the compound, making its way toward the hostages. Every move is meticulously coordinated. The layout of the base has been mapped down to the last detail, and each Iron Man suit knows exactly where to go. The chain of command falls apart within moments, and before anyone can recover, a team has already reached the holding cells. A heavy steel door groans as it's wrenched open, and from inside, panicked screams ring out. Huddled in the corner of a dark, foul-smelling room, the hostages, mostly women, bruised and exhausted, clutch each other, eyes wide with fear as they stare at the intruder. The door frame glows faintly, the arc reactor casting a gentle, blue light across the room. Standing there is an Iron Man suit, its chest emblazoned with the Avengers emblem. A calm, synthetic voice filters through the speakers, gentle yet firm. "Don't worry, ladies," it says. "We're the Steel Rescue Team, Unit 001. You're safe now." Desert Operations Briefing Room. The old leather of the conference room chairs creaked as men and women in military and government uniforms settled in, their expressions tense and expectant. A general stood before the table, his face cast in shadows by the dim lighting as he motioned to the digital map projected on the wall behind him. The map highlighted the layout of what used to be 4 heavily fortified desert bases now reduced to smoldering ruins. 4 bases, gentlemen, the general began, his voice steady but carrying an edge. 40-plus heavy tanks, mobile anti-aircraft weapons, and armed helicopters, thousands of insurgents, and it's all gone. Wiped clean in 24 seconds. His tone was laced with something between awe and disbelief. Murmurs rippled through the room. Some officials had heard whispers, but seeing the data, watching the instant transformation from established stronghold to nothing but scarred desert on the screen made it feel surreal. 24 seconds, one of the officers echoed, eyebrows shooting up. "How does that even?" The general's eyes never wavered from the screen as he replied, "Iron Man. Or, if you prefer, Tony Stark." The silence that followed was palpable. Earth had long known Stark's capabilities, but to see his handiwork on this scale brought a fresh wave of both reverence and unease. Most of those in the room had grown accustomed to wielding power, their decisions shifting lives, setting policies, determining fates. Stark's display was a sobering reminder that there existed forces beyond their control. Here, in the briefing room, you could almost feel the collective realization dawning. If Stark ever turned his attention to them, there might be no recourse. Finally, a slight cough broke the silence, and the oldest man in the room, Zidane, cleared his throat. "We always knew this was what we were dealing with," he said, his voice low but clear. "They're allies from another world. Their technology outpaces ours by lifetimes, maybe centuries. They can raise an army if they choose, and we're seeing it in front of us." Heads nodded, some more reluctantly than others, but there was an undeniable truth to Zidane's words. They'd known, intellectually, of the power held by Stark and his allies, but hearing was one thing. Witnessing it in action was something else entirely. The general resumed, his tone solemn. "One more thing, gentlemen. Stark coordinated this entire mission with us. He notified us ahead of time, had us secure the area, and ensured no civilians were harmed. But let's be clear, he didn't need us for any of that. Stark and his people could have done it all on their own." Across the table, Chai, a respected senior official, leaned forward. "Exactly. Stark has shown us a rare respect. He didn't need our cooperation, but he asked for it." His voice was deliberate, each word weighed. "This alliance is a chance to transform this planet to bring safety, stability, and progress. This is something that could benefit all of humanity, not just us in this room." But just as he finished, a voice cut in. "Good evening, gentlemen." Heads snapped around. And there, reclining comfortably in one of the leather chairs at the far end of the table, was Tony Stark. He wore a perfectly tailored suit, legs crossed, hands resting loosely on the armrests as if he'd been part of the meeting from the beginning. His expression carried that trademark smirk, laced with an air of amused detachment. A few jaws dropped. The confusion was evident. This was supposed to be a secure room, cut off from outside signals. How had Stark just appeared? Surprised? "No need to be," he said, a light chuckle escaping him. "Some of you might be fans, but keep it together. No autograph requests, please." There was an awkward pause before someone managed to stammer, "But, how did?" Stark rolled his eyes. "Oh, right. The security measures." He gave a casual shrug, waving a hand dismissively. "I may have forgotten to mention it, but since you're always meeting here, I thought I'd save us all some time and install a little equipment. Didn't want to miss out on all the fun." It took a moment for everyone to catch up, but as Stark's words sunk in, the officials exchanged incredulous glances. Equipment? Installed? This was supposed to be their most secure location. They'd spent fortunes on signal proofing, state-of-the-art surveillance jammers, even soundproofing the very walls. One official managed to sputter, "Wait. So you've had a setup in here this entire time?" "Only for the important meetings," Stark replied smoothly, his smirk widening. "I try not to monitor every word, just the interesting ones." The room fell silent again as the full implications settled. They had built this chamber with every intention of creating an impenetrable fortress of privacy, only for Stark to slip in undetected. They'd spent weeks ensuring this room was foolproof, and here Stark was, treating it like a conference call. One man finally exhaled, shaking his head in exasperation. "So you've been listening to us, just like that?" Stark raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "Look, don't take it the wrong way. If it makes you feel any better, I don't spy on every meeting. But I keep an eye out when I need to. You never know what kind of surprises might come up." His gaze turned steely, a clear, silent reminder that any thoughts of working against him or hiding from him were misguided. Then, just as abruptly as he'd arrived, his tone shifted back to casual. "Anyway, as you probably heard, we're close to putting an end to the Order. Tomorrow, we'll be executing the final raid on their top brass. I'll have the details sent over, just make sure civilians are clear of the area. Thanks, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your meeting." And with that, Stark's image flickered and disappeared, leaving the room in stunned silence once more. It took several long seconds before anyone could speak. There was a new weight in the air, a mix of wariness and reluctant respect. Tony Stark had come and gone in a matter of seconds, yet his message resonated as strongly as if he'd been there in person. His brief visit was a warning, a reminder, and a clear statement of power. One of the officials finally broke the silence, his voice barely a whisper. "So, everything we've said in here." Zidane, the old man who'd spoken earlier, gave a weary chuckle, tapping his fingers on the polished wood. "Don't kid yourself," he muttered. "They know everything." Charlie's hacking abilities had grown so advanced that he could tap into the mission network and monitor nearly any data feed available. However, he wasn't omniscient, not yet. The mission network's surveillance was still in its infancy, with only Wendelani fully under drone coverage. His next target wasn't a bustling city, though. It was the desert three-way zone, notorious for housing multiple terrorist organizations and military bases, a place ripe with opportunities to earn experience points in rapid bursts. Experience bonuses also came through rescuing civilians, which the system flagged as high-value achievements with extra rewards, like single-draw tickets. When drones marked a target, the Iron Legion could clear out enemy camps in an instant, turning what would have been hours of reconnaissance and combat into a streamlined process. Charlie no longer had to personally patrol streets like he had in the early days, waiting for random mission triggers. Instead, tasks automatically appeared on his interface, categorized by type and urgency. Low-level tasks were handled by idle heroes on auto-hack, while complex ones waited for his manual review. With heroes spread across various cities, he could swiftly maximize points from the best tasks without being tied to one location. His days were packed. His perspective constantly switched between heroes in different locations, sometimes crossing several cities in a single day. But combat wasn't his only focus. Scientific research demanded attention as well. Charlie kept a close eye on the tech list, planning equipment, assigning skilled personnel to development projects, and coordinating the mass production of successful prototypes. Each of these efforts fed back into his operations, ensuring a flow of upgrades to his heroes and the Iron Legion. All of this paid off visibly. His worldwide points collection had skyrocketed, allowing him to advance at a pace that would have been impossible before. If he'd kept to the old methods, gathering enough points for a single A-level draw would have taken months. Now, he was consistently earning enough to try his luck in 10 draw rounds. It felt addictive, like a wallet that emptied itself as soon as it was filled. Once you got a taste, it was hard not to keep going back. So, he set up another 10-round draw. Batman's grapple gun, the grenade launcher from the Winter Soldier, while still functional, these weren't particularly thrilling at his current level. The tools felt almost quaint, relics of the early days of his missions. Yet, they might prove useful in the hands of a newly recruited hero, like his next prize, a C-class Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Given her relative experience, Charlie figured she'd be best deployed in a mid-sized city, where she could operate effectively without stretching his resources. But then came a game-changer. The next draw yielded none other than Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, a scientific genius from the Avengers' earliest days. Charlie's heart leapt. In the rankings, Hank wasn't quite a top-tier combat hero, but his value as a Marvel scientist was hard to overstate. He clicked open the technology module and scrolled down, immediately spotting a newly unlocked Ant-Man tab. The list of technology expanded significantly, filling Charlie with a rush of excitement. Hank Pym's famous Pym particles were only the beginning. Though popular culture knew him for his size-changing powers, Hank's true strength lay in his scientific achievements. With expertise in biochemistry and quantum mechanics, his reach extended far beyond just battlefield tactics. Hank had even created Ultron, a highly intelligent AI that had given the Avengers no end of trouble. In the original Marvel universe, Ultron had been powerful enough to challenge entire worlds. As Charlie's eyes roamed down the list, they landed on the word creation, hovering next to the Ultron protocol. It called to him. Building an Ultron-level AI would vastly accelerate his combat and strategic capabilities, allowing him to handle adversaries of unprecedented power. But as his hand hovered over the option, a strange caution came over him. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice whispered that this technology might be best left alone, at least for now. Somewhere in Riverdon City, Jack stumbled through the door of the convenience store, eyes half shut, hands fumbling for balance. Behind the counter, Linda glanced up from her phone, peering at him through a pair of reading glasses. She could tell, even from across the store, that he hadn't slept in days. Out of wine again, Jack? She asked, her voice casual but with a note of concern. He gave a weak grunt, ignoring the question as he made his way to the back shelves. Jack knew the store layout by heart and didn't need any guidance. His feet wobbled unsteadily, but they knew the way. His face was flushed, steps slow and deliberate as he teetered around the narrow corner. He nearly tripped, but caught himself just in time, muttering something under his breath. "Try not to knock anything over back there," Linda called, shaking her head. Jack didn't respond, soon shuffling back to the counter with a cheap bottle of wine tucked under his arm. For a moment, he glanced at the video playing on her phone, his blurry gaze catching a flash of something sleek and metallic. "The Stark Smart Bracelet," the announcer on the video proclaimed. "A device that will redefine the future. Portable, lightweight, capable of projecting a holographic display," it continued, "integrated with an augmented reality module, bringing a full array of functions directly into your field of vision." Jack snorted, squinting at the ad. "You believe any of that garbage? Design your future, or whatever they're saying now." Linda shrugged. "I don't know much about tech, but the thing does seem handy. A lot of the boys around here got them for us. Seems better than a cell phone, if you ask me." Jack scoffed. "Yeah, they're just trying to look like heroes. They don't care about folks down here who could actually use the help." Linda only sighed, not surprised by his bitterness. Another interview didn't go as planned. Jack didn't answer. He tucked the bottle tighter under his arm and turned to leave. "Put it on my tab, all right? I'll pay it off by next month. Promise." She nodded, taking a moment to reach under the counter, scribbling a note in her ledger before looking up just in time to see him stumble out the door. Outside, Jack staggered into the night, his steps uneven. Before he'd even gone a block, he was already twisting the cap off the bottle, lifting it to his lips, gulping the wine. The warm burn of alcohol seemed to ease the tension in his chest, dulling the sense of failure clawing at him. His eyes wandered aimlessly until something in the shadows seemed to catch his attention. He blinked, squinting at what looked like a pair of faint, red lights hovering in the darkness. He took another swig, frowning as he tried to focus. Were those eyes? No, couldn't be. Then, without warning, the lights rushed toward him. Jack jolted, the alcohol-induced haze vanishing in a flash of panic. The shadows exploded around him, a massive figure emerging, swallowing him in darkness. "Ayah!" Linda froze at the sound of a scream. Her heart hammered as she reached the door, and what she saw outside the shop would haunt her forever. In the dark, there was nothing but a mangled heap. Something small and solid rolled toward her feet, tapping her shoe. She looked down, and a sudden wave of nausea hit her. It was Jack's head. His eyes were still open, locked in a frozen stare of terror. Linda stumbled back, her vision blurring as she clawed her way to the counter. Somehow, her shaking fingers managed to dial 911, though each ring felt like an eternity. She clutched the phone to her ear, praying for a voice, any voice. 911, what's your emergency? The voice was calm, steady, but she could barely speak. "Help, help. There's a dead man in front of my shop. His body, his head, oh, his head. Ma'am, take a breath. What's your address?" Linda took a shuddering breath, managing to give her location. "Stay with me, ma'am. Officers are on their way. They'll be there in 5 minutes. Did you see what happened?" She swallowed, a vision of those eerie red lights flashing in her mind. Her hands trembled so much she could barely hold the phone. Yes, I saw something. The attacker was. She paused, lowering her voice as if the thing might still be close enough to hear. "Batman. Friday, list all technologies available in Dr. Pym's module and remind me to organize them when I get the chance." "Understood, sir." Charlie closed out of the technology module, barely able to contain his excitement. With Ant-Man now in his roster, his technology options had grown exponentially, but combing through all the details would take time. And time was something he didn't have much of right now. At that moment, he was busy upgrading the city's drone network in the equipment customization module. The first 2 batches of drones had rolled out, and the third was nearing completion. Soon, they'd be ready to cover all of Riverdon. But before launch, he planned to add an essential feature. Using an infected person identification program developed by Professor Miyazaki, Charlie had already integrated it into Batman's detective mode. Now, he was programming it into the drones, so they could scan every street and alley for signs of infection, picking up on even asymptomatic carriers before they became contagious. This would make his network a powerful weapon, able to monitor for both criminals and disease vectors, areas of expertise that gave him points far faster than standard combat missions. He'd already tested the network in the desert zone and the tightly guarded city of Wendelani. Riverdon was next, and this rollout would add a new layer of protection against outbreaks, allowing him to cut infection chains early and save precious time, resources, and lives. If ancient threats or otherworldly creatures ever arrived, this system would be invaluable in defending against them. Charlie had always enjoyed games that involved customizing weapons and equipment, even if they took a while to learn. They had a way of drawing him in, letting him tinker for hours without noticing the time slip by. As it had now. Sir, Iron Man will arrive on the target's location in 60 seconds, Friday announced. Huh? Already? He glanced at the time in surprise. Have I really been here that long? Yes, sir. You also set Iron Man's auto-navigation to track Hassenstein, the cult leader. Charlie smirked. Hassenstein had tried to flee in a private jet, but he couldn't escape the network. Iron Man was closing in, 40 seconds away and gaining. Good, Charlie said, saving his work and entering the hero selection interface. He clicked on Iron Man. The screen flashed to life, revealing the red gold Mark 43 suit soaring through the night sky, flames roaring from its boosters as Iron Man homed in on a white jet struggling to get away in the distance. Charlie grinned. All right, let's go say hi to the leader of the Order. High above the sea, at an altitude of 9,000 meters. We shouldn't have run away, Hassenstein said, staring out at the endless blue sky through the airplane window. His voice was low and tense. We had our base, everything we've built so far. We've grown into the strongest resistance force in the world. But now, after this retreat, what do we have left? At least it saved your life, Hassenstein, replied his closest friend, Tuk Khan, trying to reassure him. A base can be rebuilt if it's destroyed. Soldiers can be retrained if they're lost. But if you're gone, the entire organization would fall apart. Hassenstein paused, thinking over Tuk's words. But how did they even find us? He asked, frustration creeping into his voice. They've tracked down every one of our secret bases, even the underground ones. They've found facilities where we cut off all outside communication. There must be a traitor among us, Tuk said quietly. It's the only explanation. But there's no way they'll find us now. Only you, me, and a handful of others know the route this plane is taking. The 2 escort fighter jets beside us are manned by our most trusted pilots. Even the rest of the organization thinks we stayed behind to fight alongside them. There's absolutely no way anyone can track us now. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence. One of the fighter jets exploded into a fiery ball. Bits of twisted metal fell from the sky, leaving a trail of flames as they plummeted down. Everyone on the plane was frozen with shock. In the next instant, Hassenstein's eyes widened as he looked out the window. Under the vast blue sky, a figure emerged from the fireball. The flying figure kept pace with their airplane. Its golden helmet glinted in the sunlight, and it gazed back at them with a cold, menacing look. While Charlie Cooper controlled Iron Man to take down the first jet, his AI assistant, Friday, alerted him to another matter. Sir. Friday said. What? I'm busy, Friday, Charlie responded. I know, sir, but you might want to know there's a bat signal shining outside our window on 13th Street, Friday explained. Looking for Batman, Charlie muttered. It had been a while since the bat signal had been used. Riverton had become a near-model city, a beacon of peace, where crime had mostly faded away. Even criminals from out of town would lay low when visiting. Batman's reputation had spread so widely that the city no longer needed the signal very often. I've activated the security cameras and connected to the FBI's reporting system, Friday said. The team leader at the scene is Captain Frost. Should I tell him Batman isn't available? No need, Batman's on his way. While Friday updated him, Charlie operated Iron Man to target the second escort jet, quickly taking it down. He then flew Iron Man beside the main airplane, activating the laser weapon on his wrist. The laser cut through the blue sky like a burning sword, slicing a red-hot circle along the aircraft's fuselage. The cabin split into two, and the pressure difference sucked everything out: documents, laptops, cell phones, and even passengers who screamed as they were pulled out of the plane and into the sky. With a long reach, Iron Man grabbed Hassenstein, pulling him from the chaos of bodies and debris flying into the air. Facial recognition complete. Target confirmed, Hassenstein. Hassenstein, the once powerful leader who had inspired countless followers, felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at the red and gold armor before him, he felt smaller and weaker than he ever had. So, this is God's judgment, he muttered under his breath. No, you're wrong. This has nothing to do with God. Iron Man replied, his voice cold as he released his grip, letting Hassenstein be sucked into the fiery cyclone and fall into the vast void below. I am your judge. Charlie set Iron Man to autopilot, logging off and switching back to Batman mode as he returned to Riverton City. In a short time, he arrived at the scene of the crime as Batman. A few FBI agents looked at him strangely but didn't comment. Captain Frost stepped forward, giving Batman a quick update. We all know that wasn't you, Batman, he said, a hint of sympathy in his voice. You've brought a lot of change to Riverton, and we trust you. But our only witness is very shaken, so it might be best if you keep out of sight for now. We can show you her statement and answer any questions you have. No need, Batman replied, interrupting. Charlie felt moved by their trust. This was a far cry from the way things worked in New York, where newspapers constantly criticized heroes like Spider-Man. But Riverton's law enforcement believed in him, despite how the witness described the attacker. His helmet's lie detector confirmed Captain Frost's honesty. Even though the witness had given a convincing description, they didn't think Batman was the culprit. Activating detective mode, Batman began scanning the crime scene. A nearby officer leaned toward his partner and whispered, "What's he doing?" "SHH. Don't interrupt him," his partner replied. "He has his own way of investigating." Do you know what we call him? Batman? The Dark Knight. That's what most people call him. But here, we know him as the Inspector. If you work with him long enough, you'll understand. His investigative skills are unbelievable, like Sherlock Holmes come to life. Batman scanned the scene and activated the replay function, which showed the sequence of events leading up to the attack. A virtual reconstruction played before him. From the hair sample, the attacker seemed to be a huge, winged creature, a distorted, giant bat-like figure. Seen from a distance, it could easily have been mistaken for Batman. The replay ended, showing the creature spreading its wings and flying away. Detective mode then identified a weak magnetic trail left by the creature as it flew. Batman adjusted his eyepiece to track the signal. Any leads? Captain Faust asked. I'm following a trail, Batman responded, launching his grappling hook. Thanks, Captain. I'll handle it from here and reach out if I need anything. The fibers of the grappling line contracted, sending Batman up into the night sky. His cape unfolded midair, thrusters igniting as he soared after the magnetic trail through Riverton's darkened cityscape. Tracking the creature wasn't difficult. Thanks to Batman's detective mode, he could follow a bright, glowing path in the air, guiding him like a trail marker. It was almost like a video game level, with visual hints leading him right to his target. Batman's visor displayed a course marker, and a signal strength meter on the side of his vision showed how close he was to the creature's magnetic signature. When he flew in the right direction, the signal got stronger. If he veered off course, it weakened. This high-tech detective mode had made things much easier for Batman. Just like fingerprint or DNA technology transformed police work, Batman's advanced equipment made tracking criminals or creatures almost effortless. After following the trail for 3 or 4 miles, Batman noticed that the surroundings were getting quieter. The area was on the outskirts of Riverton, a place where low-income families lived. The further he flew, the darker it became. Eventually, even the faint lights of the city were left behind, and Batman found himself over a dense forest under an almost pitch-black sky. Though his suit could fly at supersonic speeds, Batman kept his pace steady to avoid losing the trail. The computer in his helmet needed a few seconds to keep up with analyzing the flight path, and moving too fast might cause him to miss something important. Then, without warning, the creature attacked. It struck from above, diving down silently like a predator. A dark shape fell from the sky, barely making a sound until it was almost on top of Batman. The attack warning symbol blinked on Batman's visor just as the creature hit him, almost knocking him out of the air. Batman managed to hit the counter button in time, slamming his elbow backward into the creature's chest. But it was like hitting solid metal. The creature barely budged. Its claws were long and sharp, and it tried to dig into Batman's side, but its claws only scraped against Batman's ultra-thin alloy armor. Even though the armor held, the creature's strength was tremendous, and Batman's vision blurred for a moment as a red outline flashed on his visor, warning him of damage. The creature's grip was strong, using its wings and clawed hands to latch onto Batman from behind. In any fight, being behind an opponent is a huge advantage, especially in close combat. While monsters didn't follow formal combat training, this creature's instincts were sharp and deadly, like it had learned from countless battles of its own. Batman quickly hit the counter button again, following the on-screen QuickTime event, QTE, prompt. He drove his elbow into the creature's face 3 times, each strike powerful enough to crush a human skull. Finally, the creature's grip weakened, giving Batman a small opening. Taking his chance, Batman activated his thrusters, aiming the jets directly at the creature's chest. A burst of fiery exhaust shot out, blasting the creature and forcing it to release its hold with a shriek of pain. The creature flapped its wings and rose higher, giving itself some distance from Batman. Meanwhile, Batman dropped for a moment, tucking in his wings and letting gravity pull him down before spreading his cape to steady himself and shoot back up, now in control of the chase. With a final burst from his thrusters, Batman zoomed up, positioning himself above the creature. Finally, he could get a clear view of it. The witness descriptions had been accurate. The creature looked like a massive bat, far larger than any real bat. Even though Batman was tall and muscular, he looked small next to this monstrous figure. The sight reminded him of the villain Man-Bat, a scientist who had mutated himself with bat DNA to gain bat-like features. But something about this creature was different. Man-Bat had always looked like a mix between human and bat. This creature, however, was purely monstrous, like a regular bat that had been scaled up to impossible proportions. Its face was fierce, with sharp teeth and eyes that gleamed in the darkness. Its claws were deadly, and its wings stretched wide, giving it the look of an ancient vampire out of a nightmare. The creature screeched in anger, its eyes locking onto Batman with a furious look. It beat its wings, lunging toward him with sharp claws ready to strike. But now that Batman was prepared, he had the upper hand. His suit's flight controls were precise, allowing him to move faster than the creature. Batman dodged to the side, avoiding the swipe of its claws. As the creature swung at him again, Batman shot upward, letting the creature pass beneath him. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the creature's head. Instantly, his glove's shock system activated, sending a jolt of blue electricity through the creature's body. Sparks crackled along its skin, and it let out a loud scream, smoke rising from its fur. But the creature was tough. Though stunned for a moment, it quickly recovered, flapping its wings hard to gain distance. Batman noticed a look of fear in the creature's eyes as it turned to face him. Despite its fierce appearance, it seemed to realize it was outmatched. The creature beat its wings faster, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Batman had no intention of letting it go. He activated detective mode again, scanning the creature to send data back to the Bat computer. Sir, preliminary scans indicate the creature is similar to a bat. Friday, Batman's AI assistant, reported. It seems to be blind and uses ultrasonic signals to see its surroundings. Oh, so you're saying? Yes, sir. The anti-Kryptonian sonic cannon should work on it, Friday confirmed. Batman smirked. Let's rename that. Kryptonians are friends, not enemies. Friday chuckled. You're the boss. The sonic weapon finished charging, and Batman activated it. Although the sound was inaudible to human ears, the creature reacted immediately. It stopped in midair, its entire body trembling as it let out an agonized shriek. The creature dropped from the sky, crashing into the muddy ground below and creating a large crater. Though badly injured, the creature was still alive. It tried to crawl away, its claws digging into the mud as it struggled to escape. Batman landed in front of it, blocking its path. The creature froze, staring up at him in terror. Batman watched it closely, his mind racing. The creature didn't seem human. It wasn't like anything he'd seen before. It wasn't an infected person or an ancient creature. It looked like some kind of beast, but it had abilities far beyond any normal animal. This was a new kind of threat, something he needed to investigate. Batman knew he couldn't just let it go. He had to capture it and study it to understand where it came from and what it might mean for Riverdon. Suddenly, Friday's voice broke through his thoughts. Sir, I'm detecting multiple heat signatures nearby. Batman activated detective mode again, turning on night vision. In the darkness, more figures appeared. They were different shapes and sizes, some crawling and others standing, and some were even larger than the creature he'd just fought. Each one had strange, non-human features, and they all had their eyes fixed on him. Batman realized he was surrounded. Charlie scanned the 4 monsters surrounding him, marking them quickly in his visor. Aside from the stunned bat creature lying beneath his feet, each of these new monsters looked like a twisted version of a wild animal. One resembled a hulking black bear, another a snarling wolf, a third a scaly crocodile, and the last a lizard with sharp claws and leathery skin. Charlie couldn't help but wonder how these creatures, each from a different species, had come together. It seemed like they'd formed some sort of bizarre alliance. Well, whatever the case, he was ready for a chat. The wolf creature, looking like the leader, kept its eyes on the wounded bat monster on the ground. It made a series of low growls, and the bat creature shrank back, whimpering softly. Charlie guessed that the wolf might be questioning the bat, maybe accusing it of leading him there. The bat, in turn, seemed to be pleading for innocence, but it was only a guess. For all Charlie knew, this was just a pack of monsters with no plans at all. The 4 monsters growled deeply, low sounds rumbling from their throats as they began to move forward, their eyes locked on him. Each step was slow and deliberate, like they were savoring the anticipation of an easy victory. Their body language made it clear they thought 4 against 1 was more than enough to win. The wolf and crocodile, in particular, eyed him with something close to hunger. They looked like they considered Batman a nice extra snack for the night. Healthy or not, a bat was still meat in their eyes, and these creatures didn't seem to care about the menu. Just then, the air around them shimmered, and blue ripples appeared out of nowhere. A red blur flashed down from above, and Deadpool dropped into the middle of the scene, 2 swords already swinging. His blade sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, slashing into the thick scales of the lizard creature and drawing dark, thick blood from deep wounds. See? I knew you couldn't handle this without me, Deadpool grinned, glancing at Batman. So, does this make me a magical boy now? When's payday, Bat? The lizard screeched in pain, swinging its tail in Deadpool's direction without even looking. But Deadpool teleported out of the way, vanishing just in time. The lizard's heavy tail missed Deadpool completely and instead smacked right into the crocodile's broad, flat head with a loud crack. The crocodile monster's eyes went wide, caught completely off guard. It blinked in confusion, only to see its teammate, the lizard, withdrawing its tail. In an instant, rage flashed in the crocodile's eyes, and it lunged at the lizard, growling furiously. Deadpool had reappeared beside Batman by now, casually leaning his elbow on Batman's shoulder, grinning as he watched the 2 monsters tear into each other. Wow, I would not want to be that poor lizard, he said with a chuckle. Getting pounded by your own teammate? Even by monster standards, that's rough. Deadpool paused, then let out a playful gasp, covering his mouth. Oops, did I just throw shade at you, boss? I mean, that's something people would say, right? Batman said nothing, simply shrugging his shoulder to dislodge Deadpool's arm. Deadpool let out a yelp as he lost his balance and stumbled forward, barely catching himself before he hit the ground. Hey, is that any way to treat your trusty sidekick? Deadpool huffed, brushing himself off. Meanwhile, the wolf creature had managed to separate the crocodile and the lizard, letting out a growl that seemed to signal a command. The 4 monsters immediately spread out, each taking a different position around Batman and Deadpool. There was an odd sense of discipline in their movements, almost like they were following a battle plan. The wolf locked its gaze on Batman. While it seemed more intelligent than a normal wolf, there was still something primal in its eyes, a hunger that couldn't be ignored. As it readied to pounce, it looked more like a hunter considering where to take its first bite. The wolf lunged, moving with impressive speed. It darted forward in an unpredictable, zigzagging pattern, creating a series of afterimages that made it difficult to track. Its movements were calculated and quick, each step designed to confuse and overwhelm. Batman, however, didn't even flinch. He remained calm, standing completely still, his gaze steady as he watched the wolf approach. The wolf seemed infuriated by Batman's lack of reaction. With a snarl, it feinted left, then veered sharply right, aiming for Batman's head with its jaws open wide, ready to bite. But instead of flesh, its teeth snapped down onto something as solid as metal. A loud clang echoed through the night as its powerful jaws slammed shut on nothing but air. The creature recoiled, its entire body shivering from the shock. Dazed and in pain, the wolf pulled back, looking at Batman in confusion. Somehow, it had gone right through him, like he was a ghost. Batman had activated his phasing system, allowing the wolf to pass harmlessly through his body. Without missing a beat, Batman spun around and threw a freeze grenade at the creature. The grenade burst with a sharp crack, spraying icy crystals across the wolf's body. Within seconds, the wolf was encased in a solid block of ice, its wide eyes still locked on Batman, filled with shock and confusion. Meanwhile, the crocodile had turned its attention to Deadpool, jaws snapping as it lunged for him. Deadpool, however, teleported out of reach just before the crocodile's teeth could clamp down, leaving it biting nothing but empty air. The crocodile blinked, confused, as it looked around, seeming to ask itself, "Where'd my meal go?" Before it could think twice, Deadpool dropped down from above, his sword aimed right at the crocodile's open mouth. The creature looked up in horror, but it was too late. Deadpool's sword plunged straight down its throat, piercing through the top of its skull and into its brain. Blood splattered as the crocodile collapsed, dead before it even hit the ground. Deadpool pulled his sword free, doing a little spin as he landed. But before he could celebrate, he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the bear monster had crept up behind him and driven its massive claw through his heart. Blood sprayed from the wound, but Deadpool simply grinned. Without a second thought, he swung his sword around, slicing clean through the bear's wrist and severing its paw. The bear let out a howl of pain, stumbling back as it clutched its bleeding stump, staring at Deadpool in shock. "You really thought that would stop me?" Deadpool scoffed, pulling the bear's severed paw out of his chest. The wound began to heal almost immediately. Rolling his eyes, he added, "Come on. Haven't you ever heard it's rude to interrupt a guy's victory pose?" The lizard monster, watching from the other side, saw that Deadpool was distracted. Its eyes lit up with a gleam of opportunity. With a hiss, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth deep into Deadpool's shoulder, tearing off a chunk of flesh. For anyone else, the pain would have been unbearable. But Deadpool simply looked down at the gaping wound in his shoulder, then calmly turned his gaze to the lizard, who was happily chewing on the piece of his flesh. "If I were you," Deadpool said, deadpan, "I'd rethink that snack choice." The lizard froze mid-chew, its expression shifting from satisfaction to horror. It gagged, then spat out Deadpool's flesh, doubling over as it vomited violently on the ground. "Oh, come on," Deadpool yelled, looking offended. "It can't taste that bad." Charlie Cooper watched through his visor as the lizard monster's expression shifted from fierce hunger to utter horror. Seeing the monster react this way to Deadpool's flesh was both amusing and, frankly, a little satisfying. This creature is definitely inexperienced, Charlie thought. Pretty gutsy to actually try and eat Deadpool. Deadpool's powers, the ability to heal from almost any injury and a type of immortality, were legendary. Across the Marvel Universe, villains and scientists had spent countless resources trying to unlock the secret of Deadpool's self-healing ability. Like Wolverine, another hero with a famous healing factor, Deadpool's powers were the target of countless experiments and ambitious villains. But what these would-be masterminds didn't realize was that Deadpool's healing factor came with a terrible downside. His body wasn't just full of regenerative cells, it was also full of cancer. Every inch of him carried the disease, a dark price that not even his powerful healing factor could completely erase. In the Marvel Universe, cancer was an especially stubborn and relentless disease. Not even godlike powers could cure it. For example, Jane Foster, who once wielded the power of Thor, suffered from cancer. Even with the power of a god, her condition only worsened. In this world, cancer cells were almost impossible to eliminate, unaffected by both magic and science. Deadpool's case was unique. His healing factor was extremely powerful, even stronger than Wolverine's, but it worked too well. It caused his cells to regenerate at an uncontrollable rate, essentially turning him into a walking factory of rapidly dividing cells. Since Deadpool wasn't born with his healing power, his body naturally rejected it. In fact, if he'd been a regular human, his healing ability would have destroyed him from the inside out. But Deadpool's terminal cancer provided an unexpected balance. When he received his healing powers, the cancer was already spread throughout his body, and this forced his powers into a kind of truce. His healing ability and the cancer cells kept each other in check. While the cancer spread, his healing powers fought it constantly, making him both immortal and a walking disease. Every cell in his body was part cancer and part invincible regeneration. "So, you decided to take a bite out of me, huh?" Deadpool muttered, glaring at the lizard creature. Without waiting, Deadpool raised his sword and brought it down on the lizard's head, slashing it over and over until the monster's scaly skull was a broken, bloody mess. As if that wasn't enough, he pulled out his gun and smashed the monster's forehead several times for good measure. Nearby, the bear monster with the severed arm was clutching its bloody stump, howling in pain. But instead of retreating, the agony only seemed to make it angrier. Its eyes locked onto Deadpool, noticing him focused on the lizard, and with a furious roar, it charged forward, aiming to attack him. But Charlie, controlling Batman, had already moved to intercept it. The bear, now in a blind rage, didn't care who was in its path. It roared and swung a huge fist at Batman with all its strength. Batman didn't meet the bear's strength head-on. Instead, Charlie maneuvered Batman with quick, precise movements, dodging the bear's powerful swings as red warning signs on his visor highlighted the incoming attacks. The bear was strong, each swipe of its enormous paw creating a whistling sound in the air as it sliced through empty space. But the bear wasn't agile, and with one arm injured and bleeding heavily, it wasn't as fast as it had been. Batman dodged around it easily, slipping past its strikes and moving in close. In one swift move, Batman circled around the bear, pressed a hand against the back of its neck, and injected a special serum. The bear howled in pain, spinning around and throwing another punch, but Batman had already stepped back to safety. The empty syringe lay on the ground, crushed under the bear's massive foot. Batman's serum was a powerful muscle relaxant mixed with a narcotic compound. It was specifically designed for enemies with superhuman strength, like Bane. Even one shot was enough to weaken a powerhouse. For the bear monster, already weakened by blood loss, the serum worked quickly. Its vision blurred almost immediately, and it swayed, struggling to keep its balance. Batman stepped back, waiting as the bear tried to get its footing. Then, he moved in, throwing a punch directly into the creature's face. The electric shock from his glove spread through the creature's body, causing its fur to stand on end as blue sparks danced across its skin. With a final, pained groan, the bear collapsed to the ground, defeated. Meanwhile, Deadpool had finished hacking away at the lizard monster's head. He finally sheathed his sword, letting out a dramatic sigh as he wiped imaginary sweat from his masked brow. Whew, that was exhausting. Almost killed me. Friday, make an anonymous call to the 9th Division, Charlie said, speaking through Batman. Tell them there's a mess to clean up here and that we'll need a lab for research. These creatures weren't infected humans, but they had similarities. They looked like animals, but twisted into monstrous versions of their natural forms. If the infection could affect animals too, the entire prevention system would need to be overhauled. The risk of transmission would mean including all animals on Earth, not just humans, in the prevention measures. For now, they needed to study these creatures to figure out exactly what they were. Although Charlie's tech module had some powerful gadgets, it didn't have advanced research tools. His equipment could only create and use existing technology. Analyzing unknown threats was beyond its capabilities. This job was more suited for Miyazaki and his research team. Already dialing, sir, Friday replied efficiently. She was handling the call while Charlie reopened detective mode to scan the ground beneath him. I didn't have a chance to alert you during the fight, but the detective mode scan picked up something unusual, Friday reported. There may be a hollow space beneath us. What? Charlie asked, frowning. The scan shows an underground structure. There are magnetic signatures and infection traces coming from below, so we're standing over a source of infection. Charlie wondered aloud. Is this thing affecting animals and turning them into monsters? It's possible, Friday answered. Detective mode can't scan deeply enough for complete data, but based on the results we have so far. Friday paused. It's possible we're standing on top of some kind of ancient relic. The 9th Division arrived soon after, their response swift and organized. This was one of the advantages of having allies. Charlie didn't have to handle everything on his own. Working with groups like the 9th Division gave him extra manpower and resources for tasks like cleanup and research. The division's team was specially trained for scientific research, combat logistics, and hazardous cleanup. They quickly set up a small base camp, unloading scanners and specialized equipment for analyzing the area. Meanwhile, the bodies of the fallen monsters were carefully loaded onto a transport plane bound for the main lab where Miyazaki and his research team would investigate them in detail. The first team from the 9th Division was led by Ivan Petrov and included Leela, an ancient old one. Although Leela was technically a model prisoner, she was always cooperative with the division, assisting with research and even going on field missions when needed. Layla's presence here was especially relevant. Batman had received intelligence suggesting there might be an ancient relic buried outside Riverton City. As one of the few surviving old ones, Leela had vast knowledge about ancient ruins and artifacts. She had encountered countless relics over her long life, and if anyone could recognize the signs of an ancient site, it was her. The division's research team worked quickly, setting up sonar devices to map the underground space, while expert teams used handheld scanners to detect more details. As the last of the monster bodies was loaded onto the transport, Layla's gaze followed the carcasses being taken away, her expression thoughtful and a bit uneasy. You know something? Batman said, watching her closely. I do, Leela replied, a slight frown on her face. But if you think this is the work of the ancients, you're mistaken. This wasn't done by them. But you still know what it is, Batman pressed. Leela hesitated, then looked at him with a strange, almost cautious expression. I suppose you've heard of dragons, right? Dragon. Detective Ivan Petrov's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you talking about an actual dragon, like in myths? If what you're imagining is the powerful, flying creature that appears in your stories and legends, then yes, that's exactly what I mean, Leela replied calmly. But, you just said dragons are fantasy. Fantasy, yes, but many fantasies are inspired by real events, Leela explained, her voice steady and serious. Ancient humans recorded things they didn't understand, and over time, those records were either lost or exaggerated, turning reality into myth. The truth often became hidden under layers of imagination and storytelling. So, dragons are real? Yvonne asked, eyes widening. Not exactly as you might imagine, Leela clarified, glancing around thoughtfully. Some myths are overblown, but others, well, they hold more truth than you'd think. She paused for a moment, then continued, dragons did exist once, but they weren't as magical as you'd imagine. They were an ancient race, much like the ancients, who lived here on Earth long ago. They weren't mystical beasts but rather beings who had gained extraordinary abilities over time. So, they were just large animals? Yvonne asked, a bit skeptical. Not exactly, Layla's expression turned serious. The ancients, my people, were born with what we call extraordinary seeds, giving us powers beyond most other beings. I'm sure you've seen that. Dragons are similar in this way, she continued, her voice lowering as if revealing a secret. They, too, had powers beyond what most species could imagine. Like the ancients, they had the ability to influence and even transform other creatures. Their powers didn't just make them strong but also allowed them to infect and change animals around them, both in body and mind. Leela paused, a thoughtful look crossing her face. Even among the ancients, dragons were rare. I've never seen one myself, but I remember stories from elders of other tribes. According to the legends, dragons had a strange ability to leave a trail of infected creatures wherever they went. However, unlike the ancients, they rarely affected intelligent beings. Their power mostly influenced creatures with simpler minds, animals, not people. Animals. Batman's voice was low, a hint of understanding in his tone. Everyone's eyes drifted over the mutated creatures scattered around them. The twisted forms of the bear, wolf, lizard, and bat still showed traces of their original species, but their bodies had become monstrous and unnatural. The agents exchanged uneasy glances. They'd spent years dealing with infected humans, people twisted and transformed by exposure to extraordinary powers, their bodies altered into disturbing, grotesque shapes. Now, seeing these mutated animals, it was clear that the infection could reach animals as well. But that doesn't make sense, Leela murmured, almost as if talking to herself. There shouldn't be any dragons left. You just said dragons were real, Yvonne reminded her. Yes, but I also meant that they're supposed to be gone, Leela replied, her face troubled. When I was reborn, the other ancients told me that the dragons had been completely wiped out. Yvonne raised an eyebrow. Reborn? You mean when you returned to life? Yes, Leela said. The other ancients told me the dragons had disappeared from this world. According to them, the dragon clan was wiped out, erased from existence. Among the ancients, this rumor was as close to fact as we had. She looked around at the fallen monsters with an expression of frustration. And it's been ages since dragons last appeared. They don't appear in any recent human history, either. If dragons were still around, people would have noticed. During their conversation, a researcher in uniform hurried over, saluting Yvonne before giving his report. Sir, we've completed the preliminary scan. There's definitely some kind of underground structure beneath us, and we've located a hidden entrance about 5 kilometers from here. Good work. Yvonne nodded, then turned to Batman with a determined expression. Looks like it's time to get moving. Let's head down there and see what's really going on. Ivan's team was prepared for action, and he seemed ready to lead them into the underground site. But before he could give the order, Batman stepped forward, holding up a hand to stop him. No, you'll stay here at the camp. I'll go down with my team, Batman said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Batman's firm response didn't surprise Yvonne. The 9th Division's last expedition into ancient ruins had been chaotic and dangerous. A mission into unknown territory would be just as risky, and a large team without the right skills might be a burden. Batman's team, made up of heroes trained to handle extreme situations, was much better suited to the task. Batman turned to Leela. And you're coming with us. As the last known Old One, Leela was the only one with direct knowledge of dragons and the ancient beings associated with them. Not only was she familiar with ancient myths, but she was also powerful in her own right. Her unique abilities made her valuable to the team, and Batman trusted that she could handle herself in whatever they might face below. All right, Leela agreed, nodding solemnly. Yvonne looked disappointed, as if he'd lost the chance to team up with Batman. But he knew the potential dangers were serious, and his team might not be prepared for what lay below. After a moment, he gave a reluctant nod, stepping back to let Batman take the lead. Leela, who now worked as a field agent of sorts with the 9th Division, had a small camera attached to her uniform. This would allow the team back at the camp to monitor the situation in real time as she and Batman ventured underground. Following the coordinates given by the researchers, Batman and Leela quickly found the entrance, a dark, narrow tunnel leading deep into the ground, with stone steps descending into darkness. The entrance was unmistakably crafted by intelligent hands. The stones were precisely placed, confirming that this wasn't a natural formation. Batman took the lead, activating his detective mode to light the way. Through his visor, the passage was bright as day. He could see every tiny particle of dust floating in the air, each detail perfectly clear. Unbelievable, Leela murmured, her voice filled with awe as they descended. After walking down the stone steps for a few minutes, the tunnel opened into a vast, hidden world. The sight took their breath away. Strange, colorful flowers and plants were everywhere, with their leaves glistening in the dim light. Towering ancient trees stretched up toward the distant ceiling, their roots snaking across the ground. A crystal-clear river flowed from somewhere above, cascading down in a gentle waterfall, filling the air with the soft sound of rushing water. I've heard legends that dragons live in hidden worlds of their own, Leela whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. I always thought it was just a tale, an exaggeration. But to see this. Hold on to that offer later. We're not alone, Batman said, his voice pulling her back to reality. Leela glanced around and spotted what Batman had noticed, several shadowy figures moving among the trees. The creatures looked similar to the mutated animals they'd fought above ground but were even more ferocious. Their eyes glinted with a predatory hunger as they stalked closer, sizing up Batman and Leela as if they were prey. Well, it doesn't look like they're happy about us crashing their little paradise, Leela muttered, her eyes narrowing as she studied the beasts. Guess we'll have to fight our way through. No need, Batman replied calmly, not moving a muscle. He stood as if everything were perfectly under control. Leela was about to ask what he meant when a soft pft echoed through the cavern. One of the creatures suddenly collapsed, a clean hole punched through its head. It hadn't even had a chance to realize it was under attack. The other beasts stopped in their tracks, staring at their fallen comrade. Before they could react, another pft cut through the air, and a second creature dropped to the ground, lifeless. Layla's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Batman. She hadn't seen him make any movement, yet two creatures had already been taken down. Wait, you didn't use this technique when we sparred, did you? She asked, suspicion flickering in her gaze. Batman didn't respond, his focus on the creatures around them. The monsters were now in complete chaos. They looked around wildly, unsure of where the attacks were coming from. Confusion and fear flashed in their eyes as they backed up, uncertain who or what was attacking them. Where am I? What's going on? Who's attacking us? The beasts looked around in panic, but they didn't have long to wonder. Another pft echoed, and yet another creature fell, leaving the remaining monsters even more frantic and desperate as they struggled to understand the invisible threat. The beasts looked around in utter confusion, howling in frustration as they failed to see what was attacking them. Back at the camp, the agents watching the scene through Layla's camera feed were just as stunned. When they first saw Batman and Leela surrounded by that swarm of fierce, monstrous animals, they had braced for a brutal battle. Each monster looked more terrifying than the last, with twisted bodies, gleaming fangs, and claws sharp enough to tear through metal. The agents were certain Batman and Leela were in for a fight to survive. But what they saw next was beyond anything they could have imagined. Instead of a clash, the monsters were dropping one by one, collapsing in the dirt as if struck by some invisible force. The camp was silent as the agents tried to make sense of what they were seeing. The monstrous creatures, animals that had become twisted into horrible, ferocious forms, were now howling and stumbling as they dropped like flies. Everyone's first thought was that Batman was behind it. After all, he'd seemed calm and confident before the creatures had even begun to fall. But even Leela, an ancient who'd seen more strange and powerful things than most, seemed bewildered, her eyes scanning the scene for answers. If she didn't know what was going on, then this couldn't have been Batman's doing. So who or what was causing this? As they squinted at the screen, trying to catch any sign of movement, Leela adjusted her own vision. The ancients had designed their bodies to go beyond normal human capabilities. Layla's eyes could zoom, sharpen, and detect even the smallest detail in the dimmest light. Now, with her advanced sight focused on the fallen monsters, she finally saw something, a faint, fast-moving shape darting among the beasts. She zoomed in further, her eyesight zeroing in like a camera lens, and finally managed to make out the shape. She saw a figure, no bigger than an ant, moving with blinding speed through the herd of monsters. Is that a person? She thought, astonished. The figure was so small it could have been mistaken for a bug, yet it moved with incredible purpose and precision. With each leap, it aimed itself like a missile, launching itself toward the nearest monster. The tiny figure punched through the air, like a bullet shot from a gun, targeting a snarling beast that was looking around in bewilderment. There was a sharp, muffled thud as the tiny figure tore through the beast's head, puncturing a clean hole in its skull. The beast let out a strangled, panicked cry before its legs buckled and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The small figure burst out from the other side, spun in the air, and, using the falling beast as a launch pad, kicked off like a rocket and shot toward its next target. The beasts around them were now frantic, trying to catch whatever was attacking them. But the tiny figure was too fast, too agile, and nearly invisible in its insect-sized form. Another soft thud sounded, and another monster dropped, its head split clean through. Layla's eyes went wide in shock. No way, it's a man? Leela quickly realized that this tiny figure had to be one of Batman's allies. She'd seen people affected by infection shrink before, but they'd only been able to reduce to the size of a child, maybe as small as a doll. None of them had been able to shrink to the size of a bug, let alone maintain their strength at that size. In nature, creatures usually lose strength as they get smaller. A tiny insect like an ant can carry heavy loads relative to its size, but if a human were to shrink down to that size, they should lose much of their power. They'd become so fragile that they'd barely be able to stand, much less launch an attack. But this was no ordinary shrinking ability. Charlie, controlling Ant-Man, was using Pym particles, a unique, nearly magical substance discovered by the original Ant-Man, Hank Pym. Pym particles allowed Ant-Man to shrink without losing his strength and, in fact, often amplified it. Marvel scientists had tried to explain it, suggesting that Pym particles somehow altered the space between molecules. But as time went on, it became clear that the particles were beyond normal science, and their effects were treated as a marvel, literally, in their own right. With Pym particles, Ant-Man could shrink down to the size of a flea and still pack a punch. The smaller he got, the more pressure each of his attacks carried, as his strength concentrated into tiny points. At that size, his punches hit with the impact of a bullet, capable of tearing through solid bone and muscle. So, as tiny as he was, Ant-Man had become a deadly weapon. He darted around the monsters, attacking with pinpoint precision, each strike dropping a beast with ease. The monsters, sensing something was wrong, began roaring and swiping at the air, trying to catch the invisible enemy. Their massive claws and fangs cut through empty space as they tried and failed to hit the tiny figure that buzzed around them like a deadly insect. From Ant-Man's perspective, every move was an adrenaline rush. After tearing through the head of one monster, he landed lightly on the ground. Suddenly, a bright red circle appeared beneath him, warning him that a massive paw was about to slam down. Ant-Man dove forward in a sliding dodge, using his small size to slip under the beast's attack. Because he weighed so little, his slide covered an impressive distance, gliding him out of harm's way. The monster's paw slammed into the ground behind him, sending a small shockwave through the dirt. With a tap to his suit, Ant-Man pressed the Pym particle button, reversing his shrinkage. His body expanded in seconds, going from insect-sized to full-sized in an instant. One moment, the monsters were swatting at a tiny pest. The next, a full-sized man in a red and silver suit stood in their midst, helmet gleaming. The monsters froze in shock, their beady eyes widening at the sudden appearance of the human. They hadn't expected the tiny bug to transform into a full-sized figure right before their eyes. Without hesitation, Ant-Man kicked a smaller, furry creature out of his way and grabbed 3 silver darts from his belt. The 3 nearest monsters charged toward him, snarling. Ant-Man spun on his heel and flicked the darts toward them. The silver blades whirled through the air, each one striking a beast with deadly accuracy. The monsters let out strangled cries before, in an instant, they vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence. The agents watching from the camp were stunned into silence. One of them leaned closer to the monitor, eyes wide in disbelief. Did they just disappear? It didn't look like the monsters had been destroyed by a weapon. There was no blood, no ash, no trace at all. The beasts had simply ceased to exist, gone as if they'd been erased from reality itself. The agents exchanged nervous glances, realizing they were seeing something beyond anything they'd ever encountered. What kind of tech are we even looking at here? Someone whispered. Their minds raced with questions. If these heroes could make creatures disappear without a trace, what else could they do? Could they use this power on bigger targets, like vehicles or buildings? A chill crept through the room. The agents had always known that these superpowered allies were beyond their understanding, but this display was unlike anything they'd ever imagined. The 9th Division agents glanced around, each of them realizing that their understanding of these heroes was still only the tip of the iceberg. What other powers, what other unimaginable technologies, were waiting beneath the surface? Leela, standing beside Batman on the battlefield, could see everything with even more clarity. She watched the once imposing beasts scattered across the ground, now nothing more than shrunken, helpless figures. This power, it's unreal, she thought, feeling a chill down her spine. If this were used against the ancients, who once towered over others, would be reduced to mere ants, their strength erased. Just the thought of it made her shudder. She glanced at Batman, who stood watching with his usual stoic calm, as if such power was just another tool in his arsenal. To these heroes, this kind of power must be normal, she realized. Maybe it really was wise to avoid provoking them. After a while, all the beasts lay defeated, either shrunken or motionless on the ground. Finally, Ant-Man reappeared, expanding to full size and landing among the scattered creatures. His suit was smeared with dirt and blood, and he looked weary, shaking his head with a sigh. I really hate violence, he muttered. Leela glanced at the defeated creatures, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. It was hard not to hear a bit of irony in his words. Tell that to these poor creatures, she thought, though she wisely kept the thought to herself. Batman stepped forward, his face as impassive as ever. Let's move on, he said, his tone calm and unbothered. Just then, Friday's voice crackled through Charlie's helmet. Sir, I've detected a massive heat source nearby. It's underground, and it's about to surface. Friday's warning came through the headset, tense and urgent. Sir, there's a huge heat source underground, and its energy intensity is off the charts. You need to get out of there now. Charlie, controlling Batman, had already activated detective mode, and his screen lit up with a glowing red orb buried deep below the surface, moving quickly towards them. He knew something was about to go very wrong. Suddenly, boom. The ground beneath him exploded with incredible force, sending chunks of earth, shattered rock, and even the bodies of fallen creatures spiraling into the air like shrapnel. Batman's reflexes kicked in, and just half a second before the blast hit, he unfurled his cape and launched himself upward, narrowly dodging the eruption below. Leela wasn't as lucky. The explosion struck her head-on, and she was launched into the air, spinning uncontrollably. Her brightly colored wings flared open, and she managed to regain her balance in midair, though her expression showed clear annoyance as she shot a sharp look at Batman. It seemed as if she was silently blaming him for not warning her sooner. Still, Leela was tough, one of the few remaining ancients, after all. Her unique resilience kept her from suffering serious harm, but if she were an ordinary person, that blast would have been devastating. And then, they both saw it, the source of the explosion. Rising from the ground, it was huge and awe-inspiring. Its scales shone like black metal, and its powerful body was covered in jagged, rock-like spines jutting out from its back. The creature's claws, sharp and deadly, scraped the earth as it emerged, its eyes blazing with a fierce, ancient intelligence. It was a dragon. Its enormous body rippled with muscle, and every inch of it seemed designed to inflict fear. Batman and Leela hovered above, stunned by the sight of this legendary creature in the flesh. The dragon's head swung back and forth, and with a growl that rumbled like distant thunder, it leaped forward, its claws outstretched to snatch them from the air like helpless insects. Batman and Leela split in opposite directions, dodging just in time as the claws missed them by a hair's breadth. As Batman soared in a wide arc, gaining height for a better view, Layla's monitoring equipment transmitted a live feed back to the 9th Division's base camp. The agents watching were silent with shock and awe. No one could believe what they were seeing. Ivan Petrov's voice broke the silence, his tone filled with disbelief. Is that an actual dragon? Layla's voice crackled over the comms. They were supposed to be extinct ages ago. I didn't think any of them were left. It doesn't matter, Batman's voice cut in, calm and cold. We're ending this here. Down on the ground, Ant-Man assessed the scene and quickly pulled 2 PIM particle darts from his belt. He threw them with perfect aim, knowing they could shrink the dragon down to the size of a mouse if they hit. But the dragon had been watching his previous battles. With a low growl, it summoned a powerful gust of wind. The darts spun off course, one of them striking a nearby tree, which instantly shrank to a tiny size. The other dart hit the ground, causing a small crater that immediately shrunk, warping the earth around it. Layla's voice came through again. It saw your fight earlier. It knows what those darts do. It won't let you hit it that easily. Good point, Ant-Man muttered, dodging the dragon as it lunged at him. He activated his suit, shrinking down to the size of an ant and riding the swirling wind currents stirred up by the dragon's movements. The dragon's claw hit only air, sending another cloud of dust into the sky. Meanwhile, Batman saw his chance. He dived from above, gliding straight over the dragon's head. As he passed, he extended his gloved hand and released a surge of high-voltage electricity. The bolt struck the dragon's skull but seemed to bounce off its thick scales, barely making an impact. The dragon's head snapped around, its fierce eyes locking onto Batman as it let out a furious roar. It swung its massive tail in a powerful arc, aiming to knock Batman from the sky. Batman retracted his wings, his thrusters firing to drop him rapidly out of the tail's path. As he fell, he tossed a freezing grenade at the dragon, but it let out another ear-splitting roar. The force of its voice created a swirling wind that blew the grenade off course. It detonated midair, scattering icy crystals everywhere, but failing to reach the dragon. The air around the dragon shimmered with waves of heat, creating an almost blinding glow. Even Batman's advanced suit was beginning to feel the effects of the rising temperature. But Charlie, now fully immersed in the game's world, was quick to adapt. He let the dragon's wind carry Batman for a distance, then spread his cape to slow his descent, stabilizing just above the ground before firing his thrusters again and taking off in a sweeping arc, kicking up a cloud of dust as he lifted away. Switching perspectives, Charlie directed his focus back to Ant-Man, who had shrunk down and was now riding a flying ant, surveying the battle from above. So, are you planning to help or just float around? He teased Leela as he rose into the air. Leela frowned, her hands igniting with flames that danced across her fingertips, but even her ancient powers couldn't penetrate the dragon's impenetrable scales. Dragons were considered the most perfect creatures on Earth's polar star, and whatever they implanted in me has blocked some of my abilities. I can't fight at full strength. Implanted? Charlie thought. The 9th Division must have put some sort of failsafe in her to limit her powers, he realized. Still, he wasn't counting on her for this fight. Charlie had his own plan, a move he'd been waiting to use. Switching Ant-Man's skill to giant mode, he prepared to unleash a game-changer. Ant-Man launched off the back of his flying ant, his tiny form dropping toward the ground. Then, halfway down, he activated the giant mode. In an instant, his small figure swelled, growing larger and larger until he hit the ground like a skyscraper crashing down. The impact shook the battlefield, creating a shockwave that sent dust and debris flying in all directions. Ant-Man, now a towering giant, stood face to face with the dragon. Every agent at the base camp stared in awe. The dragon, seeing this human grow to its size, froze in confusion, letting out a deep growl that sounded almost like, Abba, Abba, Abba. The dragon's instincts told it that humans were small, insignificant creatures, barely worth noticing. But here was this human, now matching it in size, challenging it head-on. The dragon let out an enraged roar that shook the entire underground valley. Trees bent under the force of its cry, and the ground trembled. But Ant-Man didn't flinch. Instead, he cocked his fist back and, with a powerful right hook, punched the dragon square in the jaw. The impact sounded like a bomb going off. The dragon's roar was cut off as its head snapped to the side. It was lifted off its feet, sent flying backward. It crashed into the ground, sliding and tumbling, a cloud of dirt and rock billowing up around it. As the dragon lay dazed and disoriented, its ancient mind struggled to understand what had just happened. How could a human have become so powerful? It was a blow not just to its body, but to its pride. The dragon froze in shock after that punch, and Leela couldn't believe what she was seeing. The ancient beings had tough bodies built with Tiz shields, making their structures incredibly strong and hard to destroy. Some of these ancient beings were also great fighters with impressive abilities, matching the dragons in strength. However, dragons were still considered the most perfect species. Their physical abilities were simply stronger from the start. The ancients' shielded bodies were large, but their real talent was transforming into different weapons, attacking mainly with tentacles. In terms of pure power, they couldn't quite measure up to dragons. But here was a dragon, a creature known for its strength, being beaten down by what looked like a human? Or was it even human? This giant, mythical figure after that earth-shaking punch, it wasn't clear at all what it was. Ant-Man, as an original member of the Avengers, had skills of his own. When the Avengers first came together, major heroes like Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor each had their own powerful talents. Ant-Man's only power then was shrinking to the size of an ant, which seemed a bit underwhelming next to his teammates. Determined to do more, Ant-Man studied the Pym particles carefully and found a way to grow large and increase his strength. Later, the second Ant-Man in the movies could also grow, but his giant form wasn't as powerful as Hank Pym's original one. According to official ratings, Ant-Man's giant form had a strength level of 5, which ranges between 25 to 75 tons. But Hank Pym's strength in giant form was rated a full level 7. For comparison, a level 7 strength is what the Hulk has, starting at over 1,000 tons and reaching unimaginable limits. Yet this kind of power has a downside. Ant-Man's giant state gives him strength, but not much extra durability. So, even though he's as strong as Hulk, he doesn't last as long in a fight. He becomes a giant target for attacks. This was clear during the superhero battle in Captain America: Civil War, where he was able to go all out because the heroes didn't aim to kill. Still, his giant form made him a big target, and he struggled to keep up. Despite his level 7 strength, Ant-Man often stayed behind the scenes, working on logistics instead of fighting in the main battles. But he was no weakling when he had to fight. He could throw a punch that hit hard. After delivering one successful punch to the dragon, Charlie Cooper maneuvered Ant-Man's giant form forward, grabbing the dragon's shoulder with his enormous hand. The dragon let out an angry, strange-sounding hiss, but Ant-Man kept it pinned to the ground. Then, he climbed on top of the dragon, pressing its claws and wings down and starting to pound it into the ground with fierce punches. Each punch shook the earth, filling the air with booming echoes. Hovering above, Leela watched the dragon take blow after blow. She could hardly believe her eyes. It was as if the whole space around them shuddered with each punch. A real, terrifying dragon was being held down, beaten with sheer brute force. For a moment, Leela felt sad that she was the only ancient being who had survived to see this moment. She almost wished she could bring back her long-lost comrades so they could witness this unbelievable sight. Although Charlie's giant Ant-Man was surprising the dragon with this sudden attack, his actual fighting skills weren't quite up to the dragon's level. Caught off guard by a punch and put in a tough spot, the dragon found itself trapped. If this were a real fight without surprise attacks, this position would only give a slight advantage. But Ant-Man's current position was like a wrestler pinning his opponent. He had the upper hand. If Captain America had been in Ant-Man's place, the dragon would probably already be done for. Hank Pym, however, was mostly a scientist and not as skilled in combat. He had learned some moves from his Avenger teammates, but he wasn't an expert. Though it looked like he was in control, it wasn't absolute. As Ant-Man aimed another punch, the dragon managed to dodge, finally regaining enough strength to lash out with its tail. It whipped around like a huge whip, smacking Ant-Man hard in the back. Ant-Man let out a pained grunt as he fell off the dragon. He hit the ground with a loud crash, breaking rocks and snapping trees nearby. Charlie quickly got Ant-Man back on his feet, only to see the dragon opening its mouth. From Ant-Man's perspective, he could clearly see sharp teeth, the muscles in the mouth, and flames churning like lava at the back of its throat. "Move!" Leela shouted. "It's dragon fire." Dragons weren't just feared for their physical power. What really terrified the ancient beings about dragons was the dragon fire, a flame so hot that even Tiz shields couldn't stand up to it. In the past, the ancients used to say that nothing could harm a Tiz shield, though they quietly ignored dragons in that claim. They had thought dragons were long extinct, so they didn't consider them in the equation. The giant Ant-Man wasn't fast enough to dodge. He was still rolling and didn't have time to get up. Charlie knew the giant form gave him strength but not much endurance, and if dragonfire hit him directly, Ant-Man would be out. He could respawn in this virtual battle, but losing here would mean starting over. Then, all of a sudden, dragonfire shot out of the dragon's mouth, scorching the air and cutting across the ground like a flaming sword aimed right at Ant-Man's chest. But in an instant, Ant-Man disappeared. The dragonfire burst forward, slicing through a fading afterimage and soaring into the empty sky. Dragon? Wait, where did he go? A massive figure like that shouldn't just vanish. The dragon's survival instincts kicked in. Its eyes darted around as it lashed its thick tail back and forth, claws sweeping defensively, trying to guard its vital areas. The dragonfire was still flickering at the corners of its mouth, ready to attack the moment it saw Ant-Man again. But no matter how it guarded, it couldn't defend against an ant. Charlie controlled the miniaturized Ant-Man, flying close to the dragon's head, sneaking past its flailing claws and thick tail. He was so close to the dragon's face that he could feel the heat radiating from its scales, and then he tapped the giant transformation button once more. In a flash, Ant-Man expanded, becoming a giant again. With his fist raised high, aimed straight for the dragon's jaw, Ant-Man poured all his power into this single, thunderous punch. With the force of an explosion, his fist collided with the dragon's jaw, snapping its mouth shut and forcing the dragon fire down its own throat. The dragon's eyes rolled back as it staggered and toppled over, dazed. "Monster!" the dragon cried out as it hit the ground, nearly whimpering. "It's a monster." Charlie paused, feeling a little stunned. "Friday," he said, slightly confused. "Did we just hear that dragon talk?" "Friday, did that dragon just talk?" Charlie stared at the enormous creature lying defeated on the ground, still hacking up the remnants of its own dragon fire. The thought was surreal, but he couldn't ignore what he'd heard. "Yes, sir," Friday confirmed, her tone light with amusement. That was the dragon talking, and it seemed none too pleased. Charlie blinked in surprise. "But how is that even possible? I mean, it's a dragon." Friday replied with a hint of a smile in her voice. "Ant-Man's helmet has a built-in simultaneous translation function. This technology allows him to understand and communicate with most intelligent creatures. You may want to brush up on your hero skills, sir." Charlie frowned. Like many players, he'd schemed over the finer details of Ant-Man's skills, assuming he could learn most of them on the fly. Manuals were for emergencies, not for practice. "So, Ant-Man's helmet can actually translate languages? Even dragon?" "Correct, sir. The translation function is an advanced piece of technology originally designed for communication with insects. Over time, it was improved to interpret languages from various species, including intelligent ones like this dragon." "But why didn't it work on those beasts we fought earlier?" he asked, recalling the chaos of the previous battle. "Those creatures likely lack the intelligence to develop a language that could be translated," Friday explained. "While Ant-Man can control ants, they don't possess a true language. His helmet only translates languages that exist within intelligent life forms." Charlie couldn't help but smirk. And yet, Aquaman gets all the grief for talking to fish, while here Ant-Man can talk to anything with enough brainpower to hold a conversation. "Guess I'll have to remember that." Friday's tone turned serious. "Sir, I've also finished a new scan of the area. This dragon is not the source of the infection. There's no connection between it and the mutated creatures you encountered earlier." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "If it's not the dragon, then what is?" "A weak radiation signal is coming from deep underground, right near where the dragon emerged," Friday reported. Nearby, the dragon, still huffing and growling, spotted the small metallic box in Batman's hands, a sturdy, worn object about the size of a book. The dragon let out a menacing growl, baring its jagged teeth. "That's mine," it rumbled. To everyone else, it sounded like a series of guttural snarls, but Charlie's helmet captured the meaning clearly. Batman held up the box for Leela to inspect. "Do you recognize this?" Layla's face shifted from confusion to realization as she examined the object. It can't be. I thought it was just a myth," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "A tale spread by the Adventists. I never believed it actually existed." Batman's gaze narrowed. "What exactly is it, and who are the Adventists?" Leela hesitated, glancing between Batman and the box. "The Adventists are a faction among the ancients. They're different. While most of us believe the return of the old gods would bring disaster, the Adventists see it as our only hope for salvation. They believe in a prophecy that claims these gods will one day return and that their arrival will save us from our endless cycle of reincarnation." She paused, her gaze distant as if recalling a memory. "They claimed to have discovered something, a key to the gods' return, something they called the core of Advent. They believed it could open the way for the gods to cross over." Batman's attention shifted back to the box. "So this is the core they spoke of?" Leela shook her head, still processing the revelation. "I think it might be, but I never actually saw it, and I assumed it was just a story, a legend. No one knew it was real, let alone that it would end up in the hands of a dragon." The dragon's scowl deepened, and it growled low, eyes flashing with defiance. "It's mine, you thieves, robbers." It kept a wary eye on Ant-Man, who loomed closer, one massive fist flexing in warning. The dragon shrank back. Fine, just stay there." Charlie's mind was racing. Not only was this dragon in possession of an ancient artifact tied to the arrival of gods, but it seemed to understand the power it held. If this really was the core of Advent, they'd stumbled into something far bigger than he'd bargained for. Batman turned to Leela again. "If this core is real, what exactly can it do?" Leela considered his question, her face tense with worry. "The Adventists believe it could act as a beacon, a sort of calling card for the gods. But I don't know its full power, or how to control it. We always thought it was a myth." Her gaze shifted warily to the dragon, who was still muttering angrily, glancing at the box as though it were a precious treasure. The dragon caught their looks and snarled. "Stop talking about it like you know. You don't understand what you're messing with." Batman ignored the warning and held the box up to Leela. "Take a closer look." But Ant-Man, now fully aware of his helmet's capabilities, decided to put his newfound skills to use. Stepping forward, he addressed the dragon directly. "All right, listen up," he said, his voice transformed by the helmet into the deep, guttural tones of the dragon language. "We need to have a talk." Every eye, from Layla's wide gaze to the agents back at the camp, turned to Ant-Man in disbelief. The dragon, hearing his own language echo back at him, froze, his large golden eyes widening. You speak my language," it stammered, then shrank back as Ant-Man took another ominous step forward. Charlie allowed himself a smug smile beneath the helmet. "Yeah, so let's have a nice, long chat about this little treasure of yours." The shock was clear on everyone's faces when they heard Ant-Man speaking in dragon language. Layla's expression was one of disbelief. How could this human, whose life experience was a fraction of hers, understand a language she didn't even know existed? The dragon, too, looked startled, and after blinking a few times, it asked, Are you a dragon too? No, of course not, Ant-Man replied, slowly returning to his normal size. Although Ant-Man could go giant at will, his suit wasn't designed to sustain that size for too long. Being massive drained him faster than almost any other ability, and he needed to be smart about when he used it. In the game's design, the ability to go giant was his ultimate move, a powerful transformation, but one that came with its own limits. The longer he stayed in that size, the more pressure built up, and once it hit maximum, he would shrink back to his regular form. Only after a cooldown would he be able to go giant again. Now that he'd returned to a regular size, Ant-Man held out his arms to show the dragon he was, in fact, just a regular human. As you can see, I'm only human. I just have a few questions for you. The dragon squinted, still somewhat suspicious and probably sore. Ordinary human, it muttered, almost like it was trying to convince itself. Its gaze lingered on the advent core that Batman still held, a glimmer of desire flashing across its eyes. After a moment, it gave in with a reluctant sigh. What do you want to know? Ant-Man gestured to the box in Batman's hand. Let's start with that. What exactly is it? The dragon looked at the box, then shook its head. I don't know. It's something left behind by someone from outside. But it's mine, and I must keep it locked away, or it will bring disaster. Why? Ant-Man pressed, his curiosity growing. The dragon shifted uncomfortably. I don't know. That's just what they told me. They? Are you talking about other dragons? Are there any others? Ant-Man asked, leaning forward slightly. The dragon looked down, shaking its head again. They're all dead, all gone. Its expression softened, and for the first time, the creature looked less like the proud beast of myth and more like a weary, lonely soul carrying the burden of its kind. Charlie recalled Layla's earlier statement that dragons had long been considered extinct. But here, in front of him, was one of those so-called extinct beings, and it looked heartbreakingly tired. What happened? He asked quietly. The outsiders returned, the dragon said, a dark glint in its eye. We dragons tried to fight, but we couldn't win. They saw us as a threat, so they hunted us down until there was nothing left. The words chilled Charlie. He remembered Layla's warning about the gods from beyond returning. Perhaps this wasn't just a future prophecy. Perhaps it was a memory, a nightmare that had already come to pass. They came back, the dragon continued, its voice dropping, and they saw us. They saw how strong we were, and they were afraid. So, they decided to destroy us. But you survived, Ant-Man noted, his voice gentle. Only because I was still an egg, the dragon replied, looking embarrassed. When I woke, the others were gone. I hatched into silence. But I could hear their memories, their voices, echoing in my mind, telling me that whatever destroyed us might come back. They told me this locket it motioned to the advent core was the key. I was to guard it, to make sure no one took it. A flicker of anger crossed the dragon's face as it spat. That's mine. Charlie asked a few more questions, but the dragon's answers were jumbled, as if its thoughts were knotted up. Talking to it was like talking to a child lost in their own imagination. Still, he managed to piece together the story. The infected beasts and mutated creatures that had been appearing near Riverton weren't the dragon's doing. Instead, they were the result of the Advent Core's influence, a power so dangerous that even the ancients had once warned against it. They had blamed dragons for spreading mutations and violence among lesser creatures, but it seemed those powers originated from the core itself. Curious about the level of infection, Charlie used his equipment to scan the Advent Core. What he saw left him stunned. The core's infection levels were off the charts, higher than anything in the 9th Special Service Division's entire database. Left unchecked, it could potentially spread throughout Earth, causing animals to mutate and turn aggressive within a few weeks. Yet, somehow, this powerful artifact had remained silent for eons, buried in isolation. The reason? The dragons had sealed it here, within this paradise-like realm, to protect the outside world. This otherworldly domain wasn't a natural formation. It had been created by the dragons, a last gift to safeguard the world from the core's destructive potential. The dragon in front of him, as unfocused as it seemed, was the last guardian of this realm. Through inherited memories and a deep-seated sense of duty, it had watched over this place for countless years, ensuring no one would disturb the core or release its powers. It was also here to stand watch in case the outsiders returned. Dragons had always held themselves in high regard, considering themselves protectors of the world. Even in their final days, they had used their power to create this hidden realm, shielding future generations from a catastrophe that could have turned Earth into a wasteland. Their sacrifice may have saved humanity, allowing them to thrive in a world free of mutated beasts and chaos. Reflecting on this, Charlie felt a newfound respect for the dragons. Their pride and strength had driven them to an honorable end, one that left a legacy of protection for the world. But as he thought more, he realized there was a new problem. The dragon had said the Advent Core had been here for ages. Yet in the past 2 days, infected creatures had begun appearing outside Riverton. This was a bad sign. Either the realm's barrier was weakening, or the core itself was growing more powerful. But if Charlie had to guess, there was something worse on the horizon. They were coming back. Charlie felt a surge of relief as he finalized his conversation with the dragon. Surprisingly, they had reached a mutual understanding, and the negotiations had ended on a positive note. It became clear to him that the dragons played an essential role in containing one of the strongest sources of infection ever known. Although Charlie didn't fully grasp the mechanics of how dragon power worked, the effectiveness of the sealed realm was undeniable. Humanity had no better option at the moment, so the wisest course of action was to leave the Advent Core in the dragon's care and maintain the seal within the domain. This way, any potential dangers could remain contained, preventing the situation from worsening. What surprised Charlie most was how friendly the dragon turned out to be. The moment Charlie handed back the small box, the dragon's mood lifted. It even seemed as if it wanted to consider the intruders as friends. While Charlie suspected the dragon's newfound friendliness had something to do with the earlier lesson from Ant-Man, he couldn't deny the dragon's somewhat simple nature. From his perspective, the dragon almost seemed like a young member of its species, still childlike and pure-minded. Its lack of experience made it surprisingly cooperative, and this made the establishment of a friendly relationship much easier. But there was still work to be done. Although the dragon had effectively contained the core for centuries, or perhaps millennia, there were clear signs that some of its power had begun to leak. To handle this, the 9th Special Service Division planned to set up a secure camp near the entrance of the domain and might even establish a permanent base. By employing their technology, humans could strengthen the seal, preventing further leaks. Simultaneously, research would be intensified to understand the core's properties and figure out the best way to neutralize or contain it. The greatest challenge, however, was the core's unpredictable nature. No one knew precisely how it worked or how it might respond to the arrival of those gods rumored to come from beyond the stars. Until they had a better understanding, they could only study it carefully while maintaining the current seal. If things went south, the last resort might be to launch it into space to keep it as far from Earth as possible. After the 9th Special Service Division took over the site, Batman and Ant-Man withdrew, and Charlie logged out of the game momentarily to explore new options. Navigating to the technology module, he entered translation into the search bar, and one of Hank Pym's revolutionary inventions popped up: simultaneous translation technology. This tech allowed Hank Pym, even at the subatomic level, to communicate seamlessly with microscopic intelligent creatures. Friday, add simultaneous translation to our tech development and make time for Dr. Hank Pym to take charge, Charlie instructed. Already in progress, Friday replied with a smile. This translation technology could prove crucial in the future, especially if alien encounters became a reality. The ability to communicate, whether for negotiation, espionage, or forming alliances, could make a world of difference. But this wasn't Charlie's only reward for his hard work. He had reached the next level and unlocked a new skill upgrade. Most of the experience came from contributions to scientific research. With each level requiring an ever-growing amount of experience, he relied heavily on life skills, with research heroes working around the clock to steadily boost his progress. The skill extraction phase began, and his first pick was easy: Thor. Thor, among the most powerful heroes in Charlie's lineup. Thor's unique magic resistance and physical strength could balance out Charlie's tech-heavy abilities. Sure enough, the extracted skill was Thor's enhanced physique, a level of strength that rendered him almost immune to physical and magical attacks alike. This was critical, especially if he ever had to face powerful beings from other realms. Before the upgrade, Charlie had been relying on Wolverine's healing factor as his primary defensive skill, which provided rapid regeneration but lacked Thor's raw resilience. With Thor's physique now his main defense, he could switch to Wolverine's self-healing only when necessary, creating an adaptable defense that suited different challenges. Alongside Thor's skill, Charlie gained other useful abilities: a stealth technique, 2 shooting skills, and even web-slinging, courtesy of Spider-Man. This last ability came as a surprise since, in most versions of the character, Spider-Man relied on mechanical web shooters. But according to the skill description, the original Spider-Man could actually produce webbing naturally, though he rarely used it, reserving it only for emergencies to avoid depleting his body's resources. Curious, Charlie tested the web-slinging ability and found it didn't consume much energy unless used in large quantities. He was amused by the limitations, noting that the webbing only shot from his wrists and nowhere else, a reassuring design choice. This reminded him of an old internet joke about a kid who thought he could shoot webs like Spider-Man, only from a rather unusual place, to the embarrassment of his classmates and teacher. With his new skills drawn, Charlie assessed his current setup. With wall crawling, spider sense, web slinging, Thor's enhanced physique, and advanced combat expertise, he felt almost unstoppable, at least by Earth standards. Yet he reminded himself to stay grounded. There was still a long journey ahead, and recent events hinted at even more dangerous threats looming. One major issue was his current lack of hero points, a necessary resource for unlocking new heroes. He had spent his last points unlocking Ant-Man, so for now, he had to wait and save up for the heroes he wanted. Another upgrade allowed Charlie to expand his team capacity. He could now bring up to 7 heroes into action and deploy 5 at a time. This setup mirrored the original Avengers roster: Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Ant-Man, and the Wasp. The prospect of gathering the original team made him wonder if forming this historic lineup would unlock some kind of synergy bonus, given the team's legacy. Meanwhile, in a dark and isolated pipeline far from Charlie's current location, a different story was unfolding. Kyle Leonards, once a major figure in the criminal underworld, walked through the pitch-black pipeline with a group of loyal followers. The only light came from the flashlights they carried, casting long, eerie shadows in the narrow passage. "We never risk our necks for anyone," Kyle growled to the man leading them, his voice cold. "If it weren't for the heat those masked freaks were putting on us, we wouldn't even be here. You better be as powerful as you claim." The man in the shadows chuckled, a strange, hollow sound. "Who said we were just a gang?" Kyle shivered as he caught a glimpse of the man's face in the dim light, a chill creeping over him. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice unsteady. Ignoring him, the man stepped closer, a disturbing grin on his face. "You are here to pledge your loyalty to the Great Lord. He has waited far too long, but his time is nearly here. Soon, we will seize the key that will ensure his return." The Advent Corps. The ruins of the Dragon Clan, 9th Special Service Division camp. As soon as Batman left, the 9th Special Service Division moved in, setting up their base within the strange and mystical realm created by the dragons long ago. The team knew that Ant-Man's earlier encounter with the dragon had left a positive impression, and it paid off. The dragon, now playfully called Mr. Scales, didn't seem to mind the humans coming and going. In fact, it even helped keep other creatures at bay. As the sole dragon, it had naturally become the leader of these other creatures, and none dared to cross it, especially with Mr. Scales declaring the humans under his protection. With the dragon watching over them, the 9th Special Service Division had a smooth start. The discovery of an ancient and powerful infection source, possibly linked to gods from beyond the stars, was so important that it quickly took top priority on Earth Star. Specialists from around the world were flown in, settling into the newly constructed camp to begin studying the mysterious artifact. Professor Miyazaki himself had hurried down from the mothership, bringing along every piece of equipment he could pack, clearly planning to stay for a long time. Thanks to Ant-Man's conversations with Mr. Scales, the dragon reluctantly agreed to let the team study the artifact it had been guarding, the Advent Corps. However, Mr. Scales insisted that the Corps must stay in the camp, within the restricted area and never leave this isolated realm. So, under these terms, Professor Miyazaki and his team gained access to the powerful object. They immediately began using all their equipment to conduct deep scans, cautious about its potential threat. Everyone was aware that this small box held enough power to endanger the entire world, so securing it was the highest priority. Professor Miyazaki quickly proposed a containment strategy, using a holographic 3D model to show his team how it would work. "We're going to build a protective fence around the entire ruins, like a massive, invisible city wall," Professor Miyazaki explained, gesturing toward the blue holographic image of the structure floating in midair. The hologram displayed intricate layers, each one embedded with equipment designed to keep the core contained. The hologram itself was another impressive piece of Stark technology, a 3D projection system that allowed detailed images to appear anywhere in a room. It was as easy to use as a smartphone screen. With a simple swipe or hand gesture, anyone could move or adjust the display. High-ranking officials in the 9th Division had already grown accustomed to using these new tools, and now the technology was being rolled out to lower-level staff, saving them time and effort. Professor Miyazaki continued, "I designed a smaller, 4x4 meter containment box to hold high-risk infected items in the past. For this project, we'll be creating a much larger version, capable of surrounding the entire ruins. Combined with the relic's natural containment properties, this should keep the infection from spreading any further." One of the scientists raised a concern. "But, Professor, we're in the same room with this thing right now, and you said it's the most dangerous infection source ever discovered. Are we sure it's safe to be so close to it?" Professor Miyazaki chuckled. "I understand your worry, but you're safe. This infection source doesn't affect humans, it only impacts creatures with lower intelligence. Besides, everyone here is among the brightest minds on the planet, right?" The team shared a nervous laugh, some of them clearly reassured. "All right, let's get to work," Miyazaki said, his tone turning serious. "This artifact may be linked to the existential threat we've been preparing for, so let's start our research right away." While the think tank inside began their discussions, the camp outside bustled with activity. Supplies and machinery arrived steadily, with agents setting up structures, tents, and equipment as quickly as they could. Everyone worked with a sense of urgency, fully aware of the artifact's potential danger. "Man, this equipment is heavy," one agent grunted as he and his teammates lugged a detection device into place near the center of the camp. "What exactly is this thing supposed to do?" another agent asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It's designed to detect infected individuals so no one with the infection slips through undetected," the first agent replied. "Professor Miyazaki designed it, and if it detects an infected person, an alarm will go off. See, the light is on, so it's working fine." As the agents continued their conversation, none of them noticed that one of their teammates had quietly slipped away. Hidden among the 9th Division agents was a spy, taking advantage of the camp's early setup phase when security measures weren't as tight. Wearing a full 9th Division uniform, helmet, and goggles, he blended in well, with most of his face hidden from view. In the camp's dim lighting, even his fellow agents didn't recognize him as an outsider. Moving casually, the spy made his way to the barracks where the think tank was stationed. Carrying a few spare parts as a prop, he slipped inside, pretending to be one of the technicians setting up equipment. Inside, other team members were busy connecting wires, setting up displays, and adjusting devices. The spy's disguise made him look like he belonged, and no one paid him any attention. Once inside, he paused by the door, angling his shoulder slightly so the pinhole camera hidden on his shoulder strap could capture photos of the room. He took several shots of Professor Miyazaki's holographic containment plans and the Advent core resting on a table nearby. The spy knew there was no chance of stealing the core, he'd be spotted immediately, and Mr. Scales wouldn't stand for such a theft. The dragon had an unbreakable instinct to guard the core, and stealing it would provoke a deadly response. But for now, just getting photos and details on the 9th Division's containment plans was valuable enough. Satisfied with his work, the spy set down the spare parts and quietly exited the barracks. He walked calmly toward the camp's exit, blending in with the bustle of agents, his heart pounding with the anticipation of a clean escape. He was almost free when a figure appeared out of nowhere and bumped right into him. "Whoops. Sorry, buddy, wasn't watching where I was going," said the man who'd bumped into him with a cheerful tone. The spy, trying to keep his cover, muttered, "It's fine," and attempted to keep walking, brushing off the encounter. But just as he was about to take another step, he felt a strong hand clamp down on his wrist. He turned, and there stood Ivan Petrov, an agent from the 9th Special Service Division. Ivan gave the spy a polite but suspicious smile as he tightened his grip. "Hey there, in a bit of a rush, huh?" Ivan said. "I don't think I've seen you around here before, buddy." Just one step away from the exit, the spy thought he was home free. But at the last second, Ivan Petrov appeared, blocking his way. The spy's heart pounded as he realized his escape might not be as easy as he'd thought. He glanced quickly at Petrov, then back to the exit, calculating how long it would take to break through. It was risky, but he had made up his mind. He would force his way out. With Batman and his powerful allies away from the camp, the only thing left for him to worry about was the massive dragon guarding the Advent core, a mysterious object everyone seemed to fear. But he guessed that the dragon only cared about protecting the core and wouldn't involve itself in a fight between humans. So, as long as he didn't go near that, he figured he'd be fine. The other agents of the 9th Special Service Division, even the so-called ultimate powers, didn't bother him now. He had something stronger, God's blessing, a gift that made him feel beyond human. He clenched his fists, feeling that new power coursing through his veins, ready to take action. With a sudden jerk, he yanked his wrist free from Petrov's grip and threw a punch aimed straight at his head. This wasn't just any punch, it was a quick, surprise attack from Jeet Kune Do, a martial art known for catching opponents off guard. It was the type of punch that came out of nowhere, fast and powerful, with no warning. TL note, is that an actual martial art? Petrov had grabbed the spy's wrist, but he hadn't expected such strength. Shocked, he barely had time to react as the spy's punch landed, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent him stumbling back. Instinctively, Petrov crossed his arms in front of his face, his skin shifting into a shield-like form. Even with the shield, the punch hit hard, vibrating through his whole body and knocking him backward. Petrov rolled several times before finally stopping. He gritted his teeth and quickly got to his feet, shaking off the shock. Petrov was no ordinary agent, he had been training with his powers for years. He could change his hands into weapons, blades, guns, even shields, and he could do it without a second thought. His training was practically burned into his DNA, allowing him to defend himself in that split second. Petrov looked up, his face serious. "What are you, some kind of phantom with this power?" The spy smirked. "Phantom? God's chosen saints are far above such weak things." Petrov felt a chill. The 9th Special Service Division had installed new security equipment that was supposed to detect anyone with phantom or infected powers as soon as they entered the camp. But the equipment hadn't made a sound, so how did this guy manage to sneak past? Before Petrov could make sense of it, the spy charged again, his face twisted into a grin. Petrov reacted quickly, transforming his hand into a pistol and taking aim. He was too close to use a long gun, so a pistol was his best choice. But the spy was faster than he'd expected, already closing in on him before he could fully raise the gun. Petrov fired, but the spy slapped the gun aside with one swift motion, and the bullet flew off in the wrong direction. Petrov moved fast, turning his free hand into a sharp blade and swiping it toward the spy's neck. But the spy leaned back, dodging the blade by inches. Petrov didn't stop, he reversed his swing, bringing the blade back to catch the spy off guard. Yet, the spy blocked the move with his arm, skillfully deflecting the attack and creating an opening in Petrov's defense. The spy took advantage, driving a punch into Petrov's ribs. Petrov heard the sickening crunch of his ribs cracking. The punch threw him backward, and he fell hard, his body sliding across the ground as if on wheels. Pain shot through Petrov's chest, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Gritting his teeth, he transformed his arms into a grenade launcher and aimed at the spy, who was still approaching. Just before he fired, he saw something strange. A faint glow appeared in the spy's hand, shaping itself into a long staff. Dark, twisted vines wrapped around its tip, making it look like something out of a nightmare. The spy pointed the staff at Petrov and unleashed a burst of energy, which collided with the grenade, exploding it in midair. The explosion was massive, flames erupting like a volcano, but an invisible force suddenly swept through, pushing the flames aside and clearing the air. When the smoke faded, the spy was still standing, the dark staff in his hand, embers floating around him like fireflies. The noise finally drew the attention of nearby agents, who rushed forward, weapons ready. "Wait!" Petrov shouted from the ground. "Don't come any closer." But before he could finish, the spy turned around, sweeping his staff in a wide arc. Another wave of energy shot out, blowing the agents backward, tossing them like rag dolls. Where did this monster come from? Petrov gritted his teeth, trying to push himself up, but his body was screaming in pain. He looked up just in time to see the spy aiming his staff at him, a cruel smile on his face. Energy began gathering at the tip of the staff, and Petrov's heart pounded with fear. Just then, a blue blur shot out from the shadows, landing right in front of Petrov. It was Captain America. Captain America lifted his shield, and the energy from the staff struck it, deflecting in a fan-shaped blast that bounced back toward the spy, knocking him off his feet. Petrov's eyes widened in surprise. You? Where did you come from? Charlie had sent Captain America as backup, knowing that the Advent Corps and the Dragon made the camp a high-risk area. Invisible drones had alerted Cooper when Petrov first began fighting, and when he saw the spy's power, he knew Petrov needed help. Captain America gave Petrov a reassuring nod, then looked at the spy who was struggling to his feet. You know, I fought a guy with a scepter once who called himself a god. It didn't end well for him. Don't make the same mistake. The spy casually knocked Ivan down twice, showing off his incredible power. Each time Ivan fell, the other agents stumbled back in shock, some dropping to their knees as the spy's strength seemed far beyond what they were used to. The spy took a quick look around, relieved that the dragon in the ruins still showed no interest in joining the fight. Feeling confident, he decided it was time to make his escape. But as he took a step forward, a political commissar blocked his path. Annoyed, the spy struck him down with a single hit, sending him flying back. The impact was so strong that the commissar practically exploded upon landing. Seeing the political commissar torn apart by his own strike, the spy's confidence wavered. He wasn't as calm now, and he got back to his feet with a look of irritation mixed with worry. His organization had researched the superheroes operating in the area. They didn't have every detail, but they knew a lot about their powers and combat styles. Though he didn't know Captain America's name, he remembered hearing about the hero with the shield and the incredible combat skills. Alone, he didn't seem like too big a threat. The spy figured his powers, given to him by what he called God's blessing, were enough to handle one shield-wielding soldier. What did make him nervous was the possibility of other heroes showing up, like Iron Man or Thor, who he knew had appeared here before. He knew he didn't stand a chance against them, but as he glanced around and saw no one else, he felt a surge of confidence. It was just him and Captain America. No gods, no magic-wielding warriors. If he could take down the soldier, he could escape. With renewed determination, the spy rolled forward, sprang to his feet, and lunged at Captain America, aiming a fierce stab at his face with his staff. Captain America reacted instantly, swinging his shield up to deflect the blow. The shield met the staff with a loud clang, knocking the weapon off course. But the staff seemed to have a mind of its own. It twisted in the spy's hands, arcing back on its own, and swung around to strike Captain America's side. It looked as if the staff were alive, moving with a strange, eerie energy as if it were controlling the spy's movements rather than the other way around. The spy grinned, sure his surprise tactic would work. With a burst of energy, he poured even more power into his staff, which began to glow with dark, twisting vines wrapping around it. He thrust the staff forward, aiming for a weak spot in Captain America's defenses, hoping to break through his shield. But Charlie, who was controlling Captain America, was no rookie. He'd faced countless enemies, both in the game world and against those who used similar powers. His reaction time was razor-sharp. Predicting the spy's next move, he pressed the defense button just in time, using Captain America's combat instincts to his advantage. Captain America jumped back, putting space between himself and the spy's staff, and quickly raised his shield, adjusting it to cover his upper body. The staff slammed into the shield with all the power the spy could muster, sending a deep, vibrating hum through the air. Captain America's shield wasn't just a simple piece of metal. It was made of vibranium, one of the toughest and most versatile metals on Earth. It could absorb and reflect energy, meaning it could counter any force thrown at it. From bullets to energy blasts, to even blows from Thor's hammer, the shield had blocked them all. And Charlie knew how to use it perfectly. If he timed it right, he could trigger a shield counter, a move that would send the opponent's attack right back at them. The spy hadn't expected this at all. He had put every ounce of strength into his attack, aiming to knock Captain America out with one powerful strike. But when the shield's counter hit, his own force was sent crashing back at him. He felt the energy slam into him, flipping him through the air and ripping the staff from his hands. He landed hard, tumbling backward and skidding across the ground, dazed and confused. For a moment, he just lay there, stunned. He couldn't believe it. Had he been beaten by a single shield? Was this soldier actually strong enough to block him completely? Captain America calmly walked toward him, stopping to pick up the fallen staff. He examined it for a moment, but before he could get a closer look, the staff began to glow and shimmer in his hands. In a flash, it exploded, disintegrating into thin air. The spy, who had managed to pull himself up into a kneeling position, was staring at his hands, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. His confidence was shattered, the glow in his eyes had vanished, replaced by confusion and despair. No, this can't be. He whispered to himself, his voice filled with desperation. I haven't lost. I can still fight. God, why are you taking my power away? Ivan stepped forward, wincing slightly as he held his newly injured arm. What's going on? He asked, looking at Captain America. I'm not sure, Charlie replied, moving Captain America closer to the spy. The spy took a deep, defeated breath. Well, if that's how it is, if this is truly a loss, then I'll accept it. Captain America frowned. Who are you talking to? He asked. Who do you work for? The spy slowly raised his head, meeting Captain America's eyes, and then let out a low chuckle. You worry about the skies above, he said, his voice barely a whisper. You fear disaster, the gods descending, but what you don't see. His voice trailed off, and a strange, knowing smile spread across his face. Captain America narrowed his eyes, his instincts on high alert. What do you mean? He asked. The spy didn't answer. He lowered his gaze, his lips forming a tight line, clearly choosing to stay silent no matter what. Don't worry, Yvonne said, stepping closer. We're good at making people talk. They always talk in the end. Not this time, Captain America replied quietly. What? Yvonne turned to look at the spy and froze. Golden flames had started to flicker along the spy's body, slowly spreading across his skin. He stayed perfectly still, his eyes closed as the flames grew, until they completely engulfed him. In seconds, the golden fire consumed him entirely, leaving nothing but a faint shimmer in the air where he had knelt. Yvonne stood in silence, staring at the spot where the spy had disappeared. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What do you think just happened? Captain America took a deep breath, his face grim. I don't know, he said, his voice serious. But if I had to guess. He paused, glancing around, his tone darkening. We might be on the brink of a war. Meanwhile, in a far-off place, a pair of eyes opened slowly. He failed, a voice said. What happened? Asked another. One of those so-called Avengers intercepted him and defeated him. A God's chosen saint couldn't handle an Avenger. He underestimated his opponent, the first voice replied. He wasted the blessing given to him by God. So, he has been disqualified. Let that be a lesson for the rest of us. It's a shame. He was a skilled fighter. Yes, but not irreplaceable, another voice said from above. A towering figure stepped into view, his face without features, but with piercing, dark green eyes that seemed to look through everything. Soon, the time of God's descent will come, he said, his voice echoing in the silence. I, the messenger of the great Lord, will personally open the door for his coming. 2 days ago. Sorry, Mr. Stark, but I think we might be falling a little behind here, Dr. Hines admitted, leaning forward with a furrowed brow. He was seated around a long, polished table with the other members of the Star Technology Committee. They all looked tense and uncertain as they turned their attention to the man, or rather, the holographic projection of Tony Stark at the head of the table. The projection of Stark was so lifelike that it almost felt as though he were there in person. But they knew Stark was actually far away, likely in one of his labs, working tirelessly. Stark had become an elusive figure, rarely attending meetings in person. The committee members speculated that he must have a critical role in the alliance, one so important he didn't have time for simple face-to-face meetings. In their minds, Stark was constantly occupied with high-level decision-making and strategy, directing the course of the alliance with a steady hand. But in reality, Stark wasn't busy managing others, he was busy working. Charlie, the alliance leader, relied on Stark as his primary scientific mind, entrusting him with one massive research project after another. Stark was so bogged down by lab work that even Iron Man's famous energy and focus were stretched thin. You mean we're planning on building a satellite? Dr. Hines asked, clarifying Stark's latest idea. A defense hub powered by a supersized arc reactor, Stark explained. But, yeah, you could think of it as a satellite. It'll be in low Earth orbit and can handle most of your current satellite functions. In fact, it'll replace your existing communication system entirely. It'll be more stable, more efficient, and have a wider range. Stark leaned forward in the hologram, his expression growing more serious. And it gets better. This station will have deep space detection, something none of your current equipment has. It'll have ultra-long-range radar to detect alien activity. And trust me, you don't need me to tell you why that's essential right now. The members of the Star Technology Committee exchanged glances. Nobody spoke, but the importance of Stark's words was clear on each of their faces. After the discovery of the mysterious descent core and increasing rumors of alien threats, they all knew how vital it was to protect Earth from intruders. Alien threats were now a top concern, and any technology that could help them detect and prepare for such encounters was immediately valuable. But Stark wasn't done outlining the plan. What he envisioned for the space station went far beyond a basic satellite. It was to be a combination of a communications system, an armory, and a weapon. Charlie had drawn some inspiration from the Justice League's Watchtower. In the original designs, the Watchtower had a superweapon capable of delivering precision strikes from space. While Charlie's station didn't have that exact weapon, he'd found something comparable within Iron Man's arsenal. Stark had once designed an orbital weapon controlled by a remote AI called Lucy. From orbit, Lucy could deliver a devastating blast to any point on the planet's surface. This blast was powerful enough to melt an entire military base into molten rubble. Using the energy of the arc reactor, Lucy could unleash force far beyond anything Stark's individual suits were capable of. Charlie also had a plan to install another piece of advanced tech on the station, the Iron Man 6. Though Stark's armor development had only reached Mark 43 based on the movies, some of his comic-based technology had carried over. One of these advanced designs was called Iron Man 6. In an alternate reality known as Earth 1610, a version of Tony Stark created the Iron Man 6 armor. But this wasn't a standard suit like his previous creations, it was a giant, flying fortress, almost as large as the SHIELD helicarrier, and it was built in Iron Man's image. This massive machine had a reactor core and individual reactors in its limbs, allowing it to operate as a fully armed war machine. In fact, the Iron Man 6 was more like a mobile military base than a suit, loaded with heavy weaponry and designed for large-scale combat. Iron Man 6 was Stark's answer to high-stakes battles, allowing him to decimate entire fleets of enemy mechas on his own. Of course, building the Iron Man 6 would take a long time and require enormous resources. And it was far too big and slow for missions requiring stealth or handling supernatural threats. But the increasing likelihood of an alien invasion made this a worthwhile investment in Charlie's eyes. Among all the heroes at his disposal, only Stark's technology was specifically tailored for full-scale warfare. Where other heroes excelled in individual combat or small battles, Iron Man's technology had the potential to turn the tide of a war. Iron Man's arsenal from his army of drones and the Iron Legion to the satellite station and Iron Man 6 represented the future of Charlie's defensive and offensive capabilities. This was why many on the Star Technology Committee viewed Iron Man as a potential savior. Present day. A satellite powerful enough to replace every communication system on Earth. Dr. Heinz's voice echoed from a large TV screen as he explained the latest developments to the committee. Our current navigation system will be entirely upgraded. Every user will have access to the satellite through Stark's smart wristbands, and they'll get more precise, intelligent, and far-reaching positioning than they've ever had before. At the 9th Special Service Division's camp near the ruins, a live broadcast of Dr. Heinz's speech played on a screen, catching the attention of the agents nearby. A satellite. Larry Wade scoffed, crossing his arms. They're always coming up with new tricks. Do you really think it's just a satellite? Agent Duan Lan asked, narrowing her eyes. Especially with Stark involved, and in times like these. Ever since the spy tried to infiltrate the camp, some of the division's top agents had been assigned to watch over it. They were tasked with both protecting the site and tracking down the group behind the attack. The situation keeps getting more intense, Duan Lan said thoughtfully. Any second now, aliens or gods could start showing up. This strange box might be the key, and there are plenty of people interested in it. Whoever they are, they'd better not cross our path, Ivan muttered, flicking ash from his cigarette. He was still angry that he'd been caught off guard by the spy and was eager to find the ones responsible. Watch your language, a firm voice called out. They all turned to see Captain America making his way across the camp, his shield at his side. His posture was strong, and his presence had a natural authority that made everyone stand a little straighter. The captain says no swearing, Larry muttered to Ivan with a grin. Ivan grumbled, putting out his cigarette, though he looked like a scolded recruit who'd been caught whispering during a lecture. Any leads? Captain America asked, his gaze steady. Charlie had stationed Captain America at the camp as an extra layer of security. Most of the time, he was controlled by AI, so he rarely initiated conversations. But today, Charlie was personally controlling him to get an update. We've got a little, Felix replied. We ID'd the spy as Roxxon, a former hitman. He disappeared 2 weeks ago, and no one's seen him since. We tracked his last known location and sent agents there to check it out. Captain America wasn't their official superior, but he had a presence that made them feel like they were reporting to a higher up. When he asked questions, they answered instinctively, almost out of respect. Good. Keep me updated, Captain America said with a nod. Felix turned and went back to his task. We have people handling this. If we need to escalate, we'll let you know, Captain America added reassuringly. His words had a calming effect on the agents. Hearing one of the Avengers say they were handling the situation made it feel as though everything was under control, and their worries seemed to lessen. Charlie, observing through Captain America's perspective, noticed Agent Duan Lan sneaking glances his way as if she wanted to say something. Curious, Charlie turned Captain America's attention to her. Is something on your mind, Agent? Duan Lan blinked, caught off guard. Oh, no, nothing, she stammered, looking away quickly. But after a moment, she hesitated, then looked back at him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Captain, I heard you're close with Mr. Stark, right? As soon as the werewolf Fritz finished speaking, the entire cavern erupted in a powerful chorus of cheers. The voices of the crowd rose in unison, filled with fury, excitement, and a shared sense of vengeance. Everyone present seemed united by a deep, personal grudge against the masked heroes who had invaded their lives and left their worlds shattered. Fritz's words were clear and filled with conviction, echoing through the cave like a call to arms. Dante felt a dozen questions bubbling up inside him, but he held them back, intimidated by the crowd's intense energy. The cavern was filled with so many powerful people hanging on Fritz's every word, and Dante knew that interrupting was not an option. He glanced around, taking in the faces in the dim, flickering torchlight. To his surprise, he recognized a few of them. Just a few feet away stood a former underboss from one of Wendelani's notorious crime families. Dante thought the whole gang had been taken down by Green Arrow the previous week and that anyone associated with them was either locked up or in hiding. And yet, here this underboss stood, alive and clearly part of the gathering. Dante's eyes swept the room again, this time landing on a bruiser he'd seen before. The man had once served as a personal bodyguard to a local power broker in Wendelani, a man who, until recently, had practically run the city's underworld. When the authorities brought down his employer, Dante assumed this bodyguard had been taken along with him. but here he was, blending into the shadows like he belonged. Then, Dante noticed a figure he recognized from a few past dealings, a mercenary who had made a name for himself as a reliable and ruthless enforcer. Although Dante had never gotten close to him, their paths had crossed enough times to be considered acquaintances. These weren't just petty criminals or small-time thugs. They were seasoned professionals, each one with their own grievances, and each one united by a shared anger against the so-called heroes. As the shouts and cheers gradually died down, a new voice, calm and cold, rang out from above, silencing the crowd instantly. "This better be important," the voice said, cutting through the air with a strange authority. Dante's head snapped upward, along with the heads of nearly everyone else in the cavern. Hovering several feet above them was a figure wrapped in shadow, his form illuminated by the faint light below. The man was dressed in an elaborate, flowing robe that reached down to his ankles, hanging like a ghostly shroud. His arms were mostly hidden within the wide sleeves of the garment, but a pair of pale, almost delicate hands protruded from the fabric. His fingers were long and thin, each one as precise as a blade. What immediately caught Dante's eye, however, were the strange, dark bracelets around the man's wrists. They were unlike anything Dante had ever seen, bumpy and rugged, as if made from some ancient, unknown material. The bracelets extended up the man's forearms, twisting and bulging as though they were made of piled-up stones. The shapes they formed seemed almost intentional, creating the grotesque face of an unknown creature. A mysterious, invisible force radiated from the bracelets, keeping the man suspended in midair. He hovered above them like some kind of angel, or perhaps something far more sinister. Dante's stomach tightened. Could this man be like the gifted superheroes he'd heard so much about? "Saint," Fritz said, addressing the floating man with surprising calmness. "I've heard," Fritz continued, his voice steady, "that if someone proves their loyalty and strength to the organization, they can earn a blessing that grants them a place in the headquarters, and that the most exceptional among them are chosen as saints." The man, who Fritz had referred to as a saint, remained motionless in the air. His voice, when he spoke, was cold and dismissive. "First, you must prove yourself worthy." Dante listened intently, realizing that this organization was far more widespread and organized than he'd imagined. It wasn't just a gathering of criminals driven underground by recent events. It was a shadow network, stretching across cities and possibly countries, filled with people who operated outside the reach of the authorities and even the heroes. The structure was carefully designed. Each branch was independent, with its members aware only of the existence of other branches but not of their locations or members. Orders came from a central headquarters, which provided support to the local cells, keeping them hidden and safe. This way, even if one branch was discovered and dismantled, the rest of the organization could continue on, unaffected. For the select few who proved themselves, there was the possibility of being blessed, transforming them into permanent members of the headquarters. The best of these were chosen as saints, individuals believed to have a direct connection to their god. These saints were the organization's strongest members, its leaders, and most powerful agents. The saint's voice interrupted Dante's thoughts. "The situation is critical," he announced, still hovering above them. "War is coming. Our god is preparing for his arrival." His gaze swept across the crowd, filled with an icy disdain. "We saints have been tasked with overseeing this entire world. Our responsibilities are endless, and our God has countless missions for us to complete. You had better have a very good reason for calling me here, or you'll regret it." Fritz, unfazed by the saint's imposing words, met his gaze directly. "I assure you, there's nothing more important than this," he replied confidently. "In fact, this is the single thing that matters most to our cause." With that, Fritz clapped his hands, giving a silent signal to someone in the back of the cavern. The crowd parted as a man carrying a metal box stepped forward, placing it carefully on a table in the center of the room before stepping back into the shadows. Fritz approached the box, pressing a hidden button on its side. A small panel slid open, revealing a combination lock. After entering the code, the lock clicked, and he opened the box, turning it so the saint could see its contents. For the first time, the saint's stoic expression cracked. His eyes widened, and he seemed to stop breathing as he took in what lay inside. Within the box was a small, intricately shaped device. It looked plain enough at first glance, but anyone familiar with it knew the immense power it held. Even the normally aloof saint seemed overwhelmed by its presence. Slowly, he descended from the air, his feet touching the ground as he approached the table. He lifted the device with trembling hands, cradling it as though it were a priceless artifact. He closed his eyes, focusing on the energy it emitted. The entire cavern fell silent, every member watching with bated breath. After a moment, the saint opened his eyes, his face filled with awe. "The core of descent," he breathed, barely able to contain his excitement. His expression softened with a reverence that was rare to see. He turned to Fritz, this time with a newfound respect. "How did you acquire it?" "Skill, and a bit of strategy," Fritz replied, his voice as calm and steady as ever. "Is that proof enough of my abilities?" The saint nodded slowly. "Yes. This is exactly what the organization has been searching for. I will report your achievement to our god. Your efforts." But Fritz interrupted him. "Actually, I have a better idea. I'd like to accompany you when you deliver it." The saint's face fell, his expression turning cold and stony as he stared down Fritz. "No one but a saint has ever been allowed to speak with the Lord," he said icily. "And no one else has ever brought back the core of descent," Fritz countered, meeting the saint's gaze with an unflinching stare. The tension in the room grew thick, and the saint's eyes narrowed in fury. Are you questioning the authority of a saint? He asked, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. No, Fritz replied calmly. I'm simply asking for a chance to prove my loyalty. I've already demonstrated my strength. Now I want to prove my dedication to the cause. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they watched the exchange. Many of the members in Wendelani's branch had no other place to go. Driven underground by the heroes, they had joined the rebels out of desperation. But Fritz wasn't like the others. He had been one of the earliest members to join, earning the respect of many as a leader. In Wendelani, he was practically a legend, and the crowd's support for him was clear. The saint scanned the room, taking in the crowd's loyalty to Fritz. The core of dissent was a rare and precious find, one that even the other saints would envy. If granting Fritz this opportunity could unite the Wendelani branch more firmly, it might strengthen the entire organization's power. Fine, the saint said at last, his voice echoing through the cavern. Then prepare yourself, Fritz, he continued, his tone both ominous and grave. You are about to meet the greatest presence in existence. If our Lord deems you worthy, you may join the saints, he warned, his eyes narrowing. But if he is displeased with you, the saint's face hardened, his gaze turning cold as ice. You will regret your foolish arrogance. Fritz merely shrugged, undeterred. Then let's not waste any time, he replied. Lead the way, and we'll see what happens. Once the saint had finished examining the Advent core, he carefully returned it to the small metal box and locked it. He knew this object held unimaginable value both for their god and the organization's ultimate purpose. Not wanting to waste even a moment, he prepared to return to headquarters immediately, every instinct urging him to deliver the core with utmost urgency. Hold this, the saint said, extending the metal box to Fritz. Fritz took the box with a raised eyebrow, watching closely as the saint prepared for their journey. He wondered just how they would get back. After all, this wasn't exactly a casual stroll. Without warning, the saint grabbed Fritz firmly with one hand. Then, clenching his other hand into a fist, he pointed it sharply downwards. Suddenly, the peculiar bracelet on the saint's wrist began to glow with a strange energy. A powerful force blasted downward, creating a massive reverse thrust that launched them both into the air. With a deafening whoosh, they shot upward through the underground tunnel, twisting sharply to avoid the walls. In an instant, they soared through the exit, rocketing into the open sky like a human missile. The saint's expression was one of calm focus as he gripped Fritz tightly with one hand, his other fist continuing to channel energy through the bracelet. The invisible force propelled them rapidly, keeping them hurtling through the sky at high speed. Wind whipped against Fritz's face, making it almost impossible to breathe. He tilted his head to shield himself from the brunt of the wind, gasping for air as he struggled to form a question. So, is this how you travel between branches? He managed to shout, barely audible over the roaring wind. Just, flying like this? Aren't you afraid someone will see us? The saint let out a dry, humorless chuckle. You think human radars and their little observation stations could ever detect me? This power is a gift from God, far beyond human understanding. Fritz forced a nod, though he wasn't entirely sure he bought into the saint's overconfidence. Right, if you say so, he muttered, turning his gaze back to the vast expanse of sky. In an attempt to learn more, he began asking questions about the organization's headquarters and the mysterious god they followed. But the saint answered each question with cold indifference, refusing to share any meaningful details. Fritz soon gave up, resigning himself to silence as they continued their journey. The flight took longer than he'd anticipated. They traveled for 2 to 3 hours, crossing bustling city skylines, open landscapes, and vast stretches of ocean until they approached a distant, uncharted island. The location was so remote that it seemed to fade into the horizon, a tiny speck hidden in the vastness of the sea. At last, they began their descent toward the island. The saint guided them down into a dense forest, skillfully navigating between towering trees until they landed in a small clearing surrounded by thick foliage. Fritz stumbled slightly as he touched the ground, but quickly regained his balance, shifting the box from one hand to the other to ease the strain. The saint glanced at him, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. He noted Fritz's endurance and physical resilience, both marks of a skilled operative. Though he kept his thoughts private, the saint silently acknowledged Fritz's strength, considering that he might indeed have the potential to become a saint if he could prove himself fully. They moved deeper into the forest, where Fritz noticed a well-concealed entrance hidden within the rocky landscape. The saint approached a solid wall of rock, extending his hand toward it. A quiet hum filled the air, and the stone wall began to shift, revealing a hidden doorway. The two of them stepped inside, entering a long corridor lined with armed guards who eyed Fritz with wary suspicion. Normally, lower-ranking members were strictly forbidden from entering the headquarters, an area reserved only for those of the highest rank. However, seeing that Fritz was accompanied by a saint, none of the guards dared to question his presence. Instead, they greeted the saint with a strange salute, which Fritz watched closely. Each guard placed their right hand above their head, palm facing left, while holding their left hand near their navel, palm down. The gesture was unlike any traditional salute, and Fritz made a mental note of it, keeping his expression neutral as he continued to follow the saint through the corridors. After navigating a series of winding passageways, they reached a vast, dimly lit chamber deep within the headquarters. The room was so large that Fritz could barely make out the walls in the shadows. At the center of the chamber stood an imposing altar, illuminated by an eerie light that seemed to radiate from nowhere. The rest of the room remained cloaked in darkness, except for a single shadowy figure that loomed near the altar. From the figure's direction, two piercing green lights glowed, resembling watchful eyes staring out from the shadows. You bring something of great importance, the shadowed figure spoke, his voice resonant and powerful, filling the chamber with a chilling presence. The saint bowed deeply, his tone filled with reverence. Yes, great lord. This artifact, we believe it holds unimaginable significance. He nodded to Fritz, signaling him to open the metal box. Fritz took a steadying breath, unlocking the box with a swift click. As the lid opened, the Advent core lay inside, its presence alone seeming to hum with latent energy. For a moment, Fritz thought he saw the shadowed figure shift, as if caught off guard by the sight of the core. At last, the Advent core, the figure murmured, his voice heavy with anticipation. Without moving a muscle, the figure somehow levitated the core from the box, drawing it through the air toward him. It floated above the altar, suspended as though held by invisible hands. This is the moment we've awaited, the figure proclaimed, his voice swelling with excitement. This marks the beginning and the end. With this, we shall complete our mission and bring about our god's arrival. The core began to emit a low hum, vibrating softly as though responding to the figure's energy. The sound grew louder, filling the chamber with an intense, electric thrum that seemed to pulse with life. Finally, the time has come, the figure cried, his voice rising with fervor. We, the faithful, shall open the way. We will usher our God into this world. The saint, standing beside Fritz, bowed his head even lower, as though bracing himself for a momentous event. The core's hum intensified, the sound now a deep, resonant roar. And then, suddenly, the noise ceased. With an anticlimactic clatter, the core dropped from midair, tumbling across the floor in silence. For a brief moment, the entire room was frozen in stunned silence. The shadowy figure remained still, his grand proclamation hanging awkwardly in the air. The saint, still bowing, glanced up uncertainly, clearly unsure how to react to the sudden turn of events. The tension was thick, the silence stretching uncomfortably. After a long pause, the figure in the shadows spoke again, his tone sharp and accusing. This is not the true Advent core. It's an imitation. His glowing green eyes shifted, narrowing as they settled on Fritz with an intense glare. You're not one of us. Who are you? The saint reacted immediately, his hand shooting out to grab Fritz. But Fritz was quicker. In a swift motion, he twisted to the side, dodging the saint's grasp and flipping backward to create space between them. As Fritz landed, something remarkable happened. His face began to ripple, as though it were melting and reshaping. Within moments, the rough features of an older man transformed, revealing the face of a striking woman with flowing red hair cascading down her shoulders. The woman's lips curled into a confident smile. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. One day ago. All right, it's ready, Professor Miyazaki announced, setting a small box-shaped object carefully onto the table. The object was an exact replica of the Advent core, the mysterious device that had become the obsession of the saints and their secretive organization. Around it lay various scattered components, bits of circuitry, and odd tools, signs of Miyazaki's intense work in creating this near-perfect imitation. Captain America picked up the small, sleek replica and inspected it with a scrutinizing eye. It doesn't look any different from the original, he remarked, turning it over slowly. Are you sure it's good enough to fool them? I wouldn't guarantee that, Professor Miyazaki replied, shrugging. I've done everything I could with the time I had. Give me a few more days, and maybe I'd feel more confident. But for now, I'll say it's the best you're gonna get. He nodded toward the replica, pride gleaming in his eyes. This thing can mimic the Advent core's infection signals, its magnetic signature, and even a few of the weaker wavelengths it gives off. Unless they tear it open and take a look inside, I think they'll believe it's the real deal. Captain America nodded approvingly, still inspecting the replica. On a nearby screen, Charlie Cooper adjusted the camera's focus, zooming in to compare the original and the replica side by side. To the untrained eye, they were indistinguishable. The craftsmanship and attention to detail were impeccable. Good work, Professor Miyazaki. You've done a fantastic job, Captain America said, finally placing the replica back on the table. We'll handle it from here. The present moment. The saint, standing in the center of the dimly lit chamber, stared in utter disbelief as the disguise melted away, revealing Black Widow beneath her high-tech camouflage. He'd thought he was escorting the legendary assassin Fritz Whitman, known as the Werewolf, to meet their god. But instead, he was face to face with some random woman. Her disguise was nothing short of a technological marvel, a high-tech film layered over her face, equipped with microcircuitry and materials that allowed her features to shift and reshape in real time. The technology, known as the face shifter, was a favorite tool of Black Widow's, enabling her to imitate nearly anyone. She'd used it in previous high-stakes missions, like her infiltration in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Through his vast network of invisible drones and security feeds, Charlie had detected this organization's covert activities in Wendelani long before now. Although his surveillance network wasn't yet fully operational across the planet, he had full control over Wendelani. It didn't take him long to uncover the movement of this mysterious organization, observing their quiet but powerful presence. But Charlie had quickly recognized that this hidden branch was just a small piece of a larger puzzle. This group seemed to operate like a web of disconnected cells, keeping communication and connections between branches to a bare minimum. Infiltrating one part wouldn't reveal much about the rest. That's when he made a choice. Rather than dismantling the branch, he decided to let it continue. He would infiltrate it, trace it back to its headquarters, and uncover the leadership. And there was only one agent for a job like this, Black Widow, the ultimate spy. While Batman was skilled in covert operations, Charlie kept Batman busy with his detective work and equipment management. Black Widow, however, was the ideal agent for a deep cover mission. Charlie crafted an identity for her as Fritz Whitman, an infamous assassin, and quietly took the real Fritz out of the equation. With the Advent Core now in their possession, this mission became the perfect opportunity. Naturally, he wasn't about to hand over the genuine Advent Core. Miyazaki's forged version would serve as bait, luring them out. This mission would not only lead him to the organization's heart but also reveal their mysterious leader and the purpose behind the Advent Core. A sly grin spread across Black Widow's face as she jumped back, evading the Saint's furious swipe. She saw her disguise had rattled him exactly as planned. "So, this core, is it meant to call your alien buddies?" she taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What, they can't find their way here on their own?" The dark figure hidden in the shadows said nothing. His glowing green eyes remained locked on her, watching her every move with an icy intensity. "Don't worry, my lord," the Saint growled, his tone laced with venom. "I'll handle this, insect." With a sudden thrust, the Saint threw his fist forward. The strange, rock-like bracelet on his wrist began to glow, unleashing a transparent shockwave that shot straight toward Black Widow. But she was faster, rolling to the side as the shockwave blasted past her. "Oh, is that bracelet where you get your power?" she mocked, circling him as he glared. "Maybe I should call you Bracelet Boy instead of Saint." The Saint's face turned red with fury, his jaw clenched. He sent another energy wave flying in her direction. She ducked just in time, the blast missing her and slamming into the wall, leaving a deep, smoldering crater. Outside the chamber, the noise of the explosion had drawn attention. Members of the organization rushed in, their faces pale as they took in the sight. Each member wielded strange, glowing weapons. Some had blades extending from their arms, others conjured swords and spears out of thin air, all emanating an eerie, unnatural light. "Take her down," the Saint barked, fury blazing in his eyes. The members charged forward, weapons raised, surrounding Black Widow. But she didn't hesitate. With quick, calculated movements, she dove into their midst, weaving between them with expert precision. Each time they swung their weapons, she twisted out of reach, causing them to collide with one another in the confusion. When the moment was right, she tossed a small smoke bomb onto the floor. A thick, gray cloud erupted, engulfing the room and plunging it into chaos. "I can't see her. Where'd she go? Check the smoke." The room descended into a mess of confusion and shouting as the members stumbled around, swinging blindly at shadows. By the time the smoke cleared, Black Widow had already vanished. The Saint's hands clenched into fists, frustration written across his face. "Quiet," he roared, his voice cutting through the din. The members froze, listening intently, their weapons raised and ready. Suddenly, the Saint whipped around, sending a shockwave toward one of his own men. The unfortunate soldier didn't see it coming. As he stumbled forward, an invisible hand seemed to tighten around his shoulder, pushing him directly into the blast's path. The soldier's chest exploded on impact, sending him hurtling backward across the room. A shadow flitted across the room, barely visible to the eye. Black Widow, still cloaked by her invisibility, had used the soldier as a shield. But the shockwave's residual force threw her off balance, causing her to land roughly, her red hair tumbling around her face as she steadied herself. The Saint sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "You may have a few tricks up your sleeve, but I can still sense you. You were foolish to come here alone, thinking you'd make it out. Arrogant." With another lunge, he sent a powerful shockwave in her direction. The blast sped through the air, inches away from her face when suddenly, a dark blue figure materialized from the shadows, standing protectively in front of her. Captain America stepped forward, his iconic shield raised high. The shockwave struck the vibranium shield with immense force, rebounding directly back at the Saint. The impact threw him backward, sending him crashing into the ranks of his own soldiers, who stumbled as he collided with them. Black Widow smirked, her eyes shining with confidence as she stood beside Captain America. "Who said I came alone?" Captain America sprang into action, his shield gleaming as he slammed into the Saint with perfect timing, sending the powerful figure stumbling back. The Saint's mind raced, confusion mingling with fury. Where did this guy even come from? At first, he suspected someone had followed him. But that didn't make sense. He was certain no one had tailed him back to the headquarters. With the blessing from his god, his hearing and senses had been heightened. He would have caught any subtle footsteps or whispers. And yet, here was Captain America, appearing out of thin air. What the Saint didn't know was that Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye weren't just working alone. They had a powerful ally in Charlie, who was directing them like pieces on a chessboard. When Black Widow infiltrated the base, it marked the location. All Cooper needed to do was send a signal from the watchtower, and boom, Captain America and Hawkeye were dropped in like reinforcements from the sky. Captain America stood tall, his shield raised in front of him as he looked at Black Widow with a grin. "What's going on, Natasha? You just doing a warm-up?" Black Widow brushed back her red hair and gave him a dry smile. "Just a little slip-up. Won't happen again." Before Captain America could reply, a whistling sound filled the air, and an arrow cut through the room, landing in the midst of the enemy soldiers. The arrow exploded, filling the air with fire and knocking back anyone caught too close. Out of the smoke and flames, Hawkeye swung down on a rope, landing gracefully beside Black Widow. Not like you, Natasha. Guess I'll need to get you some vacation days, he quipped, bow in hand. She smirked. Better that than watching you hobble through your retirement, Clint. Hope your aim's as sharp as it used to be. Oh, it's sharp. Hawkeye shot back with a smirk, letting another arrow fly. One of the enemy soldiers dodged it just in time and looked smug until the arrow exploded behind him, releasing a net that wrapped around him, pulsing with electricity. He convulsed, caught like a fly in a spider's web. What do you think? Hawkeye asked, satisfied. But their real opponent, the Saint, wasn't as easily defeated. He had risen, brushing himself off as he looked over to the shadowy figure in the corner. The figure his god remained in the darkness, with only a pair of cold green eyes glowing, watching the battle unfold. A new wave of soldiers surged forward at the Saint's command, weapons in hand. Each weapon glowed with an eerie light, gifted by their god. Take them down, the Saint ordered, his voice echoing through the chamber. Captain America gave a quick nod to his team. Hold them off. I'll deal with him. Black Widow shrugged. Careful, Cap. This guy's got a nasty streak. Captain America and the Saint locked eyes, and in an instant, the Saint flew into the air, using his God-given bracelet to boost himself. This time, instead of launching energy from afar, he used the bracelet's power to propel himself forward, punching down with all his strength. Captain America didn't flinch. He raised his shield just as the Saint's punch landed. The impact shook the ground, sending dust and debris flying, but Cap stood firm. His shield absorbed the hit, humming softly as it took the shock. Furious, the Saint unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one a powerful explosion of energy that could crack stone. He moved with surprising speed, his fists slamming into the shield again and again. The force rippled through the room, leaving dents in the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. But Captain America stood his ground, moving his shield with practiced precision. With each punch, the shield vibrated but didn't budge. Captain America barely took a step back, and whenever the Saint slowed for even a second, Cap countered with a powerful punch of his own, landing blows to the Saint's jaw and cheek, leaving his opponent dazed. What is with this shield? The Saint thought, bewildered and angry. He was throwing everything he had, yet the shield absorbed it all, like an unbreakable wall. No matter how hard he struck, the shield just kept taking it, defying all logic. For a moment, he hesitated, looking for an opening. Captain America saw his hesitation and lunged, slipping under the Saint's guard to land a brutal uppercut that sent him reeling. Blood trickled from the Saint's mouth as he staggered, his vision blurring. Enraged, the Saint tried to bypass the shield, aiming punches at Captain America's sides. He swung left, then right, attempting to get around the shield's protection. But Cap was ready. With years of battle experience, he shifted his shield with practiced ease, blocking every hit. The Saint tried to come at him from the side, but Captain America saw it coming, deflecting each strike and countering with a powerful blow to the Saint's nose, sending a fresh stream of blood pouring down his face. Blinded by rage, the Saint threw wild, furious punches, but Cap stayed calm. He adjusted his stance, falling back into defense. Whenever the Saint swung, Cap dodged or blocked, letting the Saint wear himself out. Bit by bit, the Saint's punches grew sloppy and weak, his strength draining. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and Black Widow fought off the Saint's soldiers, moving together with perfect rhythm. Enhanced by Captain America's presence, the duo worked flawlessly, taking down one soldier after another. Hawkeye shot arrows with deadly precision, while Widow moved swiftly, taking out soldiers with ease. Together, they kept the rest of the forces occupied, creating the space Cap needed to face the Saint one-on-one. The Saint's rage was boiling over. He glared at Captain America, his fists shaking. This was supposed to be an easy victory, but it had turned into a nightmare. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't get past that shield. Breathless, with his fists aching and knuckles raw, the Saint took a step back, his face twisted with fury and disbelief. He had thrown everything he had, and Captain America was still standing, his shield as indestructible as ever. Saint felt like he was losing his grip on reality. Another loud series of bangs filled the air, as his bracelet's energy released yet another powerful blast. Each fist he threw crackled with an intense force, but every single punch still hit the shield. Again and again, his attacks landed with explosive strength only to be stopped cold by Captain America's shield. After what felt like dozens of hits, Saint's rhythm started to slip. He knew he couldn't afford this. If he slowed down, his opponent would take advantage and go on the attack. But there was nothing he could do, his hands just hurt too much. Ever since he'd received these strange bracelets from the gods, they had given him strength beyond anything he'd ever known. With them, he could break through almost anything. But now, after punching that unbreakable shield over and over, his hands felt like they were going to shatter. The pain throbbed through his fingers and wrists, and it didn't take long before the ache reached up to his shoulders. His strength was fading fast. His body had grown tired from pushing so hard, and he knew his attacks were slowing down. Then, Captain America's shield shifted slightly, and Saint caught a glimpse of the hero's eyes peeking out from behind it. Feeling worn out, Captain America taunted, eyes sharp. Without any hesitation, he took the chance to go from defense to offense. In one quick motion, he swung the shield down at Saint like a heavy blade. Saint's thoughts were racing. Here it comes again. Every time I slow down, he's all over me, he thought, trying to dodge. He ducked low, hoping to slip under the shield's edge, but before he could even move, Captain America's huge, clenched fist was already waiting for him. Saint reacted on instinct, the energy in his bracelets flaring up, making his fists surge with power. He was ready to hit back with all his strength, but he hadn't expected Captain America to pull a trick. Instead of a real punch, Captain America faked him out, forcing him to lunge forward with a punch, only to bring up his shield at the last second. Saint cursed under his breath as he saw his mistake. The shield rose up to block his punch, and he couldn't stop himself in time. Bang! His fist slammed right into the shield's surface, which absorbed the blow and sent the energy rebounding back at him. He felt a dizzying shock roll up his arm, almost like a thunderous echo inside his bones. The impact felt like an explosion in his head. His vision darkened as a ringing sound filled his ears, almost like a swarm of angry bees. All he could do was stumble back, trying to put some space between himself and Captain America. He needed to recover even just for a few seconds. But Captain America's controller, Charlie, was one step ahead. With a quick command, he directed Captain America to launch his shield like a flying disc. The shield spun through the air, cutting straight toward Saint with unbelievable speed. Saint barely had time to see it before thunk, the shield struck him square in the chest, sending him flying backward. As the shield rebounded back to Captain America, he leaped forward in a spin, catching the shield with a practiced grace. In a blur, he launched a spinning kick, sending the shield smashing into Saint's forehead. Blood trickled down Saint's face as Captain America followed up with yet another powerful strike, bringing the shield down on Saint's head one more time. The shield's special ability absorbed the energy from the blows, storing it and then using it to power Captain America's next attacks even more. After these repeated hits, Saint's head felt like it was splitting open, and he couldn't even see straight. He staggered back, hoping to regain his balance. As he fell back, he noticed his allies, a few remaining soldiers, being taken down by Black Widow and Hawkeye. They were distracted by his fall, which gave the duo the perfect chance to strike. Then Captain America looked up, eyes narrowing. Standing on a high ledge in the shadows was another figure. This person had been watching the entire time, hidden away in the darkness. Saint had heard him called the God Lord. This was their true enemy. The figure's eyes were dark green, glowing with a dangerous intensity, as he slowly stood up. As he did, Captain America readied his shield, preparing to defend. Charlie, Captain America's controller, kept his hand on the defense button, watching closely. He wasn't sure what this new enemy could do, but he had a feeling it would be serious. Suddenly, Captain America's shield was yanked out of his control. A powerful, invisible force pulled him toward the shadowed figure. Charlie gasped, hitting the defense button frantically as Captain America flew forward, shield first. What's this? Some kind of magic? Charlie thought, surprised. Captain America raised his shield just in time as a massive fist came down, colliding with the shield and sending out a blast of energy. The impact launched Captain America back, and he hit the ground hard, his shield clattering as he struggled to stand. But as he looked up, the shadowed figure was already closing in, striding forward with a look of complete control. The figure was tall, with a body almost like a human's but strangely out of proportion. His glowing green eyes were cold and empty, fixed on Captain America as he approached. Captain America rolled out of the way, trying to get up, but again that strange force grabbed him, dragging him toward the figure. Captain America raised his shield to block another attack, but the figure's punch sent him hurtling backward once again. On the screen, Captain America stumbled, struggling to keep his footing as he tried to defend himself. Charlie clenched his fists, watching closely. It seems Captain Rogers might not be enough for this fight, Friday's calm, electronic voice remarked. Yeah, it looks like we'll need a bit more firepower, Charlie muttered. As the figure advanced, Captain America braced himself, watching every move. The shadowed figure raised one hand slowly, preparing for another attack, but he moved with an almost lazy confidence. Then, from behind, a streak of light shot through the air, heading straight for him. But the figure didn't even flinch. He held up one hand as if to casually catch the incoming attack, like it was no threat at all. But the projectile hit him with a loud boom, knocking him off balance and sending him rolling backward, all his cool, confident stance lost in a single blow. It was a hammer, a high-speed, high-powered hammer, thrown with such force that it broke through his defenses. The green-eyed stranger took Thor's hammer blow straight on, the force so strong that it sent him flying through the air. He tumbled head over heels, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, rolling over twice before he finally managed to get up. His eerie green eyes glared angrily in the direction of his attacker, clearly surprised and shaken by what had just happened. All around them, soldiers paused, unable to believe their eyes. They glanced at each other, confusion and shock on their faces. This was their leader, the great and all-powerful God Lord. He was supposed to be invincible, yet here he was, sprawled out in the dirt like he'd been knocked down by some overgrown playground bully. As the soldiers watched in stunned silence, the hammer that had struck down their leader suddenly reversed direction. It zipped through the air, flying right back to an outstretched hand. That hand belonged to none other than Thor, the mighty god of thunder, who strode into the hall with confidence, his fiery red cloak billowing behind him. In his hand, his hammer spun like a whirling windmill, buzzing with energy and force. I am Thor, son of Odin, the thunder god, he shouted, his voice echoing through the hall. Who dares stand before me? Charlie, watching Thor from the control screen, couldn't help but smirk. Classic Thor, he thought. Always dramatic. Even though the movies didn't show it as much, the comic version of Thor was known for speaking in a bold, old-fashioned way, almost like a warrior poet. The green-eyed stranger stood up slowly, glaring at Thor with a look of both confusion and annoyance. It was clear that he hadn't expected to face anyone quite this powerful. He took a deep breath, and his voice rang out cold and harsh, filled with arrogance. "I am the envoy of the Almighty God," he declared. "I was sent as his chosen representative, a vanguard for his coming judgment." Charlie's eyes narrowed. So, this guy isn't the god himself, he realized. He's a sort of messenger, an alien warrior sent to prepare for the arrival of his god. The envoy tensed, watching as Thor raised his hammer once more. "Thor, son of Odin," the envoy spat, "your efforts are pointless. You are nothing compared to the power of my god." Thor didn't bother responding. He simply raised his hammer and launched himself forward, hurtling through the air, the hammer leading the way in a devastating arc aimed right at the envoy's head. The envoy had already felt the hammer's power once, and he wasn't about to take it directly again. He stepped back, preparing to dodge, but he soon realized that dodging was easier said than done. Thor's hammer wasn't just heavy, it was charged with the might of a god. Lightning crackled around it, and a fierce wind whipped through the hall, stirring up dust and scattering small pieces of debris. The power was so intense, it seemed like the air itself was thick with electricity. To the envoy, the hammer felt as though it carried the weight of the entire world. The pressure was crushing, almost like an invisible hand pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Blue lightning streaked around him, filling his vision, and the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. Realizing he couldn't escape, the envoy planted his feet and raised his arm in front of him, bracing himself to block the incoming blow. With all his energy, he summoned a force field, an intense wave of power that radiated out from his body. This wasn't any ordinary energy, it was alien and otherworldly, different from anything Earth had seen before. Thor's hammer struck the force field with a resounding crash. The impact was so intense that cracks spread across the floor, and the walls around them shook as if they were about to collapse. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with bright flashes of light and bursts of raw power, almost like a thunderstorm had erupted indoors. The soldiers who had been watching gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never seen anyone, even their powerful god lord, struggle like this. How could anyone match their leader's strength? They wondered. But only the envoy knew just how badly the impact had rattled him. As he held his arm up against Thor's hammer, he felt pain shoot through his bones, and his whole body throbbed from the force. His arm felt as if it was about to break, and the ground beneath his feet had buckled, forming a half-meter deep trench. The envoy's eyes were wide with shock and fear as he stared at Thor. How is this even possible? He thought. How could there be such power on Earth? Is this a god's power too? But no, this didn't feel like the energy of his own god, it was different, a raw, elemental force that seemed to come from deep within the universe itself. But Thor wasn't going to give him any time to think. With a fierce shout, he swung his hammer again, stepping forward to close the distance. His strikes were relentless and powerful, each swing of the hammer carrying enough force to shatter stone. Though Thor's movements seemed wild and unrefined, they were filled with years of battle experience. Every strike was carefully aimed, covering all angles and making it nearly impossible for the envoy to dodge. Once again, the envoy was forced to block. The clash of their energies sent a shockwave through the room, powerful enough to make the ground tremble. A few of the soldiers standing too close were caught in the blast, knocked backward by the force, their armor sparking as they hit the ground. The envoy gritted his teeth. He couldn't keep taking these hits, his body was nearing its limit. Desperately, he lunged forward, hoping to get close enough to grab Thor's throat and put an end to the onslaught. But Thor was a seasoned warrior and didn't flinch. Instead, he swung his hammer once more, bringing it down with even more force than before. The envoy's hand was just inches away from Thor's throat when a wave of lightning erupted from the hammer, stopping him in his tracks. The electricity spread through his body, leaving his nerves ablaze with pain. He staggered back, gasping as the lightning burned through him. Thor didn't miss a beat. He raised his hammer, prepared to strike once again. The envoy, feeling trapped, was forced to abandon his attack. He crossed his arms in front of him, pouring all of his remaining energy into creating a shield. Thor's hammer connected with the shield in a blinding flash of blue light, sending electricity crackling up into the ceiling. Chunks of the dome began to crumble, raining down as the impact shook the very foundation of the building. It was as if a god had unleashed his judgment upon the room. The soldiers looked on, their faces pale with fear and doubt. They'd always believed their leader was unbeatable, but now they couldn't help but wonder, is Thor the true god here? The envoy, panting and battered, realized that he couldn't take another hit like that. Every part of his body felt as if it were being held together by sheer willpower alone. He needed a way out, and fast. He took a deep breath, gathered what little strength he had left, and shot backward, putting distance between himself and Thor. Once he was far enough away, he lifted his hand and made a quick pulling motion. Charlie recognized it instantly. It was the same move the envoy had used earlier to drag Captain America toward him, a gravitational pull strong enough to bring even the most stubborn opponents forward. But this time, as the envoy tried to pull Thor, the thunder god didn't move. Only the cloak on his back fluttered slightly in the direction of the pull. The envoy's heart pounded with disbelief. His once unstoppable power had failed. Desperate, he focused harder, pulling with all his might. But instead of dragging Thor, he found himself pulling something else. With a smirk, Thor released his hammer. The hammer shot forward, moving faster than the envoy could react, now accelerated by his own gravitational pull. It became a streak of blue lightning as it hurtled toward him. The envoy barely had time to realize his mistake. He threw his hands up, trying to block, but it was too late. The hammer smashed into him with a thunderous crack, launching him backward through several walls. His body flew out of the building entirely, disappearing into the stormy sky outside, leaving a trail of sparks and shattered stone in his wake. The uninhabited island base was in utter chaos. Even though it seemed like the Avengers had been locked in battle with the saintly warriors and angelic fighters for hours, in reality, only a few intense minutes had passed. Inside the base, the quick response units rushed toward the main hall, but the majority of soldiers were still scrambling, confused, and unprepared. People were just beginning to receive information about what was happening. More soldiers flooded the hallways, sprinting at full speed toward the main hall. But this wasn't a tightly organized military base, it was a loosely knit group of fighters and followers, more like a collection of mercenaries than disciplined soldiers. While they were loyal to the powerful God Lord, their training and discipline left much to be desired. The high-ranking saint who was supposed to command them had been taken out within seconds, falling in a surprising 3-hit shield combo from Captain America. By the time reinforcements finally reached the main hall, they expected to see an entire invading army. They figured that the Avengers must have attacked in overwhelming numbers or that a whole fleet of heroes had landed. But as they stormed into the main hall, they stopped in their tracks, stunned. Instead of facing an army, they saw just 4 Avengers, standing firm against the whole crowd of enemy soldiers. 4 intruders? They thought, confused. How could only 4 people be causing this much destruction? Their base was supposed to be nearly impenetrable, a fortress against any threat, yet here were just 4 heroes taking it apart bit by bit. Reinforcements were still on the way, but before most could arrive, a loud boom sounded from the wall of the hall, and a shadowy figure was blasted out, flung like a cannonball across the room. The figure crashed into a crowd of soldiers, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. 2 soldiers were crushed on impact, while several others were thrown back, skidding across the floor from the sheer force. The soldiers stumbled to their feet, drawing their weapons and preparing to meet what they thought was an attacker. But as the dust settled, they could see it wasn't an enemy at all. It was their God Lord, sprawled face down, with his head buried in the dirt and his rear end sticking up in the air. It was anything but the majestic landing they expected from their mighty leader. For a moment, no one dared to approach him. After all, he was supposed to be a divine being, their all-powerful leader from beyond the stars. Maybe this was some strange landing technique from his world? No one wanted to question it and risk offending him. But then, with a sudden burst of energy, a bolt of lightning shot through the ceiling of the hall, flashing down toward their fallen leader. A figure followed, riding the lightning with a fierce intensity. Thor, the god of thunder, with his hammer crackling and glowing as it sped toward its target. The envoy, still dazed and stumbling to his feet, turned and saw Thor's hammer charging straight at him. He let out a panicked cry and took off, sprinting in the opposite direction. "Out of my way," he shouted as he ran, waving his hand and releasing a wave of energy. The blast vaporized 2 soldiers who happened to be in his path and sent him flying into the air, where he could flee faster. But Thor wasn't going to let him get away that easily. He hurled his hammer forward with all his strength, the weapon glowing as it sped after the fleeing envoy like a missile locked onto its target. Outside the hall, more soldiers were on their way to reinforce their leader. But when they saw him fleeing through the air with Thor's hammer chasing him, they stopped in shock. One soldier whispered to the others, "Isn't he supposed to be all-powerful? Why is he running?" They hadn't seen what had happened in the hall and had no idea how the envoy had been bested. All they saw was their invincible leader fleeing at top speed from a single enemy. Meanwhile, the envoy's thoughts were racing. In his brief fight with Thor, he had realized that he was in way over his head. This god of thunder wasn't just a skilled fighter, he wielded a power beyond anything the envoy had ever seen. Though the envoy was a chosen messenger, with powers granted directly by his god, he was no match for the relentless strength and fury of Thor's hammer. The envoy had expected Earth to be filled with nothing but weak humans, maybe with a few who had tapped into bits and pieces of leftover divine power. He had thought it would be an easy mission. But facing Thor, he now realized that he'd made a terrible mistake. This god of thunder is on a whole different level, he thought, panicking. As he sped through the air, he felt a disturbance behind him and twisted around just in time to see Thor's hammer hurtling toward him like a glowing whirlwind. He tried to dodge, but the swirling divine energy from the hammer enveloped him. Blue lightning wrapped around his entire body, and he cried out in pain as he tumbled out of the sky, crashing back down to the island with a deafening crash. Thor descended slowly, his hammer returning to his hand like it had a mind of its own. He landed beside the envoy, who was now lying crumpled on the ground, struggling to stand. "Running away." Thor's voice boomed, echoing across the battlefield. "A true warrior doesn't flee. Stand up and face me." The envoy managed to roll over and raised his hand, summoning a long, whip-like weapon out of thin air. The whip crackled with dark, alien energy as he lashed it toward Thor's face, hoping to catch him off guard. But Charlie, who was controlling Thor, saw the attack coming. Thor caught the whip with one hand, his face calm and unbothered as he stared down his opponent. The envoy gritted his teeth, pouring all his remaining power into the whip. Waves of energy surged along the weapon, trying to force Thor to let go. The energy crackled around Thor's face and hair, but he barely flinched. With a powerful tug, Thor yanked the envoy toward him, pulling him across the ground. In one smooth, practiced move, Thor raised his hammer and swung it down in a brutal arc, striking the envoy directly in the chest. The impact sounded like a thunderclap, echoing across the island. A flash of lightning burst from the point of contact, and a shockwave spread out, shaking the ground beneath them. The envoy's body bent backward under the force of the blow, then crumpled to the ground, motionless. The soldiers around them were frozen, staring in stunned silence. For as long as they could remember, they had believed their god lord was invincible, a supreme being who couldn't be beaten. But now, they saw him lying defeated at Thor's feet, unable to land a single blow in his defense. It was as if Thor's hammer had struck their faith as well, leaving them questioning everything. If our god lord can be defeated so easily, they thought, have we been following the wrong leader all along? But something strange caught Charlie's eye. Just before Thor's final blow, he noticed the envoy's face change briefly, almost as if his appearance had flickered. Charlie narrowed his eyes. The real envoy must have swapped places with someone else, he realized. He guessed that, sometime during the battle, the envoy had used a clever trick to switch places with one of his followers, turning them into a decoy. The real envoy had escaped, leaving the saint behind to take the hit in his place. Thor stood up slowly, lifting his hammer and gazing around at the stunned soldiers nearby. Who's next? He challenged, his voice filled with fierce energy. The soldiers exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to do. Finally, one soldier dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. Seeing him, the others quickly followed, letting their weapons clatter to the ground and raising their hands in the air. Very good, Thor said, nodding in satisfaction as he lowered his hammer. Charlie let out a sigh of relief, finally relaxing as the battle ended. He pressed a button to activate his comm link. Friday, he said, call in the backup team. It looks like they have a mess to clean up here. So you're saying, you actually saw it. When the 9th Special Service Division arrived to clean up the takeover scene, Yvonne, the agent leading the team, immediately grew alert. This moment was what everyone had been dreading. They were up against aliens beings they didn't understand, which made everyone uneasy. Their only source of information was Leela, a witness who had experienced the aliens firsthand. She could only tell them that the aliens were powerful, really powerful, but she couldn't explain exactly how strong they were. The one thing she was sure of was that if these aliens decided to wipe humanity off the face of the earth, it would be nearly effortless. In other words, humans wouldn't stand a chance against them right now. However, Leela was clear that this would be the case only if humans faced the aliens alone. She had no idea how the superheroes from another world would fare against the aliens. She didn't even know if the ancient gods would stand a chance, making it impossible to say who was stronger or weaker. Everyone wanted answers now. Could they handle the aliens? How strong were these aliens? Charlie, a representative of the Avengers, was there, speaking for the team. He paused, thinking carefully. He knew that if they were honest, Thor could probably scare away any alien with a few hits from his hammer. Charlie knew that one of the reasons the Avengers were so well funded and supported was because of the fear of alien threats. If people believed the aliens were easy to defeat, it might make it harder to get resources for planetary defense in the future. So, instead of revealing everything, Charlie decided to leave out the part where Thor's strength was overwhelming. He simply explained that the alien had been sneaky and ran off as soon as they confronted it. He warned everyone that this alien was strong and recommended they stay on guard, especially around the core. Charlie wasn't exaggerating. In the short encounter they had, he'd gotten a sense of the alien's strength. If it hadn't been for their team's quick response, the alien could have done a lot of damage to Earth. While Charlie was talking, he noticed Thor standing off to the side, his hammer planted on the ground. Thor stood there, arms crossed, smiling. So, if we can lift this hammer, we can join your Avengers? Shadow asked, speaking through Felix's body, eyeing the hammer with interest. Of course. Thor laughed. And not only that, whoever lifts it would get my cloak, the power of Thor, and the throne of Asgard. Everyone became excited. They'd all seen how powerful Thor was, but his hammer didn't look like much. Surely, it couldn't be that hard to lift. Even if it were made of some super dense alien material, the ground underneath it wasn't even dented. Some of the group even had special abilities. They figured it wouldn't be too hard to lift a single hammer. One by one, they tried. Shadow was the first. He started with Felix's body, then switched to the Phantom. When that didn't work, he tried a new approach, saying that since both bodies were technically him, they should count as one person. Thor just smiled and didn't argue, but no matter how much they strained, the hammer wouldn't budge. Everyone else took their turn, but the hammer stayed firmly in place. Finally, Thor held out his hand with a smirk, and the hammer flew right into it. Thor spun the hammer in his hand with ease. You're all fine fighters, but unfortunately, you're not worthy, he said, laughing. Thor swung his hammer around, showing it off like it was his prized possession. The hammer was famous in the superhero world. Originally, it was said that only Thor could lift it, but eventually, they discovered that others could lift it too. Seeing Thor's display, Charlie rolled his eyes and focused back on the mission. Don't worry, Natasha said. We'll handle the rest of the organization members. And we're still addressing the infection issue. Soon, the infection will be under control, and we're ready to contain it fully, though we'll need some support from the 9th Division. Yvonne shrugged. No problem. You know who to call. Then, the only question left is, where did that alien go? Meanwhile, deep below the ocean's surface, the alien envoy floated in the darkness, his eyes shut as a strange energy surrounded his body, quickly healing his wounds. He had heard stories about these superheroes from his allies, But when he arrived on Earth, he assumed humans were weak and that these so-called superheroes were no big deal. After all, his organization's saints thought of themselves as invincible. They always talked about how powerful their god was and how superheroes were just playground bullies only good for taking down weaklings. Because of this arrogance, the envoy had dismissed the superheroes as a real threat. He had been so focused on his mission that he'd underestimated his opponents. But now, after today, he realized how wrong he had been. He remembered the feeling of Thor's hammer, the force, the thunderous power, and felt a shiver of lingering fear. This mission would be much harder than he'd expected. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. The envoy's eyes snapped open. In the deep water, his gem-like eyes glowed a dark green. Nearby, a large shark, drawn by the scent of blood, swam closer. But as soon as the alien's eyes glowed, the shark sensed danger, trembled, and quickly swam away. Let's see how this goes, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, far away on Saturn, countless pairs of eyes blinked open in the darkness, as if awakened from a long sleep. They began to stir and move, sensing the call of the envoy. The envoy now understood that he couldn't defeat these superheroes alone. If he wanted to secure the Descent Corps, he would need an army. Charlie had just finished a tough mission, wiping out the main base of the God Envoy organization. After clearing out their operations, he reassigned the Avengers to different areas, giving each hero a specific role for ongoing missions. For now, though, he was taking a break from working with the high-level heroes and instead using his downtime to manage the lower-ranking sea-level heroes. Once things were set up, he asked Friday to resume his previously delayed plan, which involved rotating the sea-level heroes in each city. These heroes would handle smaller issues and side missions that the local ace couldn't manage on their own. This was a new kind of rest for Charlie. Over time, his physical abilities had increased significantly, especially with the intense missions he'd been taking on. By now, the effort required to control a sea-level hero was so minimal that he barely felt it, and his stamina had improved to the point where he could recover almost as quickly as he used his energy. Using a sea-level hero was now Charlie's way of relaxing, winding down from intense battles, and recharging himself. It also gave him time to work on equipment customizations. One of his favorite features in the tech module was the equipment editor, a powerful tool where he could design and customize gear. He could lose himself in it for hours, building and tweaking different items. He even found that spending the night in the editor felt like a recovery period. Charlie's need for sleep had decreased dramatically. With his improved stamina, he didn't need to sleep to recharge physically, although he still got mentally tired if he worked too long. Currently, he slept about once every 2 days, and even then, only for a few hours. This short rest was enough to leave him refreshed and ready for the next day's battles. Meanwhile, without a leader, the God Envoy organization was falling apart, with more branches being discovered across the world. Local Ace could manage the lower-level heroes in the raids, making it unnecessary for Charlie to personally handle each mission. These branch operations were mostly straightforward, so the Ace could take charge while Charlie relaxed. Although Charlie was taking a break, his on-call heroes were out in the field, working alongside the 9th Special Service Division to clear out pockets of the God Envoy organization in different locations. They were aiding with local authorities to carry out coordinated raids, gradually dismantling the organization's influence. The leader of the God Envoy organization was still missing, but Charlie knew his ultimate goal was the Descent Corps. If the enemy focused on targeting this corps, he'd be forced to act cautiously, limiting his movements. Charlie had been strengthening defense networks across various locations, so it was only a matter of time before they could track him down. This time, Charlie was customizing a weapon called the sonic bomb, which he'd been interested in for a while. He'd found it in the technology module's library and immediately recognized its potential. The sonic bomb, designed by Tony Stark, was known in the Marvel Avengers game as a powerful tool for defense. However, as soon as it appeared, terrorists had hijacked it and almost caused a disaster in the city. Stark's tech projects were sometimes known to be unstable. While they worked perfectly in his hands, they often became dangerous when stolen and misused by villains. The sonic bomb was one of these dangerous tools. According to Stark's notes, the bomb had an explosion range of over 10 kilometers, with the power to liquefy almost any material within that radius. When Charlie described the sonic bomb to his teammates, they'd looked at him and his Iron Man armor uneasily, as if saying, "So, this is what you use to fight." Charlie didn't fully understand how the weapon worked, and the science behind it seemed wild. But he didn't need to know the technical details. His team of scientists could handle that. He just had to be able to use it effectively. As he got into the work, Friday interrupted him with a serious tone. "Sir." "Huh? Already?" Charlie asked, a bit confused. "I didn't think it had been that long." "No, sir, not the time. There's an emergency." With that, Friday opened her white palm, projecting a radar-like image. Earth was at the center, with a small dot in orbit. Charlie recognized it as their watchtower, the outpost used to monitor deep space. In front of this radar screen, a bright red dot was steadily approaching Earth. Charlie's heart sank. Could it be? "Yes, sir," Friday confirmed. "A large, unidentified object is approaching from space." She paused, her tone grave. "It looks like the moment we were preparing for has arrived." Charlie frowned. He'd been expecting this. He'd been telling himself daily to be ready for this exact situation. Most of the equipment they'd been building, the unfinished Stark space station and Iron Man 6, was for this purpose. Aliens. No one knew for certain how strong aliens were. Superheroes had managed to defeat alien fleets in their own universes, but there was no way to know if they could do the same here. Just as we planned. Friday, initiate Starry Sky Project No. 1. Yes, sir. I've contacted Earth's high-level officials and the 9th Special Service Division through secure channels, and the unmanned probe on the watchtower has been launched. Charlie took a deep breath, calming himself. There was no surprise here, he'd known this would come, and they had planned for it. Also, call in all the heroes scheduled for the plan. We need them ready, Charlie ordered, his eyes narrowing. The Avengers are assembling. Are you serious? Ivan Petrov and several teammates followed Captain America through a busy camp full of people, moving quickly. Aliens? But I heard our radar didn't detect anything. The enemy has anti-radar technology, so your radar won't work, Captain America replied without looking back. We have special detection tools. The Watchtower's radar wasn't like regular human radar. It was a complex device, able to scan deep space with alien technology. Most anti-radar methods couldn't fool it. The team exchanged nervous glances, struggling to process the sudden news. The alien threat felt like a storm that had come out of nowhere, swift and without warning. How bad is it? Ivan asked, frowning. We're still confirming, Captain America said, leading them to the core of the camp. We've contacted your superiors, but I'm worried they won't act fast enough. The Avengers wanted me to prepare you. We'll need all available forces from the 9th Division, including the mothership if possible. We've also contacted the nearest defense team and urged them to move in quickly without waiting for official orders. Wait, Agent Duan Lan interrupted. You're saying, the target is here? But why? She didn't finish her question as everyone's eyes turned to a small box in a special container, the descent core. After a moment of silence, Larry Wade spoke up. They're here for this thing. The Avengers AI calculated possible landing points based on the core's location, and this happens to be a strategically significant one, Captain America said gravely. It's not certain, but we have to prepare. No matter what, we must protect the core, or the situation could get much worse. Everyone's faces showed mixed emotions. It was hard enough learning about aliens, but now, realizing the aliens were targeting them directly, was almost too much to take in. Tisk, Larry Wade muttered. I've never fought an alien before. So, what exactly are we up against? Ivan asked. Giant monsters with claws and teeth? Space battleships? Or something else? We're still confirming. The probe will make contact soon, we should know shortly. Captain America's words trailed off suddenly. Captain. The team sensed something was wrong. Meanwhile, on the other end, Charlie had just cut off his microphone to speak privately. Friday, what's happening with our detectors? Friday opened her hand, displaying the screen. The red dot on the radar was still flashing, heading straight toward Earth with a steady, deliberate approach. And right in front of it, the signal from the Watchtower's probe had just disappeared. Disappeared. Charlie frowned as he stared at the radar screen in disbelief. Was it detected and destroyed by the enemy? He asked, trying to make sense of the situation. Not enough information to confirm, Friday replied, her tone neutral but with a hint of urgency. We had a camera on the probe, and there was nothing unusual in the footage until the moment it went offline. The transmission was interrupted within less than a second, with no visible signs of an attack or any view of the enemy. She paused, choosing her words carefully. If we're hypothesizing, the probe may have encountered an electromagnetic pulse or some other unknown technology that disrupted the signal. This prevented the probe from transmitting back and left it completely inoperative. Charlie sighed. They were facing an enemy they couldn't see and, so far, couldn't track. Their only reconnaissance attempt had been shut down instantly. This meant traditional surveillance methods weren't likely to work either. If they sent out another unmanned probe, it would probably meet the same fate. And sending scouts in person was even riskier, they might not return. It was an incredibly frustrating situation. Knowing your enemy was crucial, especially in modern warfare, where information was as valuable as weaponry. But now, they were practically blind. If it weren't for the Watchtower radar, they wouldn't even know something was coming. Strategically, they were at a major disadvantage even before the fight had started. But Charlie had one big advantage, his heroes. Standard reconnaissance methods might be ineffective, but his game characters didn't follow typical rules. He had almost a dozen superheroes who could operate in space, and the best part was that they could venture into unknown territory without fear of death. Even if one hero didn't survive, Charlie could still receive a live feed from their last moments, which would provide valuable intel. Friday, show me a list of all the heroes currently stationed on the Watchtower with space combat abilities, Charlie ordered. Mr. Stark and Mr. Parker are both in the lab, Friday replied. Mr. Stark is focused on the miniaturization of the sonic bomb, and Mr. Parker, let Iron Man continue his work. We'll send out Iron Spider-Man, Charlie said. Let's find out who we're dealing with. In normal conditions, Spider-Man wouldn't be able to survive in outer space. However, Stark had equipped him with a specially designed iron spider suit that could operate in space. Unlike the movie version, which only allowed brief space exposure, this suit was built from the original red and gold iron spider suit design. It was powered by an arc reactor, with an energy emission system similar to Iron Man's. This allowed Spider-Man to move and fight in space for a limited time. Charlie opened the hero selection screen and chose Spider-Man to start the mission. In the game, Spider-Man was already being fitted with the armor on the Watchtower. The red and gold plates joined together over his body, clicking into place with precision. The golden spider emblem on his chest glowed as the arc reactor powered up. Iron Spider-Man was now online. The Watchtower's launch hatch opened, and with a burst of blue jet flame, Iron Spider-Man shot out, leaving a streak across the stars like a meteor. His thrusters powered him forward as he headed straight for the unknown target marked on the radar. Charlie estimated the time it would take for Iron Spider-Man to reach the target and set the suit's autopilot to manage the flight. Then he quickly exited the mission screen and switched over to the technology module, where he selected Tony Stark's character to wrap up Stark's work on the sonic bombs. "We need to mass-produce the sonic bombs immediately," Charlie said. "Load the finished bombs into mini-missiles and get them ready for the Iron Legion. Development is only at 86%, so we only have prototypes," Friday reported. "The project isn't complete yet. There's no time. We're about to go into battle," Charlie replied firmly. "The prototypes will have to do. Use this model for mass production. Based on the enemy's current speed and trajectory, we'll be in combat within 2 to 3 hours, Friday said. "With maximum production, we won't be able to equip the entire Iron Legion in time. Then prioritize arming a single formation," Charlie instructed. "Equip Alpha Team with the sonic missiles." "Yes, sir." Charlie understood that using prototypes came with risks. But with limited time, he had no choice. If the missiles misfired or malfunctioned, it would be a minor loss compared to the potential benefit of gaining the upper hand in battle. "Also, make sure the 9th Special Service Division is kept up to date on our reconnaissance efforts," Charlie added. "Share all enemy intel as it comes in and push them to skip any unnecessary protocols. We need backup deployed immediately." Charlie switched back to Iron Spider-Man's perspective, watching as the armored hero sped through space, already nearing the moon. Soon, the enemy target began to come into view. At first, it was hard to see a small, dark shape against the endless backdrop of stars. But as Iron Spider-Man drew closer, the image grew clearer. Charlie frowned as he studied the object. It looked like a meteorite. The dark, irregular object drifted through space, heading directly toward Earth. From a distance, it looked like an ordinary meteor, perhaps a large one but nothing out of the ordinary. Is this just a false alarm? Charlie wondered, briefly considering the possibility that they'd mistaken a harmless meteor for an enemy. But he quickly dismissed the thought. The Watchtower's detection systems were state-of-the-art, incorporating alien technology. It seemed unlikely they would confuse a rock for an actual threat. There had to be more going on here. Iron Spider-Man approached the meteorite without interference, landing on its surface. The ground beneath him was rough and cratered, filled with pits and dents that made it look exactly like a natural meteorite. Hello? Anybody home?" Spider-Man muttered inside his suit. His voice, audible only to Charlie, sounded strange in the empty vacuum of space. On closer inspection, it was hard to think of this object as just a meteorite. While the shape was irregular, it looked more like an island, a floating, rocky island moving through outer space. "There's no life detected, and no heat sources," Friday reported. From Iron Spider-Man's scans, Charlie could confirm the same: no signs of life, no heat, nothing to indicate it was anything but a rock. "Maybe we were wrong," Charlie thought. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a red alert symbol flashed on the screen. The Spider-Sense logo appeared, pulsing urgently. Spider-Sense? Out here. Charlie's heart raced. But where was the danger? He quickly activated Iron Spider-Man's defense mode, but it didn't seem to do much. Spider-Man was just as confused, scanning the area with no sign of an enemy. Then, without warning, the ground beneath Spider-Man's feet shifted. With a lurch, he felt himself fall as a section of the rock broke open, revealing a dark, hollow space below. Caught off guard, Charlie was jolted by the sudden movement on the screen. Iron Spider-Man tumbled down, unable to stabilize himself as he plunged into the opening. The accident was sudden, and it felt strange, like something out of a nightmare. Spider-Man had been standing perfectly still, the ground beneath his feet solid. Yet, somehow, he slipped right through it as if the ground had vanished. Logically, there shouldn't have been any gravitational pull in this part of outer space. But a strange force seemed to emerge from the core of this floating island, pulling him down as if there were gravity inside. Still, Spider-Man wasn't one to panic easily, especially now that he was in his Iron Spider suit. With this advanced armor, he was more than prepared. Even without it, he would have managed. As he fell, he curled his body, executed a controlled roll in midair, and landed lightly, dropping into a classic superhero pose with one knee down and one hand bracing himself. "Well, I guess I'm really here to pay you guys a visit," Spider-Man said, looking around. "Hello? Anyone home? The gravity is stable. Oxygen levels are normal," the armor's internal system announced in a calm, automated voice. "Oxygen levels in the suit are still at 90%. Switching to external air supply, it continued, activating the suit's built-in air filtration system. Spider-Man took a deep breath, testing the air. It actually feels just like Earth," he muttered, surprised by how normal it felt. But his relief was short-lived. Suddenly, his spider sense kicked in, warning him of danger. At the same time, his armor's sensors flashed a thermal warning. Multiple heat signatures were appearing in his field of vision. The suit's scanner continued marking new heat sources, and the dots multiplied across his display in rapid succession. 1, 2, 3, until there were too many to count. A vast horde was surrounding him in this dark, eerie space, seemingly endless. It was as if an entire army had been lying in wait inside this floating island, hidden from any outside detection. A leader stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. As it came closer, the suit's visual enhancement zoomed in, revealing the creature's disturbing details. It was hideous. Its pale, hunchbacked body was grotesque, with a raised back that almost looked like a camel's hump. Its face was nightmarish, no eyes, no nose, just a flat surface filled with rows of jagged teeth in the lower half of its face. It had no neck, its head seemed attached directly to its back. The sight was both unnatural and terrifying. And there were dozens more creatures just like it. Spider-Man gulped, feeling a chill under his mask. Wow. Nice teeth you got there, he said, trying to sound confident, though his voice wavered. But, let's agree that you don't lay any eggs on me, okay? The creatures made a deep, rumbling noise, unlike any sound he'd ever heard from any Earth animal. Even though it was a foreign, monstrous sound, he could somehow feel the mockery in their voices. It was as if they were sneering at him, enjoying his discomfort. The lead creature lunged forward, breaking the stillness. The others held back, watching from the shadows, as if this were some kind of sport to them. They seemed entertained, waiting to see what would happen. Yikes. Charlie, who was controlling Spider-Man from the game interface, felt the panic too. This version of Spider-Man was still a high school kid, fresh to the world of superheroes. Although the suit made him powerful, he was still a rookie, prone to fear. In a burst of adrenaline, Spider-Man kicked forward, putting all his strength into the move as he struck the creature's chin. The force was overwhelming. How much did Iron Spider-Man's armor weigh? Charlie didn't know, but he knew it was enough to cause serious damage. The alien's head shattered on impact, cracking open like a dropped vase. The creature's body was hurled backward, slamming into the ceiling and sticking there, leaving a splattered mess in its wake. The aliens surrounding them fell silent, their shock evident even without expressions. Degree, W. The aliens? These aliens were known as the Cantel in their own language. They were fierce in battle, but they were essentially mercenaries, hired by the envoy to help complete his mission. The envoy's task was to retrieve the descent core and summon a powerful god to Earth. But when he arrived, he quickly realized that Earth's defenses were stronger than he'd expected and that he couldn't succeed on his own. The Cantel were his last resort, his hidden card in this fight. They'd taken on the mission eagerly, expecting an easy victory. Earth seemed primitive and unadvanced compared to the other places they'd fought. They figured the locals would be weak, having never seen an alien before. Then, they saw a human scream and kick one of their own into pieces. The Cantel horde froze, stunned. This was not what they had expected at all. Weren't they supposed to be the unbeatable force here? Wasn't this supposed to be easy? The Cantel hadn't just felt confident out of arrogance. They'd sensed fear in this human, and to them, fear was a sign of weakness. Strong beings didn't show fear. So what was with this human? He was clearly powerful, but he seemed terrified. Was he pretending? Despite Spider-Man's fear, his abilities were undeniable. And in reality, it wasn't even Spider-Man who was in control but Charlie, who wasn't going to back down from a fight. These strange, lanky aliens weren't going to scare him. One of the Cantel let out a guttural yell, and the rest finally stopped watching. They surged forward, a dark wave of alien bodies rushing towards Spider-Man. The Cantel were built in a strange way. They had long, slender arms, with joints that bent at odd angles, allowing them to move in unpredictable ways. Some of them bent their arms backward or twisted in mid-step, making them hard to predict. But Spider-Man's abilities were more than up to the challenge. With his spider sense, he could detect every movement they made as if they were in slow motion. His superhuman agility allowed him to weave around their attacks, dodging their lunges and swipes. If he'd been a hero who relied on set moves and routines, these creatures might have thrown him off balance. But Spider-Man's approach was simple. He dodged, he punched, he kicked. And with his armor-enhanced strength, he could easily take down multiple foes at once. Spider-Man raised his wrist and fired a spiderweb bomb. It exploded, sending thick webs over a group of aliens, trapping them where they stood. The Cantel, never having seen a spider before, were baffled by the webs. They struggled, but within moments, they figured out how to cut through the threads. "Oh, come on. You broke out of my webs," Spider-Man muttered, annoyed. With his left hand, he punched a hole through an alien's chest, while his right foot delivered a powerful kick to another, sending it sprawling. He dodged a swipe from the left, sidestepped an attack from the right, and ducked under another lunge, moving as if he were made of liquid. Surrounded as he was, none of the Cantel could get a firm grip on him. While he fought off the front-line attackers, a few more Cantel began to close in from behind, waiting for an opening. They had figured out that he couldn't block attacks from every direction at once. But Iron Spider-Man had more tricks up his sleeve. With a sharp click, a hidden compartment on his back opened, and 3 golden, titanium alloy spider legs extended, each tipped with a sharp blade. The Cantel closing in from behind were taken by surprise. One was impaled straight through the head, while the other 2 were swiped backward, stumbling as they tried to regain their footing. Activating one-hit kill mode, the suit's AI announced. Yes, finally, some serious moves. Spider-Man cheered, feeling more confident. The 3 mechanical legs responded to his thoughts, moving as naturally as his arms and legs. They protected his vulnerable points when he couldn't, and they attacked when he needed an extra hand. With these extra limbs, he was almost untouchable, perfectly defending himself while landing blow after blow. He ducked, dodging a grab, then jumped high to avoid a low sweep to his legs. As he spun, he brought his foot down in a powerful kick, sending an alien flying backward into two more. The three collided, tumbling together in a chaotic pile of twisted limbs. "No dance partners? You guys don't do waltzes," he joked, feeling a surge of confidence as he darted between attacks. He flipped backward, using his arms to push off the ground and swing himself out of range as three more Cantel tried to tackle him from behind. He flipped upside down, sticking to the ceiling with his feet. The lenses on his mask narrowed as he scanned the scene below. "Looks like I won't be finding a dance partner here." The Cantel, who had seen their comrade kicked into a pile of goo, stared in horror. Their shock was palpable even without faces. Was every human this strong? This was nothing like what they'd heard. Were they tricked? The Cantel warriors were taken aback, watching this lone human cut through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. They had expected him to be an easy target, not an unstoppable force. Their initial shock was understandable. The strength and skill of this human didn't match anything in the intelligence they'd been given, and it went against all their assumptions. But their astonishment didn't mean they were ready to retreat. The Cantel were born for combat. They were expendable foot soldiers, treated like tools by their employers and valued more for their numbers than their individual skills. On the battlefield, they were used to the idea of death, and none of them would retreat just because they faced a powerful enemy. Spider-Man, meanwhile, kept moving, his instincts guiding every step. He spotted the next alien advancing on him, its long, twisted arm reaching out for his shoulder. But his red and gold iron spider suit seemed to almost flow, slipping out of the creature's grasp. The Cantel warrior's clawed hand grabbed nothing but air, and before it could recover, Spider-Man twisted his body and smashed his elbow into its face. The impact sent a crack through the alien's skull, and it stumbled back, dazed. Without missing a beat, Spider-Man twisted to the left, elbowing another alien, while his right hand shot out a small round pellet from his suit's spinneret. The pellet exploded with a sharp bang, releasing a burst of blue energy that sent several Cantel warriors flying, suspended in midair. This was the suit's suspension matrix, one of its advanced features. The suspension matrix could temporarily lift enemies, trapping them in place and buying Spider-Man a few precious seconds. Though his usual webbing hadn't worked against these aliens, they'd somehow managed to cut through it. This new gadget seemed to be effective. However, while the suspension matrix worked wonders against ordinary criminals, the Cantel were tougher. After only a moment in midair, they broke free from the force field, dropping down and charging toward him once again. Spider-Man found himself surrounded, the alien horde closing in from all sides. Despite his high-pitched screams and shouted warnings, his hands and feet moved with calm precision, showing no sign of panic. Each elbow strike, each twist of his wrist to fire a web, every kick, all of it was quick and purposeful. His armor's spinneret kept firing different types of webs and gadgets, each one meant to delay or stop the relentless Cantel. He leapt into the air, dodging an attack, then twisted midair to land a powerful spin kick on another alien. When a Cantel tried to grab him, he planted his palm on its forehead, sending a jolt of electricity through its body and watching it collapse in a shuddering heap. Suspension matrix? Electric shock web. Spider-Man shouted, his voice rising in excitement. "Let's see you handle the recoil web." Spider-Man's unique personality was on full display, and it was clear that the more nervous he got, the more talkative he became. In the heat of battle, he kept yelling out his moves like they were part of a wrestling match, filling the air with his loud commentary. His voice bounced around the dark, cavernous space, and though some of his calls didn't even match his moves, it was all part of his frenzied, tense energy. The recoil web he'd called out wasn't even webbing, it was a powerful recoil energy cannon in his suit's palm, powered by the arc reactor. But in the middle of the action, he hardly noticed or cared, too caught up in the intensity of the fight. The Cantel were stunned at his speed and skill. Each time they tried to close in on him, he'd leap out of reach, twisting and turning like a flash of red and gold. His webs erupted in bursts, wrapping around those who got too close, while he continuously moved, springing from one spot to another, making it nearly impossible for them to get a solid hit. Even when some of them tried to sneak up from behind, the titanium alloy spider legs on his back blocked them, striking the Cantel who dared to come too close. A few Cantel attempted a surprise attack, but they were immediately impaled by the spider legs or sent flying across the room. Realizing how powerful this human was, the Cantel began to hesitate. Though they weren't afraid of death, this fierce display forced them to consider their next steps carefully. They rushed him from every angle, but he continued to fight with the same unrelenting energy, leaving a trail of fallen Cantel warriors behind him. Despite their vast numbers, they could feel a faint unease creeping in. It wasn't that they feared this one human. Even with his impressive abilities, he was still just one person. Their numbers would eventually overwhelm him. But the thought of a world filled with fighters like him planted a seed of doubt. What if there were more humans like this one? What if Earth had an army of these powerful beings? If even a fraction of Earth's population had this level of skill, their mission could face serious challenges. In truth, though, their fears were exaggerated. Iron Spider-Man was one of the strongest fighters Earth had, and even among Charlie's collection of heroes, only a few could match Spider-Man in hand-to-hand combat. Charlie hadn't sent Spider-Man here with any expectation that he'd change the course of the battle. His goal was simple: gather as much information as possible and learn about the Cantel. If Spider-Man managed to take down a few aliens, that was just a bonus. Charlie could always have Spider-Man retreat if the fight got too intense, and if it came to it, he could let Spider-Man fall. After all, Spider-Man would simply respawn later, no harm done. As the fight continued, Spider-Man's health bar started to drop. Though each hit he took was minor, the constant blows were starting to take their toll. The Cantel were physically stronger than ordinary humans, and even though Spider-Man dodged most of their attacks, the ones that landed slowly wore down his armor. His suit's damage began to accumulate, and eventually, the Cantel attacks started breaking through, injuring his actual body. Still, he had managed to take down at least 50 or 60 aliens by now. The ground around him was littered with the bodies of defeated Cantel. Even though the Cantel weren't afraid to die, his fierce resistance made the others hesitate. His brave, relentless fighting caused some of the warriors to falter, unsure of whether to keep rushing forward. But Charlie knew he'd gathered nearly all the information he needed by this point. The unknowns that had initially worried him no longer seemed as mysterious. He'd been unsure about this alien threat, but now he felt like he had a better idea of what they were facing. This enemy wasn't some advanced race with sophisticated technology and powerful space fleets. Either their technology was completely different from anything humans understood, or they didn't rely on technology as humans did. They fought more like wild beasts with incredible physical strength, relying on brute force rather than advanced weaponry or gadgets. Their hand-to-hand combat was fierce, but not as terrifying as Charlie had first feared. One lingering mystery, however, was the floating island itself. From the outside, it looked like an enormous, jagged black rock. Even with advanced scanners, it had appeared as nothing more than a stone, with no special readings or signals. But the island seemed to serve as some sort of massive transport vessel. It had carried the Cantel army across the stars, reaching Earth with a precision that suggested it was more than just a hunk of rock. Either the island was powered by unknown forces, or its design followed principles humans couldn't understand. In any case, Charlie couldn't fully grasp how it functioned, but he sensed that it was important. This floating island could be a powerful weapon in itself. If it reached Earth, there was no telling what kind of destruction it might be capable of. And there was one more worry. What if the Cantel had more powerful beings among them, hidden somewhere within the island? Spider-Man had only encountered the frontline soldiers, the pioneers of the invasion. Who knew if stronger, more experienced warriors were lurking in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike? With these thoughts running through his mind, Charlie continued controlling Spider-Man, skillfully dodging attacks and jumping from place to place. His goal now was to explore the area further, hoping to uncover more secrets about the island. If only he could go a little deeper. All of a sudden, his spider sense flared up wildly, the warning symbol flashing bright red on his display. Reacting instantly, Spider-Man fired a web and pulled himself up, trying to swing out of range. But he wasn't quick enough. A powerful, invisible force slammed into him, filling the entire area with crushing pressure. The impact was too fast and too strong to dodge completely. He was thrown back, hurtling through the air as if he'd been hit by a speeding train, and he crashed heavily into the ground. A dark shadow filled the space around him, looming large and ominous. Every Cantel warrior froze at the sight of the figure. Slowly, the aliens shifted, moving aside as if under a silent command. They parted in perfect formation, creating a wide path for the shadowy figure to advance, like a dark wave parting in the sea. Inside the heart of the floating island drifting in deep space, the scene was one of devastation. The bodies of fallen Cantel soldiers lay scattered across the ground, their pale skin and twisted limbs adding to the gruesome sight. Pieces of shredded spider webs dangled from the walls and ceilings, evidence of the fierce battle that had taken place. The once tidy and structured space was now filled with scorch marks, clawed scratches, and the smears of alien blood, turning it into a chaotic war zone. At the center of the mess stood a shadowy figure. This figure was distinctly Cantel in shape but much larger and more imposing than any of the soldiers surrounding it. The nearby Cantel moved with clear respect, keeping a careful distance as they waited for orders. This figure had an air of authority, exuding a quiet but intense power that demanded obedience. A battered and weary-looking Cantel soldier approached, bowing his head slightly as he spoke in a raspy, alien tongue, his voice low and hesitant. "The human has escaped." Even as he reported it, there was a sense of disbelief in his tone. It was hard to accept. One lone human had somehow broken into their stronghold, fought his way through a legion of their finest warriors, and left a trail of fallen Cantel behind him. He hadn't stopped until the highest commander himself had intervened to stop him. And after all of that, the human had managed to slip away. It was beyond humiliating. When the legion leader had finally appeared, the human had taken one look and seemed to understand the threat. Without hesitation, he'd unleashed another strange web-like weapon, which exploded into chaos before he vanished. The Cantel soldiers had watched him flee, sneering. They had each thought the same thing: there's no escape for you now. Not after causing this much trouble. After all, this was their mothership. It was filled with Cantel warriors. This human should have been as good as dead the moment he stepped on board. Yet, somehow, Spider-Man had disappeared without a trace. A confusing scramble had followed. The aliens had mobilized every available soldier, organizing a chase party. One group pursued him from behind, while another tried to cut him off in front. But when they arrived at the spot where they'd expected to catch him, they found nothing. They looked at each other, bewildered, their frustration and confusion mounting. "What? Where did he go?" one of them muttered, looking around in disbelief. Did this human have some unknown ability? How could he have simply vanished? The Legion commander observed the scene, his expression hidden in shadow, but his stance radiated an intense, icy calm. He thought for a moment, then spoke in a deep, measured voice. Humans may be more difficult to handle than we first thought. A faint green glow appeared in the darkness nearby, and another figure stepped forward, the envoy. This newcomer's eyes glowed a soft, eerie green in the dim light as he approached. His tone was smooth but filled with confidence as he spoke. Don't be alarmed, the envoy said with an unsettling calmness. This one human is a rare case. Yes, there are a few humans with exceptional abilities, but they are few and far between. We don't need to worry. The commander of the Cantel Legion took a moment to consider this. Then he gave a slight nod, his tone turning resolute. If that's true, we'll move forward as planned. Increase speed and head straight for Earth. Back on Earth, in a high-security conference room, tension was thick in the air. A group of officials, generals, and top-ranking military personnel sat around a massive, circular table. In the center of the room, Tony Stark's holographic projection stood, his sharp gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. Tony was currently in his lab on the Watchtower, where he'd just completed a prototype of the new sonic bomb. The production line was now running at full capacity, churning out copies of the bomb as quickly as possible. But here in the conference room, he was addressing the gathered officials through a hologram. We have new, confirmed intel, Stark said, raising his hand. With a slight flick of his wrist, he projected a large, crystal-clear image for everyone to see. It was a close-up photo of one of the alien creatures they were facing. The sight was chilling. The alien had an oddly pale complexion, a hunched, twisted frame, long, sinewy arms, and a mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth. Even in this sterile, brightly lit room, the alien's features made several of the officials shift uncomfortably in their seats. In the background of the image, the officials could see hundreds, maybe even thousands, of similar creatures packed tightly together, like a writhing sea of alien bodies. One politician, visibly disturbed, cleared his throat and asked, "This image, where exactly was it taken?" The others glanced at each other, recognizing what seemed to be the perspective of someone surrounded by the aliens. Normally, they might have doubted the authenticity of such a photo, but with Stark presenting it, they trusted its accuracy. Stark spoke again, his tone cool and matter-of-fact. "One of our own heroes went directly into their stronghold and sent this back," he explained. There was a collective intake of breath. Even these hardened officials and seasoned military leaders couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for the hero who had risked everything to gather this intelligence. The thought that these heroes weren't even from Earth originally, and yet had risked their lives to protect it, filled many of the generals with renewed determination. They glanced at each other, unspoken promises forming. If these heroes were willing to fight to defend Earth, then they, too, would stand ready. "For now, I'll keep things brief," Stark continued, swiping his hand to switch to a new image. The picture now displayed a distant shot of the alien mothership, the enormous floating island Spider-Man had photographed from afar. Some officials gasped quietly. The floating island looked unlike anything they had ever seen. "I know it's different from the technological battleships we're used to," Stark noted, observing their reactions. "But make no mistake, this is their mothership, and our man confirmed that it's packed with aliens." Stark allowed the information to sink in, then continued, "From what we can tell, this is their only ship. Our objective should be clear." A general spoke up, his voice steady but intense. "If this is their only ship, we need to intercept it before it reaches Earth's atmosphere." "That's why I'm here," Stark replied, his hologram making direct eye contact with each of the leaders. One of the high-ranking officials caught on. "If there's anything you need, Mr. Stark, just say the word. All of Earth's military forces are at your command." Stark shook his head. "We don't need all of Earth's forces, not yet. But I suggest we start with something strong to see what we're dealing with. I say we send it a nuclear welcome and test its defenses." The room fell silent. Nuclear weapons had always been Earth's last line of defense, a last resort because of their devastating power. But if ever there was a time to use one, it was now, before the alien ship could get any closer. For once, there was no debate, no delays, no bureaucracy. The order went through immediately, skipping all the usual red tape. Within 15 minutes, a nuclear missile launched from a secure silo, blazing a deadly trail through the atmosphere. It quickly escaped Earth's gravitational pull, heading straight for the alien island. Around the world, people watched anxiously. On the Watchtower, Charlie focused intently on the radar display, tracking two signals: the approaching alien island and the missile speeding toward it. This wasn't an ordinary missile. It was one of Charlie's own creations, modified with zero-gravity propulsion from Iron Man's space armor. This unique feature allowed it to travel far beyond Earth's usual range, carrying Earth's deadliest weapon. Charlie watched as the nuclear missile approached the island. The alien ship didn't try to dodge. The missile struck it directly, detonating in a massive, silent explosion that lit up the void of space like a miniature sun. The blast was powerful, creating a shockwave of heat and light that enveloped the entire island. But as the fireball faded, the island reappeared, completely unscathed. The black mass of the island had endured the nuclear blast without so much as a scratch. It continued its path, unwavering, as if the explosion had been little more than a breeze. "Sir, the target is still advancing," reported one of the officers from the launch base, his voice trembling with shock. A stunned silence settled over the room. Though they'd prepared for a tough opponent, seeing the nuclear blast fail so utterly was unsettling. Nuclear weapons had always been viewed as the ultimate solution, Earth's last line of defense. But now, even that belief had been shattered. Charlie took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. He turned to Friday, his assistant AI. "Is the response plan ready?" he asked. "Almost, sir," Friday replied, her voice calm but urgent. "It's not fully prepared yet, but we're close. Let me know the moment it's ready," Charlie said. "For now, let's stick to the original plan." "Understood, sir." Friday's tone shifted suddenly, her voice tightening. "Sir, the alien fortress is reacting." Charlie's eyes narrowed. "What's it doing?" Friday spread her fingers, activating a new screen. "It's launching something at us. Inside the depths of space, the floating alien island made its next move. From hundreds of thousands of miles away, it hurled countless dark objects, each one round and twisted, like ominous, misshapen meteorites. They spun in the vacuum, drifting at first but quickly gaining speed as they neared Earth's pole star. As they entered the pull of gravity, their paths straightened, and they rocketed downward, each trailing fiery streaks as they tore through the sky. "Sir, these objects aren't showing up on radar," a technician reported, his voice tense. Charlie immediately responded, his voice firm. "Send out the alert to all bases. Tell them to prepare to intercept." "Alert sent, sir," Friday replied. Thanks to Carly's quick response, Earth's pole star military sprang into action. Normally, these strange projectiles would have been invisible to Earth's radar until they were almost too close to react. But even with the warning, intercepting them was a nearly impossible task. Earth's existing defense systems were only reliable against slow, subsonic missiles. For faster, long-range missiles, interception was only likely in the early stages of their flight. Once these missiles picked up speed and began their final descent at Mach 10 or more, they became much harder to stop. And now, Earth's defenders were facing an even greater challenge, countless objects, all dropping toward different targets at supersonic speeds, raining down like a deadly storm. "Only 19% of the targets have been intercepted," a communications officer called out, his voice strained. "The rest are getting through." The dark, fiery projectiles hurtled downward like missiles from space, each one aimed with deadly precision. They crashed into military facilities, tearing through buildings, machinery, and defensive installations with the force of bombs. Structures shattered and crumbled under the impacts, and the wreckage erupted in flames. Thanks to the warning, the bases had been mostly evacuated, but key equipment and defenses were destroyed. Turrets, missile silos, and other vital systems lay in ruins, fires consuming what remained. At one of the targeted bases, soldiers rushed out to inspect the damage, weapons drawn and alert. Moving in tight formation, they cautiously approached the craters left by the fallen objects, peering through the swirling dust and smoke. But then, in the shadows, pairs of cold, glowing eyes blinked open. A strange, guttural noise echoed through the haze. Before the soldiers could react, dark shapes burst from the smoke. Cantel soldiers, moving like shadows, charging forward with terrifying speed. "Fall back! Everyone, fall back!" the officer yelled, pulling his trigger. His shots rang out, but the bullets barely grazed the aliens' thick, nearly impenetrable hides. "Alert! Hostile life forms confirmed in the crash sites," shouted a soldier through his radio. "They're swarming out of the craters." Across multiple bases, the story was the same. From each meteor-like projectile, the Cantel soldiers sprang forth, pouring into Earth's facilities like a relentless flood. No one had expected so many of them to fit inside those small, rock-like shells, and now the overwhelmed human forces could barely hold them back. In the watchtower, Charlie observed the chaotic scene unfolding below, piecing together the enemy's strategy. "They're using Thanos tactics," he muttered, remembering the Avengers movie. Thanos had relied on his armies of alien foot soldiers to overwhelm his enemies through close combat. He avoided widespread destruction, preferring to seize resources and territories intact. To accomplish that, he deployed hordes of warriors who could survive impact and fight directly in his enemy's strongholds. Now, the Cantel forces were doing the same, overwhelming Earth's defenses with a brutal strategy. By dropping in close to key bases, they forced Earth's defenders into close-range combat, where Earth's missile systems and heavy artillery were useless. At each base, the soldiers tried to adapt, grabbing rifles, grenades, and rocket launchers in a desperate attempt to hold off the charging Cantel. But the aliens were strong and swift, moving like shadows and shrugging off hits that would have taken down any ordinary enemy. With each passing moment, the base's defenses crumbled further as the Cantel tore through everything in their path. At one base, a group of soldiers found themselves face to face with a horde of Cantel fighters. The aliens moved with unnatural speed, dodging and weaving through the human forces, their claws and limbs tearing through armor and flesh alike. Every time the soldiers seemed to gain a slight advantage, more Cantel surged out of the craters, forcing the humans to retreat again. Even Earth's strongest defenders were starting to feel the pressure. In the central base, Special Agent Ivan Petrov and his elite squad fought to keep the Cantel at bay. These were some of Earth's finest warriors, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and highly trained for situations just like this. But here, they faced wave after wave of Cantel fighters, and the sheer numbers were starting to overwhelm them. "Hold your ground. This is our last line of defense," Ivan shouted, thrusting his weapon forward as another Cantel soldier lunged at him. His spear struck the alien with a burst of electricity, sending it flying backward, but more Cantel soldiers closed in, snarling and relentless. We can't keep this up much longer, a soldier yelled, dodging a swipe from an alien's clawed hand. But he wasn't fast enough to avoid a second blow, and the impact sent him crashing to the ground. We have no choice, Avon shouted, gripping his weapon tightly as he fought off another wave. We cannot let them through. Ivan's team continued to push back, fighting with every ounce of strength and skill they had. But the Cantel soldiers were like ghosts, appearing from the smoke and attacking with inhuman speed. No matter how many they defeated, more appeared to take their place. The human defenders were beginning to lose ground, slowly forced back by the unending assault. At one point, Felix, another elite agent, managed to land 2 shots directly to a Cantel's head. The alien barely reacted, only pausing for a moment before charging forward with renewed fury. Felix quickly sidestepped, and just as the Cantel surged past him, another agent's fist shot out, hitting the alien square in the chest and sending it flying. Felix's eyes darted around the battlefield, his breathing heavy. Where are the Avengers? He muttered, the exhaustion evident in his voice. In the top-secret conference room back on Earth's Pole Star, Tony Stark's holographic figure stood surrounded by government and military officials, his expression as serious as they had ever seen it. Suddenly, a report came through the comms, a voice tense with urgency. New contacts detected? The floating island has deployed additional forces. Friday's calm but firm voice cut in, her tone steady yet intense. Sir, the island is launching a second wave of projectiles, hundreds, maybe even thousands. They're inbound, with an estimated time of impact in minutes. The room fell into a tense silence. This was no minor assault, it was a full-blown invasion, and the scale was unlike anything Earth had faced before. Stark acted immediately, his hologram snapping into action. We need every available force on high alert. Direct all forces to intercept the impact sites. On the watchtower, Charlie monitored the radar intently, tracking the incoming objects. They were descending fast, and Earth's defenses were already stretched thin. Friday, make sure every base has updated coordinates. Focus all forces on defending the critical sites, Charlie ordered. It's done, sir, Friday replied, but there was a slight edge to her tone. But even with all defenses in place, it may not be enough. Outside, the sky began to darken as the new wave of alien projectiles streaked across the horizon, each one blazing with the fiery glow of atmospheric entry. The ground forces braced themselves, knowing that another wave of chaos was about to descend upon them. The airborne operation went off perfectly, and the Cantels immediately took control as soon as they landed. Just as they'd expected, regular weapons in close combat had almost no effect on them, giving them a big advantage over the humans. Of course, humans could still use heavy firepower on them, but that would mean risking their own soldiers and even destroying their own camps. But if it came to that, the Cantels knew they would already be winning. After all, that was the role of the Cantels, expendable fighters. They were hired not because they were valuable, but because they were tough, and their employers didn't mind losing them. At first, everything went smoothly for the Cantels. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air. In the chaotic battle, few noticed the small missile flying straight toward them, leaving a trail of pale blue flame. It landed right in the middle of 3 or 4 Cantels grouped together. When the missile exploded, there was no fire or blast wave, instead, an invisible force spread out in waves. It was silent, but incredibly powerful. 2 of the nearest Cantels were completely shattered, turning into blobs of white liquid that sprayed everywhere. Other Cantels a bit farther away were knocked off their feet, their bodies partly liquefied from the impact as they hit the ground, crippled. The soldiers in the 9th Special Service Division were both surprised and relieved. They'd never seen a weapon like this before, and it seemed almost like a miracle against these terrifying aliens. But the Cantels, now seeing this strange weapon in action, felt a shiver of fear. This was completely different from the usual guns and rockets humans had used before. It seemed much more powerful. The Cantels all shared the same thought. Humans actually have weapons this weird? It was a sonic missile, a mini-missile with an untested warhead that used sound waves to cause destruction. It wasn't strong enough to destroy miles of targets as originally planned, but its power in a small area was still devastating. Just as the Cantels were reeling from this surprise attack, the sky lit up again. A new group was coming down, a fleet of iron mechs. They fell from the sky like a metallic rain, forming neat lines as they landed. The leader of the group wore a black suit of armor with sharp ears on the helmet and a bat-shaped arc reactor on its chest. These were no ordinary soldiers, this was the Iron Mech Legion. As they hit the ground, they formed a line, each mech raising its armored hand as arcs of energy flashed from their palms. Gentlemen, a robotic voice called out from one of the mechs. Please surrender, lie down, and give up unnecessary resistance. But the Cantels weren't about to give in. One alien charged forward with a roar, incredibly fast. The mechs responded instantly, with 3 of them firing at once, creating a hole straight through the Cantel's chest. Despite the formal command, the mechs weren't really there to negotiate. They were battle machines, controlled by an AI that followed basic commands and didn't think for itself. Still, they were incredibly efficient at fighting. Within moments, it was clear that regular guns weren't effective against the Cantels. Most of the aliens sneered, almost mocking the humans. But when they saw the Iron Legion take down several of their own in an instant, the Cantels started to feel a sense of danger. One of the mechs spoke again, begin annihilation operation. The eyes of each mech changed from blue to red, glowing with a deadly light. Then they rose into the air, spreading out across the battlefield to begin the fight. Some Cantels who could fly took off as well, and an intense battle broke out in the sky. The Cantels on the ground shifted their attention to the mechs, allowing the 9th Division's soldiers to regroup and strengthen their defenses. With the humans out of the way, the Iron Legion had more freedom to attack without worrying about hitting their allies. A mech fired a sonic bomb at a cluster of Cantels, causing them to scatter. A few aliens were too close and couldn't get away in time. One of them grabbed a nearby teammate to use as a shield, shrinking back behind them just as the bomb went off. His unfortunate teammate cried out in a strange language, likely cursing him out. But before he could do anything, the sonic blast disintegrated half his body into a sticky, white liquid. The Iron Legion showed outstanding skill, with smooth movements and lightning-fast reactions. The Steel Bats, led by their dark-armored leader, tore through the Cantel ranks. Every blast from their recoil cannons hit its mark, as if they were fishing with bombs, catching any alien in their path. Seeing the danger, an elite Cantel, covered by a few teammates, charged at the lead mech, trying to smash through its helmet. But the Steel Bat reacted instantly, firing a freezing missile that exploded in a burst of ice, trapping the alien in a crystal prison. Meanwhile, other Cantels tried to sneak up on the mechs from behind. They landed on one of the robots, clawing at its back and ripping through the metal, exposing circuits and sparking wires. The damaged mech began to fall, black smoke trailing behind it. But just as it hit the ground, the arc reactor on its chest brightened with a roaring hum. A second later, it exploded like a firework, taking out the 2 Cantels on its back in a fiery blast. The Cantels on the battlefield gasped. It can self-destruct too? How can we fight this? Even though the Cantels were tough and not afraid to die, it was one thing to be brave on the battlefield and another to charge forward knowing that every mech you destroyed would explode right in your face. They started to doubt the fight. They'd come here expecting an easy victory, but instead, they were facing an army of metal monsters that seemed invincible. Then, from the ruins nearby, a thunderous roar shook the battlefield. A huge shadow rose up, a dragon, spitting flames as it launched itself into the air. Its fire breath was intense, and its strength overwhelming. Several aliens were crushed by its claws in just a few swipes. As it flew over the Cantel ranks, a flaming figure shot across the sky, a young woman named Leela, surrounded by an aura of fire. Columns of flame erupted around her, scattering the Cantels as they scrambled to get away. A few Cantels, desperate for a way to fight back, took the opportunity to leap onto the dragon, trying to claw at it. The dragon roared angrily, swiping its massive tail and slashing with its claws, but there were too many of them, and some had already climbed onto its back. Leela swooped down, hitting the Cantels with fireballs, knocking them off the dragon one by one. 2 mechs joined in, shooting golden beams to help clear the dragon's back. Finally, the dragon stomped down, crushing a Cantel underfoot, then lifted its head and let out a mighty roar, seeming to thank its allies or challenge its enemies. Humans, ancients, dragons, and machines all fighting together against aliens, Leela murmured to herself as she glided past. What a strange dream this is. While the Cantels pressed hard on the human camp, their other battle positions also faced heavy counterattacks. The Iron Legion mechs were spread across the battlefield, fighting Cantel commandos in multiple places. In each area, they quickly supported the human garrisons and helped turn the tide of the fight. Far above, on a floating island within a space station, the head of the Cantel Legion was closely watching the action on the ground. As the only commander on this mission, he was a high-ranking leader among the Cantel. The Cantel race was nomadic and worked as mercenaries for hire, with no single ruler. Only the strongest could lead a legion, and very few in their entire species could claim such a title. The legion leader frowned as he watched the screen, speaking in a low, frustrated voice. This isn't what you promised. You said the target was humans, a simple, backward race that no one cares about. You said it would be easy. Not exactly, replied a voice from the shadows. A faint green light appeared, like an eerie flame, illuminating the tall, powerful figure of the envoy who had mysteriously vanished from Earth. I told you the mission target was Earth, the envoy said, but I didn't say it would be simple. The terms of this job were set long ago, and if you're thinking of breaking our agreement now, that's a breach of contract. The envoy's glowing eyes narrowed slightly. Remember, I represent the Almighty Lord. You wouldn't want to break this deal. The Legion leader stayed silent, realizing the envoy was right. The price for this job had been agreed upon, but the Cantels had expected humans to be easy to crush. Based on their briefing, they'd assumed humans wouldn't stand a chance. But now, the humans were resisting fiercely, and their abilities were shocking. These powers. The Legion leader muttered, almost talking to himself. Our best fighters are helpless against them. Who are these creatures who control fire and ice? What race do they come from? We've never heard of powers like these. It's not from any race of aliens, the envoy replied calmly. The only beings even close to the Almighty Lord are those humans called the Ancients. Long ago, the Almighty Lord spread seeds on Earth to influence some life forms, guiding their evolution. However, that line failed, and only one member of that species remains. Modern humans have not been blessed by any god. The Legion leader stared, shocked. But Earth's star system is within the Yevgon star realm. Foreign gods don't usually operate here, and they created this power on their own. The envoy took a moment, seeming to carefully choose his next words. It's not God-given. Humans call it technology. They developed it themselves. The Legion leader was dumbfounded. Impossible. He turned, his rigid, strange face fixed on the envoy. Do you understand what you're saying? The envoy nodded, his voice calm. Yes, I know this sounds strange. I admit, I didn't believe it at first either. Earth is a remote planet, so we ignored it. But somehow, out of nowhere, these humans created incredible machines and warriors strong enough to rival some of the best in the star realms. It doesn't make sense, but it's happening. The Legion leader was still doubtful. Are they truly that powerful? The envoy hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Yes, I fought one of their strongest, and it was a difficult battle. Of course, he didn't mention that he'd actually had to retreat after only a few blows, sparing himself the embarrassment. The Legion leader, however, assumed that the envoy and the human warrior had fought to a standstill, which left him stunned. On par with a divine envoy? A human warrior. The Legion leader couldn't fully believe it. But if they're so powerful. I've been wondering the same thing, the envoy said, shaking his head. He had planned to lure Earth's strongest defenders into the open by bringing the Cantel army. He was hoping that the warrior he had fought before would be forced to step in. If the Cantels could wear him down enough, he and the Legion leader would have a good chance to finish the job together. It wasn't a bad strategy. Earth had many powerful heroes, but they all drew power from limited energy sources. The envoy knew that Tony Stark, Earth's leading hero, wouldn't waste his energy on small battles if he could avoid it. That's why he had invested so much in building the Iron Legion machines that would weaken the enemy forces, leaving Earth's heroes free to focus on the bigger threats. Suddenly, a faint, whistling sound cut through the shadows. Without warning, two small metal darts shot out, heading straight for the envoy and Legion leaders' backs. Each of them dodged instinctively, leaping to the left and right, letting the darts zoom past and strike a nearby Cantel warrior, who vanished instantly upon impact. Really? A voice complained from the darkness. Out of the shadows stepped Ant-Man, looking frustrated. Do all aliens have eyes in the backs of their heads? What? The Legion leader stared at the strange, red-clad human who had somehow appeared in their sealed spaceship. The floating island was fully enclosed, made of high-tech materials only found in their galaxy. He couldn't understand how this human had gotten in. He was still reeling from the dart attack when he noticed the Cantel soldier who had completely vanished without a trace. No flames, no explosion, he was simply gone, as if he had never existed. What kind of weapon does that? He thought, his heart racing. The Legion leader couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged, would he have vanished just like that? When he looked back at Ant-Man, his fear grew. The envoy's warnings about Earth's heroes might be truer than he'd realized. He glanced accusingly at the envoy. Didn't you say you were evenly matched with one of these humans? The envoy looked just as stunned by Ant-Man's weapon. He'd never seen anything like it, and he was just as shaken. Meeting the Legion leader's accusing look, he threw up his hands, equally clueless. How was I supposed to know? They didn't have these abilities the last time I fought them. Although Ant-Man's Pym particle dart seemed like a terrifying weapon, it wasn't as deadly as the Cantel leader and envoy believed. At first, they thought the Cantel soldier hit by the dart had been erased from existence. In reality, he had only been shrunk. The Pym particle dart was a control weapon, meant to temporarily shrink its target, similar to other abilities that stun or knock down. This effect didn't last long. The Pym particles would wear off soon, allowing the target to return to their normal size. But both the envoy and the Legion leader were fixated on Ant-Man, stunned by the unexpected power of his weapon. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the room, and a flash of lightning lit up the shadows. A massive, glowing hammer hurtled through the air, crackling with divine energy as it zoomed toward the envoy. The envoy's heart raced. He recognized that weapon instantly, with a flash of anxiety that felt all too familiar. Only days before, he had clashed with the hero who wielded that hammer, and the sheer memory of it made him uneasy. Thor's hammer was no simple weapon like Ant-Man's darts. It moved at an incredible speed, with an aura of divine power that couldn't be dodged easily. The envoy braced himself, drawing up every ounce of strength, knowing he couldn't avoid the hit. The hammer struck him with a thunderous impact, and a burst of lightning filled the hall, blasting the envoy backward. The hammer paused midair, hovering for a moment, before pulling itself back, as if connected by an invisible string. Thor caught it with ease, his face breaking into a wide, confident grin. Well done, he roared. You managed to stand against the hammer of Odin's son. That deserves some respect. But this time, you're not running away. Today, we settle this once and for all. The envoy cursed internally. Who in their right mind would want to settle things with this maniac? The Legion leader, who had already been shaken by Ant-Man's dart, froze at the sight of Thor's hammer. Taking 2 careful steps back, he watched in silence, unwilling to make the first move. What really unsettled him wasn't just the strength of these heroes, it was that they had somehow managed to enter the ship without anyone noticing. Their ship was designed to look like a meteorite on the outside. When locked, it was completely sealed, preventing any entrance from outside. Yet somehow, these heroes had found a way in and gotten close to the Legion leader himself. The Avengers Watchtower could teleport heroes to any location on Earth, but it had an additional ability. As long as a target was marked within a certain range, it could teleport heroes to that location even off-world. Inside this floating island ship was one of those marked targets, allowing the Avengers to launch a surprise attack. A quick, sharp sound echoed as a strand of white web shot through the air, snagging 2 Cantel fighters and yanking them upward. Spider-Man swung down from the shadows, kicking one soldier across the room and firing a recoil cannon to blast a hole in the other's chest. Using his momentum, he flipped through the air and landed between Thor and Ant-Man. "Hey, guys," Spider-Man called out. "What took you so long? I've been here forever? Did you guys take the scenic route or something?" The Cantel soldiers stared in shock. They had already searched every inch of the ship to find Spider-Man after he disappeared, and now here he was, standing right before them. This was no ghostly trick, it was the offline escape ability. Charlie didn't need to actively move Spider-Man to keep him hidden. All he had to do was direct Spider-Man to retreat into a dark corner and wait offline. Once Spider-Man disconnected, the aliens couldn't locate him, even if they searched every inch of the ship. "Well done on the recoil energy, kid," commented a new voice as Iron Man descended on a column of flame, landing smoothly in his Mark 43 armor. "But you might want to work on controlling those thrusters a bit more." "Oh, hi, Mr. Stark." "Yeah, I guess I'm still working out the kinks," Spider-Man replied, scratching his head. Iron Man waved off the comment. "We'll work on the details later. Right now." The last to step into position was Captain America. Taking center stage, he raised his shield with determination and called out, "Avengers, assemble." Those words weren't just a rallying cry, they triggered one of Charlie's strongest abilities. When 3 or more veteran heroes gathered with at least 5 Avengers in total, this command activated a powerful buff, boosting each hero's strength, speed, and durability. The boost was especially helpful for heroes with weaker stats, pushing their limits and giving the team an edge. As Captain America's words rang out, Cantel soldiers swarmed from all sides, aiming to trap the Avengers in the middle. But with the Avengers assembled, the 5 heroes stood as an unbreakable force, their presence filling the room with an aura of strength. The Envoy and Legion leader exchanged uneasy glances, understanding that the time had come for a direct fight. The Legion leader let out a loud, guttural cry that echoed through the hall, a signal that summoned Cantel fighters from every direction. They charged forward like a wave, filling the room with battle cries. Iron Spider-Man was the first to strike. He fired his web, catching a Cantel soldier and yanking him forward, landing a blow that sent the alien spinning through the air. Leaping into the center of the Cantel forces, Spider-Man unleashed a series of punches and kicks, moving so fast that the aliens could barely follow him. Ant-Man stepped forward next. "This isn't really my style," he muttered, flipping the Pym particle switch. In an instant, he expanded into a towering giant, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. The Cantel soldiers in front of him froze, stunned by his transformation, their eyes widening in disbelief. "But sometimes, you just have to play rough," Ant-Man boomed, swinging a massive fist downward. The ground trembled as his punch landed, flattening several Cantel fighters instantly. With each punch, kick, or slight movement, Ant-Man created gusts of wind that sent waves of aliens flying backward. Though the Cantels tried to press forward, Ant-Man's gigantic form left them helpless, like insects swatted by a giant. Several of the Cantel's elite soldiers, determined to turn the tide, flew up and landed on Ant-Man's back and shoulders, aiming to strike his vulnerable points. But just as they were about to attack, Ant-Man suddenly shrank, vanishing midair and causing the aliens to tumble to the floor, bewildered. "Where did he go?" one alien asked, looking around in confusion. Before they could react, Ant-Man reappeared, this time landing with another powerful blow that sent more Cantels crashing to the ground. The Legion commander and envoy could only watch in horror as Ant-Man repeatedly shrank and grew, turning the battlefield into chaos. The Cantel soldiers were completely disoriented, and some even shouted, "Commander, they have a Gundam on their side." For the Cantel forces, the battlefield had transformed into a nightmare. These heroes used powers and tricks beyond anything the aliens had ever seen. And with every move, it became clearer, they were no match for the Avengers. "You nameless rat? Why do you run from the son of Odin?" Thor's voice boomed across the spaceship as he charged after the envoy. His hammer spun in his hand, alive with flickering lightning, casting sharp, eerie flashes of light around them. The envoy knew the strength of his pursuer, and he wasn't about to test it again. Instead of facing Thor head-on, he darted among his own Cantel soldiers, hoping to shield himself from the god's wrath. Thor's swings, however, packed enough force to blast apart anything within range. As the envoy dodged and weaved, many of the Cantel soldiers fell victim to Thor's mighty strikes, caught in the thunderous shockwaves that followed each swing. Thor grinned as he swung his hammer in wide arcs, taunting, "Ha! The rat runs pretty fast." When Thor's regular swings failed to hit the envoy, he leaped high above the crowd, swinging the hammer in a new direction. The air inside the sealed ship began to churn, forming a powerful, invisible vortex. A storm erupted in the middle of the closed space, a swirling hurricane that swept up anything in its path. The envoy, still sprinting with his back to Thor, didn't see the sudden shift in strategy. In a blink, the storm caught him and several nearby Cantel soldiers, hurling them into the air like they weighed nothing. "Let's see you try to run now." Thor's voice thundered as he launched his hammer straight at the envoy. Lightning wrapped around the hammer, which cut through the air like a roaring, fanged dragon, twisting with claws and teeth made of pure energy. The envoy, now suspended in midair, quickly realized he couldn't dodge this time. Knowing he had only seconds, he stretched his arm out to the side, using a powerful attraction skill to pull a nearby Cantel soldier toward him. The unfortunate soldier, still dazed from the hurricane's impact, looked around in confusion. In the blink of an eye, he found himself yanked forward, held in front of the envoy like a shield. His expression shifted from bewildered to horrified as he realized what was happening. The hammer, wreathed in lightning, closed in on him. Just as he opened his mouth to curse, Thor's hammer struck. The energy exploded on impact, shattering the soldier's body into fragments, spraying the area with debris. The envoy managed to absorb most of the shock, but he was still thrown backward, colliding painfully with a crowd of other Cantel soldiers. The envoy scrambled back to his feet, but Thor's hammer was already zooming in for another attack. This time, Thor's face was lit with a grin, a mix of triumph and thrill, as he shouted, "Where are you off to now, coward? Face me and take your punishment." The hammer, spinning and crackling, shot toward the envoy, leaving a trail of fierce lightning in its path. Though aimed at the envoy, the hammer's sheer power sent nearby soldiers sprawling across the floor. The Cantel soldiers, frozen in place, watched in stunned silence as lightning exploded around the envoy, making it impossible to dodge. For the soldiers caught in the crossfire, it was a terrifying sight. They couldn't help but wonder how they'd ended up on the wrong side of a god's fury. What could we have done to bring this destruction down on us? Encased in a storm of lightning, the envoy had no choice but to face the attack head-on. He remembered how his last encounter with Thor had gone. This god didn't rely on complex tactics or tricks. Thor's strategy was brutally simple, relying on raw, unstoppable power. Every swing of the hammer was a direct command, "Take this." After experiencing the hammer's force once before, the envoy had no desire to feel it again. So he repeated his previous tactic, using his attraction skill to pull yet another unlucky soldier into his path. The soldier had barely a second to process what was happening before the hammer slammed into him, splintering his body in an explosion of lightning and energy. Now that the envoy had found a reliable method of deflecting Thor's attacks, he began to retreat, dragging any nearby soldiers into his path as makeshift shields. With an entire army at his disposal, he figured he could keep using his shields as long as necessary while waiting for an opening to counterattack. Thor's fury only grew with each evasion, his voice echoing across the ship. "Coward, stand and face the son of Odin." He swung his hammer again, charging forward relentlessly. "Let's see how long you can keep running." With every attack, Thor's energy seemed to rise, his determination fueled by the envoy's refusal to fight back. Meanwhile, the Cantel soldiers, starting to understand the envoy's tactic, cursed their leader as they tried to avoid both him and Thor. But the envoy's skill allowed him to reach far, and no matter how they scrambled, many found themselves yanked into Thor's path, only to be destroyed by the hammer's unstoppable force. To any onlooker, it might have seemed that the envoy and Thor were actually working together, with one grabbing the targets and the other smashing them to pieces. The team was devastating, and the Cantel soldiers paid the price. As the chase continued, the envoy became more confident, learning to balance his defense and occasionally throwing counterattacks at Thor. He wasn't completely out of the fight now, though he still focused on evasion. He began to manage brief strikes of his own. Charlie, who was controlling Thor, had expected this fight to end quickly. He already knew from their last encounter that Thor had a clear advantage. But he hadn't counted on the envoy running away at every opportunity, avoiding each attack by sacrificing his own soldiers. Frustrated, Charlie switched control to Iron Man, allowing Thor's AI to handle the pursuit while he focused on a more immediate threat, the Cantel Legion commander. Meanwhile, Captain America and Iron Man faced the Legion commander, blocking his path and holding him in place. The commander, a giant among his kind, loomed over them. Though Ant-Man and Spider-Man had most of the nearby soldiers occupied, a few Cantel fighters slipped through the chaos, backing up their leader when they could. Captain America moved in first, brandishing his shield as if to bash the commander with a heavy strike. The commander raised his arm to block, but Cap quickly pulled back, revealing that it was just a feint. With precise timing, Captain America sidestepped, opening up a line of fire for Iron Man, who raised his palms and unleashed a powerful blast from both repulsor beams. The duo's teamwork was seamless, their actions perfectly in sync. Charlie was delighted to see that their signature shield and iron combo buff worked in tandem with the Avengers Assemble buff. Together, their powers and timing were sharper than ever, making them a formidable pair. Their opening strike hit flawlessly. Captain America's fakeout had created the perfect opening, and Iron Man's energy blasts hit their mark. The commander, however, didn't flinch. Unlike his regular soldiers, he was much larger and far more resilient. His right arm ended not in a claw like the others, but in a long, pale spike, gleaming with an ominous light. With a swift motion, he jabbed the spiked arm forward, unleashing a wave of energy that clashed with Iron Man's repulsor beams. The collision sent a shockwave through the room, forcing the commander to take a step back. The commander's eyes locked onto Iron Man, recognizing the armored figure before him. Iron Man's suit bore a resemblance to the countless mechs the Cantel army had been battling across the battlefield. The commander's face twisted with rage and disbelief. Could human technology really have reached such power? "Looks like we hit the jackpot, Captain." Stark's voice crackled from inside his armor, sounding almost amused. "This one's different, it can actually take a hit." The other Cantel fighters had fallen with a single blast from even an unmanned mech. But this guy, standing a few yards away, was still up after two powerful blasts from Stark's genuine Iron Man Mark 43 suit. He looked different too, with unique armor colors that marked him as someone important, maybe even a boss. Suddenly, a Cantel soldier crept in from Stark's blind spot, ready to launch a sneak attack. But Captain America noticed and blocked him with ease, bringing his shield up in a perfect arc. Without even looking, Cap punched the attacker, making him stumble back, just as Stark fired a quick, precise shot that blasted through the soldier's chest. "Don't get cocky, Tony," Captain America warned, shifting his stance. The Legion commander, their main target, observed them in silence. Gone was the arrogance he had when he first entered the battlefield. Now, his eyes moved over the two Avengers with a focused gaze, as if he understood that these opponents would not be easy to beat. With a loud, intimidating cry, the commander charged forward, his right arm extending as a long, sharp thorn grew out of it. He aimed the thorn at Iron Man, but at the last second, his arm jerked sideways, sending the strike toward Captain America. The quick exchange revealed what the commander had figured out in mere seconds. He'd decided Captain America was the weaker link. To him, a guy with just a shield was much easier to take down than someone in a high-tech suit. But Captain America wasn't about to go down easily. Even though he didn't have the sheer power of Stark's armor, when he chose to play defense, Steve Rogers was nearly impossible to move. And while Iron Man's suit was mostly AI-controlled, the program was smart enough to cover for Cap when needed. The Legion commander launched a fierce assault, firing bursts of energy from his thorn in quick, deadly blasts aimed straight at Captain America. With expert timing, Cap spun his shield, deflecting each strike with near-perfect accuracy. A loud clanging and crackling filled the air as Cap's shield met the blasts, over and over again. Sparks flew around them, and shockwaves exploded outward. Cap's shield, though small, held firm like a rock in a hurricane. Meanwhile, Iron Man kept his own attacks steady from the side, each blast striking at just the right time. As the commander's focus shifted for a moment, Captain America slammed the shield back in defense, forcing the commander to stagger. Stark saw his chance and fired a hard recoil blast that knocked the commander back several steps. The Legion commander barely had time to recover, his reflexes kicking in despite the pain. This time, he aimed directly for Stark's chest, clearly guessing that the glowing arc reactor in the center was a weak spot. Stark deflected the shot without hesitation, his suit moving fluidly as it blocked the commander's strikes. Though Stark wasn't a martial arts master, he'd trained with the best, including Captain America. He might not have the smooth moves of a fighter, but his suit was now programmed with some of the most useful defensive skills. He'd made sure to upgrade his AI's battle abilities after previous fights had taught him he'd need more than armor to survive. As the Legion commander tried another hit, Stark's shoulder compartment opened, revealing a hidden cannon. Without warning, it fired a shotgun blast at close range. The commander stumbled back in surprise. Seizing the moment, Captain America sprang forward, pushing off Stark's shoulder and jumping into the air with his shield raised high, ready for a powerful strike. The Legion commander, desperate, raised his thorn in one last effort to counter. But Captain America was ready for him. As he sailed through the air, he raised his hand, and in a flash of lightning, a warhammer appeared in his grip, crackling with energy. He brought it down, hammer and shield aimed straight at the commander, ready to end the fight once and for all. Comment. 3. Comment. Vote. Chapter 322, Disbelief. The Legion commander was absolutely shocked. He'd faced humans with shields before, and he thought he understood their strength well enough. Sure, this shield-wielding human was stronger than most, but the commander still didn't think he was a serious threat. He'd considered Captain America the weak spot, the one he could break through. Even as Captain America leaped off Iron Man's shoulder and dove toward him, the commander was still certain of his plan. He took a quick, cocky stab with his thorn, confident that he'd pierce the captain easily. But what happened next was a surprise he never saw coming. Just as Captain America dove toward him, a hammer suddenly flew into his hand. The leap that had seemed simple suddenly took on a new intensity, as the captain, with the hammer's power, came down with incredible force. For a second, the commander thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He couldn't believe anyone could go from regular human to powerful warrior in an instant. It had always been debated whether Captain America could lift Thor's hammer, but the movies had finally answered that question. And now, with the power of the hammer in his hand, Captain America was nearly unstoppable. With his hammer raised, Captain America brought it down hard, the blast of thunder shattering the protective energy around the Legion commander and snapping his thorned right arm in half. The force sent him skidding backward, crashing through rows of his own soldiers as he slid, thunder still crackling around him. Dazed, the Legion commander staggered to his feet with the help of nearby soldiers. His mind was racing. On one hand, he was stunned by the incredible power that hammer seemed to hold. On the other, he couldn't help but wonder where it had come from and who had made it. He knew he was facing something beyond his understanding power that seemed almost divine. Captain America leapt into the air again, swinging the hammer with strength that sent thunder crashing down all around. Lightning sparked from the hammer's swing, and Cantel fighters around the commander were blasted backward, some knocked out cold just from the electric shock. Panicking, the commander clutched his broken arm and switched to using his left hand, claws bared. Unlike Thor, who fought with sheer, brute strength, Captain America had years of training in hand-to-hand combat. He moved with agility, using a quick sidestep called a butterfly step to dodge the commander's claw. He slipped around the attack, swinging Thor's hammer with lightning speed, and landed a hard blow to the commander's face. The butterfly step was inspired by the famous boxing champion Muhammad Ali, who once described his fighting style as moving like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. It allowed Captain America to stay light on his feet, avoiding hits and delivering fast, hard blows. Now, with the hammer, he used the move perfectly, as if the hammer was an extension of his own strength. The commander's face twisted from the impact as his head snapped to the side, the force of the hammer's blow lifting him off his feet and sending him flying backward. Captain America didn't stop there. He threw both the shield and the hammer in rapid succession, each spinning through the air toward the stunned commander. With the power of Thor enhancing his throws, the shield and hammer now had the force of magical weapons. The shield alone, made from vibranium, was strong enough to slice through metal, and with Thor's power behind it, it could cut through just about anything. As the shield and hammer flew toward him, the commander somehow managed to twist in midair, narrowly dodging both weapons. It was an impressive move that showed his own skills as a fighter, even when caught off guard. But his escape didn't last long. In a flash, Thor's hammer, flying faster than the shield, caught up and rebounded off it. The hammer struck the commander from behind, knocking him forward, just as the shield ricocheted off a wall and returned to Captain America's waiting hand. This combo move was the same one Captain America had used against Thanos in the final Avengers movie. It had even caught Thanos off guard, momentarily keeping the powerful villain on the defensive. The commander was no Thanos, and he had no time to figure out what was happening. 1 second, he was dodging the shield, the next, the hammer struck him from a blind spot, and lightning surged through his body. Nearby Cantel fighters were stunned by what they saw. The shield and hammer had moved as if guided by some unseen force, hitting the commander with pinpoint accuracy. Captain America seemed to command the weapons effortlessly, as if they were a part of him. But for Captain America, it was second nature. With Thor's power surging through him, he had full control over his moves, adapting each strike in the heat of the moment. Even if someone else held the same power, they wouldn't be able to use it quite like he did. As the commander staggered to his feet, his body weak and crackling with energy, Captain America caught the hammer as it flew back to him. Without hesitation, he threw it again. The hammer tore through the air, lightning trailing behind it, as it smashed into a group of Cantel fighters, plowing through them and heading straight for the commander. In desperation, the commander tried to shield himself, but the hammer struck him in the chest, sending him flying once more. As he was airborne, Iron Man locked onto him and fired a powerful missile, the explosion sending the commander spinning through the air until he landed with a heavy crash. The commander barely had time to react when he looked up to see Captain America and Iron Man preparing their final attacks. Captain America leapt into the air, thunder and lightning gathering around him, while Iron Man hovered above, his arc reactor glowing as he charged up a powerful blast. "It's time to finish this," Stark said with a smirk. Realizing the danger, the commander grabbed one of his own soldiers and held him in front as a shield. The terrified soldier barely had time to understand what was happening before the combined thunderbolt and reactor blast struck them both, the explosion lighting up the battlefield. As he felt himself fading, the commander's last thought was disbelief. He'd gone from using a shield to becoming one himself. Iron Man's single beam pulse attack was at full power, pouring energy directly from his arc reactor, while Thor's hammer was hitting with its maximum force. Either of these blows on their own would be enough to melt through steel or crush heavy armor, but together, with the added boost of the Avengers team power, they became overwhelmingly powerful, almost unstoppable. The envoy tried his hardest to defend himself, but the combined blasts were just too much. The massive beams of energy broke through his defenses, tearing right through his chest and sending his body flying backward. He crashed into the ground, creating a huge gap in the ranks of Cantel soldiers behind him. He rolled twice before coming to a stop, lying limply on the ground. Though he was still breathing, he clearly didn't have the strength to get back up. It was poetic justice in a way. The envoy had often used his own teammates as shields to protect himself, but now, in the end, he'd been used as a shield. It seemed like fate had turned against him. Even with the envoy's strong body trying to shield him, the Legion commander was still thrown back by the sheer force of the double attack. But with his last burst of energy, the envoy had absorbed some of the impact, protecting the commander from the worst of it. After a quick roll, the commander managed to stand back up. All around, the remaining Cantel soldiers were frozen in shock. Ant-Man and Spider-Man had managed to keep most of the Cantel soldiers away from the main battle, creating a barrier that blocked them from intervening. But the fortress held an endless number of Cantel soldiers, and it was impossible to defeat them all in a single battle. At first, these soldiers had charged fearlessly, but now, seeing their powerful commander so thoroughly beaten and watching the incredible strength of the humans, they finally began to hesitate. And there was another reason they'd stopped. Just moments earlier, they'd seen their commander use his own employer as a shield, and now, it looked like the employer was on the brink of death. Without their employer, the Cantel soldiers had no reason to keep fighting. But, even beyond that, many of them felt uncomfortable about what they'd just witnessed, their commander using his own employer to take a hit meant for him. The wounded envoy, lying on the ground with wide eyes, stared up at the Legion commander in disbelief. With great effort, he gasped, "You, how dare I serve the great life and death?" The Legion commander replied coldly, dragging his injured arm as he straightened up, "Don't leave much time to think about that. You've used my men as shields plenty of times. Now we're even." The envoy, struggling to breathe, seemed like he wanted to respond, but the commander was no longer listening. Thor's hammer was already flying toward him, sparking with the last traces of thunder from the previous attack. But the Legion commander had already prepared for this moment. In his left hand, he clutched a small stone. The envoy's eyes went wide with horror as he realized what it was. The backtracking stone. Before the envoy could say another word, the commander crushed the stone in his hand. Immediately, an unknown but powerful energy exploded from the shattered stone, surrounding the commander and enveloping him in a shimmering light. Thor's hammer passed through the spot where the commander had just been, hitting only empty air. The hammer seemed to pause, almost surprised, before it turned around and flew back to Thor's waiting hand. The envoy, lying on the ground, let out a bitter curse. His voice weakened, and the last words he'd wanted to say faded as he finally ran out of breath. With their employer dead, their leader gone, and the humans proving to be far stronger than they'd expected, the Cantel soldiers were left with no reason to keep fighting. Slowly, one of them lowered himself to the ground in surrender, followed by another, and then another, until all the remaining Cantels lay motionless in defeat. "Well, looks like you're not as dumb as I thought," Stark said, watching them surrender. "Smart move." The envoy, meanwhile, lay motionless, a huge hole torn through his chest. Normally, such an injury would mean instant death, but his life force was incredibly strong, keeping him alive for a little while longer. Charlie, seeing an opportunity to get answers, wasn't going to let him die just yet. "You must think you've won," the envoy rasped. Even as he lay there defeated, his voice still held a mocking tone. "Fools. Your resistance only makes things worse, for yourselves." His green eyes flickered, and there was a trace of cruel satisfaction in his expression. You really surprised me with these powers, but it won't change anything." Spider-Man, glancing at his teammates, muttered, "I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a really bad feeling here." The envoy, knowing his time was short, seemed almost insulted by the humans' confidence, as if he couldn't believe he was losing to them. "I was the first envoy to discover your world outside the Star Realm's control. But I won't be the last," he said bitterly. "I underestimated you. I thought this mission would be simple. If I'd known, I would have called for reinforcements instead of acting on my own." His breathing was shallow, yet he continued speaking with surprising strength. "Because of my mistake, you've saved your planet, for now." He glanced at the empty spot where the Legion commander had disappeared, then gave a final, chilling warning. "But that Cantel traitor, the one who fled, is your biggest threat now. He's the only one who knows your planet's location, and everything that happened here." His voice grew weaker, but his words remained ominous. "No one has ever dared kill an envoy. You will know the cost." And with that, his voice faded entirely, and he breathed his last. The envoy's final warning left Charlie and the others with an unsettling sense of dread. Luckily, Ant-Man was part of the team, making it possible to communicate with alien species. Charlie, now controlling Thor, picked up a surrendered Cantel soldier nearby and started questioning him. Within minutes, Charlie's worst suspicions were confirmed. Angels, or envoys, were powerful beings who served divine entities across the Star Realm. Their mission was to inspect planets, monitor their progress, and intervene if needed to keep them in order. These envoys had divine powers granted by their gods, making them strong enough to handle most situations alone. They almost never requested backup, except in the rarest circumstances. This particular envoy had found Earth's location by accident. The descent core he'd mentioned was an ancient artifact left behind by gods who had visited Earth long ago, serving as both a marker and a portal if they ever needed to return. Envoys would inspect planets to make sure they stayed in line. If a civilization evolved in ways that the gods didn't like, or if a species broke any cosmic laws, the envoys could activate the descent core to summon the gods and enforce judgment. Earth had once been home to powerful dragons, a species that the gods had wiped out. But before the last dragons disappeared, they'd sealed away the descent core, making Earth's location invisible to the Star Realm. That was, until now. The envoy hadn't thought much of Earth's inhabitants. Like most envoys, he assumed he'd be able to handle the mission alone, so he didn't bother calling for support. Instead, he simply hired a mercenary army that happened to be nearby as a precaution. But he had no idea what awaited him here. If the Avengers could fully defeat the mercenaries and take down the envoy, Earth might have stayed hidden. In the vastness of the universe, news of an envoy's death might never reach the rest of the Star Realm. Earth would have remained a mystery. Unfortunately, the Legion commander had already taken his own precaution. The backtracking stone he'd crushed was a rare item, possibly a one-time escape tool. Judging by the envoy's reaction, it was a powerful teleportation device. In mere moments, the Legion commander had likely traveled beyond the solar system, with Earth's exact location in his memory. Charlie quickly realized that if he could find a way to follow the commander and silence him, he might keep Earth's secret safe a little longer. But without a clear destination, the vastness of the universe made the task nearly impossible. For now, Earth was safe. But the threat could return at any time, possibly even stronger than before. This time, the Avengers went straight for the heart of the invasion. Though they had only defeated a few hundred of the Cantel soldiers, their main goal was the enemy leader, and they succeeded. With their commander captured and taken down, the remaining Cantel soldiers on the mothership surrendered almost immediately. On Earth, only a few Cantel vanguard teams had been sent down to fight. They were a tiny fraction of the massive number of aliens still aboard the mothership. But on the ground, the scattered vanguard teams were quickly losing. With Iron Man's Iron Legion joining the battle, the Cantels in several human camps were pushed back and steadily defeated. The Cantel ground troops had been holding on, hoping for backup from their mothership and commander, but now, instead of reinforcements, they received devastating news: the Legion commander was gone, and he had abandoned them. With the realization that they'd been left behind, the ground forces lost heart. They were defeated not just in battle but in spirit. One by one, they began to surrender. Back on the mothership, while the Avengers had secured control, tens of thousands of Cantel prisoners were left on board. Handling so many captives would be a massive job, but it was just the kind of mission the Ninth Office cleanup team was trained for. Agent Ivan Petrov and his team were the first to board the captured mothership. As soon as they stepped into the main bay, they were stunned by what they saw. The space was so massive it seemed to stretch on forever, and it was filled wall to wall with long-armed Cantel aliens lying flat on the ground, their hands raised in surrender. The sight of thousands of aliens, all lying prostrate, looked almost like a vast field of snow stretching into the distance. Ivan Petrov and the officer beside him exchanged an uneasy look. No words were needed, they both understood the situation immediately. They'd faced a smaller group of Cantel soldiers on the ground and knew how strong these aliens were in combat. Without the Iron Legion's help, human forces could have been overwhelmed. But this, the sheer number of aliens aboard the mothership was overwhelming. There were 10 times, maybe even 100 times more soldiers here than they'd faced on the ground. The officer shuddered at the thought of these troops being deployed across Earth. The planet wouldn't have stood a chance. At that moment, Iron Man's armor flew over the rows of surrendered aliens, moving smoothly above the heads of the stunned Cantels. Charlie had just finished interrogating some Cantel captives and was ready to hand things over to the team now arriving to secure the ship. The soldiers who'd just boarded took in the incredible number of alien troops. Even with the aliens surrendering, the soldiers felt a pang of fear. No one moved forward. The sight was simply too intimidating. But when they noticed Iron Man standing confidently, they felt a surge of relief and courage. Just seeing him made them feel safer, as though his armor alone could protect them all. The soldiers soon reached the Avengers, who stood casually among the surrendered aliens, chatting as if it were just another day on the job. The lead officer glanced at the thousands of aliens lying around them, then looked at the 5 Avengers, amazed at how come they were after such a massive battle. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Stark, is your team really just 5 people?" Stark grinned. "Good counting," he replied with a hint of sarcasm, as if saying, "Glad you can handle math up to 5. The soldiers behind the officer couldn't help but stare in shock. 5 people had taken down an entire alien mothership full of warriors? They remembered fighting just a small fraction of these aliens on the ground and barely surviving. Now, standing among the Avengers, they couldn't believe how powerful these heroes were. The Avengers were not just fighters, they were legends. Thor, standing nearby, twirled his hammer casually. "Honestly, I could have done this alone," he said with a grin, but then added, "But the team fought well. They're worthy warriors, the best partners I could ask for. If they ever fall in battle, they'll earn a place in Valhalla." The other Avengers rolled their eyes, but a few soldiers actually nodded, believing Thor's words. Stark chuckled. "Well, that's our job done. The rest is up to you guys," he said, glancing at the Ninth Office agents. The agents wanted to reassure him that they'd handle it, but looking at the endless rows of surrendered aliens, they couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, they weren't Avengers. "Don't worry, Spider-Man will stick around to help out," Stark said with a sly grin. Spider-Man, surprised, blinked. "Wait, I will." Stark gave him a pointed look, and Spider-Man quickly caught on. "Oh, yes, sir, of course. I'll stay here and make sure everything's under control." With that, the Avengers' main mission was over. The remaining alien prisoners were handed over to the Ninth Office, who would decide what to do next, whether to imprison the aliens, study them, or use them in other ways. Charlie didn't mind what they chose, as long as he got regular updates. This battle shook the entire world. A large-scale alien invasion wasn't just science fiction anymore, it had become a terrifying reality. The invasion might have ended in just half a day, but the impact would be felt for a long time. This victory also turned the Avengers into legends. The story of 5 heroes storming an alien mothership, capturing the enemy leader, and forcing an entire alien army into surrender spread like wildfire. The Avengers' names were on everyone's lips, celebrated and admired by people worldwide. Leaders around the world breathed a sigh of relief at the news of the victory, but they were also stunned by what they'd learned about the Avengers' power. Many had already known that the Avengers were strong enough to protect the planet if they chose, but only 5 of them taking down an entire alien army? That was beyond belief. It was less of a story about humans defending themselves and more about aliens making the mistake of picking a fight with the wrong heroes and paying for it. Everywhere, people cheered for the Avengers. The 5 heroes became instant icons, worshipped and admired. Some even began forming fan clubs and groups devoted to them, calling them gods and hoping to learn more about them. But while the world celebrated, Charlie stayed cautious. The envoy's last words echoed in his mind. One alien had managed to escape, carrying the coordinates of Earth's polar star. If the envoy's warning was accurate, the next alien force to come might be much harder to defeat. Charlie had thought about chasing down the fleeing Legion commander, but without a hero capable of interstellar travel, it was impossible. His current heroes couldn't leave the solar system, and Earth didn't yet have the technology for long-distance space travel. For now, the best plan was to keep building their strength, preparing for whatever threat might come. Getting new heroes, leveling up, and gaining more power were their top priorities. Despite the looming uncertainty, today's battle had brought huge rewards. The Avengers had defeated 2 major enemies, gained a massive amount of hero points, and saved up enough for a few hero draws. In the first round of 10 draws, Charlie had no luck, which left him a bit frustrated. But in the second round, as he watched the screen, he suddenly saw a bright flash followed by a glowing green light filling the screen. His heart skipped a beat as he realized what he'd drawn. A new A-level hero. Charlie's eyes widened, and he nearly jumped in excitement. The legendary member of the Justice League, bearer of the most powerful weapon in the universe, the hero known for his courage. Green Lantern. Charlie's eyes widened as he stared at the screen. It was Green Lantern. And not just any Green Lantern, this was Hal Jordan, the original human member of the Green Lantern Corps, known as the greatest Green Lantern in history and a founding member of the Justice League. Hal Jordan had been an Air Force pilot on Earth when he first encountered a dying alien, a Green Lantern in desperate need of a successor. The alien explained his mission and chose Hal to take his place. From that moment on, Hal became part of an ancient, interstellar force tasked with keeping peace across the universe. The Green Lantern Corps was created by the Guardians of the Universe, a race of powerful, ancient beings. They crafted 3,600 lantern rings and divided the universe into 3,600 sectors, assigning each Green Lantern to one sector. The ring, known as the most powerful weapon in the DC universe, could project solid light in any form the user could imagine, creating shields, weapons, or whatever else was needed in battle. It was an incredible tool, but only as strong as the user's willpower and creativity. Hal Jordan's willpower was legendary, and he was known for using the ring with fearless courage and almost reckless bravery. This made him one of the strongest Green Lanterns, capable of taking on threats across the universe, no matter the danger. As the saying went, where there's a will, there's a way, and with Hal Jordan, the ring's potential felt nearly limitless. Charlie's heart raced as he realized what this hero's powers meant. The Green Lantern ring wasn't just a weapon, it was an interstellar tool with tracking and transportation abilities, precisely what Charlie needed. Friday, we recorded the energy reading when the Cantel army leader teleported, right? Yes, sir, Friday replied. It was a very unique energy signature, unlike anything we've seen. Remnants of it remain in the cabin where the leader disappeared. Charlie grinned. Perfect. He immediately selected Hal Jordan and entered the game. He knew the ring's abilities were exactly what he needed to track the escaped Cantel commander. Green Lantern rings were made for interstellar security, designed with all the functions necessary to locate criminals across galaxies. By locking onto the energy trail of the Cantel leader's teleportation, Charlie could trace his path through space. With Hal Jordan equipped, Charlie flew his character toward the remnants of the energy signal. The ring glowed brightly, activating a Green Lantern vision that colored the world in shades of green, highlighting the faint traces of energy left behind. Yellow signals marked the trail, glowing like a faint path. Hal lifted his fist, and a thin, precise beam of light emerged from the ring, scanning the area with laser-like accuracy. A moment later, coordinates appeared in front of him. The destination lay far beyond the solar system, deep in the uncharted regions of the galaxy, marked by stars and cosmic dust. But with the Green Lantern ring, it was entirely within reach. Looks like we're going on a little interstellar adventure, Charlie said, smiling to himself. Friday, update the schedule. With that, Hal took off in a burst of green light. Surrounded by an emerald trail, he accelerated rapidly, leaving Earth's atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. A swirling green vortex formed ahead, created by the ring's interstellar travel power, and Hal flew directly into it. The screen briefly went dark, a loading icon spinning for a few seconds before revealing a new scene, a breathtaking view of the cosmos. Stars, galaxies, and nebulas spread out in every direction, a vast and colorful landscape of space. Friday, did we make it? Charlie asked, controlling Hal as he took in the starry view. It appears Mr. Jordan has indeed left the solar system, Friday replied. Unfortunately, my systems cannot assist from this distance. Our equipment and network range are limited to the Earth system. Charlie nodded, knowing that he was on his own out here. The Green Lantern ring would be his only tool for survival. With the Green Lantern ring, Hal could travel through the universe, moving between galaxies and taking on some of the most powerful forces in existence. Even if he couldn't win every battle, the ring's powers would allow him to escape almost any threat. So far, Charlie had only experienced battles on Earth and knew little about the cosmic world around him. Meeting the Cantel army left him curious about what other alien threats might be lurking in the galaxy. The ring's AI voice broke through his thoughts. Interstellar jump cooldown activated, it said, indicating that the ring needed time to recharge before another jump. Still, with Hal's remaining energy at 99.9%, Charlie knew he had plenty of power left to explore. Charlie activated the ring's tracking feature again, following the remaining traces of energy from the Cantel commander. Hal accelerated through space, following the faint yellow trail left by the teleportation jump. Soon, a rocky planet appeared ahead, orbiting a distant star. The planet had an atmosphere and clouds covering its surface, making it look slightly like Earth but with a rougher, rockier landscape. Hal descended, piercing through the atmosphere and landing on the rocky surface. Atmosphere suitable for breathing, the ring's AI voice reported. Force field operation optional. Charlie chose to keep the force field active, just in case. He wasn't taking any chances on an alien planet. Hal began moving forward, following the trail. The signals grew weaker, leading him toward the edge of a rocky cliff. Just as the energy signals seemed to disappear, Hal stopped, overlooking a large valley where a half-risen star glowed on the horizon. Charlie activated the ring's detective mode, scanning the area. A green hologram appeared, revealing the past events that had taken place here. The ring's AI projected an image of a large, heavy object, a spaceship parked on the cliff edge. It replayed the Cantel leader's footsteps as he approached the vehicle and boarded, after which the ship took off and disappeared into space. The hologram faded, leaving Charlie with no more traces to follow. The Cantel leader had left the planet, escaping into the unknown reaches of space. Charlie felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to catch up to the Cantel commander before he could report back to his people, but the trail had gone cold. Just as he was about to leave, a glowing exclamation mark appeared in the corner of the screen. This symbol, usually signaling a new mission, had never appeared in space before. Charlie's curiosity spiked. What kind of mission could this alien world have? Intrigued, he directed Hal to fly in the direction of the exclamation mark, ready to uncover whatever mysteries this strange planet held. Charlie guided Deadpool forward, sending him leaping down toward the creature marked by the exclamation point. As he got closer, the details of the alien came into focus. It was humanoid, with a lean, wiry frame, and although it had arms, legs, and a torso similar to a human, there was something animalistic about it. Its movements were agile, with a springy gait like a polar monkey. Its skin had a slight grayish tint, and it had large, dark eyes that darted anxiously between the ground and the beasts chasing him. The creatures pursuing him were equally bizarre. They were entirely hairless, their pale bodies appearing skeletal, with bone-like plates covering their skin, giving them an armored look. Running on all fours, their long limbs stretched out powerfully, moving like cheetahs in pursuit of prey. Sharp teeth gleamed as they snarled, jaws open wide, their lean, muscular bodies gliding over the rocky terrain with frightening speed. They were closing in, mere feet behind the alien, who was stumbling, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Charlie had no personal stake in the alien's survival. This was, after all, an unknown planet with its own set of rules. But the game had clearly flagged the beasts as hostile entities, meaning they'd reward experience points if defeated. Not one to pass up a potential boost, Charlie decided to act. However, instead of sending Green Lantern into action, he opted to summon his backup hero. The interstellar travel ability of Green Lantern was essential, so Charlie wanted to conserve his energy for more critical encounters. Instead, he called upon a character known for his irreverence, unpredictable combat style, and, conveniently, a unique team synergy with Green Lantern Deadpool. With a loud "ha!" Deadpool appeared on screen, dressed in his iconic red and black suit, eyes gleaming with mischief as he adjusted his twin katanas on his back. "All right, boss. Who's the lucky sucker?" Deadpool said, cracking his knuckles as he dropped from a rocky ledge. Charlie smirked. Even in an alien world, Deadpool's energy was as chaotic as ever. As Deadpool landed in front of the fleeing alien, the creature's eyes widened in shock. He tripped and tumbled across the ground, sprawling in a heap. "Oops, didn't mean to startle you, Monkey Man," Deadpool called out, before quickly focusing on the real threat. The three beasts had reached striking distance. Their leader lunged forward, jaws snapping like a bear trap, ready to rip flesh from bone. The alien creature cowered, covering his head with his arms and letting out a strangled cry, certain he was about to be torn apart. At the last second, Deadpool unsheathed one of his katanas, swinging it upward with practiced speed. The blade sliced clean through the beast's open mouth, skewering it right through the back of its skull. The creature twitched violently, its claws scrabbling against the dirt, before going still. Deadpool flicked his wrist, sending the limp beast flying off the end of his blade. "Gotta say, you guys have a terrible dental plan," he remarked, casually wiping the blade on his pant leg. The other two beasts, enraged by the loss of their comrade, snarled and circled Deadpool, their bodies low to the ground, muscles rippling as they prepared to pounce. Their dark, soulless eyes glared at him, and their long tails twitched in anticipation. The beast on the right launched itself at Deadpool, fangs bared and claws extended. Deadpool swung his katana, aiming to strike, but the beast feinted to the side, narrowly dodging the blade. Just as Deadpool recovered, the second beast charged from the left, jaws wide open, ready to clamp down on his shoulder. But Deadpool was quicker than he looked. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a small pistol from his belt and fired off several rounds. The shots hit the beast square in the chest, the bullets flattening slightly against the tough bone-like armor, but they caused enough pain to force the creature to stumble back, snarling in agony. Deadpool seized the opening, dashing forward with his katana raised. With a powerful thrust, he drove the blade straight through the creature's throat. The beast let out a choked growl, blood bubbling from the wound, before collapsing in a heap. The last remaining beast, now fully enraged, launched itself at Deadpool in a desperate attempt to avenge its pack. But Deadpool was already prepared. With a quick movement, he grabbed a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and tossed it directly into the beast's open mouth as it lunged forward. The creature's eyes widened in surprise as the grenade lodged in its throat. It tried to cough or spit it out, but it was too late. The explosion erupted from within, sending it crashing to the ground, twitching as its body went limp. Deadpool twirled his katana with a flourish before sheathing it on his back. "Maybe next time, don't go swallowing mysterious objects from strange men," he quipped, dusting off his hands. The alien, who had been frozen in shock, slowly got to his feet, staring at Deadpool with a mix of awe and confusion. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Hey, monkey man, Deadpool called, giving the alien a friendly pat on the shoulder. Got a name? Or should I just call you Saved by Deadpool? Oh my god. I thought I was dead. The alien, a humanoid with a light greenish tint to his skin and wide, dark eyes, was still shaking. He seemed like he was catching his breath after a terrifying encounter. When he saw Deadpool walking toward him, he made a panicked attempt to stand up but fell back down, clearly too weak. Hey, relax. I don't eat people. Well, not when I'm in a good mood, Deadpool said, putting away his weapon with a smirk. Now, Deadpool himself couldn't actually speak alien languages, but Green Lantern could. As an interstellar officer, Green Lantern's ring had a universal translator that worked automatically. That translation ability also extended to Deadpool as long as they were on the same team, letting him understand and respond to the alien's words. The alien glanced at Deadpool, eyes full of suspicion, and then slowly nodded. Thank you. I knew coming to this cursed planet was a mistake. This planet was called Akixing. Deadpool noted the strange name. He figured it was probably just a rough translation from Green Lantern's ring, which might not be exact. Maybe it was a homonym or a name chosen randomly by the ring's alien dictionary. After a few more mumbled curses, the alien turned to Deadpool with a look of genuine relief. My name's Claire. I'm a trader, here to pick up some supplies. He stretched his arms a little, as if testing his strength. Our team had guards, so I thought we'd be safe. But I got separated, and if I hadn't met you... He glanced at Deadpool's outfit, squinting. Are you from around here? You look like a warrior. The alien didn't seem especially surprised to see a human-looking figure like Deadpool. Maybe the universe was full of beings that looked similar to humans, or maybe Deadpool's weird costume kept Claire from guessing his species. Deadpool, in his usual choppy way, dodged the question about where he was from, tossing out a few strange jokes that changed the subject. Claire didn't seem too interested in Deadpool's background and moved on quickly. As they kept talking, Deadpool picked up on the fact that this planet, Akixing, had multiple alien species living on it. This probably explained why a guy with two swords strapped to his back wasn't the oddest thing Claire had seen. Are you here to hunt? Claire asked, eyeing Deadpool's weapons. Your skills are impressive, some of the best I've seen. I think you're probably even better than Bruin, one of our best guards. I'm actually looking for someone, Deadpool replied. He came to Akixing recently but seems to have left already. Then you'll need to head to Kraffle. Claire's expression turned sour. If you want to leave Akixing, Kraffle's the only place to go. It's the only planet in this starfield with a stargate. What a nightmare this place is. If I didn't have important business here. Claire suddenly stopped himself, looking like he had almost revealed something he shouldn't have. Anyway, he said, quickly changing the subject. Thank you again, but I should go. So Kraffle was the only way off Akixing. Deadpool made a mental note. If the Cantal army leader he was after had teleported to this planet and escaped by ship, he was probably headed to Kraffle. Hunting down an alien on a strange planet was like finding a needle in a haystack, but Deadpool didn't have any other leads. Besides, he was curious about what else he might find out here in this strange, star-filled wilderness. Maybe he could pick up more valuable info about his target or, at the very least, learn more about the enemies he was up against. Are you hunting out here? Or are you here for supplies too? Claire asked as they walked together. I'm headed back to my ship, but it's a ways off. If I run into another gang of those brutes, I might not make it. After a moment, he looked over at Deadpool with a pleading expression. If it's not a problem, could you, escort me to my ship? I'll make sure you're rewarded. Deadpool quickly thought it over. You're going to Kraffle, right? He asked. Of course, Claire replied. I don't want to stay on this forsaken planet a second longer. I'm taking off as soon as I get back to my ship. Well, could you give me a lift? Claire's eyebrows shot up, surprised. Really? If you're coming along, that would be fantastic. I'd feel a lot safer. Claire needed protection, and Deadpool needed a guide. They agreed to travel together, each fulfilling the other's need. As they walked, Deadpool mostly listened, nudging the conversation now and then to get Claire to reveal anything useful. Claire didn't seem to notice Deadpool's curiosity or find it odd that this experienced warrior knew so little about the region. He talked freely, occasionally throwing Deadpool a puzzled look but continuing anyway. Deadpool learned that the surrounding area was called the Yevgon Star Realm, a vast region with many planets and countless intelligent species, though few went beyond its borders. This star realm seemed like a collection of worlds, a kind of nation, but on a much larger scale. When Deadpool tried asking about the region's leaders or government, Claire became uneasy, even a bit suspicious. Deadpool quickly changed the subject, sensing that asking too much could get him in trouble. Eventually, Deadpool asked about the Cantal race, hoping for more insight. Those guys. Claire scoffed. They've really made a name for themselves lately. Oh, what happened? Claire looked at Deadpool with surprise. You really don't know? I thought everyone in the Yevgon Star Realm had heard by now. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Killed an angel. Charlie, Deadpool's real name, paused, caught off guard by the shocking news. Images of the angel being destroyed flashed through his mind, replaying how Iron Man and Thor had blasted the angel out of existence with his command. Wait, he thought, could they actually mean that angel? Shocking, huh? Claire said, noticing Deadpool's silence. Mistaking it for stunned disbelief, Claire kept talking. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Who would even think of killing an emissary? And they think they can get away with it? Ridiculous. Charlie considered this for a moment. The angel was indeed killed while fighting off the Cantel army. Charlie had fired the shot himself, but somehow, the story had morphed, placing the blame on the Cantels. And from what Claire was saying, it sounded like the news had spread fast, possibly across the entire star realm. Could this mean Earth's coordinates, or even its existence, might also be exposed soon? Are you sure it's true? Charlie asked, trying to sound casual. I mean, how'd you hear about it? Claire gave him a strange look. Sure, it's true. It was the third emissary of the Golan Starfield, you know. Even the lights in the temples went out. How could that be fake? He said. Nobody's released all the details yet, but rumors say the emissary was last seen traveling with a Cantel guerrilla group. After the angel's death, someone claimed they saw the Cantel commander in Craffle just yesterday. They reported it right away, and the guy ran for it the second he caught wind of it. I mean, if he wasn't guilty, what's he running for? Now the authorities put a huge bounty on his head, and everyone says he's the killer. Claire went on, ranting about the situation, but Charlie was deep in thought. As strange as it sounded, it seemed like the Cantel commander was in a tough spot. Even if he hadn't actually killed the angel, he was being held responsible. Maybe that was why he was hiding. If he kept on the run, this whole scandal might be delayed from spreading. But if the commander got caught, he might spill the details about what really happened, which could end up exposing Earth's location. The best-case scenario, Charlie thought, would be to find this commander before anyone else and handle the situation quietly. We're here, Claire announced, stopping in his tracks. Charlie snapped out of his thoughts to see a large, irregular object parked in front of them. From a distance, it looked like a massive stone or small mountain. But as he got closer, he realized it was something else entirely. The material reminded him of the floating islands the Cantels had used to travel to Earth. He figured this was the ship Claire had mentioned, or at least what Green Lantern's ring translated as ship. In their language, it probably meant some kind of spacecraft. The outer layer looked like rock, weathered and cracked, almost like a giant meteorite. Charlie guessed this material was common for interstellar journeys, tough enough to handle the stresses of space. Standing below the ship was another alien, similar in appearance to Claire but far bulkier. This one was massive, with muscular arms that looked like the twisted, thick branches of an old tree. Claire. The other alien looked over, surprised. Thought you'd been fed to those beasts by now. Ha, it was close, Claire laughed, pulling Deadpool forward. If I hadn't run into this brave warrior, it might have been. Claire quickly introduced Deadpool and the other alien, Bruin, the guard he had mentioned earlier. His skills are incredible, Claire said, nodding to Deadpool. I think the boss might want him to join us. We'll talk about that later, Bruin replied, smiling as he sized Deadpool up. Claire doesn't hand out compliments easily. I'd like to see what you're made of sometime. Other crew members were also waiting near the ship, and they all seemed to be from Claire's race. Judging by how they greeted him, it looked like Claire held some sort of high status among them. They were polite and didn't seem bothered about letting Deadpool hitch a ride. Too bad they're all just a bunch of rough dudes, Deadpool muttered to himself as he climbed aboard. Was hoping to run into at least one tentacled alien lady. Deadpool continued to ramble in his usual, offbeat way, but Charlie was used to it by now and let it slide. Inside the ship, he noticed that, while the walls were made of the same dark material as the Cantel ships, this one had a natural, cave-like structure. The walls turned temporarily transparent when someone pressed a button, allowing him to see the dark corridors and different rooms, each roughly carved out of stone. We're heading toward the Stargate that leads to Craffle, Claire explained, glancing at his device. Should take us about 3 hours and 28 minutes. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Most people would round that time off, but then he realized it was probably because the Green Lantern ring had translated it into a human time format. Since they had some time, Charlie put Deadpool into auto-hack mode and switched back to handle other business on Earth. Time was precious, and there was no sense in wasting hours of interstellar travel. After about an hour, while Charlie was dealing with tasks elsewhere, Friday sent him a message. Sir, it seems someone on the ship is looking for Agent Wilson. Deadpool's full name was Wade Wilson, so Charlie knew Friday was referring to him. Oh. He'd already completed most of his current tasks, so Charlie set his other devices to auto mode and switched back to Deadpool's view. It was Bruin, the bulky alien guard, waiting for him. What's up? Ready for that sparring match? Deadpool asked, raising his eyebrow. We'll save that for later, Bruin replied, gesturing for Deadpool to follow him. Right now, there's something I'd like to show you. Curious, Charlie had Deadpool get up and follow Bruin. They walked through the narrow, dimly lit hallways of the ship, where the walls were dark and almost bony, giving the place an eerie feel, like the ship was watching them. Charlie couldn't help but wonder why the ship was designed to look so menacing. Right in here. They stopped in front of a room, and Bruin stepped aside, motioning for Deadpool to go first. Deadpool, never one to hesitate, strode in confidently. Just letting you know now, he started, if you're into me because I'm this ridiculously handsome, you're out of luck. I mean, I'm all for dating aliens, but I prefer ladies, you know? And tentacles are cool as long as they're attached to. Thud. A sharp pain shot through him. A blade had pierced right through Deadpool's back, and blood gushed out in a shockingly bright spray. A sudden blade more like a long sword or spear burst through Deadpool's chest from behind, the impact explosive and unexpected. Deadpool's eyes shifted downward, taking in the sight of the blade sticking out of his chest. It was long, with a dark, serrated edge that dripped with his own blood. The blade shone in the dim light of the spaceship, and blood splattered around him, pooling onto the ground. Behind him stood Bruin, an alien guard Deadpool had just met, gripping the weapon with both hands. His face was twisted into a snarl, and his muscles strained as he drove the blade deeper into Deadpool's back. Deadpool didn't react immediately. He just blinked at the blade, then raised his right leg and drove his boot straight into Bruin's chest. The kick was powerful, sending the alien stumbling back with a grunt. He crashed into the dark stone wall, leaving a small dent where he'd hit. Bruin looked up, his eyes wide with shock, watching the wound he'd just created in Deadpool's chest. The hole was already shrinking, flesh pulling together, knitting itself back into place right before his eyes. In mere seconds, Deadpool's chest looked as though it had never been pierced at all. No, that's impossible. Bruin's snarl turned into a look of horror. His eyes were wide, and he looked like he was seeing a ghost. You see it too, don't you? He yelled, his voice shaky but loud. I told them. I said something was wrong with you, but nobody believed me. Deadpool raised an eyebrow behind his mask. What's up, buddy? Did someone forget their therapy session today? Look, I know there's no alien tentacle princess on board, but no need to lose your cool. Kill you. Bruin screamed, his whole body trembling with rage and something else that Deadpool recognized right away. It was fear. Bruin was completely terrified, and no amount of shouting or tough talk could cover it up. With a quick move, Bruin charged at Deadpool again, gripping his weapon tightly. This wasn't just a regular sword. Deadpool noticed that it looked like it was attached directly to Bruin's arm, almost like it had grown out of his body or was fused to him somehow, like a piece of living armor. Bruin swung the blade wildly, his face twisted in desperation. Deadpool dodged each attack with a casual sidestep, all while watching Bruin closely, observing every move he made. As he backed up, Deadpool noticed other crew members peeking around the corners, drawn by the noise. Bruin, what are you doing? One of the alien crew members called out, his face a mask of confusion. Drop the weapon, and calm down. Shut up. Bruin interrupted, barely sparing the newcomer a glance. With a quick motion, he pulled out a small dart-like object and threw it with deadly precision. The dart flew straight at the other alien and exploded on impact, sending him sprawling to the floor, his chest blown open. Deadpool winced, shaking his head. Yikes. Bad day for that guy. Bruin's eyes darted around, his expression growing wilder by the second. You don't get it. You're all tainted? You're all fooled by him? Only I say the truth. Deadpool raised his sword, stepping back into a defensive stance. All right, pal, if that's the game you want to play, he said, his tone shifting. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Bruin lunged, swinging his blade down at Deadpool's head. Deadpool moved quickly, his own sword flashing up to meet the attack. The blades clanged together, echoing through the narrow hallway. Deadpool shifted his sword in a defensive move known as hanging guard, deflecting Bruin's swing with ease. With Bruin's blade thrown off balance, Deadpool seized the opportunity. He twisted his sword around and jabbed twice in quick succession. The first stab grazed Bruin's arm, while the second left a deeper cut near his shoulder. Bruin growled, stepping back. Blood dripped from his wounded arm, but his eyes were locked on Deadpool, still filled with that strange mixture of rage and terror. Before Bruin could fully recover, Deadpool darted forward, not with a typical sword strike but with something completely unexpected. With his sword still raised, Deadpool leaned forward and smashed his forehead straight into Bruin's chest, like a cannonball slamming into a wall. Bruin staggered, momentarily stunned. Using one's head as a weapon was bizarre to him. In most fighting styles, the head was the last thing you'd use in a fight. But Deadpool had no problem taking risks other people wouldn't dream of. Instinctively, Bruin brought his blade up to slice at Deadpool's head, but at the last second, Deadpool tilted his head away and angled his shoulder into the path of the blade instead. With a sickening slice, the weapon sank deep into Deadpool's shoulder, but he barely flinched. Instead, he used Bruin's distraction to twist his own sword in a tight arc, swinging it toward Bruin's waist. Bruin tried to block but realized too late that his own weapon was wedged into Deadpool's shoulder, making it impossible to free. In a desperate move, he dropped the weapon, severing the joint that connected it to his arm, and jumped back. But Deadpool's sword was faster, slicing a deep gash across Bruin's side before he could fully retreat. Deadpool grinned, yanking the embedded weapon from his shoulder. Blood poured from the wound for a brief moment before stopping entirely, the flesh sealing up and leaving no scar behind. That all you got? Deadpool taunted, twirling Bruin's weapon in his hand. Neat trick, though. Weapons attached to your arm like that? Very fancy. Bruin's face was a mask of horror as he watched Deadpool's wound heal completely. It was becoming clear to him that Deadpool was no ordinary enemy. His strange, reckless moves and impossible healing were beyond anything Bruin had ever faced. Panting heavily, Bruin's face twisted in horror and frustration. I told them you're a monster. I knew you were, some kind of corrupted being. Get away from me. Oh, that hurts my feelings, Deadpool said mockingly, shifting his sword in his hand. With a quick step forward, he feinted a thrust, and Bruin stumbled backward in response. Sensing an opening, Deadpool executed a quick flip, spinning in midair and landing with his back facing Bruin. Then, in one of the most absurd moves imaginable, Deadpool dropped down, planting himself right on Bruin's face. Bruin froze, momentarily baffled. This wasn't just an unusual fighting technique, it was downright ridiculous. But that was exactly Deadpool's style, using humor and unpredictability to throw his enemies off balance. Caught off guard, Bruin took a shaky step back. But as he retreated, Deadpool spun around and swept his sword low, slicing through Bruin's legs in a single, swift move. Bruin fell forward, collapsing onto the ground as his legs buckled beneath him, severed just above the ankles. Bruin let out a piercing scream, clutching at his ruined legs. Blood pooled beneath him, and his face contorted in terror and pain. He tried to crawl away, but his eyes kept darting towards something in the corner of the room, something only he could see. "Stay away, don't come near me," he yelled, his voice raw with panic. "I'm not afraid of you, I'm the strongest." Deadpool followed his line of sight, frowning. All he saw was a dark wall in the corner of the room. But Bruin's terrified gaze didn't waver, as if he were looking at something only visible to him. What could possibly scare a hardened alien warrior this much? Deadpool couldn't see anything unusual, but whatever Bruin was seeing was terrifying him beyond belief. Meanwhile, outside the ship, the stars stretched on in the vast, silent reaches of space. The ship drifted alone, surrounded by darkness and distant starlight. It was as if something immense, hidden among the stars, had opened an invisible eye, watching them with cold, detached curiosity. The clash ended quickly. Deadpool's brutal skill had left Bruin defeated in less than a minute. As the last echoes of the fight faded, crew members rushed to the scene, their expressions turning from shock to unease as they took in the sight. Bruin was on the ground, his legs severed, with greenish liquid oozing from his wounds, pooling beneath him in dark, viscous puddles. His body trembled, and his face was contorted in pain and fear. Even as his fellow crew members approached, Bruin's eyes remained fixed on Deadpool, wide with horror as he mumbled strange, unintelligible words under his breath. Charlie, controlling Deadpool, expected the worst. He knew that in situations like this, the newcomer often ended up as the scapegoat. Deadpool was an outsider, and Bruin was their crewmate. Surely, they'd side with him and look at Deadpool with suspicion. But what happened next surprised him. Instead of accusing Deadpool, the crew quickly moved in to tend to Bruin, carefully lifting him and calling for medical supplies. As they carried Bruin away, Claire stepped forward, his expression a mix of frustration and sadness. "I apologize for Bruin's actions," he said, bowing his head slightly. "This was completely out of character. He's a trusted warrior and a friend. We've been through countless starfields together, and he's never acted like this." Claire sighed, glancing away as if struggling to understand it himself. Maybe it's just the toll of traveling through endless space. The vast distances, the isolation, it can wear anyone down. We're out here for months at a time, just us and the stars. Sometimes, people start seeing things that aren't there or thinking things they never would. Maybe that's what happened to him. His voice trailed off, and he looked back at Deadpool with a forced smile. "But please, I hope you don't hold it against him. If anything, I know now that you're stronger than any of us. You've bested our best fighter," he added with a weak chuckle. Deadpool, ever the showman, puffed out his chest, striking a dramatic pose. "Stronger? That's an understatement, my friend. You're looking at the legendary Deadpool, the finest swordsman to ever grace this galaxy." He launched into an exaggerated speech about his bravery and unmatched skill, leaving Claire to stare in bemused silence. Meanwhile, Charlie leaned back, thinking over Claire's words. The idea that space travel could drive someone to madness wasn't far-fetched. Astronauts on Earth underwent rigorous mental evaluations and training for that very reason. But this felt off. From the moment Deadpool had boarded this spaceship, Charlie had sensed something was wrong. The ship itself was dark and cavernous, with long shadows and corridors that seemed to stretch endlessly. The crew, despite being professionals, seemed tense and distracted, as if haunted by something unseen. Even when Deadpool cracked jokes, their responses were muted, distant, as though they were only half present. Once the scene was cleaned up, the crew dispersed, returning to their stations in silence. No one asked questions, and the entire incident was quietly swept away as if it hadn't happened. Charlie was about to put Deadpool on auto mode to focus on other tasks, but then he heard muffled voices coming from behind a nearby wall. "Bruin is dead? I told you that thing was dangerous," one voice whispered urgently. Charlie perked up, curious. Even though they spoke in their native language, Green Lantern's ring translated it instantly. Charlie had Deadpool move closer to the wall, listening in. Bruin was right from the start, but no one listened. "That thing is beyond us. We need to get rid of it before it's too late." Another voice cut in, sounding irritated and dismissive, rejecting the suggestion. The conversation grew heated, voices overlapping until it turned into an unintelligible argument. Something dangerous, Charlie thought. Are they talking about the treasure they're carrying? 2 hours remained until they reached their destination. Suddenly, an alarming message came over the intercom. Bruin had disappeared. The announcement sent a ripple of confusion through the ship. Given his severe injuries, Bruin shouldn't have been able to move, let alone disappear. When a crew member went to check on him, they found his room empty. Claire, looking troubled, gathered the crew to question them. The last person to see Bruin explained that he had been muttering to himself before he vanished, barely coherent. He kept saying, "That name," the crew member said, glancing around nervously. "But I think you all know what I mean." Charlie noticed the other crew members exchange worried looks, nodding as if they understood. But no one said the name aloud. Some seemed afraid, while others shook their heads in resignation. "Poor guy," Claire muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Maybe he couldn't take it anymore. Maybe he threw himself out of the airlock, another crew member suggested. Maybe he thought it was the only escape. TL note, isn't bro KO? Deadpool, intrigued, loudly asked what that name was, but the crew only looked at him in disbelief. They exchanged glances, as if baffled that he didn't already know, but none of them answered. Later, Claire approached Deadpool again, clearly rattled. He asked if he could stay in the room next to Deadpool's and begged him to keep watch, promising a generous reward if they could reach their destination safely. Deadpool's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. Say no more, buddy. I'll protect you like you're my own grandma's diamond ring, he said, giving a dramatic salute. Though in reality, he was just a virtual character following Charlie's commands. An hour later, as the ship drifted through the dark starfield, 4 crew members stormed into Claire's room, shouting accusations. This is all your fault, Claire, one of them yelled. You just had to go after that treasure. Now we're cursed. Claire, terrified, covered his head and tried to back away, pleading for Deadpool's help. The crew, wild-eyed and furious, pointed to Deadpool, claiming that his presence was a sign, proof of the curse they now believed had followed them on board. We have to get rid of him, another crew member shouted, raising a weapon. Deadpool, sensing a brawl, stepped forward, drawing his sword. Everyone take a deep breath, okay? Let's talk this out before someone loses a limb, or worse. But the crew members were too far gone, their eyes filled with panic and anger. Without waiting for another word, they lunged at Deadpool and Claire. Deadpool moved fast, sidestepping their wild attacks and parrying their clumsy strikes. In their crazed state, they were no match for his skill. With a few swift moves, Deadpool disarmed and defeated each of them, leaving them sprawled on the floor. When the dust settled, Deadpool turned back to Claire, who was crouched in the corner, trembling. All right, buddy, Deadpool said, sheathing his sword. I think it's time we had a little chat about this treasure of yours. Care to explain what's really going on here? Charlie had already figured out he'd wandered into a horror story, the kind where a curious investigator digs deeper into the unknown. And on this mysterious ship, the crew was clearly losing their minds one by one. The key he heard them mention probably referred to something they'd found on a place called Ake. But Charlie's curiosity pushed him forward. Deadpool, the character he was controlling, was just an avatar, a way for him to explore without much risk. Even if Deadpool ended up cursed or killed, it wouldn't really affect Charlie. Besides, he didn't think Deadpool could actually die, not with his nearly unbreakable body and unhinged mind. Even if the curse was from a powerful, godlike being, it would struggle to make Deadpool go insane or kill him. The chaos in Deadpool's brain was something even a god would avoid, and his body was nearly immortal. Charlie guessed that even a demon god would find Deadpool one of the toughest enemies they'd ever faced. Meanwhile, Claire, one of the last surviving crew members, was acting more and more bizarre. When Deadpool asked him about the treasure, Claire started laughing in a strange, unsettling way. His laughter seemed to go on forever, and he began muttering words that made no sense. Sometimes, he'd even shout random things, but none of it seemed connected. However, Charlie noticed one word that Claire kept repeating, Yevgon. This made Charlie frown. He remembered that Yevgon was the name of the star realm they were in, a large area in space. But he wondered if it might mean something more than just a place name. Claire's muttering eventually turned into a strange story. He talked about an ancient legend where, a long time ago, a whole civilization on a planet was destroyed. These people had created their own tools, even weapons, and had left their home planet to explore other worlds. But they made a mistake. The supreme god, noticing their progress, wiped them out in an instant, like swatting a fly. Charlie's heart started to beat faster. He wasn't sure if Claire's rambling was just the result of his shattered mind or if it contained real and dangerous information. If the story was true, it seemed to warn that technology was forbidden in the star realm. It made Charlie wonder if humanity was also walking a risky path by relying so much on technology and creation. No wonder the strange visitor from the stars had been so hostile when it first arrived on Earth. Luckily, that being didn't seem to see humans as much of a threat, or else it might have caused even more harm. If it had taken its findings back to others in the star realm, Earth could have ended up in serious trouble. Charlie thought about the way other civilizations in the star realm seemed to be protected by powerful beings. Technology, it seemed, was something these beings didn't want to spread on a large scale. Instead of spaceships built with engines for interstellar travel, people in the star realm used simpler ships and relied on stargates, portals that connected one star realm to another. This was why the ship leaving Ake could only reach a place called Kraffle. The star realm around Ake wasn't developed enough to have many stargates, so travelers had to pass through Kraffle to reach other realms. As the ship continued its journey through space, the last crew member seemed to crack under the pressure. He ran wildly through the ship, screaming and looking terrified. After a while, everything went silent. When Deadpool explored the ship, he found every room empty, like he was the last living person on board. Claire was nowhere to be seen. Charlie, who had been focusing on other matters, noticed this when Deadpool finally checked on Claire's location. It seemed that Claire, unable to handle the mental strain, had left the cabin and ended his own life in the vastness of space. Now, Deadpool was the last remaining crew member. In a typical horror story, the investigator left alone usually becomes the final witness to madness, showing the audience his slow descent into insanity. But instead of being scared, Charlie was curious. He wanted to see if the strange, eerie force haunting the ship, if such a thing was really there, could affect Deadpool. As Deadpool wandered through the empty ship, he came across something unusual in one of the rooms. It was a small, strange-looking statue, shaped like an alien creature in an odd, twisted position. Though its form was unsettling, there was a strange beauty to it. Charlie immediately knew this was the treasure the unfortunate crew members had been searching for. The moment Charlie laid eyes on the small, strange statue, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He had a bad feeling that whatever curse had been creeping through the spaceship was about to reach its peak. There was something wrong about this statue, as if it was charged with a dark energy. It reminded him of the source of infection he had encountered back on Earth, objects that spread madness and chaos. He hadn't expected to find similar things scattered throughout the universe, but this one felt different. It was stronger, more powerful, and more dangerous than anything he'd encountered before. Charlie thought that if he compared the infected items he'd seen on Earth with this statue, only the strongest one, the descending core, would even come close. But even then, the descending core might not match the intensity radiating from this eerie figure. As soon as Deadpool took a step toward the statue, the screen view shifted suddenly. It felt like everything was spinning, as if Deadpool had turned in a full circle on his own, with no input from Charlie. The camera view settled, showing Deadpool facing the door, and there, to Charlie's shock, was Bruin, the crew member who was supposed to be dead. Bruin's face looked strange and twisted. His eyes were bulging out unnaturally, and his whole body was stiff, giving him an eerie, lifeless look. But somehow, he was moving. He wasn't walking exactly, it was more like he was sliding along the floor, with his feet dragging behind him. The wounds Deadpool had inflicted on him were still there, his feet cut clean off, leaving bloody marks on the floor as he moved. Anyone else might have been terrified at the sight, but Charlie was prepared for this kind of horror. He was safe, thousands of light years away, and watching through a screen. And as for Deadpool, fear was not something he understood. Deadpool looked at the creepy, half-dead figure in front of him and burst out laughing. Haha, wow, buddy, you're way funnier dead than alive. I mean, just look at those eyes and those feet. Oh, wait, you don't have any feet. Ha ha ha, I'm dying here. Bruin, as Deadpool called him, didn't seem to care much for Deadpool's laughter. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, much wider than should have been possible, until his mouth filled the entire screen. With one enormous bite, he swallowed Deadpool into the darkness, where Deadpool tumbled, rolling and bouncing through the void before he finally stopped. Ouch, Deadpool groaned, rubbing his back like he'd taken a hard fall. You know, that's really bad for the spine. He looked around, trying to see through the darkness. Bruin, he called out, tilting his head. Are you still there? There was no reply, but Charlie could feel a presence lurking in the dark. First, a giant eye appeared, staring through the shadows, watching Deadpool. It was massive, like it was gazing in from another world. The shape of the creature was hard to make out in the darkness, but Charlie could tell that it was twisted and strange. Its form seemed to be made of hundreds of different shapes, pieced together in a way that looked both horrifying and beautiful at the same time. This was no ordinary monster. It was a demon god, the real source of the madness that had taken over the ship and its crew. Now, it was trying to overwhelm Deadpool with its powerful presence. The sheer force of its gaze was like an ocean of fear, crashing over Deadpool, trying to crush him. Any other creature would have been paralyzed with terror. But this terrifying power had no effect on Charlie, who was sitting safely on the other side of the screen, eating snacks and drinking soda without a care in the world. And as for Deadpool, fear was a feeling he simply didn't have. Deadpool stared at the massive eye and laughed again. Hey, pal. With that one eye, you kind of remind me of Nick Fury. Ever heard of him? Total buddy of mine, only difference is, he's got an eye patch. And get this, he tells everyone he lost it in some big, mysterious mission. But between you and me, he actually lost it because of a cat. Can you believe it? A cat scratched him? Ha ha ha. Deadpool's laughter echoed through the darkness, filling the silent space as he shook with amusement. The demon god stayed silent, but Charlie could almost sense it growing more irritated. Charlie started piecing things together. The moment Deadpool had touched the strange statue, it must have acted like a gateway, pulling him into this dark, twisted illusion. This whole experience seemed like a mental trap. Realizing this, Charlie quickly tapped on the keyboard, summoning Green Lantern to join Deadpool in the darkness. In an instant, a bright green light flooded the space. Green Lantern appeared, floating in midair, with a fierce glow surrounding him that pushed back the darkness. The ring on his right hand shone brilliantly, casting light through the void. The giant eye of the demon god widened, clearly surprised by the appearance of this powerful green light and the strength it radiated. What Charlie didn't know was that this dark place was called No Light, a realm where all light and hope were supposed to be impossible. The darkness and despair here were supposed to break anyone who entered, leaving them trapped in madness forever. But somehow, a bright, fierce light was blazing through the darkness now, shattering its grip. The demon god grew uneasy, and the giant eye looked on in shock. Darkness pressed down on Green Lantern from all directions, trying to snuff out his light. The green glow dimmed a little, and Green Lantern staggered, bending slightly under the heavy pressure. Deadpool watched with his arms crossed, looking as relaxed as ever. Oh buddy, if you're trying to intimidate him, you picked the wrong target. This guy doesn't know the meaning of give up. Green Lantern was only at an early stage in his career, but even so, he was one of the greatest Green Lanterns in history. His willpower was legendary, stronger than almost any creature's. When pushed to his limit, his determination was even said to surpass the central power of the Green Lantern Corps itself. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, closed his eyes and steadied himself, beginning to recite the Green Lantern's oath. With each line he spoke, his power grew, filling the darkness with an even stronger green light. The demon god seemed to sense this growing strength, and its single eye widened in disbelief. Hal Jordan's willpower was like nothing it had ever faced. Hal stood tall, green energy blazing around him. As he finished his oath, his eyes snapped open, and thousands of green beams shot from them, slicing through the darkness like blazing arrows. The green light is always bright, eternal light, he shouted. The green light surged outward, cutting through the darkness, tearing it apart. The demon god's form began to break down, the darkness crumbling around him. Even as the creature dissolved, its giant eye stayed focused on Green Lantern, wide with shock and disbelief. In that moment, Charlie felt as though he could almost hear the demon god's thoughts, as if it were wondering, what have I gotten myself into? As soon as the green light appeared, the darkness shattered like fragile glass, and the twisted shadows vanished. The screen view spun and steadied, showing Green Lantern and Deadpool back inside the spaceship, surrounded by cold metal walls and dim, flickering lights. Deadpool shook off the disorientation first, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulder as he laughed. Huh? Some wannabe demon thought he could mess with the bravest, boldest, greatest Green Lantern in history, he said, practically cheering for his teammate. What a joke? There's nothing that can faze the mighty Green Lantern. For a moment, he was lost in his own chatter, throwing compliments at Green Lantern like confetti, almost as if he was cheering him on for a victory lap. Then he paused, leaned closer to the screen, and muttered to Charlie in a mock whisper, but let me tell you a secret, player, it's actually more fun not being Green Lantern. I mean, sure, the Green Lantern looks cool and all, but it's not like he's winning any popularity awards without a box office hit. Charlie knew Deadpool was mocking the Green Lantern movie for its lack of success, so he ignored it and focused on the mission at hand. He switched to Green Lantern's perspective, guiding him to interact with the strange statue still hovering nearby. Green Lantern raised his right fist, and a sphere of green light surrounded the object, lifting it gently into the air. The statue seemed to pulse faintly, reacting to the ring's energy. The light from the ring began scanning the statue from top to bottom, and soon, the statue's eerie glow faded, as if its energy was weakening. Charlie took a closer look, realizing that this small statue had likely been the cause of the crew's downfall. It was clear that they had traveled to a far-off planet just to retrieve this artifact. The fact that they clung to it, even as they faced danger and madness, suggested it must be valuable or at least highly dangerous. The strange infection reminded Charlie of some rare artifacts he'd heard about on Earth, objects so infected with dark energy that they could alter a person's mind just by being nearby. Although he knew bringing something like this back to Earth was impossible, he considered the possibility of studying it. Understanding this statue might give him valuable clues on how to deal with similar threats in the future. Seeing Charlie's hesitation, Friday, his AI companion, chimed in. Sir, if you believe the statue is valuable, why not store it safely? With time, you could study it in one of our research labs. It might even help us understand more about these sources of infection. Charlie thought about it and nodded. Not a bad idea. But this thing might give off some kind of dangerous radiation. Judging from the way it affected the crew, this statue could be serious trouble. Friday was quick to respond. We could store it within the subspace in the Green Lantern's ring. That way, there'd be no risk of radiation leaking out, and no one could even detect it. Charlie was surprised. Wait, the ring can do that? Friday smiled. Of course, sir. Didn't you read the hero's manual? How else did you think Green Lantern charges his ring? Friday brought up one of Green Lantern's abilities on the screen, showing Charlie the details. He realized that Green Lantern's ring had a subspace storage ability. If the ring was like a smartphone, then the lantern was like its charger. Carrying around a big lantern wasn't always practical, so the ring had a tiny pocket of subspace, just big enough for Green Lantern to store his lantern. Although it wasn't meant for carrying large items, the small statue would fit inside perfectly. Charlie remembered that in the game, each Green Lantern still had to recharge their rings at OA, the Green Lantern Corps' home planet, every so often. The ring could only hold so much energy, so the lantern allowed it to recharge on the go. Green Lantern had a return feature like his other characters, meaning he could always return to OA for a recharge if needed. In the game, pressing the return button triggered a cutscene where Green Lantern would leave Earth, soar through space, and land on OA. The Green Lantern Corps' headquarters was enormous, with a power supply room, a training ground, and countless NPCs, non-playable characters, representing other Green Lanterns. The NPCs mostly just flew around in the background, busy with their own tasks. Only a few famous characters from the comics could talk to him, though their dialogue was limited. For now, OA served mainly as a place to recharge Green Lantern's ring. Charlie wasn't too concerned about the risks of taking the statue. The beauty of playing a game character was that he could explore fearlessly. He could roam the universe, complete missions, and, if anything went wrong, he'd simply respawn and try again. Unlike the investigators in ancient stories, who went insane or died from facing eldritch horrors, Charlie's character was backed by a game save, letting him face these horrors without consequence. With the crew gone, the spaceship continued on its course, drifting toward a massive stargate that floated ahead like a shimmering doorway. Just as the last crew member had succumbed to the curse, the ship approached the stargate, and with a rumble of energy, the vessel surged forward, passing through the portal to enter a new star field. Life detected nearby, Friday reported as Green Lantern's ring scanned the area, identifying a glowing red planet just a short distance away. Since there were no other planets around, Charlie guessed this must be Craffle, his next destination. The spaceship, now drifting off course, headed into the depths of space. With no one left to steer, it was slowly veering away from the Stargate. But now that Charlie had spotted his target, he no longer needed the ship. Switching control to Green Lantern, he guided him to leave the ship, a stream of green light trailing behind him as he flew toward Craffle like a bright, fast comet. Green Lantern quickly broke through the planet's atmosphere. Charlie had expected some resistance security, radars, maybe even defenses that might try to stop intruders. But as Green Lantern descended, he didn't encounter any obstacles at all. Charlie remembered the story he'd heard from the crew, about how technology was restricted in the Star Realm. That would explain why there were no radars or detection systems here. It was as if the entire planet had no idea an outsider was even approaching. The lack of security was almost surreal. This place had no border defenses whatsoever. Once he broke through the clouds, the ring scans revealed a large, sprawling city nearby, situated on the edge of a high cliff. Green Lantern soared closer, and as he did, the city's strange architecture came into view. The buildings were unlike anything he'd ever seen. They were mostly spherical, large, and small orbs stacked at different heights, arranged with bright colors that created a patchwork of shadows below. It almost looked like a city covered by giant, floating bubbles, with the streets hidden beneath a web of colorful, overlapping spheres. At first, Charlie thought the city looked strange, but the more he looked, the more he found it interesting. Even Earth had a variety of architectural styles, so it made sense that alien civilizations would have their own unique designs. What was strange to him might be perfectly normal to the people of Craffle. Green Lantern was about to search for a discreet place to land when Charlie realized it wasn't necessary. Just as the planet lacked border security, it seemed the city had no guards or watchful eyes either. Green Lantern floated down in plain view, and no one paid him any mind. The people here simply went about their business, oblivious to his arrival. He finally landed in a quiet corner of the city, his green glow fading as he took a closer look at his surroundings. Just as he was about to explore further, he heard a loud noise in the distance. The sound echoed through the streets, loud and chaotic, like a fight was breaking out nearby. Green Lantern turned in the direction of the noise, wondering if this was the start of a new challenge or maybe just the beginning of a strange, alien encounter. From his hiding place, Green Lantern could hear loud, heated voices in the distance. Though the ring provided some translation, the words were still muffled, so Charlie moved Green Lantern closer, keeping a low profile as they approached. Soon, they reached an open plaza where two groups of aliens faced each other in a tense standoff, with more than a dozen beings on each side. Charlie had Green Lantern stay hidden behind a stack of metal crates, using the ring's energy to project a floating, green, transparent eye above the scene. This eye acted as a remote camera, letting him get a bird's-eye view of the situation without drawing any attention. As he scanned the area, Charlie could see that each group was a mix of various alien species. Some had tough, stone-like bodies that looked as though they'd been carved out of rock. Others were soft and squishy, with tentacles instead of arms and legs. A few were so strange that it was hard to tell what their features even were. The aliens came in every shape, size, and texture imaginable, each one seemingly stranger than the last. At the front of each group stood a leader who seemed to be guiding their side. The leader on the left was massive, towering well over 2 meters. He had a thick, muscular torso and arms that seemed too long and slender for his body, almost like they'd been stretched. His appearance was intimidating, though his odd proportions made him look a bit unbalanced, as if he'd been put together by mistake. The leader on the right looked completely different. His body had a metallic, silvery sheen, almost as if he were made of liquid mercury. His head was perfectly round, with deep, dark pits where his eyes should have been, giving him a hollow, eerie expression. His body reflected light in a way that made him glow, standing out sharply against the rough, alien landscape. Green Lantern watched as these two leaders argued back and forth, their voices sharp and heated. The silver figure spoke first, his voice cold and metallic. Aval United may be a powerful force on your own planet, he sneered, but you think you can just waltz into Craffle and act like you own the place? This is Second United territory. Show some respect. The aliens behind him rumbled in agreement, their voices a mix of strange hisses, clicks, and hums. The massive figure from Aval United didn't flinch. We have no interest in causing trouble with the Second United, he replied, his voice low and steady. The reputation of Craffle's alliance is well known throughout the Star region. We're here to negotiate, not start a fight. Our leader, Lord Aval, respects your alliance, and we want to continue working together. The big man paused, and then his gaze hardened. But we've heard that you may have something, a certain item of great value, and that changes things. The silver figure's tone grew colder. I have no idea what you're talking about. The big man smirked, his eyes narrowing. Let's not play games. We both know that if this item exists, it could change the balance of power in the entire Star Realm. Whoever controls it could reshape everything. As I said, the silver being snapped, his voice sharp and cutting, we don't have it. We've heard rumors too, so we sent a search team, but they encountered a gravitational storm and lost contact. Only 2 ships made it back, and neither had anything of value. Charlie's mind raced as he pieced together what they were saying. The Second United sounded like the group Claire and his crew had belonged to on the ship he'd just left. The crew had found something important, an artifact that seemed valuable enough for them to risk everything. It seemed likely that this super treasure they were talking about was the statue he'd taken. The way the crew had gone mad hinted that the statue had some dark power that affected the mind. But why did these aliens want it so badly if it drove people insane? The big man's voice cut through Charlie's thoughts. Maybe you're telling the truth, he said, his voice laced with suspicion. But if someone had found this item, I doubt they'd be eager to share that information. The silver being's silvery surface seemed to darken, as though he was offended. Are you accusing us of lying? He demanded. The big man's smirk widened. Who knows? Before he could finish, the silver leader suddenly lunged forward. His arm extended in a whip-like motion, streaking toward the big man like a silver snake. The big man was ready for it. He sidestepped quickly, dodging the attack and reaching out with one of his strangely long arms. His arm extended even further than it appeared capable of, wrapping around the silver being's shoulder. It was a strange sight. The big man's arm, though thin and almost flimsy-looking, moved with surprising strength and flexibility. But the silver being was no easy target. His shoulder melted and shifted, slipping free from the big man's grip like liquid. Seeing their leaders clash, both groups erupted into action, rushing forward with battle cries and alien shouts. The quiet standoff exploded into a chaotic brawl, with aliens clashing in a mess of limbs, claws, and strange weapons. Charlie kept Green Lantern hidden behind the crates, using the green eye to observe the alien fighting techniques from a distance. This was a rare chance to study how these strange beings fought. One of the rock-skinned aliens charged forward, swinging his fists in a boxing style, each punch heavy and brutal. But when an opponent tried to strike back, the alien's body softened, absorbing the blow like a sponge before hardening again to counterattack. Nearby, a creature with 6 tentacle-like arms moved gracefully, each tentacle twisting and striking with precision. It attacked with a fluid motion, creating a whirlwind of slaps and strikes, making it hard for opponents to get close. Further along, 2 aliens from opposing sides faced off. One opened his mouth wide and fired a beam of crackling energy toward his rival. The other raised a spiked tail, and with a flash, fired his own energy beam to counter. The 2 beams collided in a blinding light, pushing both aliens back with the force of the impact. Charlie noticed something interesting. The ring's analysis showed that the energy these aliens were using was remarkably similar, even though they were from different races and different factions. It was almost as if they were drawing from the same power source. This similarity puzzled Charlie. How could these different beings, with separate alliances, be using the same type of energy? The more he watched, the more he was reminded of certain mystical energies from Earth, like chakra or ki. Perhaps this was the universal energy that Claire had mentioned, something tied to the gods of the star realm. As Charlie continued to observe, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield, stepping into the chaos with a calm, confident air. Almost immediately, the air seemed to change. An intense pressure filled the plaza, as if an invisible force had blanketed the entire area. The fighting stopped as every alien turned to face the newcomer, their faces filled with shock and even fear. Charlie could sense their hesitation through the screen. What's going on? Who is that? The aliens muttered among themselves, some even cursing in their own languages. Despite being enemies, both sides seemed to recognize the power of the newcomer. Then, as if driven by a shared instinct, both groups turned and rushed at the intruder, attacking together. The figure barely moved. With a single, sweeping motion, they unleashed a powerful wave of energy that blasted the aliens backward. The sound was like a thunderclap, and every alien within the blast's range was sent flying. Some tumbled across the ground, while others crashed into walls or rolled to the edges of the plaza. Charlie zoomed in with Green Lantern's ring to get a closer look, his eyes widening in shock when he saw who, or rather, what the intruder was. The figure was a human. Or at least, she looked like a human. A woman stood there, calm and unbothered by the chaos around her. Charlie was stunned, his mind racing as he observed from his hiding spot. On his first day exploring the star realms, he'd expected to encounter alien races and bizarre creatures, but certainly not someone who looked like a human. Or at least, mostly human. The woman who had stepped into the battle looked strikingly like a human, but upon closer inspection, Charlie noticed a few differences. Her skin was a bright, almost glowing white, a color that was too pure and vibrant to be natural. Her features were delicate and flawlessly symmetrical, like a sculpted statue. Her beauty was unearthly, almost magical, reminding him of the elves from fantasy stories, ethereal and otherworldly, with a dreamy, almost mystical aura. While she resembled a human, Charlie doubted she actually was one. Instead, she was probably from a highly advanced race that happened to look similar to humans. Her armor and appearance made her seem like she belonged to some elite order, like a knight or a guardian. The armor she wore was an intricate, gleaming white and seemed to emit a faint, almost invisible shimmer, an energy that hinted at the power it held. The design was familiar, like he'd seen it before, but he couldn't quite place where. The energy surrounding her was subtle but powerful, radiating authority. It seemed as if the very air shifted to make way for her presence. Everyone in the plaza felt it, too. She'd barely moved, yet her powerful entrance alone had silenced the entire chaotic scene. Charlie felt an instinctive pull to stay hidden and simply observe this woman radiated danger. He recalled that just moments earlier, dozens of aliens had charged at her in a rush. Both groups knew how powerful their respective alliances of All United and Krafel's Second United were in the Star Realm, yet this woman had taken them all down without breaking a sweat. With a single, fluid motion, she'd swatted them away like they were nothing. Anyone with common sense could see that this was no ordinary warrior. Suddenly, one of the alien leaders, the silver-skinned figure with a liquid metal appearance, spoke up, his usual arrogance gone, replaced by wide-eyed awe. His voice, which had previously dripped with confidence, now trembled slightly. "Master God King," he stammered, his silvery face showing something between fear and respect. "Forgive me, I didn't know it was you. If I had known, I would never have dared." The rest of the aliens exchanged looks of horror and dread. Their faces reflected the same shock and fear, as if they would never have considered defying this woman had they known who she was. God King? The term stirred a memory in Charlie's mind. He recalled that back on Earth, just before the God Envoy had been defeated, he had mentioned something about a God King. But what exactly was the connection between a God King and a God Envoy? As he examined her armor and its distinctive patterns, he suddenly recognized the design. It was almost identical to the armor the God Envoy had worn, the same sleek white plating, the same elegant lines, the same strange symbols etched into the metal. The style and markings were unmistakably similar. It was clear now, this woman must serve the same master as the God Envoy who had attacked Earth. Charlie immediately felt a sense of caution wash over him. He tagged her as hostile in his mind, though he left a slight room for doubt. If she was indeed connected to the God Envoy, then her mission might be similar to his, to seek the mysterious descending core and bring her master into the physical realm. From what Charlie had learned, this master was almost certainly hostile to humanity. If this God King served the same being, then she was, without a doubt, a dangerous enemy. Reflecting on her earlier moves, Charlie recalled how fast and precisely she had struck down the fighters. The green energy from Green Lantern's ring had detected her power, showing that her energy levels were off the charts. She was definitely stronger than the God Envoy from before, though it was difficult to gauge just how much stronger. Charlie kept a safe distance, deciding to observe her movements carefully. The giant alien leader of Aval United also seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. He bowed his head in respect, speaking with as much reverence as his gruff voice could muster. "Forgive us, great and noble God King," he said, his tone now filled with humility. "We had no idea such a respected guest would arrive on Craffle. Please, if there is anything we can do to be of assistance." He paused suddenly, as if something important had just occurred to him. His expression shifted from respect to shock, his eyes widening. "That Cantel leader," he said, lifting his head in realization. "You've come for him, haven't you? The traitor who dared to kill a chosen God Envoy." It was clear that Craffle rarely hosted such powerful beings, and with the death of the God Envoy shaking the Star Realm, it made sense that a God King would be here to investigate such a grave matter. "Nonsense." Brother Mercury, the silver-skinned leader, snapped angrily. Though he had been silent in fear of the God King, he could no longer hold his tongue. "How dare you accuse the honorable Cantel leader without proof? Did you see him kill the envoy with your own eyes?" The big alien leader of Aval United sneered. "With my own eyes? No, I didn't see it happen myself. But everyone knows what happened. The Cantel leader is a traitor. Rumors are flying across the entire Star Realm. Do you really think they'd spread if there wasn't truth to them?" Charlie's mind whirred with curiosity. So, the leader of the Cantel army was once a member of Craffle's Second United? That was a significant detail, and he mentally filed it away, knowing it could prove useful later. "Rumors are simply that rumors," Brother Mercury shot back. "There's no proof, and the respected God Envoy's departure has left the Star Realm in mourning. No one will rest until justice is served. But the God King would never act on mere hearsay." Turning to the woman, he lowered his head respectfully, almost groveling. "Honored God King, I urge you not to be swayed by the baseless words of deceitful men," he said, his voice filled with earnestness. "Both our alliance and the Cantel army leader have enemies. There are dishonest people spreading lies to stain the tragedy of the envoy's fall, hoping to use it as a weapon to ruin their rivals." He threw a fierce glare at the Aval leader, his expression brimming with accusation. It was clear he believed the big alien was one of those dishonest men. The big man smirked, not appearing the least bit offended. "If you're so sure, then bring the Cantel leader forward and let him defend himself. Surely, the God King would be fair." Brother Mercury's glare didn't falter, but his voice softened slightly. "The Cantel leader, he left on an errand and hasn't returned. It's a private matter, and the Alliance doesn't know his current location." The big alien chuckled. "Do you really expect the God King to believe that flimsy excuse?" Brother Mercury's eyes flashed with anger, but before he could respond, the God King interrupted, her tone icy and authoritative. "The death of the God Envoy is a serious matter," she said. "It's one reason I've come to this star field. But it's not my primary mission. I'll investigate further once my other business is done." Both groups of aliens went silent, exchanging uncertain looks. Something more important than the death of an envoy? A sense of dread seemed to ripple through the crowd as the aliens glanced at each other, each of them realizing what this might mean. The God King turned to the silver-skinned leader and his group, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "I'm here for the artifact known as Doom," she said. "It's been said that it's in your possession." Her words hit the crowd like a shockwave. Every alien froze, including Charlie, who was watching intently from his hiding place. "She's after the statue, too?" The name Doom seemed fitting, given how the entire crew of the ship that had found it had met a gruesome end, driven to insanity by its power. Brother Mercury's face went pale, and his voice trembled. "No, that's just a rumor. We don't have it, I swear. Please believe me." Charlie couldn't help but smirk. Oh yes, I believe you, he thought. After all, the statue was safely tucked away, right in Green Lantern's subspace pocket. The God King fixed her gaze on the Mercury-like alien, her expression cold and unreadable. After a moment of silence, she nodded slightly, speaking with a tone as dry as a desert breeze. It's not in your hands. The way she said it left no room for question, as if she had seen the truth written plainly in his thoughts. Charlie studied the scene from his hidden spot, his curiosity growing with every second. Could this God King actually see through lies? He wondered, impressed by her apparent confidence. But you're not entirely clueless, she added, her voice sharp and unyielding. Her eyes, a striking shade of ice blue flecked with gemstone-like brilliance, held a power that seemed to go beyond her physical presence. They looked like they belonged to the depths of an ocean or the heart of a glacier. The alien, Brother Mercury, trembled under her gaze, lowering his head as if the weight of her stare could crush him. It was clear he didn't dare to meet her eyes. It's just some uncertain information, he stammered, realizing that trying to lie would be worse than confessing. A very remote planet in the star realm, known as AK, it's a primitive place, filled with wild, dangerous beasts. Our alliance has used it as a training ground for young fighters, a place for them to grow stronger. He hesitated, then hurriedly added, as if trying to flatter her, but of course, for a god king like you, it would be as harmless as flat ground. She ignored his attempt to flatter her, her cold gaze never wavering. She seemed to be silently evaluating him, making sure there was nothing left he was hiding. Satisfied, she turned, rocketing into the sky with a speed that left the crowd below stunned. She flew higher and higher, her figure shrinking until she was only a tiny black speck, and then finally disappearing from sight. Charlie felt a chill run down his spine. Was she really intending to reach this distant planet by simply flying there? Or was she heading for one of the nearby stargates? She must be using the Stargate network, he reasoned. Only Green Lantern could truly fly between stars, sustained by the power of the ring. The God King probably relied on stargates, ancient portals scattered across the galaxy that connected worlds. As far as Charlie knew, these portals allowed for short jumps between stars, and they'd be a necessary resource for any hero exploring the star realms without the power to cross light years on their own. With the God King's departure, the tense energy that had filled the plaza seemed to dissipate. The two opposing groups relaxed, as if some silent agreement had been reached. The tall alien leader from Aval United seemed to have accepted that the Craffle Second League genuinely didn't have this statue of doom. After a few tense words, both groups began to withdraw. Charlie noticed the aftermath of their skirmish scattered around the plaza's shattered ground, traces of energy, and a few injured bodies being gathered by their comrades. The battle hadn't lasted long, but it had been fierce, and even though the God King had interrupted, it had left casualties behind. The aliens from both sides picked up the bodies of their fallen, treating them with respect as they left the plaza. As he watched, Charlie found himself surprised by the openness of their fight. The plaza was clearly within the bounds of a city, and yet there had been no guards or enforcers to stop the violence. In fact, a few aliens began emerging from nearby alleyways, creeping out now that the fight was over. They glanced around, murmuring to each other and pointing at the damage left behind. Judging by their calm reactions, this level of destruction seemed normal, as if battles in the middle of the city were just part of daily life. So much for law and order in this part of the star realm, Charlie thought, feeling both amused and uneasy. But the God King's purpose here was clear, she was looking for the mysterious statue. Yet Charlie knew that he still needed to find the missing Cantel army leader as soon as possible. From what he'd overheard, it was obvious that the leader was affiliated with the Craffle Second League, and these aliens might be his best chance of tracking down any new leads. Charlie watched from the shadows, and Green Lantern slipped into step behind the Craffle group, moving smoothly and quietly to avoid drawing attention. As he moved through the alien city, he noticed that no one paid special attention to the God King's human-like features. It seemed that human-like forms weren't as rare here as he'd initially thought. With a thought, he used the Green Ring's power to alter Green Lantern's appearance, creating an outfit that matched the clothing of the aliens around him. The ring allowed him to project any disguise he imagined, so he added a few subtle features to blend in better a different skin tone, a few extra folds and patterns on his clothing. In seconds, Green Lantern looked like he could be a local. Now disguised, Charlie followed the group as they walked through winding streets, making sure to keep a safe distance. The aliens chattered among themselves, though most of their conversation was mundane, filled with details that were irrelevant. Still, he managed to pick up bits and pieces about the star realm that helped him better understand the strange universe he was exploring. It became clear to him that the God King, along with other god envoys, belonged to some kind of divine hierarchy. They were more than just powerful individuals, they were figures of authority, as if their power and status were woven into the very fabric of the star realm. This wasn't a government or empire, it was something higher, something closer to a religion. The entire star realm wasn't ruled by laws but by the will of godlike beings who held absolute power. The Craffle soldiers spoke of these beings with reverence, almost fear. They described the god envoys as terrifying, but the god kings, like the woman they'd just encountered, held an even higher status. Their divine power set them apart, and everyone seemed to know whom these god envoys served, almost as if they were agents of a supreme being that ruled the entire star realm. This, Charlie realized, explained why the death of a single god envoy had sent shockwaves through the realm. Even though there were a few strong fighters spread across the stars, none dared to challenge a god envoy. the consequences would be unimaginable. Now Charlie understood why the God Envoy who had fought on Earth looked so horrified in his final moments. Challenging a God Envoy wasn't just risky, it was a crime against the order of the universe itself. Humanity had entered a world far bigger and more dangerous than it had ever imagined. By defeating the God Envoy, they had crossed an invisible line, becoming enemies of a cosmic hierarchy that wouldn't stop until justice was served or until vengeance was exacted. Charlie felt the weight of this realization, but he wasn't intimidated. If humanity had crossed a line, it was one they'd been fated to cross anyway. The advancement of technology had made them a target of the Star Realm's wrath, and with or without the God Envoy's death, they would still be under threat. Now it was just a matter of time. What we need now is time, Charlie thought. If he could stall the inevitable, even by a little, it would give him more time to unlock additional heroes and expand his capabilities. When he had a fully stocked hero roster, he would be ready to face whatever the Star Realm threw at him. The group he was following eventually arrived at a large, spiraling building that looked like it had been carved from an enormous shell. It was strange and alien, with twists and turns that seemed to defy gravity. The Craffle Second League soldiers entered the building, and the doors shut tightly behind them. Charlie assessed the building carefully. This must be their headquarters, he thought. If he were controlling Batman, this would be the moment to scan the structure, identify weak points, locate hidden entrances, and find a way to slip in undetected. Batman would use stealth, patience, and strategy to gather information, listening from the shadows or quietly taking down guards to extract intel. But today, Batman was unavailable. Boom! With a single thought, Green Lantern summoned a massive green battering ram and fired it straight at the building's entrance. The ram hit the doors with a thunderous crash, blasting them open with enough force to shake the ground. Aliens who had been stationed just inside the entrance were thrown back, landing in a heap of tangled limbs. Two of them lay motionless, while the others stared in stunned silence, struggling to understand what had just happened. Charlie grinned as Green Lantern, surrounded by a radiant aura of green energy, strode through the shattered doorway with calm confidence. Sometimes, he thought, the direct approach was just as effective as stealth, especially when it came to making an entrance. With a deafening explosion, the entrance to the building was completely blown apart. Shards of glass and delicate porcelain decorations from the courtyard shattered under the shockwave, scattering debris across the ground. As the dust settled, Green Lantern strode in confidently. The space between the gate and the inner hall was wide open, and it was packed with alien warriors from various species. At the sound of the blast, they turned, their voices rising in angry shouts and curses. More than a dozen aliens grouped together, glaring at the intruder. Green Lantern, however, didn't move a muscle. He stood tall, his green light glowing faintly around him, and showed no signs of fear or hesitation. To the watching crowd, it seemed like he hadn't done anything, but all at once, a crushing weight pressed down on their chests. Unable to resist the invisible force, the warriors stumbled and collapsed, smashing into the ground and nearby objects. With a faint hum, the green light around him grew brighter, and Green Lantern lifted off the ground. Hovering just above the floor, he crossed the entire courtyard without touching a single step and burst straight into the inner hall. Inside, the atmosphere was more formal but equally tense. This room held stronger members of the group, likely the leaders. At the center of the room, a few aliens sat in a circle, deep in a serious discussion. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt when Green Lantern arrived. They looked at him in shock, some exchanging confused glances as if wondering what had happened to the guards outside. The Craffle Second Alliance was one of the most powerful forces on this planet. The only other group that could rival them was the Eastern Hemisphere Alliance, often called ASEAN. Both alliances had dominated their respective territories for years without interference, so the idea of someone storming into their headquarters was nearly unthinkable. As the dust settled, the leaders grew more puzzled. Was this just one person? A single intruder, challenging the might of their entire alliance? Their disbelief was almost palpable. Two alien warriors, standing closest to the door, decided to act first. One resembled a giant sea cucumber with slimy, rippling flesh. The other was covered head to toe in sharp, thorn-like spikes, looking like a humanoid hedgehog. They stepped forward, their body language oozing aggression. Green Lantern didn't budge. His expression remained calm, almost amused, as he watched the two aliens approach. Without warning, there were two loud thuds. The sea cucumber alien was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall with such force that he became embedded in it, struggling to free himself. The spiky alien didn't fare much better. He was flung backward at an alarming speed, colliding with his own teammates. His sharp spikes stabbed into their bodies, making them scream in pain. The entire room froze as the remaining aliens stared in disbelief. They hadn't seen Green Lantern move a finger. How had he managed to defeat two of their strongest warriors so effortlessly? A heavy silence hung in the air as realization dawned. This wasn't just any opponent. They had underestimated him. Unbeknownst to them, Green Lantern hadn't needed to act at all. His lantern ring provided him with an absolute defense that activated automatically. The force field surrounding him was a standard function of the ring, designed to protect its wearer from any attack. It was strong enough to allow Green Lantern to survive in the vacuum of space or withstand the impact of Superman's punches. The two aliens had unknowingly triggered the defense system, which retaliated by bouncing their attacks back at them with devastating force. Throughout the DC universe, Green Lanterns were known as enforcers of justice, their power and authority unmatched. Yet, on this distant planet, the aliens had no idea who they were dealing with. They only knew that the green-clad figure before them had taken down 2 warriors without lifting a hand. Through the chaos, Green Lantern's eyes scanned the room, settling on a figure seated at the far end. This individual had a humanoid appearance, broad-shouldered, dark-skinned, and powerfully built. At first glance, he could have passed for a human, though subtle differences in his facial structure marked him as something else. What caught Green Lantern's attention, however, was the way the other aliens seemed to instinctively move to protect him. It was clear that this man was someone important, perhaps the leader of the group. "Who are you?" a deep voice demanded. The speaker was a tall alien who had led the guards outside. His sharp tone suggested authority. Green Lantern smiled faintly. "That doesn't matter," he replied, his tone casual but sharp, as though hiding a blade behind his words. He took a step forward, and the alien warriors around him automatically stepped back. It was as if his very presence commanded them to retreat. The circle of warriors shifted with him, widening the space between them. "There's a cantel missing," Green Lantern said, his voice steady and confident. "I hear he's one of yours." The room fell silent as the aliens processed his words. Some of the leaders exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions revealing their thoughts. "So, he's here about that." Cantel's disappearance had become a topic of widespread concern. The fall of the Cantel Legion's leader was an extraordinary event, and his killer was now a fugitive wanted across the star system. Powerful figures from all corners of the universe had been trying to track him down, hoping to claim the reward from the ruling powers of the Star Realm. Yet, despite their efforts, no one had dared to confront the Kraffel Second Alliance directly until now. The boldness of this green-clad stranger stunned them. To storm into their headquarters, showing no fear, and demand answers was an act of audacity they had never seen before. Finally, the tall alien broke the silence. "You're asking about the Legion commander again," he said, his voice laced with irritation. "Then you will be disappointed. And even if we did know, what makes you think we'd tell you?" The aliens waited, their eyes flickering between Green Lantern and their leader, wondering how this confrontation would play out. "Where is this?" The question hung in the air, but Hal didn't answer right away. Instead, he tilted his head as if giving it genuine thought. Then, with a casual shrug, he replied, "My back garden." The words hit like a slap to the face. Quix's expression twisted with rage, his fists clenching as his metallic skin glinted under the light. Without hesitation, he charged at Hal, his movements sharp and precise, his body shimmering like liquid silver. Though the attack appeared impulsive, it was far from reckless. Quix was well known in the organization for his combat prowess. His body contained a unique mercury-like substance that he could manipulate at will. This gave him incredible flexibility and durability, allowing him to shift between hardened and softened states. When softened, his body absorbed impacts like a sponge, rendering most physical attacks useless. He often used this talent to his team's advantage, deliberately taunting enemies and drawing their attacks so his teammates could exploit the openings. Now, as he sprinted toward Hal, his team prepared for their opportunity. Several of them began quietly charging their powers, waiting for the right moment to strike. But Hal wasn't interested in playing along. He raised his right hand, and the lantern ring on his finger glowed with an intense green light. A beam of energy shot out, forming a massive glowing fist in midair. Boom! The green fist collided with Quix, the impact thunderous and final. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, his body flipping end over end until he slammed into the far wall. The impact left a deep crater in the concrete, and he crumpled to the ground in a motionless heap. The room fell silent. The other aliens, who had been preparing their attacks, froze in place. Their expressions shifted from confidence to disbelief as they stared at the dented wall and their fallen teammate. "No way," one alien muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Quix wasn't just any fighter. He was their tank, the one who could take the heaviest hits and keep standing. For him to go down in a single strike was unthinkable. Hal lowered his hand, the green glow fading slightly. He looked at the gathered group with calm detachment, as if daring them to make a move. At the back of the room, a tall, humanoid alien with sharp features narrowed his eyes. He was a senior member of the organization, and his calculating gaze quickly assessed the situation. It was clear they were dealing with someone far more dangerous than they'd expected. "Take him down," the senior member barked. The command snapped the others out of their shock. With angry roars, they charged forward, determined to overwhelm Hal with sheer numbers. Even if this intruder was strong, there was no way he could take on all of them at once, or so they thought. The first wave of attackers barely reached him before chaos erupted. Without so much as a gesture from Hal, an invisible force blasted outward, striking the aliens like a shockwave. One by one, they were thrown backward, their bodies slamming into walls and furniture. Cries of pain and confusion filled the air as they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. "What the hell was that?" one alien gasped, clutching his chest as he staggered to his feet. Before anyone could answer, a new figure stepped forward. This one was massive, easily twice Hal's height, with muscles that seemed carved from stone. His thick gray skin glistened under the lights, and his heavy footsteps shook the floor. The room grew quiet as the giant approached. This was one of their strongest fighters, a hulking brute known for his raw power. His race was legendary for their strength, and he had earned a reputation for crushing enemies with a single blow. If anyone could stop the Green Lantern, it was him. The giant didn't waste time with words. He roared and swung a massive fist at Hal, aiming directly for his head. The punch connected with a loud crack, sending a ripple of force through the air. For a moment, it looked as though the attack had worked. But then Hal tilted his head slightly, turning back to face the giant with a calm, almost bored expression. The giant froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible, he whispered. Hal smirked. That all you've got? The giant roared again, his frustration boiling over. He swung 3 more punches in quick succession, each one faster and harder than the last. But Hal effortlessly floated to the side, dodging every strike with ease. Then, with a flick of his finger, Hal summoned a glowing green boulder from thin air. The massive stone hovered for a moment before plummeting toward the giant like a falling meteor. The giant barely had time to react. He raised his arms to catch the boulder, his muscles straining under its immense weight. The ground cracked beneath him as he sank to one knee, his entire body trembling from the effort. Not bad, Hal said, watching with mild amusement. But you'd better not drop it. If it falls, I can't promise what'll happen. The other aliens stared in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open. What kind of power is this? One of them stammered. Hal's ability to summon objects from thin air was unlike anything they had ever seen. The green glow of the lantern ring defied all logic, creating weapons and tools with seemingly limitless potential. The giant let out a strained grunt, his veins bulging as he lifted the boulder and threw it aside. It crashed into the floor with a deafening impact, creating a massive crater before dissolving into glowing green particles. Hal raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Nice. Want to try something bigger? Before the giant could respond, the entire hall began to shake. The ceiling cracked, and chunks of debris rained down as a massive green meteor appeared above them. The meteor was enormous, its size dwarfing everything in the room. Its glowing surface radiated an intense green light, casting long shadows as it descended. The giant looked up, his expression shifting from determination to sheer terror. At the last moment, he muttered under his breath, "You've got to be kidding me." The meteor crashed down, its green glow illuminating the room in a blinding flash. The dome collapsed in a deafening roar, and the hall below shattered as the massive green meteorite slammed into it. Screams filled the air as aliens scattered, their movements frantic and desperate. The green-lit meteor smashed the headquarters into a pile of rubble, sending stones and twisted metal raining down in every direction. Within seconds, the once grand building was reduced to a smoking ruin. In the aftermath, chaos reigned. The moans of the wounded echoed through the rubble, mingling with the terrified whispers of those who had managed to escape the full impact. Some lay pinned beneath the massive chunks of debris, while others clutched their injuries, too afraid to move. Even the lucky ones, those who had avoided harm, stood frozen, their wide eyes darting toward the figure at the center of the destruction. They were paralyzed, not just by the devastation but by fear. What was this guy? He hadn't simply destroyed the headquarters, he had done it effortlessly. It was as if the meteorite had fallen out of the sky by command, shattering the building with a single strike. In less than a minute, the truth became clear to everyone. They weren't fighting an ordinary opponent. This wasn't someone they could overpower with brute strength or overwhelm with sheer numbers. Green Lantern stood in a league far beyond anything they could comprehend. Even their leader, revered as nearly invincible, couldn't hope to match this level of raw, unstoppable power. And yet, not everyone had given up. A high-pitched whistle cut through the thick smoke, followed by the sound of dozens of small objects piercing the air. Tiny projectiles streaked toward Green Lantern, leaving swirling trails in the haze as they homed in on him with deadly precision. The attack came from the Cotter, the humanoid alien who had stood calmly in the back moments earlier. With a flick of his arms, he had unleashed a storm of silver bullets that sliced through the rubble, aiming directly at Green Lantern. Hal didn't flinch. Raising his glowing hand, he summoned a wall of green light that shot up from the ground in an instant. The bullets struck the barrier with sharp, metallic pings, creating ripples across its surface like stones skipping across water. But Hal's shield wasn't just a solid wall, it was elastic, absorbing the energy of the projectiles and storing it. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, the wall rebounded. The bullets flew back along their original trajectories, hurtling toward the Cotter with twice the force. The Cotter's eyes widened. Reacting quickly, he swiped his hand through the air, and a silvery, liquid-like substance flowed out to form a curved shield in front of him. The rebounded projectiles collided with the shimmering barrier and vanished, absorbed into the liquid surface as if they had never existed. The Cotter grinned, confident in his counterattack. Hal raised an eyebrow. "Cute," he said, his voice calm. The liquid shield shimmered, then shifted shape. It morphed into a razor-thin blade that extended outward, its edge glowing with a deadly silver light. The Cotter lashed out, swinging the blade toward Hal in a swift, calculated strike aimed directly at his head. Hal moved effortlessly, floating to the side as the blade missed by mere inches. The weapon struck the ground with a deafening crack, carving a deep gash into the stone floor. But the Cotter wasn't finished. The blade rebounded, transforming midair into a whip-like form that coiled around Hal in an instant. The silver whip wrapped tightly around him, its shimmering surface pulsating with energy as it constricted his glowing form. "Yes," an alien from the crowd shouted. "He's got him." The onlookers began cheering, their voices filled with hope as they watched the Cotter tighten his grip. The liquid whip was one of the most dangerous weapons in their arsenal. It could crush steel beams and slice through armor like butter. Once it had its target, there was no escape. But Hal's expression didn't change. He stood still, his body enveloped by the whip, his face calm and almost amused. As the Cotter increased the pressure, veins bulging from the strain, Hal tilted his head slightly, his faint smirk unwavering. The cotter's confidence began to waver. This isn't possible, he muttered, sweat dripping from his brow. With a desperate roar, he poured all his strength into the attack. The whip tightened further, trembling as it pressed against the glowing green energy field surrounding Hal. The force was so intense that the whip itself began to shake under the pressure. Hal yawned. Are you done yet? Before the cotter could respond, the green light surrounding Hal flared. Thin tendrils of energy shot out from the gaps in the whip, glowing brighter and brighter as they grew. The tendrils twisted and expanded, forming long, flexible fingers that moved with incredible precision. The green fingers grabbed the whip and began to unravel it like a loose thread. The liquid metal resisted, but the glowing hands were relentless, pulling apart the whip with smooth, practiced movements. Within seconds, the whip was completely undone, its silver strands dangling uselessly. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Hal wasn't done showing off. With a flick of his wrist, the glowing fingers twisted the liquid metal into elaborate patterns, crisscrossing it like a game of cat's cradle. Then, with a final flourish, he threw it aside, the silvery strands falling into a glowing green bubble. The cotter staggered backward, his eyes wide with shock. No, he stammered, reaching for the liquid metal. He pulled with all his might, trying to reclaim his weapon, but the bubble holding it remained unyielding. The liquid metal slammed against the barrier again and again, creating ripples that spread across its translucent surface. But the bubble didn't break. And then, with a sudden motion, Hal released the bubble. The liquid metal shot back toward the cotter with the full force of his pull. He yelped as it slammed into him, knocking him to the ground in a clumsy heap. The crowd burst into nervous laughter. Many of them had witnessed the cotter's abilities before. His liquid metal weapon was infamous, capable of overwhelming even the most skilled fighters. Yet here he was, defeated by his own weapon. Hal floated silently in the center of the room, his glowing figure untouched. The contrast between his calm demeanor and the chaos around him was striking. The hall was a ruin, its once proud walls crumbled to dust, and every alien present had either fled or been brought low. Now, Hal said, his voice cutting through the silence, can we talk calmly? The Second Alliance was a powerful group in Craffle, and its members were known to be strong. But the stronger they were, the less they liked being told what to do. Most of them were used to going where they wanted, doing what they wanted. Usually, only 1 or 2 high-ranking members stayed back at their headquarters to keep things running. Today, the leader of the Alliance was away, leaving just one person in charge, a man who could control liquid metal. He was usually more than enough to keep things under control since few in Craffle were powerful enough to challenge him. But no one could have expected what was about to happen. Out of nowhere, a strange green-skinned figure appeared, someone who easily overpowered the liquid metal man, leaving him stunned and almost helpless. The man had pulled back too fast, accidentally getting caught by his own liquid metal powers. Meanwhile, Green Lantern stood in the middle of the room, his intense gaze moving from one person to the next. His eyes, sharp and cold behind his green goggles, were like blades cutting through the crowd. Anyone who met his eyes couldn't help but look away, their bodies shaking with fear. Anger, mild fear, calm, mild fear, severe fear. Severe fear, there he is. Green Lantern's voice trailed off as he locked his gaze on one particular alien. It was a pink, jelly-like creature with a sucker-shaped mouth, like a cross between a slug and a starfish. The creature was trembling violently, its soft, wobbly body quivering with terror under Green Lantern's stare. This was one of Green Lantern's abilities. The green light ring allowed him to sense emotions. The Lantern Core rings were connected to the emotional spectrum, and Green Lantern's ring was especially tuned to pick up on courage and willpower. Right now, it was helping him find the most frightened creature in the room, someone who might be too scared to keep secrets. Raising one finger, Green Lantern activated his ring, and a glowing green sphere surrounded the pink creature. The alien was lifted into the air, unable to move, helpless as it floated in front of him, shaking like a leaf. Don't worry. I just want to ask you a few questions, Green Lantern said calmly, though his voice had a hard edge that made his words feel like a threat. The alien looked around wildly at his teammates, lying motionless on the floor. His face twisted in fear, but then, for a brief second, he seemed to find his courage. If you're going to kill me, just do it, the alien yelled. I'm not telling you anything. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened with regret. He remembered what this green stranger had done just moments before, the way he'd beaten down the others without even breaking a sweat. Now the alien's bravado was slipping, and he was starting to wish he'd kept quiet. He thought about begging for mercy, but it was too late. Oh, is that so? Green Lantern said, his voice smooth. The ring on his finger glowed, and suddenly, 3 chainsaws appeared, buzzing and spinning in the air. They hovered around the alien, close enough for him to feel the vibration in the air. With a slight motion of Green Lantern's hand, the chainsaws began to move, swinging near the alien's head, shoulders, and sides. Each saw passed by without touching him, but they came dangerously close, close enough to make the alien's heart race with pure terror. The crowd around them could hardly watch, holding their breath with every close call. The alien's mind was racing, each swing of the chainsaws filling him with visions of his own body being sliced apart. But every time, the saws moved with perfect control, just barely missing him. For anyone else, it might have looked like an impressive skill, but for the alien, it was a living nightmare. Extreme fear detected. May cause irreversible mental trauma, the ring's voice whispered, analyzing the alien's emotions. After several close passes, the alien couldn't take it anymore. His entire body went limp, and he let out a shaky cry. All right, I'll talk. Just ask me what you want. Green Lantern's expression softened slightly, and he waved his hand to make the chainsaws stop, though they continued to hover nearby, buzzing softly like a warning. The Cantle fugitive who escaped your alliance, Green Lantern said calmly. Where is he? The alien gulped, his eyes darting around nervously. I swear, we really don't know, he stammered. The chainsaws buzzed louder, moving just a bit closer, and the alien's face went pale. Wait, I think I have a clue, he blurted out, his voice shaking. Go on, Green Lantern said, his eyes narrowing. He might be headed to the temple. In the astral void. The alien practically screamed, as if the words were spilling out against his will. Green Lantern's gaze sharpened, and he tilted his head slightly. The temple. Just then, another voice broke in. It was the man with silver hair, the one Green Lantern had punched into the wall earlier. Now he limped forward, holding his side as he spoke. There's an old legend, he began cautiously, about the gods who used to rule this realm, long before our master took over. Many believe that the gods are still out there somewhere, waiting to be awakened. For centuries, people have tried to find and reawaken them, but none have succeeded. Green Lantern raised his hand to his microphone, his voice echoing slightly as he asked, Does this involve your missing friend? The crowd exchanged nervous glances, knowing they had little choice but to answer. At this point, their pride and loyalty took a back seat to survival. There's a story, the silver-haired man continued, that anyone who can awaken a god will receive a great reward. It might be a powerful treasure, a loyal servant, or even a wish. And since gods avoid getting involved in mortal conflicts, someone protected by a god could escape any punishment, even for the worst crimes. Green Lantern nodded thoughtfully. So this Cantle fugitive could avoid justice if he gets a god's protection. The silver-haired man sighed, defeated. It's a long shot. Many have tried to reawaken the gods for centuries, but it's nearly impossible. No one has even managed to reach the ancient statues that are supposed to hold the key. Wait, Green Lantern interrupted, sensing something important. What statues? Oh, you haven't heard. Quick said, his voice low and cautious. There have been many who tried to enter that temple over the years, hoping to gain blessings from the ancient gods. But even after generations of effort, no one has made it to the deepest part of the temple. It's blocked by some kind of barrier. He leaned forward and continued, They say that a certain statue is needed to unlock that barrier. But the temple was built ages ago, long before our great lord took control of the astral plane, and any information about it is hard to come by. Finding that statue in such a vast star world would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Charlie, better known as Green Lantern, raised an eyebrow. But isn't there a rumor that your alliance has the statue? He asked, testing their reaction. Mercury's face turned pale, and he stammered, No, that's just a rumor. Our alliance has heard bits and pieces, yes, but nothing confirmed. Most of the search teams we sent out haven't even returned. Charlie knew they didn't have the statue because, in fact, he held it himself. He'd only asked to see if they would reveal any other leads. Realizing that he might be closer to finding the temple's secrets than he thought, Charlie's mind raced with possibilities. If he couldn't capture the missing commander quickly, maybe he could reach the temple first, awaken the ancient god, and gain its power. Of course, he knew trusting an ancient god was risky, but it was still an option worth exploring if nothing else worked. After a few more questions, Charlie was convinced these aliens knew little more about the commander. The lantern ring's lie detection abilities ensured that the information he received was trustworthy. He decided to try one last thing. Do you have a star map? He asked, figuring it was a long shot. Surprisingly, they handed him a map. It was an abstract, complex map with strange symbols, but Charlie used the lantern ring to scan and download the data directly. Now he had it stored in his ring, accessible anytime he needed it. The map, titled the new edition of Yefgorn's astral map, marked each star field, stargate, and important planet with clear detail, showing him exactly where the major facilities were located. Just as he turned to leave, Charlie noticed something odd. The inner hall was nearly destroyed by his meteor strike, reduced to piles of rubble. But curiously, there was one section of the floor that remained perfectly intact, untouched by the blast. The surrounding area had cracked and shattered, yet this section of the floor seemed as solid as ever, its material noticeably stronger. Charlie turned back and held up his right fist. The lantern ring emitted a green light that scanned the undamaged area, and a notification appeared in his mind. Extra space detected, hollow structures below, the ring's voice reported. Oh, what did we find here? Charlie murmured, intrigued. He activated his ring, forming green light into giant shovels to clear the rubble. As the dust settled, he noticed a strange, keyhole-shaped opening in the floor. The aliens around him watched in horror, their eyes wide with fear. Mercury shouted in panic, There's nothing down there. Don't look. Lie detected, the ring announced. Charlie smirked and summoned the most cowardly alien, the soft, pink one he'd questioned earlier. With a slight flick of his finger, the creature floated helplessly toward him, its face twisted in fear and resignation. Why me, every time? Its expression seemed to say. Charlie merely gave him a cold look, and the alien crumbled under the pressure, spilling everything he knew. We don't know much. We just know that this area is off limits. We aren't allowed down there. Our leader said it's somehow connected to the temple. Apparently, even if you have the statue, you still need something else to get past the barrier in the temple. His voice was shaky and desperate. Truthful, the ring confirmed. Good job, Charlie said, letting go of his hold. The pink alien collapsed to the ground, relieved to be free. Turning back to the keyhole-shaped opening, Charlie examined it closely. It was narrow and deep, with patterns that looked like they were made for a key. There was no key in sight, but that didn't stop him. He held out his fist and directed the lantern ring's energy toward the keyhole, creating a green light that filled the gap, slowly taking shape inside the narrow slot. With a slight twist of his hand, the light solidified, forming the shape of a key. A deep rumbling echoed from within the floor. The ground shook as Charlie adjusted the green light into the right shape. As he removed the light construct, the floor buzzed, and a hidden door opened slowly, revealing a dark passageway below. The aliens around him were stunned. "Didn't you say only the leader's key could open this?" one of them muttered. "How did he open it so easily?" With a wave of his hand, Charlie created green cages around each of the aliens, trapping them before they could react. "Wait here. I'll be back," he commanded, stepping through the hidden door. "Don't move, I might have more questions for you when I get back." The aliens could only stare, bewildered and trapped. Charlie floated down the dark passage, which was narrow and dimly lit. It stretched out like a long tunnel, and the air felt heavy, as though filled with ancient secrets. But his lantern ring's force field surrounded him like a shield, and he moved forward without fear. After a short distance, the narrow tunnel opened up, leading to a large, hidden chamber. The sight before him was breathtaking. It was a lush, green world, almost like a jungle, filled with strange plants and flowers. He walked forward, the plants growing denser and more colorful around him. Some were bright red and blue, their petals glistening as if they were covered in dew. Others seemed to move slightly, almost as if they were alive. A bright red flower opened its petals as he approached, shivering as if it sensed his presence. Charlie moved carefully through the jungle-like clearing, his eyes scanning the area. Then he saw something lying on the ground ahead. It was a person, lying face down and motionless. The figure looked human, but it was hard to tell from this distance if they were dead or alive. Charlie, or Green Lantern, stood over the strange, humanoid figure lying on the ground. She looked almost human, soft, delicate facial features, a youthful look, and short hair that gave her a childlike appearance. Her eyelashes were long, framing her closed eyes. Her skin was pale, and she lay motionless on her back, her head tilted slightly to one side. Her chest didn't rise or fall, so he couldn't tell if she was breathing at all. At first glance, Charlie thought she might be dead, but he quickly reminded himself that this was an alien, so she might not need to breathe in the same way as a human. To be certain, he raised his right fist, and the green glow from his lantern ring spread across her from head to toe, scanning her for any signs of life. The ring's analysis confirmed that there was life in her, but what it revealed next was surprising. According to the ring's reading, she wasn't unconscious or asleep. Instead, it said she was awake. Charlie's mind raced. Was she pretending to be dead? He leaned down and spoke softly. "What are you doing?" The girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her right eye opened just a crack. She let out a small whisper, almost playful, "SHH. I'm playing hide-and-seek." Charlie blinked, caught off guard. Hide-and-seek? Really? The idea that hide-and-seek had made its way into intergalactic culture was surprising, to say the least. He shook his head, figuring the ring's translation might be loose. Maybe it was close to Earth's hide-and-seek but with some alien twist. But her words gave him another clue. If she was hiding, then someone else might be seeking. He crouched down beside her, glancing around the strange chamber, and whispered, "Who are you playing hide-and-seek with?" "SHH, she replied, half opening one eye again as she gave him a sly grin. "I'm playing hide-and-seek where no one's actually trying to catch me." Charlie felt more confused than ever. How can you play hide-and-seek if no one's looking for you? Just then, the girl gasped as though she'd just realized something and sprang to her feet with surprising speed. She stood before him, looking him over with wide, curious eyes, almost as if he were the strangest creature she had ever seen. "Who are you?" she asked, tilting her head to the side in wonder. "I don't think I've seen you before. Didn't the leader say that no one else was supposed to come in here?" Charlie couldn't help but feel a little amused, though he kept his expression neutral. Her thought process was slow, almost childlike. But before he could reply, she seemed to piece together her own idea and spoke again. "Oh, wait, are you here to take me to the temple?" Her eyes brightened with excitement. "Last time, the leader said I should get ready soon, and he'd take me to the temple for my big performance. You must be the one he sent to pick me up." "Actually, I'm..." "Then let's go," she interrupted, grabbing his hand tightly and pulling him forward before he could finish. Charlie blinked, still trying to understand what he was dealing with. This girl doesn't seem too sharp, he thought. But from what he'd learned earlier, he knew that whatever lay behind the hidden door in the temple was important to the Alliance's plans. And from the way she was locked away, it seemed like this innocent, overly eager girl was somehow the key to unlocking those plans. She didn't wait for him to say anything else, tugging him along with surprising energy. They made their way through the corridor leading out of the inner hall quickly. When they reached the exit, the rest of the Alliance members, still restrained by the green energy cages he'd created earlier, stared in shock. The restrained aliens had been restless, wondering what was locked away in the restricted area, but now they saw it for themselves. They watched in astonishment as the girl, looking wide-eyed and curious, emerged beside Charlie. She stopped for a moment when she saw the other aliens lying on the ground, blinking in surprise. What are they doing? She asked, studying them with a confused expression. Oh, they're playing dead, Charlie replied smoothly, giving her a gentle tug forward. Her face lit up with interest. Playing dead? That sounds fun. I want to play too. Let's go to the temple first, Charlie suggested. You can come back and play later. If you take too long, they might blame you for holding things up. Oh, good idea, she said, nodding quickly. With that, she let go of his hand, rushed ahead, and practically skipped toward the exit. Meanwhile, the aliens who were still conscious could only look on in disbelief. They had been told that the creature inside the hidden room was valuable, possibly crucial to their plans, and now they watched helplessly as Charlie led her out of the restricted area. All they could do now was hope their leader would return soon and explain whether this girl was as vital as they feared. The girl seemed thrilled to be outside the headquarters, her eyes darting around with excitement as she took in her surroundings. She pulled Charlie along, taking everything in as if she were seeing the world for the first time. For a brief moment, Charlie almost thought she knew where they were headed. But after a short distance, her excitement began to wane, and she slowed down, a slightly puzzled look spreading across her face. She finally came to a stop and turned to him, wide-eyed. By the way, where's the temple? She asked, scratching her head as if only just realizing she had no idea. Charlie raised an eyebrow. So she doesn't even know where it is? Haven't you been there before? She shook her head, her short hair bouncing with the movement. Nope. I haven't been anywhere. The leader told me to stay in that room and wait for someone to take me to the temple when it was time. She gazed around again, looking almost overwhelmed by the vastness of the night sky above them. It's so big out here, she whispered in awe. Charlie nodded, deciding to rely on his lantern ring's star map. The ring had the temple's location marked in a place known as the Void of the Astral Plane. He raised his right hand, and a bright green glow surrounded both of them. The light began to take shape, forming a sleek spaceship with a metal-like shell, wings, and a propulsion system to navigate through space. The girl's eyes widened in amazement as she watched the spaceship take form, her face lighting up as she took it all in. Wow, that's incredible. Charlie activated the ship's engine, and it lifted off, heading toward the stars. The girl leaned against the transparent green window, gazing out in awe as the spaceship gained altitude. Hold on tight, Charlie said. We're about to break through the atmosphere. But she barely seemed to hear him, her eyes fixed on the starry view outside. After a few minutes, she suddenly frowned as if remembering something and began glancing around as if searching for something. What are you looking for? He asked, curious. You said girl, she replied, looking at him with confusion. Who are you talking about? He raised an eyebrow. I was talking about you. She blinked, clearly puzzled. Huh? But I'm not a girl. I'm a boy. Charlie's jaw dropped. Charlie Green Lantern felt a bit off balance as he looked at the boy. Boy? He thought, uncertain. Was this some strange alien species that saw gender differently? Or maybe it was his own eyes playing tricks on him. Everything about this person's appearance screamed girl, the delicate facial features, the bright, youthful eyes, and the innocent look. His expression was as open and cheerful as any young person's could be. But now this boy had announced, quite confidently, that he was, in fact, male. So, it's really a boy? Charlie squinted, almost unable to believe it. Unless, maybe the lantern ring can confirm it. Deciding to double-check, Charlie lifted his right fist and directed the green light of his ring to scan over the boy from head to toe. The boy just sat there, looking curiously at the thin beams of light sweeping over him. After a few moments, the ring delivered its results. Male. Well, I'll be. Charlie let out a long sigh. Definitely not what I expected. The green energy of his ring surrounded them, forming into a spaceship that lifted smoothly off the ground, leaving the planet Craffle behind. As they passed into open space, Charlie checked the star map stored in his ring, carefully plotting a course toward the void of the astral plane. By following the path to the closest stargate, they'd avoid using too much energy for an interstellar jump, which took a lot out of the ring and had a cooldown period. With the route set, Charlie relaxed. He leaned back, letting the green energy under him shape itself into a comfortable seat. The boy, on the other hand, stood pressed against the green porthole, staring out with wide eyes, completely captivated by the stars and planets passing by. Every few seconds, he'd gasp or clap his hands, his excitement bubbling over. Uncle, your powers are amazing, the boy said, his voice filled with awe. Can you teach me? I want to learn how to do this too. Charlie blinked, surprised. Uncle? He did not think of himself as that old. He rubbed his forehead, deciding to brush it off. It wasn't worth correcting the boy right now. Instead, he decided to learn more about this strange kid. What's your name? Charlie asked. My name. The boy blinked, then his face lit up. Oh, my name is. Stupid boy. Charlie did a double take, momentarily speechless. Had he heard that right? Wait, your name is Stupid Boy. That's right, the boy replied confidently, as if it was the most normal name in the world. Grandpa always called me that, so it must be my name. Charlie tried not to laugh, though a grin broke through. This stupid boy seemed to take himself completely seriously, even with such a name. It was hard to tell if this was some alien custom, or if the kid's grandfather just had an odd sense of humor. Either way, the name somehow seemed to fit him. Unable to hold back his amusement, Charlie let out a chuckle, and even how the lantern ring's AI seemed to laugh along. Hearing him laugh, the boy joined in too, clapping his hands joyfully without understanding the joke but enjoying the moment. Trying to regain his composure, Charlie cleared his throat. That might not actually be your real name. That sounds more like a nickname. He thought carefully before asking, has anyone besides your grandpa called you something else? The boy looked thoughtful, but then shook his head. Nope. I haven't really met anyone else, he replied. Then he added, oh, the leader did call me son of the lost star, but I didn't like that. It sounds weird. So I just call myself stupid boy. Charlie stared at him, half in disbelief. This kid had no concept of names. Maybe his people didn't use names the same way humans did, but it was still strange to think of him wandering the galaxy with a title like Stupid Boy. Where were you before you met the Second Alliance? Charlie asked, hoping to gather more information. The boy looked puzzled. What's the Second Alliance? Charlie sighed. Okay, then where were you before you got here? At home, the boy said cheerfully, as if that explained everything. Charlie felt his patience stretch thin. Where exactly is home? He asked, trying to keep his tone gentle. Home is, well, it's home. The boy laughed, looking at Charlie with innocent confusion. Uncle, you're not very smart, are you? Charlie let out a small sigh of exasperation. This kid answered everything with the pure honesty of a child, never once questioning who Charlie was or why he was asking. His simplicity was almost refreshing, yet incredibly frustrating at the same time. As their conversation continued, Charlie learned a little more. The boy had grown up with his grandfather and had rarely left his home. His world was small and simple, which explained his fascination with the stars and planets outside. Then, one day, his grandfather had told him he was leaving. The boy's memory seemed to replay as he spoke. Stupid boy, Grandpa has to leave, his grandfather had said one day, his expression serious but gentle. You need to stay here while I'm gone. Okay, the boy had replied with a bright smile. Aren't you going to ask how long I'll be gone? The old man asked, looking slightly amused. The boy tilted his head, then asked, how long will Grandpa be gone? The old man chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. It could be a few days, or a very long time. Either way, you have to stay here and not go anywhere. Understand? Got it, the boy had replied, without a trace of worry. Charlie listened, wondering about this strange, isolated life. So why did you leave in the end? He asked, curious. Oh, because Grandpa called someone to come get me, the boy said cheerfully. Charlie raised an eyebrow. And that someone was the leader. The boy nodded eagerly. Yes, the leader told me that Grandpa wanted him to bring me to the temple. He said it was time for me to help with something important. Isn't that obvious, Uncle? Charlie tried not to groan. This kid is way too trusting. He couldn't help but wonder if the leader of the Second Alliance had tricked him, leading him out of his home with some grand story. And here Charlie was, doing the same thing, leading him out and away without much effort. The boy had left everything he'd known with no questions, no doubts. Oh, by the way, Uncle, where's Grandpa? The boy looked around the spaceship, his expression full of hope. Do you think he's already at the temple waiting for us? Charlie frowned. Did the leader tell you your grandfather would be at the temple? Yes, the boy said eagerly, eyes shining with excitement. He told me Grandpa is the only one who knows how to get into the temple, but he needs my help to do it. So we're supposed to meet him there and do something really big together. Charlie's mind raced. This changed things. Even with the boy and the key, they might still need his grandfather to enter the temple. But where would they even start looking for this old man? The members of the Alliance on Craffle hadn't known anything about the boy's origin. No one had even known who or what was in the restricted area. He had no clues about the boy's grandfather, and the galaxy was a vast place to search. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound broke through his thoughts. Charlie turned, startled, and saw the boy looking down at his stomach in confusion. Then the boy looked back up, his eyes wide. I think I'm hungry, he said, sounding surprised as if this feeling were brand new to him. Hungry, the young man said softly, his voice sounding tired. He clutched his stomach, looking weak and miserable, his earlier energy completely drained. I want to eat, he added, glancing at Hal with pleading eyes. Only then did Charlie realize his mistake. When he controlled virtual characters like Hal, food and rest were never issues. The characters didn't need to eat or drink, and they could fight endlessly without tiring, at least as long as Charlie had the energy to keep them going. But with a real, living person at his side, things were different. Food was now a real concern. Charlie looked around their ship, knowing it was pointless. The ship itself was just a construct of his imagination, powered by the Green Lantern ring. Nothing inside was real. He realized he'd never even considered food, assuming everything his character needed could be created on the fly. Technically, the Green Lantern ring could make almost anything, even something permanent. But doing that required a lot of skill, focus, and strong willpower. Hal, in his current form, was a rookie, far from being able to handle such complex tasks. Lantern ring, scan for planets with life nearby, Charlie said, hoping to find somewhere with food. With a soft, green glow, his vision shifted, and the darkness of space transformed. Suddenly, planets appeared on the ring's scan, highlighted in green, marking places where life might exist. Where there's life, there's food, Charlie thought, relieved. Even if there wasn't a civilization, Hal could find some alien creature to hunt and cook. It was a plan, at least. The spaceship changed direction and shot toward the closest life-filled planet, speeding through the stars. As they entered the atmosphere, Charlie reformed the ship's structure, turning it into a small, bubble-like shield around them. This way, they could move quietly and avoid attracting attention when they landed. The planet below looked like a town from a distant, strange future. Buildings of all shapes and sizes were clustered together, making up a lively community. Colors and textures varied wildly, from shimmering metallic towers to low, stone buildings with unusual curves and designs. Thanks to the Green Lantern ring's translation abilities, signs and symbols on the buildings were clear to Charlie, and he spotted one that seemed to be a restaurant. Inside, the restaurant buzzed with sounds and unfamiliar smells, creating a lively atmosphere. At least 5 types of aliens filled the tables, each one looking wildly different. Some had extra limbs or strange skin colors, while others looked more human but with odd features like glowing eyes or scales. The town seemed peaceful and welcoming, with no clear division by race. Instead, it felt like an alien version of a diverse city on Earth, with a blend of cultures and languages. As Hal and the young man found a table and sat down, a large, cube-shaped alien peeked out from behind the counter. Its body looked heavy and clunky, but it didn't seem to need limbs. Instead, it used telekinesis, moving objects with its mind to float trays to each table. When a tray reached their table, Hal waved it away, and it flew back, leaving only the young man's food behind. Charlie watched as the boy eagerly opened his meal. Inside the container was a strange, murky stew, with a thick, bubbling surface that looked half solid and half liquid. Black bubbles rose and popped, releasing little wisps of steam. The dish looked unsettling, like something pulled out of a swamp. But the young man's eyes lit up as he took his first bite, completely unfazed by its appearance. He seemed to be enjoying it thoroughly, savoring each bite like it was the best meal he'd ever had. While the boy ate, Charlie took the opportunity to glance around the room, using the Green Lantern ring to scan the other diners. When he activated the green light, 2 figures near the back of the room suddenly appeared, highlighted in yellow. The ring had flagged them as possible enemies. Curious, Charlie focused on them. The 2 aliens were dressed simply, blending in with the crowd, but their eyes kept darting toward Hal and his young companion. When they noticed Hal looking in their direction, they quickly looked away, trying to act casual. The 2 aliens exchanged whispers, then stood up and left the restaurant. Not wanting to leave the young man unprotected, Charlie didn't have Hal follow them, but he kept a close watch on their movements through the ring. Outside, the 2 aliens hurried down the street, speaking in hushed, excited voices. "Are you sure it's him?" one alien asked, his voice tense. The other alien nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. That kid has to be from Stardust Land. I'd bet my life on it." Stardust Land. "The boss has been searching for years," the first one muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "Who would have thought we'd find him here?" The other alien grinned, but there was a nervous edge to it. "Let's not celebrate too soon. The guy with him doesn't look easy to deal with. We'll need backup." Just then, a cough interrupted them. The 2 aliens turned, startled, to see a figure leaning against the wall. The newcomer was dressed in red with 2 swords strapped across his back, and he was watching them with a sly grin. "You two seem to be having an interesting conversation," he said, his voice calm but laced with curiosity. "Mind letting me in on it?" The 2 aliens looked at Deadpool, their eyes widening in surprise. They glanced at each other but stayed silent, quickly turning away and walking off without a word. "Hey, that's just plain rude," Deadpool called after them. He stepped forward and slapped his hand down on the shoulder of one of the aliens. But the moment he touched the alien, something unexpected happened. The alien's arm went totally limp, like it had no bones at all. It coiled around Deadpool's arm, wrapping tightly like a snake. Deadpool blinked, genuinely surprised as the alien's arm twisted around his own, locking his arm in place like a tangled rope. Suddenly, with a sharp twist, the alien forced Deadpool's arm into an awkward angle, snapping it loudly. "Whoa, that's next level rude," Deadpool shouted. But instead of backing off, he used the surprise to his advantage. Spinning his entire body, Deadpool yanked the alien off the ground with his broken arm, swinging him around and slamming him down hard onto the ground. Dust flew up as the alien hit the ground with a thud. The alien's friend quickly rushed forward, throwing a punch aimed at Deadpool's head. But Deadpool ducked, diving out of the way just in time. He rolled over the alien he had just slammed, and in the same motion, popped his broken arm back into place with a loud snap. Deadpool stood up, now fully in control. He lifted the alien off the ground by his snake-like arm and aimed a powerful kick toward the alien's chest. The alien tried to block, raising his hand just in time. But Deadpool shifted his movement mid-kick, his legs swinging up in a high arc to aim at the alien's head instead. The alien, caught off guard, took the full force of Deadpool's kick to his forehead. The impact sent a shock through his skull, leaving him dizzy and stumbling. His grip on Deadpool loosened, and his snake-like arm slipped free, trying to pull back. But Deadpool grabbed onto the arm and didn't let go. With quick, fierce movements, he delivered a series of knee strikes and punches. The other alien tried to rush forward to help, but Deadpool swiftly drew his gun with his free hand and fired a burst of shots. The bullets hit the alien square in the chest, knocking him back. The alien collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain. Within moments, Deadpool had both aliens defeated and lying on the ground, rolling around in pain. He placed a foot on one alien's chest, leaning over the other, who was gasping for breath. "Seriously, why all the drama?" Deadpool said, shaking his head. "I just wanted to hear what you were talking about before you rudely walked away." So, where were we? The alien Deadpool had shot was groaning, clutching his chest, which now had several small bullet holes. His greenish skin looked darker around the wounds, and he was breathing heavily. Deadpool raised his gun again, aiming it right at the alien's forehead. Look, Deadpool said with a grin, it's not smart to ignore me, especially after I've gone through all this trouble. The alien's eyes widened in fear as he glanced at the gun. He hadn't realized before that it was a weapon, but now, after feeling its sting, he understood. Wait, please, he stammered. What do you want to know? Deadpool lowered the gun slightly but kept it close. That's better. First, let's talk about that kid inside the restaurant. I heard you say something about Stardust Land. What's that all about? The alien swallowed, wincing in pain. It's a place, well, more like a legend. Only people from Stardust Land have a certain trait, like the tiny, glowing spots on his clothing, he explained, grimacing with each word. Those spots prove he's connected to that place. Charlie, watching through Deadpool's eyes, felt a flicker of realization. He remembered seeing those small sparkles on the boy's clothes but had thought it was just a fashion choice. Now he realized they were more than that, they were marks of something much deeper. All right, keep going. What's the big deal with Stardust Land? Deadpool asked, pressing him for more details. The alien groaned. I don't know much. Our boss says it's an ancient race, one of the oldest in the universe. Almost all of them are gone now, but they're rumored to hold the secrets of the Void Temple. That's why so many are searching for them. Anyone who wants to unlock the temple's mysteries needs them. Deadpool twisted the alien's arm just a bit, making him wince. That's interesting. So, you two are spies from another planet, here to look for these remnants from Stardust Land. The alien nodded quickly, fear evident in his face. Yes. Our boss sent us to find clues, but we only know rumors. Some people believe the Stardust people are from the earliest days of the stars. They've been hunted for ages, yet no one can ever find them. Deadpool narrowed his eyes, intrigued. So you think that boy inside the restaurant might be one of these survivors? The two aliens looked at each other again. One nodded, but the other shook his head, as if unsure. Deadpool sighed and waved his gun in a way that suggested he was losing patience. If you keep giving me mixed answers, things are gonna get uncomfortable for you? The alien under Deadpool's foot panicked and quickly said, we're not sure. No one's ever actually seen a Stardust survivor. We've only heard descriptions of their traits, and that boy kind of fits the description. So, do you know where this Stardust Land is located? Deadpool asked, casually lifting the gun to remind them who was in control. The alien hesitated but eventually spoke up. Our boss thinks there might still be clues on a planet called Glen in Starfield number 42. He sends someone to check every few years, just to be sure. Glen. Charlie thought, recognizing the name. The land of Stardust wasn't marked on any star maps, but Glen might be a place to find some answers. Just then, the boy from inside the restaurant appeared, stretching and patting his stomach. I'm full, he announced happily, looking around. He noticed Hal was deep in thought and tilted his head curiously. What's wrong? He asked, his tone full of innocence. Hal looked down at the boy and gave him a reassuring smile. Oh, nothing. Just a little change in plans. We're not going to the temple right now. Oh, the boy asked, clearly intrigued. Where are we going, then? He didn't seem to mind at all, thrilled to be exploring new places. It was clear he had never traveled much, so everything felt like an adventure to him. Hal's expression softened. We're going to look for your grandfather. Hal adjusted their route, taking the boy on a detour toward the planet Glen to investigate his origins and possibly find the grandpa he kept mentioning. The journey would take a while, so Charlie handed control of the ship's navigation over to the Green Lantern Corps' AI. This freed him up to handle some other tasks on Earth. Since the last invasion of Earth by the Cantel aliens, things had changed drastically. The Starry Sky Committee and Charlie's team now had much more support and resources than before. Earth's leaders finally understood that alien threats weren't just stories but real dangers that could strike at any time. And with the way the Avengers had defended the planet, people saw how essential they were for keeping Earth safe. Even those who'd been unsure about the Avengers' role on Earth had come around after the Cantel attack. Thanks to the support from leaders and allies, Charlie's surveillance plan was moving forward fast. Drones now monitored more cities, each acting like an extra eye for the Avengers and Watchtower. Lower-level heroes, the sea-level ones, were stationed in cities to help manage any issues that arose. While these heroes might not be powerful enough to fight on the front lines, they were perfect for watching over local areas and dealing with smaller threats. Charlie's ultimate goal was to have at least 3 or 4 heroes stationed in each city, although he still didn't have enough heroes in his pool to cover that many places yet. The drones had received upgrades too. Now they were equipped with advanced object recognition modules that allowed them to detect infections or potential threats even before symptoms appeared. This was critical for catching problems early. If the drone detected an issue, it would report the event to its base AI, which would assess the threat level. For lower-level events, the AI would notify the local Secret Service division. For bigger threats, it would alert the Watchtower directly, which could then dispatch heroes to handle the situation. Infection incidents still occurred fairly often, and the new scanning tech helped immensely in reducing response time. With all the successful missions recently, Charlie had accumulated a good amount of hero points, enough for a round of 20 draws. Deciding to take advantage of the free time, he pulled out his console and went for it. The first few heroes were sea-level ones. While they weren't top tier, they were useful for maintaining coverage in cities and bolstering his network. After all, having a hero in a city, even a lower level one, was better than leaving areas unprotected. Then he drew something more exciting, a B-level hero, Black Panther. Black Panther was famous for his super soldier level physical abilities, which let him go toe-to-toe with even the strongest heroes. Plus, he was a master of close combat and had powerful fighting skills. However, Charlie couldn't help but notice how many Marvel heroes, like Black Panther, seemed drawn to close combat, even when they had other options. Black Panther's vibranium suit was top tier, providing him with near unbreakable protection. The suit could absorb and release energy, making Black Panther a tough opponent. But the suit's offensive abilities were limited to its vibranium claws, so while it was great for defense, it wasn't as versatile as Iron Man's armor, which could attack from a distance with various weapons. This might have been one reason why Black Panther was only rated B-level. Beyond his combat skills, Charlie was even more interested in Wakanda's technology. Wakanda's advanced inventions, which were all based on vibranium, could change Earth's technology forever. However, he quickly realized that the tech from Black Panther depended on vibranium itself, a rare material he hadn't drawn yet. Without it, Charlie couldn't access Wakanda's unique tech. Still, the potential was intriguing, and he made a mental note to watch for it in future draws. The next item to appear in his pools was unexpected, a Green Lantern spaceship from the planet Oa. This was Charlie's first fully functional spacecraft. The ship was top-notch, built by the Guardians of the Universe, who were known for their advanced technology. Though the ship didn't have any weapons, it was extremely fast and well-designed for travel across space. The Guardians must have figured that anyone flying this ship would be a Green Lantern, already equipped with the power to handle threats. This ship also came with something extra, an advanced AI named Aya. Charlie recognized Aya as a character from Green Lantern, the animated series. Aya's personality was intelligent and resourceful, making her a valuable partner. This added a new layer of support to Charlie's team, as Aya could manage operations and communications during interstellar missions. Now that he had this spaceship, Charlie realized he could send multiple teams on missions across the galaxy, creating new opportunities. The best draw, however, was saved for last. It was Iron Man, but not the Iron Man he already had in his team. This was an upgraded Iron Man, equipped with better armor, weapons, and tech than the previous version. Charlie's 20 draws had strengthened his team in meaningful ways. The new heroes and advanced equipment added firepower and flexibility to his watchtower operations, helping him spread their reach even further. As the ship continued its journey to Glen, Charlie switched back to Hal's view, checking in on their progress. Soon they would arrive on the mysterious planet, where, with any luck, they would uncover clues about the boy's origins and perhaps learn more about the grandpa the boy kept mentioning. Iron Man was Charlie's ultimate trump card when the stakes were high. Although classified as a B-level hero, he had long been the backbone of Charlie's combat strategy. In terms of versatility, sheer power, and technical prowess, he was unmatched within his category. But for someone like Tony Stark, progress was never limited by mere classifications or rankings. In the world of leading scientists, innovation never stops. Stark was the kind of person who would push boundaries, often driving his teammates to their wits' end with his obsession for perfection. The technological advancements he spearheaded were astonishing, and his evolution as a hero was a testament to his relentless ambition. Over the years, the technology behind Iron Man's armor had undergone dramatic changes, both in the comics and on the big screen. In the movies, Stark's suits advanced from their humble beginnings as a clunky iron-plated exoskeleton to sleek and sophisticated nano-armor capable of transforming on the fly. In the comics, the progression was even more remarkable, with designs like the Bleeding Edge armor, the Symbiotic armor, and countless others pushing the limits of science and, at times, crossing into the realm of the supernatural. It seemed as though Stark was determined to use his armors as a means of transcending humanity itself. When Iron Man officially reached an A-level evaluation, it marked a significant milestone on this path. The breakthrough came with the unlocking of a series of new armors. The iconic Mark series from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, was fully unlocked. This included legendary designs like the Mark 50, the nano-armor Stark used to battle Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War, and the upgraded Mark 85, which played a critical role in Avengers: Endgame. These armors, once the pinnacle of Stark's ingenuity, were now part of Charlie's arsenal. But to Charlie's surprise, even these marvels of engineering were no longer the cream of the crop. As he explored the list of available armors, he discovered several newer models that were more advanced and, frankly, more exciting. One of these stood out as the undisputed champion of Stark's creations, a brand new Iron Man armor that represented the culmination of decades of innovation. There's an old saying, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. It means that newer generations often surpass the old, and in the Marvel Universe, this was a constant reality. Young geniuses occasionally rose to challenge the status of legendary heroes. Stark, as the poster child for technological brilliance, was often their target. Years ago, Stark had stunned the world by building his first Iron Man suit in a cave using scraps. This accomplishment became his claim to fame, something he could brag about for decades. That is, until one day, a brilliant young woman from MIT stunned the world by assembling her own Iron Man armor from trash in her dorm room. Her achievement reignited debates, with headlines like "Is Iron Man outdated?" flooding the media. Stark, never one to back down, took this as a personal challenge. If the world doubted his relevance, he would prove them wrong. He poured his heart and soul into creating an entirely new kind of armor, something that could surpass everything that came before it. This wasn't just a new suit, it was a revolutionary leap forward, blending science and near-mystical capabilities. The result was a suit of armor so advanced that it put even the Mark 50 and Mark 85 to shame. While the MCU's nano-armor could reshape itself into weapons and tools, this new suit took that concept to another level. It wasn't explicitly made from nanomaterials, but it behaved in a similar way, allowing for limitless transformations. The degree of adaptability was far beyond anything Stark had built before. This new armor combined the best features of nearly every suit Stark had ever designed. It could expand into a Hulkbuster-like form for maximum strength or shrink down to an almost invisible, skin-tight suit for stealth missions. It had the weaponry and defensive capabilities of all of Stark's previous designs, making it a true universal armor. But its most remarkable feature was its self-repairability. The Mark 50, for all its strengths, had a major flaw: it relied on a finite amount of nanomaterials stored in its container. Once those materials were depleted, the suit couldn't repair itself. The new armor had no such limitation. It could repair itself from any damage, no matter how severe. Even if it was smashed into countless fragments, it would fully regenerate in a matter of moments. Its self-healing capabilities were so advanced that they would make even Wolverine envious. This feature extended to the reactor core itself. If the arc reactor on the chest were destroyed, the suit would regenerate it as though nothing had happened. How it accomplished this remained a mystery even to Charlie, but the results were undeniable. In the comics, this armor had survived being blown to pieces, only to reassemble itself in perfect condition. It was, for all intents and purposes, an indestructible suit. Of course, no creation is perfect. The only real weakness of this armor was Stark himself. As long as it required a human pilot, the suit was limited by its user. If the armor could operate independently, it would be truly unstoppable. Charlie was thrilled by the potential of this new armor. Its arrival prompted him to adjust his plans. He had been preparing to send a second team into space, but the roster had not been finalized. Until now, the team had relied on Hal's spacecraft for interstellar travel, but with Stark's new technology, the situation changed. The Green Lantern spacecraft was faster and more efficient than Hal himself and could handle the transportation needs of the second team. Meanwhile, Stark, freed from his grueling development schedule, could finally step away from the lab and take on a more active role in the field. Stark had spent years working tirelessly in the lab, developing satellites, drones, and new iterations of Iron Man armor. These production lines were still running at full capacity, churning out new equipment. But now, with enough progress made, Stark could join the front lines, ready to explore and conquer new challenges. As the second team launched, the first team was closing in on its destination, a mysterious planet called Glen. Their objective was to investigate an ancient temple located in a region known as the Void. The temple was shrouded in rumors and mystery. Some believed that entering it required special keys or chosen individuals, though this had never been confirmed. For years, treasure hunters and adventurers had flocked to the temple, hoping to unlock its secrets. Recently, interest in the temple had surged again. Many believed that the leader of the Cantal army, whose whereabouts were currently unknown, might be heading to the temple to try his luck. Charlie saw this as an opportunity. He decided to send a hero to scout the temple, hoping to intercept the army leader or, at the very least, uncover the truth about the temple's secrets. The journey to the temple was fraught with uncertainty. While some claimed that keys and chosen survivors were necessary to enter, others believed there were alternative methods. The temple's enigmatic nature only added to its allure, drawing in more and more explorers. As Charlie's first team approached the planet Glen, the second team, equipped with Stark's groundbreaking technology, set off into uncharted territory. The stage was set for a new chapter in their adventures, with Stark at the forefront, ready to prove once again why he was a legend among heroes. Among the endless stars, this planet seemed insignificant at first glance. It lacked the grandeur of larger celestial bodies and didn't boast any unusual features visible from space. But as the Green Lantern flew closer, Charlie noticed something strange through the screen. A halo of shimmering starlight debris surrounded the planet. The tiny, glowing fragments sparkled like falling stardust, giving the planet an almost magical appearance. It was easy to see why some might call it the Land of Stardust. As they neared the planet's atmosphere, the Green Lantern's spaceship transformed into its bubble form, a transparent green sphere that encased them and moved silently through the sky. This seamless transition was something Charlie had grown accustomed to, but for the young boy traveling with him, the sight was still awe-inspiring. The boy sat wide-eyed, marveling at the way the bubble glided effortlessly through the sky, reflecting the faint glow of the starlight debris around them. "Uncle, you're amazing," the boy exclaimed, his excitement spilling over. It wasn't the first time he'd said it, and Charlie doubted it would be the last. The boy paused as if thinking of the perfect way to express himself before adding, "And you're such a nice guy." Charlie couldn't help but chuckle at the compliment. Being called a good person wasn't something he was used to, especially in the heat of his current mission. If it had been an adult or even a girl who said it, he might have felt awkward. But coming from this innocent, wide-eyed boy, it was endearing and easy to accept. "Why do you think I'm a good person?" Charlie asked, curious. The boy thought about it for a moment. Well, you give me food, you show me so many amazing things, and you're so powerful. Of course, you're a good person. Charlie smiled at the simplicity of the boy's reasoning. By that logic, the leader who picked you up before must also be a good person. Of course, the boy said eagerly. He gave me lots of delicious food and said I could help him unlock the temple and save lots of people. That makes him a good person too. Charlie couldn't help but feel skeptical. The so-called leader had likely been using the boy for his own ends. While the ancient gods in the temple were rumored to grant wishes, those pursuing such power were usually driven by selfish desires, not altruism. Charlie wasn't above admitting that he had his own reasons for seeking the temple too. After all, in this vast starry universe, who wasn't chasing something for themselves? As they descended further into the planet's atmosphere, the Green Lantern's speed slowed significantly. The ring's bubble, which had traveled at incredible speeds in space, adjusted to the denser air and atmospheric conditions. The transition allowed Charlie to take in the breathtaking scenery below. The planet was stunning. Rolling mountains stretched across the landscape, interspersed with rocky cliffs and dense forests. Yet, unlike Earth's familiar green vegetation, this planet was dominated by a brilliant blue hue. Trees with deep blue branches and leaves formed a vast, alien ocean of color that covered the hills and plains. The strange beauty of the planet struck Charlie immediately. It was exotic, foreign, and yet somehow comforting in its serenity. The forests were alive with wildlife, birds, beasts, and creatures that Charlie couldn't identify. But there was no sign of human or humanoid civilization. The Green Lantern's bubble carried them forward for over 100 kilometers before detecting any signs of intelligent life. Finally, nestled in a clearing among the trees, they spotted a small structure. At first glance, the building didn't look like much. It appeared to be a crude hut, constructed from rocks and vegetation. In fact, it resembled an oversized bird's nest more than a proper home. Despite its simple design, it seemed sturdy enough to provide shelter from the elements. As they approached, they noticed someone sitting in front of the structure. It was a child, or at least, it looked like one. The figure was small and short-limbed, with a round, compact body. Its skin was a dark, reddish hue, and its eyes, a dull lavender color, lacked any spark of life. The figure had no hair, and its movements were stiff and awkward, adding to its unsettling appearance. Hal landed the bubble near the structure and stepped forward. "Sorry to interrupt," he said politely. "Could I ask you a few questions?" The child or creature lifted its head slowly. Its lavender eyes rolled awkwardly to focus on Hal, but it didn't answer. Instead, it let out a series of quiet, unsettling laughs. Its small body trembled as it laughed, the sound echoing faintly in the quiet clearing. The sun was setting behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the clearing. The golden light outlined the trembling figure of the child, giving it an eerie, almost grotesque appearance. The scene sent a chill down Charlie's spine, though he couldn't explain why. "Are your parents home?" Charlie asked after a moment, breaking the silence. He glanced toward the hut as he spoke, already moving to peek inside without waiting for an answer. The structure was empty. The child suddenly spoke, its voice casual and light. "Father, no. Mother, dead. Died completely, ha 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 ha." Charlie froze, stunned by the strange response. For a moment, he wondered if the Green Lantern's translation function was malfunctioning. How could anyone, even an alien, speak so cheerfully about the death of their mother? Then again, Charlie remembered hearing about certain cultures on Earth where death was celebrated rather than mourned. Perhaps this was a similar case, or perhaps the child truly didn't understand the gravity of what it was saying. The young boy traveling with Hal watched the scene unfold with wide eyes. He didn't understand why, but the child's laughter unsettled him deeply. A strange sadness mixed with a growing sense of unease settled in his chest. He didn't have the words to describe what he was feeling, but the situation made him uncomfortable in a way he couldn't shake. "Let's move on," Charlie said finally. There was no point in lingering. The Green Lantern's bubble reformed around them, lifting them into the air. As they rose, the figure of the red-skinned child grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Yet the sound of its laughter seemed to linger in Charlie's mind, like an echo that refused to fade. As they continued their journey, signs of intelligent life began to appear more frequently. Within minutes, the Green Lantern detected a cluster of crude structures below. These huts, like the child's home, were constructed from rocks and vegetation. They were rough, handmade, and lacked any signs of advanced technology. The settlement had the feel of a primitive village, though there were more signs of life here than in the isolated clearing they had just left. Hal brought the bubble down near the edge of the settlement. Standing by the side of a dirt path was another figure, this one taller and more humanoid in appearance. Hal approached cautiously. "Excuse me," he said. "Sorry to interrupt, but we'd like to ask you a few questions." The figure didn't respond. It stood motionless, staring blankly ahead as though lost in thought. Hal tried again, this time waving a hand in front of the figure's face. Still, there was no reaction. Finally, Hal reached out and gently patted the figure's shoulder. Suddenly, the figure flinched as if waking from a nightmare. It turned toward Hal, its expression one of terror and confusion. "Huh? When did you? I didn't notice." The figure stammered, its voice shaking. Charlie stepped forward, sensing an opportunity to gather information. "We're travelers," he began. "We just want to ask." "No," the figure interrupted, its voice rising in panic. "I didn't say anything. I didn't tell them anything. You have to believe me." Charlie frowned. "Calm down," he said, keeping his tone steady. "Who are they?" What happened? But the figure didn't seem to hear him. Its eyes darted around wildly, and it began muttering to itself, falling deeper into some horrible memory. It was clear now that the figure wasn't truly aware of their presence. It was trapped in its own fear, reliving some traumatic event that Charlie couldn't begin to understand. Charlie stepped back, a sinking feeling settling in his stomach. There was something deeply wrong with this place, and the answers they sought were likely far more complicated than they had anticipated. TL note, is switching between Charlie and Hal confusing? Let me know and I'll go back and edit this chap. Hal watched the man carefully for a while, but it quickly became clear that this wasn't going anywhere. The man's speech was a jumble of incoherent words, and nothing he said made any sense. It seemed as if he could only respond with a few scattered phrases, none of which offered any useful information. His eyes were vacant, and he was entirely lost in his own world. Hal tried speaking to him again, even resorting to physical gestures, but the man didn't react at all. He remained oblivious to everything around him, even when Hal gently patted his shoulder or shook him lightly. It was as if the man had no consciousness at all, just a living shell with no awareness inside. Clearly, getting answers from him was impossible in this state. Hal shifted his attention to the boy standing nearby. The child was holding tightly to Hal's hand, his small fingers trembling with fear. His wide eyes darted nervously between Hal and the strange, unresponsive man. Hal crouched slightly to the boy's level and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He didn't speak, but his gesture was enough to convey, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." The boy looked up at Hal, his face still tense, but he let out a small, shaky breath and nodded. Hal gave him a faint smile before standing upright again. He decided it was time to move on. There was no point in staying here any longer if the man wasn't going to provide any answers. As they walked away, Hal thought about what he had seen so far. The boy followed closely, clutching Hal's hand as though letting go would mean being swallowed by the strange and eerie world around them. Hal considered questioning a few more of the locals about the land of Stardust, but deep down, he already had a bad feeling about how that would go. The odds of getting any useful information seemed slim at best. When Hal approached others in the village, his suspicions were confirmed. Each alien he encountered acted similarly to the first. Some giggled aimlessly, their laughter hollow and unsettling. Others muttered nonsense, their words forming sentences that no one could understand. Most of them didn't even seem to notice Hal or the boy standing in front of them. It was as if their minds were lost somewhere far away, leaving their bodies behind. The entire scene was disturbing. Hal began to wonder if the entire planet was like this. Could the people here all be afflicted by some kind of madness? After encountering the same behavior in person after person, Hal gave up on questioning anyone else in the village. There was no point in continuing when all the responses were the same. He decided it was time to search elsewhere. Perhaps there were other parts of the planet where people weren't affected by whatever this was. Hal activated the lantern ring, which enveloped him and the boy in a protective green bubble. They lifted off the ground and soared into the air. The boy sat quietly inside the bubble, his legs pulled up to his chest as he tried to make himself feel smaller and safer. Hal glanced at him briefly, his heart aching for the child. The boy had been through so much already, and this desolate, strange planet wasn't helping. As they flew higher, the planet stretched out beneath them. From above, it looked like a paradise, a vibrant, beautiful world with endless blue oceans and lush green forests. But the more Hal explored, the more this beauty seemed to hide something sinister. The people here might be alive, but their empty gazes and nonsensical behavior made them seem more like ghosts than living beings. The whole planet radiated an unsettling feeling, as if it were holding its breath, waiting to strike. Hal flew them across the skies for what felt like hours, though it was likely much shorter. The boy stared out from the bubble, his small face pressed to the green barrier as he watched the landscape pass by below. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the soft hum of the ring's energy. "I don't like this place," the boy whispered finally, his voice barely audible. "Can we leave?" Hal glanced at him and offered a reassuring nod. "We'll check a few more places. If we still don't find anything, then we'll go. I promise." The boy's shoulders sagged, and he nodded reluctantly. He didn't speak again but continued watching the world below. Hal adjusted their course, scanning the horizon for signs of another settlement. Eventually, they came across a second village nestled among the trees. Hal landed the bubble carefully, lowering them to the ground. At first glance, the village seemed no different from the first. The huts were simple and rough, constructed from what looked like natural materials found nearby. The entire area was eerily quiet. Hal approached a few of the villagers, but the results were the same. The aliens either ignored him completely or babbled incoherently. None of them could hold a conversation or provide any useful information. Hal's frustration grew, though he kept it hidden from the boy. As they walked back to the bubble, Hal's thoughts turned dark. Could the planet's environment be responsible for this? Perhaps something in the air or water was causing the inhabitants to lose their minds. Or maybe this was intentional. Someone or something could have done this to these people for a reason. He activated the bubble again, lifting them into the air. The boy remained silent, though his body language showed his unease. Hal couldn't blame him. The longer they stayed on this planet, the more unsettling it became. As they flew over a dense forest, the boy suddenly gasped, his small hand gripping Hal's arm. "Huh." Hal immediately stopped their flight, hovering in midair. "What is it?" The boy pointed down at the trees below, his voice trembling with confusion. "There, down there? That looks like where I used to live with my grandpa." Hal blinked in surprise. You're sure? The boy nodded quickly, his eyes wide. It looks the same. I think it is. Hal didn't hesitate. He adjusted their course and began descending toward the area the boy had indicated. As they drew closer, the forest grew thicker, the trees towering high above them. The boy leaned forward eagerly, his face pressed to the green bubble. Hal could see the excitement and nervousness in his expression. When they landed, the boy immediately took the lead. He moved with growing confidence, weaving through the trees as though he had done it 1,000 times before. Hal followed close behind, scanning their surroundings carefully. The forest was quiet, too quiet. It only added to the uneasy feeling that had been growing in his chest since they arrived on this planet. After a few minutes, a small hut came into view. It was simple and weathered, made from rough materials that had clearly endured years of wear. The boy froze for a moment, staring at the hut, before breaking into a run. "Grandpa," he shouted, his voice filled with both hope and fear. Hal stayed back, watching as the boy pushed open the door and rushed inside. A moment later, the boy's excited calls faded, replaced by a heavy silence. Hal followed cautiously, stepping into the hut. The interior was sparse and old. A thick layer of dust coated every surface, and the air was heavy with the smell of age and neglect. The furniture was crude, made from what appeared to be the same materials as the hut itself. Everything about the place suggested it had been abandoned for years. The boy stood in the center of the room, his shoulders slumped as he took in the sight. His excitement had vanished, replaced by a deep sadness. Hal felt a pang of sympathy as he watched the boy move to one wall. He ran his fingers over several parallel scratches carved into the wood. For a moment, Hal didn't understand what they were, but then the boy leaned against the wall, straightening his posture, and Hal realized they were height marks. This was a growth chart. The boy had stood here as he grew, marking his height over the years. Hal imagined the boy and his grandfather sharing this small ritual, each scratch a quiet celebration of another year together. The boy's fingers lingered on the marks, his expression distant. Hal stepped back, giving him a moment to process his memories. Outside, Hal activated the ring, scanning the area. The hut itself offered no new clues, but the ring detected something unusual nearby. "Intelligent life detected," the ring announced. Hal frowned. The detection wasn't coming from the village they had visited earlier. It was in the opposite direction, deeper into the forest. From above, Hal had seen nothing in that area but cliffs and dense trees. He adjusted his focus, preparing to investigate. Perhaps this was the lead they had been searching for all along. Hal led the boy through the forest behind the house. The towering trees cast long shadows, and the air grew cooler as they walked deeper into the woods. After a while, they reached a solid mountain wall. It loomed in front of them, a massive, rugged face of stone that seemed entirely ordinary at first glance. The bare rocks were jagged, and moss clung to some of the cracks, but nothing about it appeared unusual. To the naked eye, it was just a lifeless slab of rock. But Hal's lantern ring told a different story. It pulsed faintly on his hand, signaling the presence of something hidden behind the wall. Hal trusted his ring without question. If it was detecting something here, then there was undoubtedly more to this mountain than met the eye. He stood still for a moment, studying the rock face. The boy, staying close to Hal, tilted his head. "What's so special about this wall?" he asked quietly, his voice filled with curiosity and a little nervousness. Hal glanced at him and smiled. "It doesn't look like much, does it? But the ring's picking up something. Let's take a closer look." Hal activated the scanning function on his ring. A bright green beam shot out, washing over the surface of the wall. The light spread out in a grid-like pattern, tracing every crack and crevice in the stone. Hal watched the results carefully. The ring scans revealed something extraordinary, a hollow space concealed behind the rock. "See that?" Hal said, pointing at the faint outlines the ring highlighted. "There's a whole space behind this wall. Someone carved it out, probably a long time ago, and then sealed it off so no one could find it." The boy's eyes widened. "So, it's a secret hideout." "Looks like it," Hal replied. "And whoever built it did a good job. Without this ring, we'd have never known it was here." Hal walked closer to the wall, running his hand along the rough surface. He began looking for anything that might hint at a hidden mechanism, a loose rock, a hidden lever, anything that might open a door. But the wall was unyielding and gave away no clues. Hal stepped back, crossing his arms. "What would Batman do?" he muttered to himself. The boy gave him a puzzled look. "Batman? Who's that?" Hal chuckled. "A guy I know who's great at figuring out stuff like this. He'd probably look for some kind of hidden switch or decode a secret puzzle to open the door. Me? I'm not that subtle." The boy frowned. "So, what are you going to do?" Hal grinned. "The Green Lantern way. If there's a wall in the way, I'll just make a door." Raising his right hand, Hal channeled the full power of his lantern ring. Green energy surged out, forming a massive glowing drill in midair. The drill hovered for a moment, humming with power, before Hal sent it hurtling toward the rock wall. The drill struck the stone with a deafening roar, and shards of rock exploded in all directions. The boy flinched, shielding his face from the flying debris. The mountain shook under the force of the impact, and cracks began to spread across the surface. Hal didn't stop there. He summoned several more drills, each one a different size, and sent them smashing into the wall one after another. The combined force was immense. Dust and rubble filled the air as the drills tore into the mountain, carving a deep hole into the rock. The boy watched in awe as the seemingly impenetrable wall began to give way. After a few minutes of relentless drilling, the resistance suddenly vanished. With a loud rumble, the wall crumbled, revealing a dark opening beyond. Hal stepped back, wiping the dust off his uniform. There we go, he said with a satisfied grin. Let's see what's inside. He turned to the boy. Stay here for now. I'm going to check it out. The boy hesitated, glancing nervously at the dark entrance. Are you sure? What if something's in there? Hal knelt down and gave the boy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I'll be fine. The ring's got me covered. Just stay here and keep an eye out, okay? The boy nodded reluctantly. Hal straightened up and stepped into the cave. As he entered, the lantern symbol on his chest began to glow, casting a green light that illuminated the darkness. The cave was larger than he'd expected. The walls were rough and uneven, suggesting they had been carved out with crude tools. The air was cool and damp, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed in the distance. Hal walked slowly, his eyes scanning the space. He couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. The lantern ring picked up faint movement ahead, but it wasn't clear what it was. Then he saw them, a pair of glowing eyes staring at him from the shadows to his right. Before Hal could react, a dark figure shot out of the shadows, moving with incredible speed. It was too fast for Hal to raise his defenses in time. The figure slammed into him with the force of a freight train, sending him flying sideways. He hit the rocky ground hard, sliding several feet before coming to a stop. Green energy trailed behind him as he tumbled. Hal groaned and quickly got to his feet, his ring already glowing as he prepared for another attack. The figure stood in front of him now, partially illuminated by the green light. It was humanoid in shape, draped in a tattered green robe. Its face was obscured, but its glowing eyes burned with intensity. Hal raised his fist, summoning a shield of green energy just as the figure lunged at him again. The creature's fist collided with the shield, producing a shockwave that echoed through the cave. The force of the impact was immense, but the shield held firm. All right, tough guy, Hal muttered. Let's see how you handle this. With a flick of his wrist, Hal transformed the shield into a spinning chainsaw. He swung it toward the figure's legs, aiming to throw it off balance. At the same time, he summoned a glowing sword in his other hand and slashed diagonally at the figure's upper body. The figure was faster than Hal expected. It twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the chainsaw, and ducked under the sword. Then, with lightning speed, it countered with a powerful kick to Hal's midsection. The kick connected with Hal's protective force field, sending him sliding backward across the rocky floor. Hal gritted his teeth as he came to a stop. Okay, he said, his tone tinged with frustration. You're fast. I'll give you that. But let's see if you're smart. During their brief exchange, Hal had discreetly used his ring to plant a glowing green mine on the ground. As the figure stepped forward to attack again, the mine detonated with a brilliant flash of light and a thunderous boom. The explosion sent the figure flying backward, slamming it into the cave wall with a loud thud. Hal stood tall, a triumphant grin on his face. Gotcha, he said, brushing off his uniform. Who says green lanterns can't be clever? As the dust settled, Hal approached the downed figure cautiously. He wasn't sure what or who it was, but it was time to find out.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.